show that we do every week is based on the material that goes onto that blog. We have some exciting stuff this week.
Yeah, it's a good week.
We do. This week, today is February 20th. We're recording the show on Thursday morning at BCTV in Brattleboro. And so we start a week ago, Thursday, February 13th. And if you want to read the articles that we're talking about, you can go to geoharvey.com and click on the date on the calendar, or you can go to the link that I have, which goes to a thing called energyweeknews.wordpress.com.
Right.
And I have put that link on the show links. So if you're watching this through a system that retains those links, you can actually click on the script that we use for the show, which is a little easier to get items on. And we are probably going to start doing podcasts.
That'd be nice.
So,
yeah. Well, I do know that from having read these things, that some of these things are worth following up on.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll try and alert you to some of them, because some of them are in the category of can't miss.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of those this week. So should we just start?
Might as well, can't dance.
Okay, starting Thursday, February 13th, with an item from Clean Technica.
And we're starting off with a picture here.
Of that is said to be a fire, and people heard an explosion, and the people who said it was a fire said, no, that's a fire.
Oh, there wasn't any explosion.
There was no explosion there.
Well, that is an Exxon plant.
Yes.
As it says there. And it says it's burning, and that's a
good
observation.
I think it's at least burning.
So the caption here is, Exxon plant catches fire. Now you got the word, you got the floor.
The Exxon, this is, the person who wrote this is a regular writer for Clean Technica, and she lives in Louisiana. The Exxon plant here in Baton Rouge has caught fire, even though officials say there wasn't an explosion. Several witnesses reported hearing one.
Well, you know how those witnesses lie.
Yeah, well, they're all paid to lie by leftists. I also heard what seemed like an explosion. I live 5 miles away. They also say the fire is out and no one was hurt. Well, okay, it was a minor fire that just lit up the sky.
This one's worth looking up. There's a fire video, which is kind of boring. It's just a fire, but it's a short one. And there's a lot of pictures in this one. This is pretty good. And I'll read a quick rundown on it. The plant is an oil refinery and a chemical plant that works with plastics. So it hires about 7,000 people. So this is a big plant.
Yeah.
There have been multiple reports on both Twitter and Facebook by people who heard a loud explosion. But you know how they lie. The problem is the denial by our leaders instead of trying to create viable solutions. They wouldn't do that.
Well, I think you should remember, I think almost everybody has had the experience of having a rubber balloon explode.
Yeah.
And the fact that something explodes doesn't mean that it's, and if you take an egg and you put it in a microwave, in the shell,
it will explode.
It'll explode, and it'll make quite a mess. So the fact that there's an explosion does not, of itself.
Well, there's a difference between an egg exploding in a microwave and a chemical plant exploding.
Yeah, and
you live 5 miles away, I would be concerned too.
Yeah, I have actually been at chemical plants where there were explosions.
While you were there?
While I was there, yeah.
Oh, nice.
And I had to clean up. I had to clean up after a couple of them. One of them, it was just so amazing. A guy, when you're making chemicals, sometimes you substitute one thing for another. So you
don't tell anybody.
No, this is allowed, And this guy was making something like a pound of silver suboxide, and it was called for, I don't know, it was
3 grapes,
potassium,
2 bananas,
potassium,
something or other,
potassium chloride, potassium chlorate. And he didn't have it, and he didn't have the sodium chlorate because you can figure out how to change the. So he used ammonium chlorate, whatever it was an ammonium compound, and ammonium compounds with silver is a no-no. You do not mix the two. And so he washed it out, everything was fine. But what he didn't realize was there was enough of this stuff left.
Yeah.
And of course, what was the last thing he did with it in the day? He put it on a tray to dry and put it in the oven and walked out and drove home. And when we came in the morning, the oven was lying on its side, the door was blown off, and there was silver suboxide all over the floor. and I was the one who had to sweep it up, and sweeping it up meant dragging a broom across the floor, and it would go pop, 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 pop,
Oh, no
pop, pop,
kidding.
pop.
Oh, boy. Oh,
Yeah.
boy. Now, let's move along here. We got
Okay.
one coming up
From
here
Renew Economy.
Renew, yep. New billion-dollar mine looks to solar, wind, and batteries for 80% of power needs. And that's interesting.
I really, this kind of story comes up over and over and over again. Australian mining company Minerals. Australians love to refer to their
They call
country
it
as
Oz.
Oz.
Yeah.
To power its proposed $1 billion, that's Australian dollars, so it's about 750 million American dollars, West Musgrave copper nickel mine with up to 80% renewables. A study shows the deposit has potential to produce 28,000 tons, T-O-N-N-E-S, which is metric tons.
It's only a little bit more than a ton.
Yeah. This would be 31,000 tons, maybe, short tons.
I don't think it's that much. Well, 28, 30, 31.
Yeah, something like that. And 22,000 tons of nickel a year for 26 years. That's a lot.
That's a good amount.
But,
it's going to be a big mine.
You need the electricity. You can't afford to put in transmission lines. You don't want to drive diesel fuel there constantly. So what do? Use renewable
Well, it makes
power.
sense. I mean, Australia's a big place.
It sure is.
And this is in the lower southeast, I guess, of Australia.
I don't remember. I don't remember where the most.
Yeah,
of
it's in the
copper
south.
mine is.
Well, whatever it is, it's not near power.
Yeah, well,
And they're generating the
most
power themselves,
Yeah,
which makes
most
a lot
of
of sense.
Australia is not near power.
Well, a quick takeaway here. West Musgrave would become one of the largest fully off-grid renewable powered mines in the world. This is called West Musgrave.
Yeah.
The company proposes a 50 megawatt base power supply using hybrid solar, wind, battery, and diesel.
Okay.
So they're running everything they can when they need it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Consistent solar and wind resources are available.
Yes.
Okay, which is common in Australia. Really.
Yes, it is, absolutely.
Higher wind velocities at night offsetting the lack of solar.
Yes.
So it balances itself
It
pretty
balances,
well.
yes. And you throw in batteries onto that, and you've got a way to keep going.
And we got another picture
We have
coming
an
up.
item here from CNN.
This is New York City, the Battery.
That's the
The
battery.
very bottom of Manhattan.
Is that related to a lithium
Revolutionary times they had guns there.
battery?
Huh?
Lithium-ion battery?
No, in revolutionary times they had a battery of guns there.
Yeah. Which, by the way, is where the term battery comes from for electrical batteries.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
It
absolutely.
used to be a whole bunch
A
of
collection
jars.
of guns was a battery.
That was a battery, but the first electrical batteries were collections of jars, and they reminded people of that time of batteries.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay.
Well, the article says, and that's a picture of smog in case you hadn't guessed it.
Well, the caption says so.
And it's smoggy down there a lot.
Yeah.
A study, air pollution can cross state lines and with deadly consequences.
You know, I put this in here.
Well, it's true.
It's true. And it's something that we've known all along and we've been talking about for a long time. And
But you don't think about it.
The study was published in Nature. Okay, so it shows something new. A study shows that air pollution can contribute serious health issues hundreds of miles away.
Well, that's something you got to think about.
Yes. The
And
study,
we're right here getting that.
Absolutely.
We get the effluent from Ohio.
From Ohio, Illinois, Indiana. You know, when I was a kid, we used to drive through Indiana. I remember one of those factories had 14 smokestacks. And I could smell Gary, Indiana from upwind, like 10 miles away.
Wow.
And it would give me a headache. By the time I was in Gary, I had a serious headache, and it would take me an hour or two to get over it.
Wow.
When we drove past. A study shows that air pollution can contribute to serious health issues hundreds of miles away. The study published in the journal Nature found that around half, and this is the important thing, This is the reason why it went into the blog. Around half of pollution-related deaths in the United States occur outside the borders of the state where the toxic air originated.
Well, as I already mentioned, we're the recipients here. And I'll read what it says. A group of states in the Northeast are significant importers of air pollution. And they show the map. It's from New York and all the rest of New England.
Yeah, and what does this tell you? It tells you that in order to deal with the problem, you have to engage the federal government. Because
well, you can't tell Ohio what to do.
You can't tell Ohio what to do.
Well, since 2018, emissions from commercial and residential activity, which is home heat and cars, okay, have been the largest source of air pollution from human activity tied to early deaths.
Yeah.
Significant interventions to reduce these emissions will be needed. Duh.
Yeah, duh.
Okay. EPA regulations have been very successful in improving air quality. It's important that these are not rolled back.
Well, they've already been rolled back, and they're
well,
being
they want to
rolled
eliminate
back,
them.
And, yeah, they
anything Obama did is verboten.
I got news for you. They're rolling back regulations that were put in by Richard Nixon.
By Nixon, I would have said Bush.
Well, certainly by Bush. There was a thing that came up later in this. I don't know if it made it into the show, but there was one that was very important. It was done by George Bush Sr. Okay, we're up to Friday, February 14th.
We got an interesting picture coming up here.
Not quite. We have the groundwater.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself here.
Eureka alert.
As groundwater depletes, arid American West is moving east.
Not good news.
And temperatures moving north.
Yeah.
This doesn't say that, but it's a fact.
It's true. Even under the modest climate warming scenarios, the continental United States faces significant loss of groundwater, about 129 million cubic meters, enough to fill Lake Powell 4 times or 1/4 of Lake Erie. A first of its kind study has shown.
That's a significant amount of water.
It's a fair amount of water, yeah.
Well, what it says here is depletion of groundwater will be more disruptive to vegetation, streams, and rivers in the eastern U.S. than in the arid Southwest, where deep groundwater already is largely disconnected from surface waters.
Yes.
Okay, so what they're saying is we're taking the groundwater, we're drinking it, taking it out of the ground, and it's not refilling.
Well, it's being refilled with fracking waste.
Yeah.
I mean, really.
It's salty water.
Yeah. Okay, now we have that
Then we got a nice picture. This is the Living Memorial Park.
In Brattleboro.
Oh,
except that it's backwards. It's left to right switch. Tom
yeah, they held the camera backwards here.
That's right. They have a backwards camera.
It looks very much like Living Memorial Park.
That is not Living Memorial Park. That is in Ruhpolding, Germany, which is almost on the Austrian border. It is in the Alps at a major ski resort.
That part of it's amazing.
Well, this is a beginner slope, as you can tell by the fact that almost
it's all
everybody,
little kids in there.
Yeah, either that or it's a bunch of adults, and some of them are twice as tall as the rest.
Well, there's a 3-minute video to look at that's kind of cute.
Yeah.
And I'll mention this. Living Memorial Park is probably the best bargain in skiing anywhere in the world.
You said
You can ski all day for $5.
Amazing.
Absolutely. Love ski? Enjoy it while it lasts.
This is from CNN. This is not some kind of a joke. This is love skiing,
this is
enjoy
real.
it while it lasts. A report from the International Olympic Committee, again, this is obviously a group of people who are put together under the influence of socialists in China, examines the impact of climate change on future Winter Games. It forecasts that an increase of 1 degree Celsius, which is 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit, would push the snow line up by 150 meters. The ski season may start a month earlier and finish up to 3 months, a month later, and finish up to 3 months earlier, the committee said.
Well, locally, it's already affecting Stratton Mountain and Mount Snow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They're quite concerned.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The ski industry in New England is all kind of concerned, and maybe in northern Vermont it's not as bad as it is in southern Vermont. But
well, there's a big difference. I mean, Northern
Yes.
Vermont is still pretty chilly.
You know, I think it was Friday, Tom. We had, I think, the coldest night of the winter
We could very well have.
here
It's
in
been this
Brattleboro.
week, yeah.
Yeah, and the
Last night was up there too. Or
yeah
down there.
the NOAA said that it was. I think it said it was 7 below, and
That's pretty cold.
7 below would put us into agricultural hardiness zone 6, where we were when I was a kid in hardiness zone 4B or 5A. And
You have to explain what that means.
Okay, what that means is things will survive now that would not have survived then.
Okay.
And the things that survive, we've got peach trees that are growing as you know, just growing.
And that's natural, right? I mean,
Bam, out of the ground.
Yeah.
The seed was probably planted by a squirrel. And we've got, I know that there are pawpaw trees growing as volunteers.
I don't even know what they are.
Pawpaw is an interesting fruit that tastes like a banana and looks like a green potato. And it's full of seeds, full of seeds. The seeds, by the way, are poisonous, but you're not going to worry about that because they're about twice as big as a lima bean. And
What are they?
they're about
You're
as
not gonna miss
big
the
as a
seeds.
large lima bean. They're thick and they're hard, but the material that's in there is very, very, very sweet. And I've read, you know, only a boy can eat 2 pawpaws. But anyway, these things are just coming up. And they weren't there when I was a kid. Well, other things are coming up too, like woolly adelgids and deer ticks with Lyme disease and all that kind of stuff. So
The climate is definitely
the
changing.
climate is changing, and anybody who thinks that it isn't just is out of touch. Okay,
Well, let's move on here.
move on. Okay.
From Clean Technica, the true cost of a society based on automobiles.
This was one that I thought was just,
Interesting article.
yeah, this is important.
This one is close to a must-see, I think.
Yeah, researchers at Harvard Kennedy School set out to find out just how much money the state of Massachusetts and its citizens spend each year to maintain a transportation system based on private car ownership. The answer, they said, is a staggering $64.1 billion. And
It's staggering. How many people live in Massachusetts?
I don't remember, but this was I think it was 5,000 some odd dollars per person.
Well, here it says $14,000 for every household.
$14,000 per household.
Per household.
And that was that the total, or was that just the tax share, or was that the?
That's well. I'll read that.
Okay.
We don't pay to use the roads. Okay.
Yeah.
These are public costs, indirect externalities that come from public funds. So they're lumping all of these indirect. You don't pay it, but you do pay it.
Yeah.
Okay. It comes out to around $14,000 for every household in Massachusetts.
That is in addition to what you spend on your car.
Well, that's the next sentence. Households with private vehicles pay another $12,000 in direct costs.
Okay, so an ordinary household is going to be spending $26,000 because we've got cars.
Bingo. Costs also include less obvious intangibles, such as the effects of pollution,
Yeah, okay.
the value of land set aside for parking lots, lost productivity from sitting in traffic, and various costs associated with injuries and deaths. And it finally ends up by saying the cost is much larger than we have realized.
Yes.
And they
now,
use the word staggering.
I want to point out that what they're not saying is how much it would cost to run the society without the car. So it's not like you would all of a sudden have $26,000 if we didn't
Well,
have
it costs
cars.
you something to maintain a horse.
Or, you know, public transportation is probably...
That would be nice.
Well, just think of Brattleboro, for crying out loud. If we had a trolley system that was just running every 5 minutes, you know,
We
you
used
had
to have one.
constant trolleys.
Right in this building, you can see
absolutely.
pictures of it.
Absolutely. And let's just say, for the sake of argument, that trolley system consisted of had tracks that ran in a grassy street.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would that be nice?
Bucolic is the word.
Yeah. Well, you'd still have to allow trucks and things like that to get in there because you've got to allow people to move in and out of their houses. But, you know, these things can be dealt with, and I think we could have a much different society that would. I don't drive, and the amount of money that I save by not driving is really big. It's important.
I'm sure it is. I mean, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. If I did drive, I'd have to give up my apartment.
Will you really?
I think so.
Yeah.
So I've got a choice of having a place to live or living in a car. Okay, we're up
There's
to...
some people doing that.
There are. We're up to Saturday, February 15th.
We got a picture
We have a
coming up
picture
here.
of
Let's start off
firemen in
with
New
the picture.
South Wales. There they are.
They are celebrating rain.
That's right. We have an item from the BBC.
And it says, how much rain did it take to put out the New South Wales fires? And that's something, if you don't know what they are, you haven't been watching this show.
No, I mean, some of these fires were just, they were so big. There were fires there that were like 95 miles long.
Well, as we talked, there was some fires there that were about half the size of Windham County.
Yeah. I think there were fires that were bigger than
Bigger
that.
even.
Since July, there have been fires, sometimes hundreds at a time, burning in New South Wales. There have been fires in every state in Australia.
Yeah, this just happens to be about New South Wales.
About New South
which got
Wales.
hit pretty hard.
And the storms that came also hit Queensland and Victoria. And
they also hit pretty hard.
yeah. Things finally changed when the rain arrived in New South Wales last weekend. It was a massive dump of water, more than 400 millimeters, which is 15.7 inches in some places. And
Well, Irene was bad in Brattleboro, and we got about 6 inches.
yeah,
So
but
this was 16 inches.
yeah, the flooding that we had in Brattleboro mostly came from up in the mountains, and it
Well, it cost me a car.
the flooding in Brattleboro.
Yeah, my car got flooded.
Flooded.
I brought it to the mechanic, and his exact words I remember today. That's toast.
Yes. Well, I came across other pictures, and one of the pictures was just a sign that was kind of scrawled on a piece of board in front of a fire department, rural fire department, and it said, "Gone jumping in puddles."
Well, since July, there have
Yeah.
been fires, sometimes hundreds at once, burning across New South Wales, which we've talked about
Yeah.
on this show.
Yeah.
And it also says here about last Thursday, authorities announced that every single fire in the state had been contained.
Every single one.
That doesn't
And now
mean
they're
they
all-
put them out.
Well, yeah,
What it
but
means
now
is
they're out. They're
they're
all
out, yeah.
out. And by the way, if anybody wants to have some fun,
Yeah.
go to YouTube or a place like that and do a search there on the word koala and the terms belly rub or tummy rub. Because what's happening is, these koalas got hurt. A lot of them,
Yeah, we
see
showed a
pictures
picture last week
of them looking like they're wearing socks and mittens. They're in bandage.
bandages.
And the koalas apparently just love tummy rubs. And people are giving them, they have koala hospitals for these little animals. And they'll lie there and just, they're in heaven with these tummy rubs. And the people who are giving them the tummy rubs look like they're having a wonderful time too. Okay.
Well, if it doesn't rain, it pours because the rains caused intense flooding.
Yes, they did.
But they
Okay.
filled up reservoirs and dams that desperately needed it.
Yes, that's true.
So, not all bad.
No, it's not all bad. Our next item is from oilprice.com. We're still on Saturday, September
This one's
15th.
interesting. A third of fossil fuel assets may soon be stranded.
I don't buy this. Let me read this. Fossil fuel companies hold vast oil, gas, and coal riches that they frequently tout to the investing universe to help elevate their market values. Few, if any, have ever told investors that large chunks of these assets could be doomed to being forever buried in the ground. Well, I got news for you. It's already come to pass with oil companies, where oil companies that have been going bankrupt have sold their assets, and people would not buy. They wouldn't even bid on coal mines. This has been happening.
Actually happening.
And to say a third of the fossil fuel assets may be
So
stranded,
you're saying it's
I
going to be
think it's
virtually
going to
all
be
of it.
well.
Eventually.
Yeah.
And eventually it's not going to be very long.
No, I don't think so. And so there it is.
Well, renewables are getting so cheap, you can't afford to use
Fossil fuels. Yeah, absolutely.
It's economics.
Absolutely.
Well, nearly $900 billion worth of reserves, or about 1/3 of the value of big oil and gas companies, is at risk of one day becoming worthless. If governments aggressively attempt to restrict the rise in temperatures to 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels, that's that's what's the opposite? That's pessimistic.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be economics that's going to determine it. It's not going to be government restrictions.
The Dow Jones coal index hit, I think it was 12 point something this week.
They're going to stop doing that.
I think I've been surprised that they're still doing it, because the companies just keep going broke one after another, and
we talked about Murray. Was it Charles Murray, one of the biggest owners of coal mines?
Robert Murray.
Robert Murray, yeah.
Yeah, and that he went broke.
He's going broke.
Yeah, they've all
one of
been
the richest
going broke.
men in the world.
And the oil and gas index is down. And I came across an article saying that ExxonMobil had lost 41% of its market value, and I looked at the oil and gas index and found that it was off by 47%. ExxonMobil was actually doing a little better than the rest.
It's still, no matter what, it's economics.
Absolutely,
it's money.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we got an interesting picture here coming up.
We have an interesting picture. There's the interesting picture.
Oh, that is interesting.
This is from National Geographic, and this particular article is one that I found really, really interesting.
If you haven't figured it out, that's a locust swarm.
Yeah.
Okay, and boy, they're swarming.
And in that part of Africa, in a lot of places, people go out and they put up nets to capture the locusts, not because it's going to make any dent in that mess of insects, but because they want to eat them for dinner.
Well, the article says it's about East Africa, but when you look at the article, it's more about Saudi Arabia, I think. At least the maps.
Yeah, the maps center on Saudi Arabia, and I'll go into that.
But these are all around Saudi Arabia anyhow.
Yeah.
Ethiopia, Somalia.
Yes.
What's the other one over there? Well, Kenya. Okay, all of Northeast Africa, and it's just the other side of the Red Sea.
And also into Iran.
Huh?
Also into Iran, and
that's the other. That's all the way across all the way across Saudi Arabia.
What do you got for a title?
A plague of locusts has descended on East Africa. Climate change may be to blame.
Well, I would say climate change almost certainly is to blame. A plague of locusts is descending on East Africa, and by the way, it's also moved into Iraq and Iran, threatening the food supply of tens of millions of people. Desert locusts thrive following periods of heavy rainfall that trigger blooms of vegetation, such as a series of cyclones that happened in the last 2 years. Okay, what has happened here is we have an ocean event that's kind of like La Nina and El Nino, and it's been exacerbated by climate change. And
it's in the Indian Ocean, isn't it?
It's in the Indian Ocean. And what has happened is where it's usually kind of cool south of Arabia in the ocean and warm west of Australia, it's reversed. And so
these desert areas are getting rain, lots of rain.
Desert areas are getting lots of rain, and Australia didn't get any. So this drought that's been going on in Australia
directly related to this.
Is directly related to this. It's the same event caused them, exacerbated by climate change. And what has happened is this warmer than normal air in the Indian Ocean produced 3 cyclones that hit Saudi Arabia and dumped massive amounts of, hit Arabia, I should say it, not just Saudi Arabia.
Well, it was in the empty quarter. They call it the empty quarter. Yeah. Because it's unlivable. Even the Bedouin don't live there.
And what happened was that produced this bloom of desert plants that have been just, seeds wait around until water comes, and then they really quick go through a life cycle. Well, that produces a situation where the locust eggs, which have been waiting exactly the same way,
probably 20 years,
they're up and running, and they see all this vegetation, and the first thing they do is eat it. And the locusts, because there's so many of them, go into a part of their existence in which they're
again.
They go in. They become very aggressive and very social with one another, where normally they wouldn't be like that. And they got hit 3 times with locust plagues in 2 years, and these plagues moved into northeast Africa and
across the Arabian Peninsula to Iraq and Iran.
Exactly. And so the cause of this plague, which they're saying is going to lead, it could lead to millions of people dying.
Well, this is what they are. This is what the article says.
Yeah.
City-sized swarms are wreaking havoc as they descend on crops and pasture lands, devouring everything in a matter of hours.
Everything.
They eat everything.
Everything.
Even old shoes.
I believe
Human activity has made an ocean circulation pattern misbehave, which is what you just said.
Yeah.
Triggering a weird confluence of events that has caused the infestations. The scale of the locust outbreak is like nothing in recent memory.
You know, I look at this, and when I was a kid, the place that I lived in Illinois got hit by a locust plague. And that looked like clear skies compared to this. I mean, they made a racket. You'd hear them not chirping, but you'd hear this, what sounded like a constant whistle of these things all day. They were driving everybody crazy. And they were nothing like this. You know, that was 17-year locust.
Wow. Oh, that's a different animal.
I know it's a different animal, but you know, the plague that we
Locusts
had.
are like grasshoppers.
Yes, they are. Well, 17-year locusts are also kind of like grasshoppers. These are actually called, the ones that we're seeing in that picture are actually called short-horned grasshoppers.
Okay, I can believe that, yeah. They're grasshoppers.
They're grasshoppers. Okay, we're up to Sunday, February 16th, and we have a boring a boring story.
Yeah, it is. That happens to be a boring tunnel.
And this is from Clean Tech.
And it's interesting if you look at the, well, it's basically a very short, very fast subway.
Yeah.
Okay, running from a couple of places in Las Vegas that are only about a mile or two apart.
Yeah.
So, first tunnel for the Las Vegas Loop project has been completed, and you're looking at it there.
The Boring Company was.
That's the name of them.
That's the name of the company, and this is related to Tesla. It's a company that was started by Elon Musk.
Yeah, Tesla's involved, yeah.
And Elon Musk has a funny sense of humor, I think. He named this thing the Boring Company. Has completed the first of 2 tunnels it is building for the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. The tunnel's electric trains will take about a minute to cover a route that it would take a car on the surface about 15 times that. And
have you ever seen these boring machines?
No, I haven't.
They are huge, round things that go through the earth.
Yes.
Cutting a 20-foot hole.
Yes.
And it takes a crew of about 20 people to run one.
Yes.
I got a picture of one of them with the crew standing in front of this machine.
Yeah.
And the machine dwarfs the people.
Yeah, but what they're doing is boring a hole through the ground.
That's exactly what they're doing.
So they called it the Boring Company because it's boring.
Well, quick takeaway here. Well, you're gonna read about it, aren't you?
No, have
you read it?
Yep, I've read it.
Yeah, you read that one. Well, this particular part of it is 0.8 of a mile long.
Yep.
It's the first of a part of it. It's going to connect buildings in the convention center.
Yes.
Okay. The system will have 3 stations, one at each end and one along the way. And this is this interesting part, carrying up to 4,400 people per hour at speeds of up to 150 miles an hour underground.
Crazy.
This thing's going to zoom.
Yes, it is.
The vehicles operating inside the tunnels will be built on a Tesla chassis.
Well, of course.
And be capable of carrying up to 16 passengers each. So they're like mini buses, but there's a bunch of them chained together.
Yeah, these are small
So they're subway
vehicles.
trains.
Yeah. Okay, should we move on?
Yeah, we got an interesting one here.
This is from Daily Examiner, and I found this particular article is really, really interesting to me.
How solar works on cloudy days may surprise you.
Renewables are the dole bludgers of the energy system. This is from an Australian anti-renewable politician who said the wind and solar are the dole bludgers.
Well, a dole bludger is a welfare cheat.
Yeah, it's a welfare cheat, basically. They're getting something and they're not giving anything, is what he's saying.
Well, they'd rather rely on the dole than go to work.
Absolutely. They can only work, they only turn up to work when they want to, said Australia's ex-Federal Resources Minister Matt Canavan recently. I decided, and this is the author obviously, to crunched numbers about solar production on rainy days, and the result was a pleasant surprise.
Well, I had to look up what a bludger was. And according to the article, it says, in my books, a bludger does nothing at all.
Yes.
Okay. My system on a rainy day, he's talking about his own solar system,
Yeah.
produces 56% of what it does on a sunny day.
Yeah.
So it's not bludging.
No, it's not.
On economic grounds alone, there is no reason whatever to keep pushing and subsidizing coal power plants.
Which are
Now,
the
he's
real
talking about
bludgers.
Australia.
They're the real dull bludgers.
They are, because they got a lot of coal. They don't know what to do with it. The government wants to sell it. Nobody wants to buy it. Well, they are selling it to places like Indonesia.
Yes, they are. And
But they're not going to be selling it for long.
I want to point out, I'm not calling coal miners dull bludgers. I'm
calling
not at all. I always thought coal mining had to be the worst job you could possibly have when I was a kid. Just hard work.
It's hard work underground, and I've been in a coal mine.
Yeah.
You know.
I was
kind of funny. When I came to the coal mine, I went down underground. They gave me 2 hammers.
Yes.
And what did they give me 2 hammers for? I found out to walk with.
To walk with.
It was only 4 feet high in here. So you're bent all over, and you used the hammers as crutches to walk on floors.
I went in a coal mine when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's deep, about, I'm going to guess, 50 feet, underneath the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago.
Oh, a demo mine.
They had a
real mine, though, wasn't it?
It wasn't a real mine.
It was a demo mine.
It was a demo mine that they had put together. They did a pretty good job, I think, but they had the coal equipment down there, and little kids could go down and go into chambers that were a little bit bigger than 4 feet.
Well, I can't imagine working all day in a 4-foot overhead.
No.
And not all coal mines are 4 feet.
Yeah.
Some of them you can walk around in.
Some of them are open pit mines.
Well, that's something else again, yes.
Okay.
Interesting one coming up here. Sea levels in the U.S., and we got a picture here, don't we?
Do.
While I'm talking about it, I'll try and get the picture.
And I have no idea where that picture was taken. It was taken on one of those days when the sun turns green, though.
No, I don't know where. It doesn't say where the picture came from.
No, it doesn't.
We know who took it, but we don't know where it was. Well, what it says is sea levels around the U.S. aren't just rising. They're accelerating year on year. Sell your shorefront property, guys.
There was an article in the news today, and I don't know if we're going to have it next week or not. I think we will. But it's about flooding at the tidal basin in Washington, D.C. And that's
scary.
Sunny day flooding, and guess what?
Sunny day flooding.
It is not just sunny day flooding. It is happening twice every day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, where's the basin in relation to the city?
It's in the city. It's the Jefferson Monument.
Yeah. Okay.
I think
so this is the Potomac.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And
the Potomac.
The problem is the land has been subsiding and the ocean level rising, and the combination of the two of them means that you get high tide flooding twice a day.
Wow.
And they're going to have
and this is inland.
Yeah, and they're having to.
The river's backing up.
Yeah, and they're having to figure out what to do about that, because there are times when the paths
Put the picture up
through the tidal basin are just closed. Okay, this is from Science Alert.
Sea levels around the U.S. aren't just, I said this,
You did
I?
indeed.
Aren't just rising, they're accelerating.
The worst case scenario for sea level rise in the United States is more than just a dim possibility. It's getting more likely. An annual report card for U.S. coastline shows that sea levels are speeding up in most places measured. Sea level rise is speeding up in most places measured. The acceleration is fueled by climate change.
Sell that shorefront property, folks.
Well, the acceleration depends from place to place, because in a lot of places the shore
is receding.
In a lot of places the land is going down.
That's happening in Louisiana.
Yeah, and that combination is really bad. But in some places like Greenland, the relative the sea level relative to land is actually going down, because the ice is melting and Greenland is going up rather fast. Okay.
Well, according to this article, NOAA, who you all know, thinks sea level rise is slowly accelerating around the world, and it's been doing so since around 2013 or 2014.
Yeah.
Even if our emissions stayed low, global sea levels would very likely rise at least a foot within a century.
I would.
If emissions grow, the waters could rise as much as 8 feet by 2100.
Which kind of means that Mar-a-Lago will have water sloshing through its front door.
I would imagine it's going to happen
not quite that, but
before very long.
Yeah. Okay, we're up to Monday, February 17th, and we have an item from Clean Technica.
This is an interesting one.
Yeah.
Political commentator bombs on 21st century energy.
You know, this really says something about how I collect news, because I saw the material about Fareed Zakaria coming up, and I said, wait a minute, I'm not going to relay that until I know what's going on.
You know what he says.
Not just what he says, but I want to see more on this. A video segment and column titled Bernie Sanders' Magical Thinking on Climate. In that segment, Fareed Zakaria of CNN communicates several falsehoods and misleading claims. His talking points definitely stem from energy industry and propaganda sources, not from good science.
Well, I got 4 takeaways from Fareed. Okay. He claims nuclear is a better option than renewables. Okay. That is false. I mean, they're closing nuclear plants early because they cost so much to operate.
They're completely paid down. That's when their power is cheapest, and they still can't compete.
Well, the fact is, nuclear is actually several times more expensive than renewables.
Yes.
Okay. Another claim is that 5% of energy consumption from the U.S. comes from renewables, whereas the fact is it's 18% right now, and it's going up.
Well, there's 2 things mixed up there. One is energy, and the other is electricity.
Yes.
The 5% of energy happens to be wrong, but it's not as wrong as the 5% of electricity that seems to be implied.
Well, yeah, that's a very good point. And finally, Fareed cites energy market data trends from 2005 to 2016. And it ain't those days anymore.
It's useless. This is one of the things that you have to be careful about. Whenever anybody's talking about citing something from the DOE or the market or whatever, you have to make sure that the data is as fresh as possible.
Well, this guy's trying to make his points, and I think his points are kind of loose.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, but this I don't know this guy, but this is apparently what he does. Yeah.
He's well thought of. But you know, early on when I started doing my blog, I started to realize that there were certain organizations that are absolutely adamantly anti-renewable, that are absolutely adamantly, you know, and you just go down this list. And when I started,
they got money.
And they quote sources sometimes.
Yeah.
But they will do things like say, solar power is too expensive according to the U.S. DOE, and then they'll give a price. It costs $8, 8 cents per kilowatt hour.
That's 2004 data.
Right, and what I had to do, I mean, they would give a very precise number, but not tell where in all the DOE sites this came from. And I started doing the research to find out where it came from, and I found out that they were consistently 3 or 4 years behind the time in a market that is changing by 14, 18, 20% per year. And at that level of change, you cannot source anything. If data is a year old, it's obsolete.
It's obsolete already.
Yeah,
and
they're going back 4 years. So why? I think to prove a point that happens to be not correct.
Well, we got an interesting picture coming up.
We do,
and I'll bring it up if I can.
That picture is a picture of a desalination plant.
It is that, and I lived in Saudi Arabia where all the water we drank was desalinated water. In Saudi Arabia, you drill a water well and you get oil.
Yes.
I mean, it's literally that true.
I read that King Saud, when the British said, can I look for oil here?
Yeah.
What he was hoping was that they would come up with water.
That wouldn't at all surprise me. Wouldn't at all surprise me. Well, desalination is important in a lot of parts of the world.
Yep.
And it takes power. So what they have decided to do, which makes a lot of sense, instead of using power from the grid, they're using power from the sun.
Yep.
Which, incidentally, they're also shielding their reservoir.
Yes.
So it's not evaporating. It makes a sense.
Got a title?
Yeah, solar desalination plant brings clean water to desperate people.
This is in Clean Technica. Nonprofit Give Power was a spin-off from Solar City in 2016. By the way, Solar City is now part of Tesla.
Okay.
Okay. Its mission is to bring solar power to areas of the world without access to electricity. But seeing a great need for water, it developed a desalination plant that could fit in a shipping container.
Well, last week we called that a sea can.
A sea can, that's right. And this picture, I think, probably shows a couple of shipping containers worth of these things. I might
Well,
be
there's
wrong.
something in the back that you can't really tell what it is.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff going on there, and I would think that that would be 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 shipping containers worth of stuff, because those tanks, those are water tanks, I believe.
Yeah,
and,
they are.
And they
That's
are,
not going to fit in a shipping container.
no, that whole thing is not going to, unless those tanks are collapsible. Okay.
Solar, I read this one, didn't I? Solar
Yeah.
desalination, yeah.
We could go on if you want.
Well, I got a couple of quick takeaways.
Okay.
While installing a solar power system, the staff noticed an even more pressing need than electricity. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
So after 5 years of drought, these people had no clean water to drink or bathe in.
Yeah.
So the Give Power team invented a solar power desal plant.
Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah.
I could have invented one.
You know, there are places in the world where people have cattle,
yeah,
and where water is so precious
the cattle get it.
that the people bathe in urine from the cattle.
I haven't heard that one, but okay.
Yeah. I've seen pictures of mothers washing their children with urine from cattle. Now,
Well,
they have to rinse with water, but
With this desalination plant, what they claim about it, can operate 24 hours a day.
yes.
So it's
Well, yeah, I mean,
the plant is operating 24 hours a day, so it must have some battery backup.
yeah.
Okay, it can transform up to 18,000 gallons. This is just one shipping container of brackish or salt water into clean, healthy drinking water
That's per day.
per day.
Yeah. That's a lot of water.
It makes a lot of sense
It does
in
indeed.
arid areas.
And by the way, I want to tell a little story, a very short story here. The house that I
I'm
lived
timing
in,
you.
the house that I lived in New Hampshire,
Yeah.
was originally dependent on shallow springs,
Okay.
and the springs would start getting a little bit worn out by the end of the summer.
Okay.
And so the story that I don't remember this, but I remember people talking about it. My grandmother, on one occasion, bathed in the water that she had used to boil the corn in.
Wow.
That's how precious water was.
Water was precious.
And we
wasn't
take
it?
this
Yeah.
for granted.
Yeah.
We really do. But in much of the world, you know, my brother, by the way, invented a filter that is useful in places like Bangladesh, where a third of the people in Bangladesh live in areas where the groundwater, the wells that they have,
It's brackish.
no,
Salt?
they're tainted with arsenic.
Arsenic. Oh,
A
wow.
lot of people are dying because of arsenic in the water.
Yeah, yeah. And this filter that he invented takes arsenic out of the
No,
water?
it doesn't. It takes it's better than that.
Better than
the government.
I know it's a good filter.
The government of Bangladesh took water directly out of the Ganges River and put it into Reed's filters, and what came out had a bacteria content of 0.
No kidding.
Yes.
So this is quite a filter either then.
This is quite a filter, and he's got patents on it, but the patents are no good because you can make those filters so easily, so cheaply. Any village
So
potter
you don't
can
need
do
the
it.
patent. Don't need to use the patent.
You can cheat on the patent, and Reed can't. You know, what's he going to do? Run down 20,000 village potters to get $1.50 from each? You know, so he's done something that's good there. But what it is it's ceramic, and it's porous, so the water will leak through. But it's washed with silver compound that has been set up, and silver is a super deadly poison to microbial life forms.
Interesting.
And I was telling this a couple of weeks ago, and there was something green, and I said it reminds me of my brother. He's got argyria, which means that he's turned slightly blue.
I knew a woman like that once.
Did you?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why she was, but she was blue.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have got a couple of minutes to finish up.
Wind solar generating capacity is rising.
The share of U.S. grid electricity generated by natural gas will be relatively steady from 2019 to 2021 at 37% in 2019, 38% in 2020, and then falling back to 37% in 2021. That's the first time I've seen the EIA say that. This is according to the Energy Information Administration. Meanwhile, the share generated by renewables will rise from 17% to 21%. This is from
So this is grid electricity we're talking about.
Yes, this is from Callanish Energy.
The increase in renewables share is a result of expected additions to wind and solar generating capacity, which we've been talking about. I mean, it's economics.
Yep.
Coal will fall from 24% in 2019 to 21% in 2021.
You believe that?
And it's going to keep going.
I don't think it's even going to be close to 21% in
Nuclear will be slightly lower than 20% by 2021. Well, nuclear is too expensive to keep running.
Tom, we've got about 7 minutes to
6 minutes and 50 seconds
to do 6 items. So we're going to have to go through these really fast.
Well, we'll get a nice picture of Jeff Bezos here.
Yeah, this is from CNN.
There he is. Jeff Bezos commits $10 billion to fight climate change. Well, he can afford it.
Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos announced a new fund called the Bezos Earth Fund to back scientists, activists, and organizations working to mitigate the impact of climate change. Bezos will commit $10 billion, quote, to start, end quote, he said. The initiative will begin giving out grants this summer.
Well, it compares with $36 billion committed by Warren Buffett in 2006.
Yeah.
And $16 billion pledge by Helen Walton of Walmart.
Yeah.
Okay. Bezos calls, and he's right here, climate change the biggest threat to our planet.
Yes. Let's go on. Clean Technica.
USA had the largest CO2 reduction in the world in 2019. Well, that's interesting.
This is a good piece of good news to share that might have slipped under your nose. The USA had the largest CO2 reduction in the world in 2019 on a per-country basis. The entire EU, in total, did slightly better. The news comes from data gathered by the International Energy Agency.
Well, if you look at this, it's kind of grim because the EU and the US and Japan are the only 3 countries in the world that went down.
My bet is that there's other countries
some of the ones in Europe because they're part of the EU.
Yeah, I would bet that there are other countries that just didn't make it into their
maybe they didn't make it.
Graphs.
Well, the remainder of the world, this is from the article, is actually increasing its CO2.
Yeah. Public News Service has an item from
another
Louisville,
here
Kentucky.
Louisville.
And this is interesting because it's Kentucky this is coming from.
Well, I've been to Louisville, and it didn't look like that when I was there. Louisville is the 160th city to pass 100% renewable energy resolution.
In Kentucky, the Louisville Metro Council voted to commit 100% renewable energy use for the city's operations within the next 2 decades. That seems kind of slow to me. The city will work to shift public transit and other operations to run on clean energy such as electricity from solar power, electricity and solar power.
Well, I flew into Louisville one time when I was working in a mining cable industry. And we drove up from there to Pikeville where the mines are.
Yeah.
And we got up there at night, got up there in the morning, went to a nice motel up on a mountain.
Yeah.
Got up in the morning, and as we were walking out in the parking lot, I noticed that all the mountains that were visible were plateaus.
Yes.
And I remarked on that. And my friend says they're not plateaus. Mountaintop mining, they took the tops off the mountains.
They took the tops off the mountains. Okay, we are up to Wednesday, February 19th, and we have an item here from
we got a nice
Mid-Hudson News and a nice photograph.
That is Vassar College.
That's Vassar College. That's not some palace someplace.
No, it looks kind of pretty.
Yeah, okay.
Old building, but it's a pretty campus.
What do you got for a title, Tom?
Vassar College to buy renewable energy.
In Poughkeepsie, New York, or Poughkeepsie as local people say, Vassar College has announced an agreement with its energy provider to purchase electricity generated solely by renewable sources. The new contract with the energy supplier, EDF Energy, is effective on beginning July 2021. Vassar's goal is to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030.
Well, they've been moving to 100% renewables for a long time.
Yes,
so they're on track.
Okay, an item from vtdigger.org.
Yeah. Senators, this is about Vermont, by the way.
Yes.
Vermont senators. Senators consider requiring utilities to buy more local renewables. It's very controversial right now.
It is. A proposal discussed by the Vermont Senate Finance Committee, S-267, would require utilities to buy 100% renewable electricity by 2030. And 20% of that would have to come from smaller in-state sources, double the amount currently required by law.
This comes from VT Digger, and if you're interested in this is a very informative article.
Yes.
It's long, it goes into detail.
A lot of material from VT Digger.
And it's all about Vermont.
Yes.
So three of the state's utilities, which is the Burlington Electric Department, the Swanton Electric Department, and the Washington Electric Co-op, are already 100% renewable.
Yes.
Okay? The state's largest utility, Green Mountain Power, has committed to doing so by 2030.
Right.
Okay? Vermont has the highest clean energy employment rate in the nation.
Yes, but what's controversial about this is they want 20% of that to be local, where it had been 10%. So.
And Green Mountain Power is buying a lot of it from Hydro-Quebec, which they own, or which owns them.
Yeah. Okay, we have one last item from Clean Technica and a boring photograph from the owners of the boring company.
Well, that's a picture of a Tesla battery being made, and apparently all those little round things are cathodes.
Here, I thought those were beer cans. What do you got for titles?
Tesla Shanghai Model 3. They make this Tesla Model 3 in Shanghai.
They do.
May go cobalt free using CATL, that's a company, C-A-T-L, LFP cells. And you're going to explain what LFP
An LFP
means.
cell is lithium iron phosphate, and it is very often called in energy circles LiFePO4, LiFePO4 is the chemical symbol, but these people are calling it LFP.
Well, F stands for ferrous, so it's...
Yes, that's right. Tesla is in talks with battery producer CATL to supply lithium ion phosphate cells for the Shanghai-made Tesla Model 3, Reuters reported. LFP cells are relatively cheap, simple to package, and require no scarce minerals such as cobalt and nickel.
Exactly.
And this is something
mineral supply constraints.
Yeah.
You can't get cobalt. Nickel's fairly abundant still.
Yeah.
But it's you got to go some to get it. But cobalt's in trouble.
Well, cobalt, we have the problems with child miners in Nigeria and stuff
That is
like
a problem, yeah.
Yep. Okay, we are pretty much up to the end of the show, and so I have a last message for you, which is have an astonishingly easy week. Why don't you put us up and we can wave goodbye?
I will do that.
There you go.
Goodbye, folks.
Have a good week. Come back next time.
Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, February 18, 2020 Select Board meeting. We know the meeting has been properly warned because we came at 5:30 for executive session. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the January 21st, January 28th, and February 4th meetings of the Select Board.
So moved.
Elizabeth has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. The next section is Chair's Remarks, and I do have Chair's Remarks that were left right here on my binder while I was gone. And those remarks are, that tomorrow night, which is Wednesday, February 19th at 6:30 p.m. in this very room, the Select Board room, second floor, Municipal Center, will be the Select Board Candidates Forum. It will be aired live on Channel 10 and live streamed on Facebook at the Brattleboro Community TV Facebook page. If you need to come to the meeting and you want accessible entrance, please make sure to come and park in the back parking lot where you can use the elevator to come up to this floor. Okay, those are my comments. Peter?
Thank you. I have two this evening. One is an immediate follow-up to that, just to remind everyone that early voting has begun for both the presidential primary and the town's election. Early voting is occurring on the first floor of the Municipal Center every weekday during business hours between 8:30 and 5. Also, the town clerk's office, also on the first floor here at the Municipal Center, will be open on Saturday, March 29th. That's the last Saturday before the day of the election. Saturday, March 29th from 9 in the morning until noon here at the town clerk's office for folks who want to vote early. And then the actual election day is March 3rd, Tuesday, March 3rd. The polls will be open from 7 in the morning until 7 in the evening next door to the Municipal Center at the American Legion Hall. There will be parking available that day at the Legion, at the State Office Building parking lot, at the courthouse, and in our Municipal Center parking lot. We are anticipating a better than average turnout, given that it's not just the town's local election, but also a presidential primary election. And so we'll be trying to make sure that it is convenient for everyone to come and participate in the vote. And a quick update about the Hinsdale Bridge project. Here in this room last week, we had a meeting of the Hinsdale and Brattleboro Combined Citizen Advisory Committee, working with New Hampshire DOT and Vermont's Agency of Transportation, VTrans, in the development of that project. And so I have a timeline, an updated timeline to share with everyone. It's actually, they are anticipating that the NHDOT, who is responsible for the construction of the project, anticipates that the project should still be done by the original deadline. It's going to start a little bit later than intended in terms of getting out to bid and having an award of a contract, but it's multiple years, and they believe that they can make up the time. So the time frame, so the community is aware of how soon it's coming along, is that the project should be out to bid this summer in August, with a bid award in the fall and active construction work beginning a little over a year from now in April of 2021. The active construction is to continue from 2021 until 2023. And when the new bridge is completed, there will then be rehabilitation work done on the two old bridges, or existing bridges, to turn them into bike ped access between the two states. So that project is expected to take about another year and be done in 2024.
Thank you, Peter. Plenty of time to plan our alternate routes if you use a car.
Indeed.
From 2021 to 2024.
Yeah, well, and one nice factor in this project is the old bridges will remain in use until the new bridge is ready to take that traffic. So while there will be a lot of activity in the area, the disruption should be less than for some other bridge projects.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I will move to select board comments and committee reports. Is there anybody who would like to make a comment or give a committee report? Daniel?
I was just going to jump on the candidate forum thing, and I'm glad that you brought it up and not me. And in addition to being on BCTV or live in this room, it's also going to be on the radio live, hopefully, fingers crossed, if we get the technology right, on WVEW 107.7 FM.
Excellent. Community media at its finest. Very good. Other members of the board have comments or committee reports? Tim?
I just want to let everybody know that last week, Liz and Peter and I were fortunate enough to be able to spend the time to go to VLCT's Town Governance Day up in Montpelier. I think that's what they call it,
Local Government
Local
Day.
Government Day, sorry. Which is always an experience. I think it was the third time I went up. And we basically, we spoke about a lot of subjects with our legislators. I think we would summarize it as 3 different subjects that we concentrated the most on. That was the upcoming decisions they're going to be making with cannabis and cannabis taxation and regulation. The self-governance, which, as you know, if you've been paying attention, that this board has been very involved with, and so has our town manager, serving on the VLCT board himself. And also some wastewater regulation details that we have a high stake in, and our citizens do. So I thought I would speak a little bit to the cannabis, what happened there, and maybe Liz can take self-governance, and I'm going to spring a surprise on Peter and say, you can let us know what's going on in wastewater, just a little snippet. But as far as the cannabis taxation goes, the House Government Ops Committee had sent it out with a recommended 2% local option tax recommendation, which was less than we were looking for, but still a reasonable place to land. Then something went sideways, we think. The House Ways and Means, while negotiating for a 14% excise tax, so a 14% tax on all cannabis sales, and 6% regular sales tax sales on the cannabis, the only thing a town would get in that scenario is a 1% local option tax, which only if you're a town that passed the 1% local option tax like we did last year, luckily. So that would be a small amount. But what they're moving, they seem to be moving to the idea of, instead of giving all the towns and all the municipalities the ability to take a portion of the taxation, to instead have us participate similar to the way they give us fees for liquor commissioners. We charge in parity the fees that the state can, for the most part, which is a much less amount. It's very little money going to the towns, and very little money proportionally going to towns like ours that are actually paying for police forces and fire department, and are going to be heavily impacted, or we don't really know what the impact's going to be. So we're trying to stake out a little bit of money for the community, because we're going to be left with all this responsibility when this gets passed. Anyway, there was a lot going back and forth, and but we had some good conversations. We're not sure where it stands right now. It's having trouble at the moment just going anywhere, I think. And I'll just let Liz talk about self-governance, I think.
Well, it was very interesting going to this conference, and I got to see relationships between the town and the legislators that I hadn't seen and understood before. I was pleasantly surprised that I didn't know a lot of legislators, and was able to get some insights from them about how they view our priorities. And one of them was self-governance. And it's interesting because it's such a big deal to us and the towns that also want it. And it was definitely small potatoes to the legislature. The Senate has passed its Bill S-106, but it hasn't been taken out by the House. And I think, well, I was able to tell the House leadership how important it is to us and get that back on their radar. They seemed surprised that it's something that we would want when it's so obvious to us that it's necessary. So if anyone is inclined to contact their legislators and tell them how important it is to Brattleboro, they should do so. I think we should just mention what a great job Senator Jeanette White did for us in getting this passed by the Senate last year. And that's it. Just local decision making is so important to us. And a lot of the other towns chimed in, because it's important to a lot of different towns, on things like getting a stop sign or other tiny matters that have to go up to the state to be decided, when, as we said, it would free the legislator up to doing their important business without worrying about these picky and little things that they worry about on our behalf. So it's something that, if our if our constituents, if our town residents told the legislature that it was important to them as mutual constituents, it might be helpful, because I don't think that it's registering to them that the towns themselves have can take this responsibility on themselves. Anything else?
Thanks, Liz. Peter, did you want to chime in about wastewater?
Yeah, just briefly. So it's the stormwater management that legislation that the state has passed is necessary in order to protect the waters of the state, but particularly Lake Champlain. So there's a phosphorus problem up in the northwest part of the state that is requiring a very significant expense of investing in better stormwater management infrastructure, both by municipalities and by private interests. On this side of the state, there's a nitrogen issue with the river that is not as significant, but still exists. It needs to be addressed. The problem with the legislation is, as so often is true in our relationship with the state, it goes right to the heart of the self-governance discussion, that the requirements have been passed without sufficient funding assistance. These are major investments that municipalities are having to make in stormwater management infrastructure, mostly but not exclusively along roadsides. For some communities, it's also including a very significant investment in upgrading their sewage treatment plants, but because our wastewater treatment plant was upgraded just within this decade, that part fortunately isn't going to be a burden for Brattleboro. But the upshot of it is, tying back to our recent budget discussions and looking ahead to things we will be working on in the year ahead, that here in Brattleboro, we think that the best approach for us to make sure that there is both a effective funding mechanism and a fair way to collect the money from the people who are actually contributing stormwater runoff is a stormwater utility, which would be function like the water and sewer utility, but specific to stormwater functioning. And the main reason why that's important is there is an equity issue that will address among those of us who live in own property in Brattleboro, and whether that's residential property or commercial industrial property. But the most important reason why that will be important to us in our community is because of the amount of state property that contributes to this. So I-91 is a huge contributor of stormwater runoff. There are other state highways all over town that contribute, and some state facilities like the building next door. So the state of Vermont doesn't pay any property taxes, but is a contributor to the fee-based payments into a stormwater utility, and we'll have more information to share on that in the months ahead.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other committee reports or comments from this table? Okay. Then I am going to go ahead and move us into public participation. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on something that is not listed on tonight's agenda. Is there anybody here tonight who's here to do that? Okay. Then I'm going to move on to liquor commissioners. I would entertain a motion to convene as liquor commissioners.
So moved.
Okay, David's made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are now liquor commissioners, and our first order of business is second-class liquor license renewal for Max LLC, doing business as One Stop. Okay, hi there. If you'd like to come over to our table, you can introduce yourself. The microphone will not amplify your voice, but it allows people watching on TV to hear you.
Okay. My name is John Cushman, one of the owners of Max LLC. Mohammed Anand with me today is the other owner. Here to address the instance where one of our employees did sell alcohol, beer, to an underage person. He was, when we checked them on it, because we had trained them beforehand when we took the place over in October, that this is urgent. We got to do this. And he said he was very busy one night, and he thought he knew this person, and he called us right away after and said, "Oh my God, I don't know what happened." And we trained him, and we told him again that this is very, very important. You can never let this happen again. And I'm happy to say since then we've got 2 positive commendations from the Liquor Control Board that they've checked, and we're on track.
Great, great. Members of the board have questions or comments? outside of the information that was just provided?
Yeah,
David?
just, you mentioned it would never happen again, but this was your second.
We had this was, when we first took it over, we had a couple of people in there, and they left on us, and then these other two people came in, and they're the ones that are there now, and this happened to them. And we thought we had them trained well, and we explained it going in, and like I said, what happened that one night happened, and since we've urged them and really stressed how eminent this is, since then they haven't done it.
So the first
last
violation
two-
was the previous employees?
Previous employees, correct.
Thanks for that clarifying question, David. Other members of the board have questions or comments?
Yeah.
I don't.
I don't either. I think you know whatever it is. It sounds like you've already addressed
Oh,
it expediently.
This is urgent. No.
So, okay. Okay, perfect. So if we don't have further questions or comments, then at this time, I would entertain a motion for this renewal. Liz?
I move to approve the renewal of a second-class liquor license for Max LLC, doing business as One Stop at 414 Canal Street.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thanks for
it.
coming in.
Okay, we are still liquor commissioners. And our second order of business is the renewal of a first and third class liquor license and entertainment permit for $3 Dewey's, doing business as McNeil's. And Ray, if you come over to our table.
Do you have to recuse yourself because you get your picture taken?
No, that's good.
Hold on to now. Okay, once again, the microphone won't amplify you, but it's meant to be perfect. Okay.
Well, I'm somewhat at a loss of words here. The server, one of the servers failed a compliance test,
Okay.
and she has worked for me for 8 years. This was not, she's not new by any means. In fact, she works more than any other employee, any of the servers, that is. And she made a mistake. I don't know what else to say. She was preoccupied cleaning the place and not paying attention. She and I were both required by the state to take the server training course again. I've taken it
Yeah.
probably 20 times.
Yeah.
And I would just like to point out that this is the first time that anything like this has happened in 35 years.
Wow. Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
not
that's
likely
quite
to
the
be
record.
back here again.
Well, if it happens again in 35 years,
I'm not going to be here.
I won't be here, and a lot of us, will not be here.
I'm planning on it.
You're planning on, okay, that's.
I won't.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Are there members of the, excuse me, members of the board that have questions or comments for Mr. McNeil?
No.
That was a pretty cut and dry explanation. Tim, David?
Nope. We're all set.
Yeah, a letter of warning from the state, I guess, is what you got. Can I ask you a question? Because
Yep.
I've never known
Sure.
the answer to this. Why is it known as $3 Dewey's?
That's the corporate name.
Oh, yeah.
We started doing business as McNeil's Brewery, and then our legal name now is McNeil's Pub and Brewery. But that switch happened around 1992, maybe 93, somewhere in there. 92. So,
Just curious where the name came from.
right. Right.
Just-
That was the original corporate name.
Got it. All right, well, thanks for being one of our many Brattleboro institutions.
And you guys are pretty busy down there, so the fact that this is the first time in 35 years, I'm sorry that it happened, but I think there's something to be said for that as well, for the track record. So good job. I would at this time entertain a motion for this renewal.
I move,
Oh, go ahead.
go ahead, okay. I move we approve renewal of a first-class liquor license, a third-class liquor license, and an entertainment permit for $3 Dewey's, doing business as McNeil's Brewery at 90 Elliott Street.
Perfect. David has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Sorry, I was distracted signing the liquor license.
All right. Please do sign the
Try to
liquor
keep-
license.
try to
That's
keep it.
important. All right. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Ray, for coming in. Appreciate it. Okay. We have one final item, and that is a new second-class liquor license for Passmart Inc.
Passmart, we learned this afternoon the representative of Passmart might not make it because of the weather this
Oh,
evening.
okay.
So
Sure.
I can speak to the status of this matter, and then you can decide whether you wish to proceed or whether you'd rather hold it over for an evening when the representative can be here.
Okay.
This is the same type of liquor license previously held by those who ran it as Sonny's Sunoco for many years in the same location. It has been reviewed by the police department, fire department, and other town staff. We do believe that everything is in order and ready for your approval. It's unusual, but not improper for the select board to approve a license like this when it's been thoroughly vetted, but when the representative of the business is not present. So
And
it's really a discretionary call for you.
Is this just beer and wine like it's always been?
That's right.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Second class is the sale of beer and wine to
And tobacco.
take off the premises, not to
Okay.
be consumed on the premises.
Yeah, just it's always been as long as I've known it anyways.
Did this entity have a problem in the past year?
No, not at all. The other two that were before you tonight to address violations that had occurred were because they were part of the batch of renewals 2 weeks ago tonight. And you asked that they come in and talk about what had happened with the violations. This is completely separate from that. It's a new issuance. If you approve it, it'll be the new issuance of a license to the people who are going to be the new operators of that facility that's been there for many years.
But I understand correctly that it's a new issuance, but it's not a new location for
Correct.
selling.
That's correct.
Definitely
Yeah.
line
Not
there.
adding
It's-
another outlet.
Right.
Basically, Vermont doesn't allow transfers of liquor licenses. In other jurisdictions, often something like this would be a transfer from the old owner to a new owner. Here, what happens is the old owner permission evaporates because they're no longer operating the facility, and the new owner needs to obtain a new license.
And go through the training and.
Go through the whole process. Exactly.
I think, given that we may not be meeting at our regular time, I would be willing to make an exception and approve this. And since the police and fire have already said everything is in order.
I don't really have a problem approving it either, just because it's not an additional point of sale. That would usually raise more concern for me than continuing the same establishment or it's the same location, point of sale.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to trust that everyone did their work and their due diligence, and by the time it gets here, if it's recommended for approval, then it's good enough for me.
Okay. Then I would entertain a motion on this item.
I'll make a motion.
All right.
Move to approve a second-class liquor license for Passmart Inc. at 228 Canal Street.
All right. Daniel has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. I would entertain a motion to adjourn as liquor commissioners.
So moved.
Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
And so we now move to unfinished business, and our one and only item is Communications Union District, CUD, planning process. And our first item under that item is an update from Sue Westa from the Wyndham Regional Commission.
If it's okay with the select board, Patrick has a couple of
Absolutely.
Table setting remarks?
Please do, Patrick.
Thank you. So, as you know, we have a special guest this evening, and before I pass the microphone over to Sue Westa from the Wyndham Regional Planning Commission, I thought it might be worthwhile to remind particularly the folks at home about the nature of the conversation which has been ongoing in Brattleboro for about the last 2 years. For those who are frequent watchers of select board meetings, you might remember that in late 2018, a member of the library staff actually approached the select board during public participation to say, hey, you know, there are communities out there that are developing and building out municipally owned fiber optic internet services, and maybe that's something Brattleboro could take a look at. The board at the time thought it was worth exploring, and so they sent staff on a mission to investigate. I later came back to the board in September of last year with a fairly lengthy report that tried to outline the existing level of service in Brattleboro today and sort of comparing that to other areas of Vermont. It detailed a number of municipally managed fiber optic internet service projects from several towns within a couple hours drive of Brattleboro, some that were down in Massachusetts, others in Vermont. And lastly, that report attempted to explore the current state of state statute as it relates to public financing for municipal internet service or communications plan. And I'm sure the board will recall that what we discovered there is that in terms of public financing, the only allowable methodology in the state of Vermont is for revenue bonds and not for general obligation bonds. There was a lot to chew on there at that meeting, and so the board took this matter up again in October of that same year, last year. And at that point in time, staff was asking for some direction. What would you like for us to pursue? And at the time, the board concluded that we should move forward on two fronts. The first would be to let the state know of our desire to at least have the authority to use general obligation bonds, should we choose so. And to that effect, we worked with an existing small committee of state folks who were asked by the legislature to explore that idea. So that included the head of the Vermont Municipal Bond Bank, the state treasurer, Beth Pierce, and also the secretary of the administration. We provided our input to them in a letter. Our views eventually made it into their report to the legislature, but unfortunately their recommendation to the legislature was that we not permit general obligation bonding at this time. So that's sort of where that sits at the moment. The second direction that the board gave to staff was to continue to participate with regional discussions around a communication union district. In the months since that time, the Wyndham Regional Commission sought out and received funding from the Vermont Department of Public Service. They got what's called a BIG grant, or a Broadband Innovation Grant, the amount of $60,000. And the purpose of that funding was to provide professional technical assistance to participating Wyndham Region municipalities in the exploration of a communications union district. That project got underway formally just last month in January, and that project has been specifically assigned to Sue Westa, a senior planner at the Wyndham Regional Commission. And Sue's here, and she can walk us through a little bit about what that project entails.
Thank you, Patrick. Sue.
Okay, so yeah, I think I'll start by giving you an overview, kind of high-level overview of our project, and then if you have questions, we can go from there. So as Patrick said, we got this grant from the State Public Service Commission, and we are kicked off the meeting. We signed the grant in December, signed the contract, and then held our kickoff meeting in January, where we had over 60 attendees at the Newfane Fire Department, where we had the meeting. There seems to be lots of interest. I'm getting calls all the time from communities and folks who are interested in this project. And this effort is really about developing a feasibility study and a business plan, looking at whether or not we should form a community, or our community should form a communications union district, or maybe multiple communication union district in order to implement fiber broadband throughout our region. This is really focused on, the communication union districts are really focused first on serving those communities that are unserved and or underserved. However, all communities throughout the region are able to participate. It's following a model that was developed by ValleyNet and EC Fiber just north of here. That model has been successful, and they have implemented broadband service through most of the towns in that region right now. They're still working on a few of those. In that region. However, Carol Monroe from EC Fiber is one of our partners on this project. She is one of our technical service providers. Our other technical service provider is from the Rural Innovation Strategies Group, who has experience with this. They've been working with ValleyNet and looking at implementing broadband service in other rural regions throughout the country, actually. So the Wyndham Region Commission is really a part of this grant to help bring all the communities together and get the word out about the project and hear about, what the community's concerns are. So after we held our kickoff meeting in January, we asked all the towns to develop a resolution saying that they were interested in participating and assign a town appointee so that we know have a specific person that we knew to reach out to. And then last week, we held a survey training meeting. So one of the things that we're doing in order to hear from the folks in the region is a survey that just went up online today. It's on our website at wyndhamregional.org/broadband. There's lots of other resources for communities who are looking to get the word out about the survey. So not only is the survey available online, but there's a paper copy for those folks who don't have access to the online version. There are flyers, there are summary sheets that people can use to help develop articles, but that's really what the meeting was about last week, and a lot of folks had some really interesting ideas for how to get the survey out in their towns, from having a table at their town meeting to standing outside their local grocery store or the town dump. They're going to be putting paper flyers out at local libraries and town halls, and I know Patrick has already got a lot of that underway here in Brattleboro. So that survey is due March 17th. We'll be taking responses until that time. At that point, our technical service providers will finalize their feasibility study. That should be done by the end of April. Then the state will take a look at that and approve it. They have promised that they would do that within a couple weeks, and once that is approved, the business plan will be developed, and that is targeted to be completed this summer, July or August. So, yeah, taking a step back a second, in terms of communication union districts, we're only 2 towns are required to have a town meeting vote in order to form a communication union district. And then if other communities are interested in participating, they just need a vote of their Board of Selectmen to participate in the communications union district. So we have a couple, at least I think 3 or 4, who are bringing it to town meeting this March, and I'm sure others will join on. Others have certainly expressed interest, but depending on the results of the feasibility study and the business plan. And then that information would be handed over to the Communications Union District, however that forms, and then they'll begin the work of trying to figure out how to finance the development. And there are grants through the federal and state governments. They can use revenue bonds, but it's not connected to the municipality at all. There's no way that the municipalities will be responsible for any of these, the finances related to the Communications Union District. That is all through the Communications Union District and its board, and the folks who, of course, are participating in the service. So, do you have any questions specifically?
Great. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is that was so much good information. I just want to pull us right back to saying, if you want to be able to participate in the survey, which needs to be done by Tuesday, March 17th, one way to do it is to go through the project website at www.wyndhamregional.org/broadband. And Patrick, where in Brattleboro can people get paper copies?
Sure. Paper copies are available in the town manager's office, at the town clerk's office. By this time tomorrow, it'll be available at Brooks Memorial Library and also at the Gibson Aiken Center. I would point out that there is a link to the survey already on the town's website. Perfect. Right on the front page. And later this week, we are doing a mailing to every residence in Brattleboro, indicating, here's the web address. Please take a few minutes and provide us with your feedback. If you're unable to, get online, we understand. Please reach out to the town manager's office, and we'll make arrangements to get a paper copy in your hands.
That sounds great. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Now, are there questions or comments from members of the board for Sue or Patrick? But Sue. David?
I have a couple, but I was assuming you might want to jump. Okay. Thank you again. First of all, so much for taking time to come here and let us know what's going on. You mentioned it's the underserved communities, and when we had our discussion that Patrick referred to some time ago, a few months ago, we learned that well, first of all, it depends on your definition, but of broadband, which is, we have a minimal definition, and then there's what we'd like to see as far as internet speeds. But how would you define underserved communities? We found out that we are approximately 95% covered in a minimal definition of broadband speeds. So how would you compare Brattleboro's situation to some of the other communities? What kind of percentage coverage, if you know?
Yes, I don't know specifically off the top of my head, but I do know that there are communities that have very minimal internet access at all. And there are ones that all they have is DSL, which is very low service. So, I understand that not everybody in Brattleboro is served, and you might want to be served at a higher rate eventually, and that would be one reason to participate in this effort and to eventually become part of the district.
Okay.
It's much more effective for these small rural places to band together in order to provide a service like this. It really doesn't make sense for each town to do it on their own. The costs are just too high, and there's just not enough benefit for any of the companies. So that's why connecting the rural communities with those that are more densely developed does help too.
That does make sense to you, that we would jump in the fray.
Yes,
even
absolutely.
With communities that have literally sometimes no.
So you wouldn't be the first ones to receive, to have build out fiber. They would go to those underserved and unserved ones first, but you would be part of the organization or part of the district, and then eventually you would be, and that's what's happening with the EC Fiber Group right now.
And thank you. My second question is simple too. The Wyndham Region Broadband Project, it occurs to me that can be a little bit of a broader definition than just fiber. Do you happen to know if these monies can be used for other technologies such as wireless cellular communications?
This grant is specifically focused on broadband fiber.
Okay,
yes.
So physical line fiber.
Yes.
Infrastructure build-outs.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I sort of want to follow on from that.
Yep.
if this project were to move forward, there's a big build out of physical infrastructure. And also we're at a time where technology is leaping forward. Is there a danger that the physical infrastructure that gets built becomes out of date pretty quickly?
Our technical service advisors are suggesting that this, in more rural areas at least, this is going to be the next step for quite a while. I don't know
But in Brattleboro,
specifically
maybe.
how much, but in larger urban areas like, Boston and New York, not even Brattleboro, they're going to have a lot of other options there. It's still going to be fairly limited up here, and the amount of download and upload speeds that you can get with the fiber is pretty significant, and much more significant than what many folks have now.
I just got another one, if I may.
Yeah.
I do ask a lot of questions, locally owned. That's not an option for us here in Vermont. And you reminded me that the Communications Union District would be the one seeking the revenue bond, that's correct?
Yes.
And so a town participating, the taxpayers of a town participating in the Communications Union District are sort of insulated from
Yes,
losses?
they are, and that's very clear in the statute.
Can you say more about that? Explain it for me, like I'm 5.
So the Communication Union District functions similarly to a town. Instead of having a board of selectmen, they would have a board of the Communications Union District. And those folks will make the decisions about, and there would be a representative from each of the towns at least who participates, and those folks would make all the financial decisions, would apply for grants and loans, and it would operate similarly to how a town does, only it's a completely different organization.
So if the CUD loses money, what happens to the taxpayers of the town that is part of that CUD?
Nothing should happen to them.
Okay.
Well, Patrick wants to jump in.
Yeah, if I can, I'd just like to jump on that and emphasize that a little bit more. It's explicitly clear in the statutes that provide for communication union districts that property tax dollars or sales tax dollars are utterly unwelcome within the framework of a communication union district, and that the only recourse for investors would be the assets of the CUD. But just to be really clear and upfront, before staff comes back with a recommendation for your consideration that, hey, we ought to participate in a communications union district, one of the things that we'll be doing is having Bob Fisher take a really close look at this and providing his advice to you as to what any of the risks that Brattleboro would be accepting by participating. But our expectation at this time is that there is essentially a firewall between the CUD and the municipality, and that the municipality's assets could not be tapped in the event that the CUD went belly up.
Liz?
I have my same broken record question about regional towns working together, because I know our relationship with the Wyndham Regional Commission is a per capita fee, and therefore we pay more than the surrounding towns because our population is larger. Is the representation in this in whatever union district that's created for funding of the broadband going to be similarly based on a per capita amount, or is it because the smaller towns are the ones that have the greater need than we do?
No, I do not believe so. It will be, the towns will not participate at that level financially. It will be individual subscribers that will participate.
Thank you.
Could you talk a little bit, I think it's hard to understand the financing because we have we only have a couple of models that we understand municipalities typically use. And can you talk a little bit about how BC Fiber raised money for their project? Are you familiar with that?
So generally, I'm familiar. If you want really specifics, we'd have to have our partner, Carol Monroe, here. But generally, I understand that they financed a lot of it up front with individual investments from the community. There were folks who stepped up with large contributions. Mm-hmm. They're not recommending that we do it that way. And they learned some lessons through that process that, they're sharing with us and other new CUDs that are getting up and running. But they, once they had some of that funding in place, then they were able to get some loans, I believe, to help state economic development loans to get that construction up and running. And now they have a lot of customers, so they're financed more that way.
Yeah. I believe they also sold much smaller, or got much smaller investments from people along the road, so that when they had enough people investing, they could run it up.
That may be true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be worth hearing more about that model. It was pretty interesting. Mm-hmm. Also, the way you described the underserved areas, and I think that one of somebody at the New Thing meeting talked about. For Brattleboro, the most likely effect would be if Dummerston were a member and it wound up going up Stickney Brook, then it would be very easy for it to come down the other side, down Sunset Lake or down Pleasant Valley and into that part of town, coming from a rural rather than coming from the urban center.
Right.
That's a more likely outcome.
Sure.
But there are a couple of things that I think have turned out to be misconceptions, at least based on what I heard at the New Fame meeting, and one of them was about the general obligation of bonding. I understand, and I thought was said quite clearly at that meeting, that a municipality could take general obligation bonds to run fiber to municipal facilities. If we wanted to run fiber to the police department or out to the public works area, we could bond for that and we could run that, and then people could take service off that backbone along that route. And that was pretty clearly articulated by the woman from EC Fiber.
I thought it was just the revenue bonds.
Patrick, do you recall that?
I do. It was a position of Carol Monroe that if the municipality was building its own network for its own purposes for internal communication, so for example, if we wanted to build our own network where the municipal center could communicate with the Gibson Aiken Center, the library, and public works, etc., we could use general obligations for the purposes of constructing our own publicly managed network for our own purposes. I think some additional research, particularly from Bob Fisher, would be worthwhile before we assumed that could necessarily provide service to the public, because I think we're then in that situation where we'd be using general obligation bonds to provide a retail service, and I think
we do that with our roads, by the way. But yeah,
absolutely. Oh, and by the way, I completely agree. I mean, our argument for the use of general obligation bonds and for our ability to move forward that way, if in fact that's what the people of Brattleboro would like, I think it's pretty clear. But
another question that came up was around and I think, actually it was Chris Campany that responded to this one, about the confining. A lot of towns have decided they want to confine development. They want to keep development down in a compact area and not have it happening, sort of spasmodic or scattered around the region. And I don't recall exactly what his response was. I sort of asked if he could come tonight because I didn't recall that. But do you recall, or what the why it's also important for the downtown or the more compressed, compact, whatever the right word is for more urban areas, and why it's also important for fiber to come into those areas?
In order for fiber to, so like for Brattleboro, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, I think the value is in getting that higher quality connection. If folks in town here aren't feeling like their connections are good enough for what they need to do in terms of, businesses, school, it's an important education tool
Streaming,
now,
Netflix.
healthcare, there are a lot of things.
Yeah, I'm really pleased that you included all that in the summary sheet. The students and teachers part, particularly the opportunity to interact in real time with large numbers of students. If, for instance, a snow day occurred or if somebody was homesick, they could still be in class. And the same is true with that kind of resolution for medical diagnosis and treatments and teaching, turning a school nurse office into a medical home for families whose kids are in those buildings. So there's a lot of really significant value in it. So I appreciate you including that in the presentation.
Good. Yes, thank you very much. And I appreciate the update tonight. We do still have another item under this update, which does require action, to not lose sight of that, and that is the official designation of the town representative to the CUD. Is that correct? And who would like to address that item? Sue, Peter, feels weird for Patrick to address it.
So, happy to relieve Patrick of that weirdness.
Great.
So, based on your earlier discussions, Patrick outlined well at the beginning of this item the history of how this has been considered by this board and actually the prior select boards here in Brattleboro as well. And based on the action that this board took last fall, directing that we stay engaged with whatever regional effort might evolve, Patrick has been doing that on behalf of the town. And so since the organizers of this effort now are requesting that there be a specifically designated individual, we think it makes sense for the board to designate Patrick as that specifically designated contact person for Brattleboro.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough to do.
Nope. Nope, he needs one more thing. Okay, then I would entertain a motion for that appointment, designee appointment.
I move to designate Assistant Town Manager Patrick Moreland as the town's representative in the regional planning effort for a communication union district.
Okay, Liz has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Oh, before we voted, I guess I should have asked if you accept.
Well, this
Too
is
late.
weird. Yes, I'd be happy to.
Great, thank goodness. Then we are all unanimous. Wonderful, thank you so much, Sue. Thank you. Drive safe tonight. Okay, that concludes our unfinished business for the evening, and we will now go ahead and move into new business. And our first item under new business is the financial report, the monthly report for January. Peter?
Thank you. So the basic report that I have to offer tonight is not particularly noteworthy. It's about like you usually see for this time of the year. There is some really good news I want to share at the end. But the written report that was in the materials for this evening's meeting is a memorandum from Finance Director John O'Connor dated February 5th, 2020. Indicates that after the prorations that we do in order to factor in for the very large payments that are made on certain items either once a year or semi-annually, after those prorations, the general fund expenditures are at 56.1%. We are 58.3% of the way through the fiscal year, so those are in good shape. Yep. Likewise, the expenditures in the parking fund and the prorated expenditures in the utilities fund are respectively at 56.1 and 56.0% for the year. So very solid shape in all fronts. The loan report shows $4,206,141 in outstanding loans. And of the many loans that are being repaid, there is one that has a payment overdue and one other that is in default and is fully reserved. The program income report states $487,765 of available funds for additional grants and loans to be made for housing purposes and economic development purposes in Brattleboro. And the grant activity where we go out and seek grant funds from others to accomplish good purposes here in town. We currently have 41 active grants being implemented and 5 grants in the application process. We have an additional one that's on your agenda this evening. Revenues in general are on target as well in the general fund and the other funds. But we have really good news that we've received now just last Thursday, our second quarterly installment for the local option sales tax. And it came in at $227,215. So added to the first quarter receipt of $211,673. We're currently halfway through the year at $438,888 received. From a source that we had predicted, we knew it was a conservative prediction, but we didn't expect it to be this conservative. We had predicted that halfway through the year we would have $315,000, and that was actually based on data. It wasn't a number out of the air. It was based on prior year's receipts. We think that it is likely that most of the difference between the 315 and the 438 is the result of the state's increased efforts to collect state sales tax and therefore also our 1% local option tax on internet sales.
The online tax, you mean?
I'm sorry?
The online sale tax?
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
that's
internet sales traditionally were not collected or were under collected, and the state of Vermont's tax department has put a lot of effort into correcting that, particularly with some of the larger online retailers. And we think that that's likely accounting for the significant excess revenue that we're able to collect, at least so far, for these first 2 quarters.
Great, thank you, Peter.
Question,
David?
Brandy?
Yes?
Is there, could we ask, I'm not sure who would do it, would it be the chamber or the downtown, the DBA, or both maybe, to see if they can ascertain some similar data in terms of what the businesses downtown are experiencing in terms of, have they seen any impact, the impact that they were concerned about? Is there any evidence that that's happening? I know people have apologized to me for having to charge 7% sales tax, but and I have to point out to them that it's only 1% more than it was beforehand. But we often do things and then don't look at all of the consequences, and I think it'd be worth our while to try and find out what the impact has been on the businesses. I don't know if we can do that in places like.
I hear what you're saying, right? And like the number is also the story, right? So I'm presuming that yes, we're collecting more from the internet, but maybe also part of that number is,
People are still shopping.
People are still shopping. Mm-hmm. And so like, it's really hard to argue with that number. It's nice and cut and dried. And we could also get some of that qualitative data, but I don't know if I would trust one over the other. I'm probably going to trust the number in the end. Not that it matters what I trust.
The number
beauty
is
of math.
Yeah.
The number is clear, but the maybe part isn't. Yeah. And I think the merchants can better reflect on the volume of their sales. If there's an additional tax being collected on online sales that's contributing to this, it would cover up if there were fewer sales in town. So, the only source would be the people that are selling. They have books. They know how much they're selling compared to previous years. They could probably give us. It may be too soon, 6 months into it. But
might be a little soon.
I think it's a little soon.
So we can do it after a year, but we should have a look. It's just responsible to do that.
Further questions or comments?
Yes. The Chamber of Commerce had that data last year, so I'm sure it would be easy enough for them to add this year to it.
Excellent, thank you for that. Other questions or comments on the January financial report?
I actually do have a
Daniel,
question
what is it?
about this. It's seasonally appropriate. It's about the Public Works Winter Roads budget, which is running higher than expected, and we have a little bit of winter left to go. And I was wondering how we're feeling about that.
Same way we feel every year when this happens.
Nothing like jinxing it, Daniel, but let's answer that.
So we use 5-year rolling averages. Yeah. And depending on the winter, there's so many different factors. I can't give you a good, clear answer as to what has driven the consumption of additional materials this year. I remember we had quite a lot of ice last year, and my gut read is that we haven't had as much ice. We've had plentiful snow and some ice this year, but maybe my read on that is wrong compared to what's actually been experienced on the streets.
Data versus...
Yeah, exactly. And so be happy to get that from Public Works and provide you an update as to what's
Sure.
been happening out there. I would say it is not unusual. It's basically a 50-50 proposition that some winters are going to be harsher and consume this winter roads budget more substantially than others. Also, as we've pushed information out into the community just within the last week, the part of this that relates to patching potholes is we're going to significantly exceed our expected allocation for that. But there's a fair amount of this that applies to the consumable materials of salt and sand, as well as the materials that are put in to try to stabilize the roads. So it's a more complicated equation than I can tell you about off the top of my head. I'd be happy to have Steve and his team put together a little report.
Sure. And then I had one other thing that I'm going to be quiet. In the same section of the report, Public Works yard expense, building repairs, there was a budget for 15,000 and expenditures have been 28,000. And I was kind of thinking about that within the context of thinking about the Public Works building and how things are doing, and I'm presuming that that's in some way to do with that.
Yes. Symptom of a very old facility that we are having to nurse along to keep as functional and safe as we can until we're able to move forward and replace it.
Okay.
Further questions or comments on the January financial report? There is no action needed, and so we will move into our next item. Thank you for that update, Peter. And our next item is the local hazard mitigation plan progress report. I see that Brian Bannon, our zoning administrator, is here with us. Peter, do you have any lead-ins, or should we go straight to Brian?
Straight to Brian, please.
Hi, Brian.
Hi, Brian.
Hey, Brian.
Every year, as part of our participation in the National Flood Insurance Program, we have to report out to the public and the elected officials how we're doing on our hazard mitigation plan. And hazard mitigation plans, we adopt them for 5 years, and we're coming up on readoption in 21. So even as we're evaluating what we've accomplished, we're also starting the process of collecting new projects that will reduce the possibility of disaster coming in the future. So we've actually made really good progress, both as a town and then partners of the town, in reducing risk. And that includes removing almost 80 homes or dwelling units from areas of the highest flood risk. And those are the homes that were most badly damaged during Tropical Storm Irene. So that represents a lot of Brattleboroans folks who will not be in danger the next time. To further that effort, we've been working with Tri-Park Cooperative Housing on a master planning process to remove an additional 40 homes from the special flood hazard area and find a plan that will allow their homeowners to find a safe place to live. We've also been supportive of Brattleboro Housing Partnership's efforts to relocate the last of the housing out of Melrose Terrace, and they have actually started to do demolition of some of the homes there prior to actually starting a floodplain restoration, which will reduce flood levels in future floods. We're working with the Vermont River Conservancy on a floodplain restoration at 250 Bird Street, and currently we're going for grants to do a brownfield cleanup at the site. We've been working with the Army Corps of Engineers to do a dam inundation study. That's been with the Department of Public Works, and that will also include an emergency response if there is a problem at one of the dams. We're working with them to upgrade our flood mapping along the Whetstone, which is from 1974, so considerably out of date, and that will get us a better feeling of what the risk actually is. And we've also been working with the Army Corps of Engineers to identify potential sites for future mitigation projects. So it's been a very productive 5 years, and we hope the next plan is equally productive.
This is a pretty detailed list of things that you've been working on with our partners and as the town, and thank you very much. Comments or questions from the board? Liz?
Yeah, hi Brian. Thank you for all this. This is good stuff. I just had a question. When you're remapping the Whetstone, will that take into account Tropical Storm Irene flooding?
Yes, it will. It will be done with new LiDAR data, which is a 1-foot contour data set that was flown by the state. And I believe that was flown in either 15 or 16, so it actually reflects the post-flood conditions. And it also is much more accurate mapping of ground elevations.
Because that was like the 500-year flood or something like that at that point, and it wasn't really reflected in the flood mapping at the time.
We've had a couple of hydrology studies done, which are going to go into the new flood mapping. And it indicated that the flood was actually considerably smaller than a 500-year, and in some places it was more a 75-year storm, and in some places it was even less than that. Although when it did get to the downtown area, it did jump into the 500-year floodplain.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yep, the Melrose Street Bridge, the Arch Bridge there, you have any sense of what this, I don't know what it means that the state scoping process means in terms of time, but that's a real place where water really backs up. It's not an adequate culvert. I mean, do you have any sense of how long the state has to do that? That's not something we can undertake.
I don't think it's been a real high priority by the state because it's been rehabbed.
It's a priority of the people that live next to it.
Exactly.
For sure.
The town has taken every opportunity to encourage the state to put that on its priority list.
It's not a big one.
Well, it's made it onto the list, so that's a start.
That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Great. And the other question is, what does Class 8 certification mean for the flood insurance program?
So it means because we've adopted a more active flood management program than is required, we get a 10% discount on flood insurance policies.
Thank you. Good work.
Quick question. Anybody thinking about flooding during Irene will almost soon get to Flat Street. Do you have any comments on any future plans for mitigation there? I mean, it's just top of my mind just because we have snow block that just went in, and I know the design built in some safeguards, and as well as a CF Church building put the whatever you call those walls down that you drop down in, I guess, and same with the youth theater. But do you have any comments for anybody who might be watching and thinking, well, what about Flat Street? What's going to happen the next time we get our 500-year flood in 5 years or whenever that is going to be?
Yeah, so for more medium floods, like a 50-year flood, the Bridge Street, First Street restoration should actually give a little bit of protection. It will spread out flood heights so we don't get an immediate surge. It will also get rid of some debris and some ice flows, so that will be helpful. It's going to have a more limited effect for really large floods, and as you say, we have been encouraging new development to meet a higher standard, so the snow block has in fact been built to a 500-year flood height standard. We'll certainly encourage other projects to meet that. We did do an EPA Sustainable Cities grant a couple of years back, and they did identify a couple of potential sites for mitigation downtown, and that would be public plazas that allow for more flood storage. So that could be a pathway, it could be a park, but that would mean that we'd have to probably reconfigure some parking or have some private landowners participate to expand the width of the channel.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
Well, just building on Tim's comment, that open space that you're working on that used to be Sir Sosimo property, there's flood storage in that project, correct?
Yes, definitely. It gets pinched off downstream of the site by the Elliott Street Bridge, so that limits how much impact it can have downtown, but it will make a difference in that 25, 50-year flood, and that will be helpful.
A lot of water moving into a small space is basically what's going on, right?
I see at the end that it says public outreach for the 2021 plan update begins in early 2020. Does this count as early 2020?
This is some of our first efforts to get out there, and we're bringing it up in every forum we're going to. We're in my touch on this.
Perfect. Do you know if the link's already on our website?
Not currently.
Okay, so I'm going to read it off, and then I assume it'll be put up there at some point. So just for people who are listening, it's https // that's how I'm going to say it, tinyurl.com/Brattleboro -2016 -HMP, and hopefully that link will be up there. But in the meantime, you can replay my voice over and over until you typed it properly into your URL bar.
Exactly. You don't have to say it twice.
And then it'll just be burned into your brain.
Make it my ringtone.
Make it your ringtone, that's right.
10 seconds.
Thank you so much, Brian. And there's no action required on this item. Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Okay, our final item under new business is ratification of the town manager's decision to authorize a grant application. Peter.
Thank you.
Sounds bold.
So, as you know, we normally bring grant applications to you and ask that you authorize that we apply. In this case, there was a short time frame, and we would have missed the opportunity to apply for a very small amount of money, but it would be sufficient to allow us to buy a couple of pieces of equipment in support of the swiftwater rescue activities of the fire department. So there's something that I can testify to you is actually called a multi-purpose device.
All right.
So there are two of them that we want to buy that work together with the equipment that the department already has to give them more opportunity to actually connect ropes and have people safely go into swiftwater situations and conduct rescues of folks that are in danger there. It's only $1,600 worth in order to be able to seize the opportunity to collect these funds and buy this equipment. I needed to authorize that the application be filed prior to bringing it to the board, which is why we've come to you tonight to ask for ratification.
Thank you, Peter. Being able to pull people out of swift water seems important.
Very much
Being
so.
able to safely pull people out of swift water seems important.
Absolutely.
Questions or comments from the board? Okay, then I would entertain a motion for this authorization. Liz?
I move to ratify the town manager's decision to authorize the fire department to apply for a $1,600 Homeland Security grant to fund the purchase of equipment used in swiftwater rescue operations.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you, Peter. Okay. At this time, we've reached the end of the meeting. There's literally nobody left besides us, administration, Russ, and our interpreters.
And everyone out there. Thank you for
everyone cozy in their homes or wherever they're live streaming this. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourns at 7:35.
Righty.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Same time.
I'm so excited I actually get to go.
Channel.
Are you gonna?
Because the
If
kids
I
are
can
gone.
make it.
We're going to call the meeting to order at about a little before quarter of. Some of it's my fault because I was here late, and some of it's because we waited for the guy in the back who will wave to, but he won't talk to us because he's not as much fun as the other guy who records. So, additions or deletions to the agenda? Anybody? I've got a couple. I got a couple letters. And I have a negotiation in executive session.
Executive, so we have to add that to the zone set. Oh, that's right there, sorry.
Down, yeah, we have an executive session. Okay. Peter, you ready to rock and roll, buddy? Okay. You're the only public. Cool. We got the minutes of the February 3rd, 2020 meeting in over there in Wardsboro.
The board members present are incorrect. Laura wasn't there. Barry wasn't there.
And I was not there.
Yeah.
Laura and who?
And Barry.
Crossing you out.
We're crossing you out, Barry.
Crossing you out.
Okay.
Okay.
With, except for those corrections, is there anything else?
Good to me. Make a motion to accept.
Okay, Mark makes a motion to approve the minutes. Rick seconds it. If there's no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Cool. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Barry will abstain. Cool. So old business equity is just there as a placeholder. We're gonna have to probably pick that up beginning of March. Probably the second meeting in March. Website design, that's a placeholder, and let's look at that in the second meeting in March also. So we had two complaint policies, and it got a little confusing. So at the last meeting, I believe we approved the complaint policy that deals with personnel, complaints about personnel. And for some reason, the third page of my minutes is missing. Just make sure that we approve the personnel one.
Did we approve it? Okay, let me see.
We didn't approve it, we would have adopted it.
We would adopt it.
I've not adopted it, we would have voted to post it.
Post it. Budget information, other business.
Oh, here's page 3 of 3. Complaint policy. Policy. And just show copies of policy and complaints about school personnel, that a book will be available, as policy. So we didn't vote on it.
Because we wanted to present it today in Dover.
Okay, perfect. So now that we're in Dover, the complaint policy on personnel, does anybody have a issue, question, comment on that?
So,
Public complaints about personnel, code D10.
yes.
Everybody good with it?
It's the same as the ones previous, right?
Yeah, it's a little. It's got the same steps. It's just written a little different.
Okay.
You know, they add things like the district places trust in its employees.
That's the one where they had to change compliant to complaint.
Right. Change the wording.
That complaints.
The compliant was.
Because it was compliant in a couple of places.
Complainant. The complainant. I think this is the one I got.
Yours is probably, looks like it's been fixed.
It's in the third paragraph.
For a second.
Towards the bottom.
If the issue's the complaint, compliant, okay.
Client basically.
Right.
Issue.
Complainant. Official.
Okay, so I changed that and initialed that. Was there any other place where that was the problem? So does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to warn policy D10, public complaints about personnel.
Second.
Please have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And actually, it's unanimous, so. Okay, the second one we got was on complaint procedure for non-personnel issues. And that was supposed to get updated to be River Valley's not Dover centric.
This one, right?
Yep, and I don't see that I ever got it. And it's got the same coding as this one. So I would say we're not quite ready
Bill was gonna
fix this for us.
to make it non-personnel.
Right, and I don't know what
Non-personnel.
happened. Okay, so that'll have to carry over, and we'll have to make a note that Bill needs to deal with that.
Yeah, all I have is the Dover one, right? Is that right?
Yeah, I don't see.
It's got the same code, D10.
Yeah, and I don't see that he changed that for us.
It wasn't included in the email you sent us. For the
No.
document, so.
Okay, so we did post policy F13 at the last meeting, and that was the residency policy.
Right.
So if we posted that on the 3rd, it's been 2 weeks, just 2 weeks. So we can vote that one if you folks want.
What was the number at 13?
That one is F13, correct. And remember, we're just approving the policy, not the affidavit and the checklist. That's an administrative procedure.
Right. I make a motion that we adopt F13, the residency policy.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, Rick seconds the motion. Is there any further discussion? Okay, if hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Do I?
No.
Oh, you voted for it?
Yes.
Okay, then it's unanimous. Everybody's in agreement. Boom, complaint policy, and we also wiped out the residency. And then it's gonna work on that. Under old business, I forgot to add this, but on March 11th, 2020, Senator Bratt is he's head of Senate Ed, from 4 to 6 p.m. in Montpelier on March 11th, 2020, 4 to 6 in room 11, the big room. Senate will be having a hearing on the weighting. The Senate Ed will be having a public hearing on the weighting issue. All but a few schools in Windham County are impacted negatively by the weighting as it currently is. If it was to change to the new weighting study, which we have. Oh, I know why, because I was going to do this in the weighting study down below. So actually, let's hold that. Does anybody have any other old business? Okay, we'll move into new business, River Valley website links. Mark, you got that with you?
I didn't print it out,
printed
but I can tell you, I created 4 essentially shortcut links to make it easier for us to access and communicate different portions of our online world. First is video.rvusd.net. That takes us directly to the BCTV page with all of our videos. The other is board.rvusd.net. That takes you directly to the WCSU board page for us, where all of our documents are.
I'm going to write it down for Peter.
Okay. And then dover.rvusd.net takes you to the Dover website, and wardsboro.rvusd.net takes you to the Wardsboro website. And I did renew the rvusd.net .net domain for another year because it came up in the beginning of this month, I think. So we have that.
Where did the Dover and Wordsboro links go to before?
There weren't any links.
Oh, there weren't
for
any links,
RVUSD.
okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm trying to change our online world to rvusd.net.
Okay.
So right now it just points to Wardsboro school.org and Dover school.net. Yeah.
Great.
And if there are any other shortcut links that people think would be valuable to have, they're very easy to create.
This is all from the
RVUSD.net.
Yeah. Okay, not from the school sites.
Correct.
But I know at the meeting there was some concerns that the school sites had some issues with their links being not active.
They're
very old.
They're old. There's some
Yeah.
old stuff on both websites. I've started working on a new template for the district, something that isn't going to cost us any money, but that we can put together a new site very easily, so we can kind of move over to an rvusd.net website with a Dover and a Wardsboro separate site put all together. I'm hoping to bring a mock of that on the second meeting in March, so you guys can see it.
That's when we have our discussion on updating.
That's why I'm going to read that.
Nice.
Cool.
Is there a way we can repair some of those links that are?
I don't have access to either.
You don't
of
have
those.
access.
Tammy is for Wardsboro and Matt is for Dover. They're the ones that have the access to currently to those sites.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'd love to.
Whether we should just kind of look at the sites and see if we can find anything. Who do we?
We did. Anita did send an email to us, which Rich had given to Matt to take care of. I know that some links on the Dover town website got updated.
Right.
After that meeting, so it's possible that things have gotten updated on the school websites as well.
Okay.
Possible things have gotten better,
Possible.
but not probable. Just possible.
I will let you know at the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay, we good with that? And just write them down.
I'll give them to
Peter, so he's gonna write them down for you that you have them, and then you can give them to, we can give them to
Okay, thanks.
newspaper. Okay, next thing is the school district meeting review. So, everybody that's here was there. Everybody that was
There is here.
there, everybody out there was here also. So what'd you think of it? I didn't think it went bad. What'd you think of it way out back?
I wasn't there for that one, actually.
Oh.
Somebody else, but
There was
I
somebody
did
else?
it. So. Looked good.
It looked good? We're gonna get like the most views for that one, you think?
Probably.
Another award.
Probably because of the editing job.
That's right. That's true.
You good, Peter?
That was Dr. Backus conducting, yes?
Yes.
As usual.
The old quack.
Yeah, I thought it was a good meeting. I thought that there was some good. It was more unified is what we're trying to accomplish between the residents of both towns. It was almost could distinguish between where they were from. They weren't taking the audience wasn't taking a perspective of their towns. I felt like they were talking more about the district as a whole. Kind of got that vibe a little bit. I thought that was great.
I can't think of one question that was specific, was there? There was like, where is the IB?
Yeah, I think Randy might have said something that was town specific, have team, but I think that was about it.
Yeah,
That's a really good point, though.
I thought that actually was good.
I mean, we didn't get explanation for the no votes.
No, and I don't think you would have gotten any. I think
Right.
sometimes people just. So yeah, and in the vote on the budget, there was 34 ayes and 14 nays, but it was still over 2-1. And then a lot of people didn't vote. I didn't vote for the budget because I never usually do. A couple from the front did because they remember Andy pointed at the table.
I did, yeah.
I thought he was like, all right. But maybe I didn't.
So I think if you look at the first three, they went fine. There was, was a little question what people do.
Yeah.
I think the auditor thing is, Bill's supposed to look into that for us. So And if we are required to have auditors, then we'll just have to appoint some. The stipends for the board was, I don't think there was any questions. Pardon? And then the mileage, just what was it? And I was wrong. It's like 57 and a half or something. I thought it was 55. The 200,000 seemed to go okay. And then, as somebody said, the budget, you know, there was some, I thought there was really good discussion. And what, I guess, like somebody just said, the only thing that surprised me a little bit is if there were people who were opposed to it, that they could have tried to amend it. But I think it's hard to stand up and make an amendment. It's easier just to say nay.
As we saw later on the agenda.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I think the tuition rate was fine. I think next year, I used to always have a list of that, and so, you know, I think Randy made mention of that. So we'll just,
Mark, that you had some of the tuitions.
yeah, or at least the numbers.
Yeah, I had the number of students. Yeah.
But it would have been nice if had how much the tuition was for the different schools, and we're reaching a little bit. The reserve fund issue, I think, went fine. And I'm wondering if because I noticed there was a lot of people that had gone to the two different meetings, so I think it is important to do them ahead of time, because it seemed like maybe some of those questions got answered. And then moving the annual meeting.
That was interesting. Yeah, that was a good one. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, that was a good.
So it's going to be the first Tuesday in April next year, and following that will be the last Tuesday in March.
Yep.
But again,
$5.5, $6 million without too many questions. That all of a sudden the next meeting comes up.
The budget was less than a 20-minute discussion, and that was 32 minutes.
22 minutes on that?
No, the
32.
budget was less than 20.
Oh, yeah.
The date was 32-minute discussion.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, really? I give the group credit for coming up with a solution. That was impressive.
And
Everybody was so confused by the time we got to the end of it.
well, because you're voting the same thing 3 times over.
Well, that was confusing. Sure.
Right, but you have to, because you have to vote the amendment, the amendment, and then that becomes your main article. So anyways, and then I don't remember, in other business, I thought I wrote some notes. Better budget, the people didn't like the budget in the book, and I think we all pretty much knew that.
Yeah.
And they wanted to divide out the STEAM and IB a little bit more.
They want stuff broken down a little more.
Yeah.
It actually is broken down, it's just hard to see it because the categories are all the same in the different areas.
I think we're gonna have to add another page to.
Well, yeah, I think we need to include a number of people, including some who didn't come to the meeting, said they couldn't figure out the budget the way they wanted to because we didn't give the number of students that we had.
We did.
So, in there?
Yeah, it's right in here.
On the,
It's right there. Equalized pupils, 273.56.
they didn't know where
Hmm?
I thought it was there.
Yeah.
There was a big chunk missing.
Oh, really?
They taped it together and put it in a bag and said, sorry, we damaged your mail.
Oh.
I got it after the meeting. It was like,
After the meeting.
yeah, so I had to grab one off the table.
That's funny.
I had to grab one off the table too because I went through one of the meetings, I went through the mock-up that I had and it wasn't the same.
Can we include the notes that Lori gives us in the budget so that we can
No.
understand? No? Okay.
Just open up a whole.
Another can.
We've never done that. That's in there because,
It would be better, it would be good if we could flush out some of the WCSU stuff. I think that's what really confuses people all over, you know what I mean?
well, there's the one guy who questioned the gym versus the special education from the supervisory union. I wasn't sure what point he was trying to make there.
I think that, wasn't that before he realized the order, that the total was
But
below
he'd
the
also been
sections?
at 2
The
previous
informational,
meetings, too.
I think we can all agree, we should just clean that up and make it a little.
Yeah.
And I just want everybody to know, Tuesday, April 13th is Ramadan in 2021. So that's why we couldn't do the second. Shouldn't have done the second, but I think it passed, so we're good. It is the second Tuesday, right? Not the first? Or is it
Next
the
year,
first?
next
Yeah.
year it's the first.
First, okay, so we missed Ramadan, too.
Yes.
All right.
There. Didn't even know we'd done that.
Oh, wait, so next year is the first one? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so next year will be in April. So right now, we would be preparing the budgets to put together. We would have to warn it probably next week or the week after. We could actually probably vote it the first meeting in March. But I think we should vote it before, because the first meeting in March will be the last time this group meets, because then there'd be 2 new people possibly on the board. And then elections. Mark's running. Are you running again?
I'm not.
You're not. We're gonna miss you. So this will be your last meeting.
No, the meeting, first meeting we have in March is before
Okay,
town meeting.
that's
so-
right, it's the night before. Okay, well, we'll miss you then, so we'll have cake for you then. I just like reasons to have cake. So anything else from the school district meeting? I think we know we gotta clean up the booklet. Anything? Any other takeaways?
He said we just say more if they're gonna vote against it. Just-
Yeah, it'd be
It'd be nice to
nice
get
to
some
have that.
directional information. Just to know, but
Which is a lot of the purpose of doing it from the floor, so we have an understanding.
Of what's going on.
Yeah, it might be worth just mentioning it at the beginning of the meeting itself. In case, reminds people this.
And we kind of did it, we actually kind of done it last year when we talked about why we wanted to go to a floor vote versus a ballot vote. Okay.
I'm just wondering, I know we talked a lot about, the space issues in the booklet, and then we also talked about possibly having the budget online as well. I don't even know if we do
The
have.
budget is online.
It is online, right?
Yes.
We also, back in the merger days, we had like frequently asked questions. Is there a way people could submit questions?
Like online?
Prior to, regarding the budget, on the website?
There will be on the new site.
That might be a way to get some people to interact with some questions about the budget prior.
I think
to-
Anita got one question the entire time.
Yeah, I don't expect a ton of flurry of questions, but, you
I think
never
it was
know.
me.
Just a thought while we're keeping.
No, Peter, can you write that down? So is there a way that people can submit questions? I guess my only issue is if they don't come to a meeting and they submit a question.
Yeah.
And so at the meeting, we say, okay, well, here's some questions we got, and we answer them.
Guess we can.
How do we know that the people are actually getting their answer?
What we can do is respond to them with a link to the minutes and the video. And say this was discussed
That's one way.
at the meeting.
Or we could answer it, yes.
Or, I mean, during the, I don't remember if it was the Act 46 committee, or if it was the beginning of this board. Took a whole bunch of questions and published the answers on.
Yeah, that was questions from a meeting.
That was
And
on
we
the
discussed them, and we
Yeah.
discussed them at the following meeting.
Yeah, just thought, I'm just trying to think of a way to.
We could have an FAQ or a recent question section on the site and just post answers to questions.
I could do that as well.
There.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tricky one.
It's only one of those things you want.
Pardon?
It's another one of those, the information's in a million different places, and then but
Right,
adding
and then-
one more doesn't hurt.
But then a lot of people were right, well, I didn't know.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but it's some good things to think about. I mean, I think we do a pretty good job. I think we send out a really nice booklet. Again, somebody made the comment that, I could do with less pictures and more information. But I've also heard a lot of people say it's nice to see some, and it's not like we spend a lot of money.
Okay.
Yes, so again, it's, I guarantee it, you'll never make everybody happy. And I guarantee that there's always gonna be somebody who says,
I'll take your guarantee.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah.
Sure.
And that, you'll never get everybody, you'll never satisfy everybody, I don't think. I think we do a really decent job. I know we do a better job than a lot of boards do, I think. I feel like we do. But there's always room for improvement too. None of us are perfect.
Could we at least think about having a 5-minute period at the beginning of annual meetings where Tammy and Matt stand up and just give a short presentation
No,
on?
because it's not, the annual meeting is not for the school administration. It's supposed to be the board presenting the budget.
Okay.
So I think that takes the focus off, because if we can't answer the questions, then we're not doing our job. And I felt that way for a lot of years. I know in Wardsboro you used to do that. You would have a huge presentation and basically your administration was presenting the budget. But to me, that's not, the administration isn't there to present the budget. They present to us. It's our job to sell it to the voters.
I was suggesting that they talk about what's been going on in the school.
They have parent night, they have open house, they have a lot of stuff to do in the school, and I think that's something we can put into the booklet and your report if you want. But again, in Dover, we've never had a principal attend a school district meeting until Bill did, and Bill was a voter in town. And Bill didn't attend them all. We never had the superintendent here, and we've never had the business office here. I know it's been a little different in Wardsboro, but
to your point.
We always felt that was our job, to be able to answer the budget. And if we couldn't answer it, then we should be replacing, and that's what happened. Some people on the board got replaced. The other thing is, sometimes that draws the meeting out too, and then, by the time you get to the budget stuff and the stuff you want to discuss, you're really late. But again, I'm 1 out of 6 people, so if you folks really want to do that, you can.
I feel like our meeting went fine this time. I don't see why I got to do it. I mean, the reason that we had begun to do it in Wardsboro years ago was because the administration was a little better at explaining the things that were going on in the school, not necessarily budgetary things. It was more like the student scores were improving and things like that. So people asked questions about how, where their money was being spent. It was easy for them to say, well, look at how our test scores have improved, look at how this has improved, look at how that has improved. It was easier for them to do it than it was for the board at that particular point in time. That's why.
Right.
We also, Steve Jobs was very pushy about being there.
Yeah. And not everybody at the annual meeting is a parent, so they don't all know what's going on in the school. So there was an opportunity for people who, the folks who don't have kids in the schools to see what's going on in the schools. But I also see your point too, Rich, that there are other places where they can get that information.
And I mean, we can do a quick overview. We could ask the administration to write, and well, they do. What do they write in the report? Who's got their?
Yeah, I think
If we're going to expand on that, then maybe we can expand it in there.
I think we got to expand on this next year. I think add another 4 pages.
I think one more page.
Well,
one more page will give us 4 pages.
Right.
Well, that was where we were kind of at.
Yeah.
But we also cut the mailing list way down by doing households versus individuals.
I didn't say a whole lot. No letter.
Well, we cut it, we scaled it.
Well, we only gave you half a page too.
Yeah.
Cool. Weighing study, discussion and possible action. So, back to my thing, Senator Baruch is going to have a hearing on March 11th from 4 to 6. 4 to 6, room 11 in Montpelier. I've made a note that Kool-Aid will be served. Senate hearing on weighting. So if you know people who are very good public speakers and don't mind speaking in front of a group, it would be probably good to have them up there. What we're looking for, or what they're looking for is, just to explain who you are, how you're impacted by the weighting study, what you want the Senate to do with the weighting study, and what you're going to do next, if anything. Like, I'm going to follow up on this, or I'll make sure that this goes forward. I think you only get 2 minutes to testify, So it's definitely something you want to have your, at least some notes prepared, so you, because you'd be surprised, 2 minutes goes for a long time when you had to, stand up in front of 100 people in high school and do a presentation, but up there, 2 minutes will go really quick, and it'll be over before you know it. We also, Rick and I went to the WCSU meeting the week before our meeting, so 2 weeks ago. And we,
Day before our meeting?
yes, it was the day before the meeting, so it was so it was a week ago.
Yeah, it was last week.
God, time flies. It seemed like 2 weeks, doesn't it? And at that meeting, Wyndham Central charged the chair of the Wyndham Central Board to write a letter to House and Senate asking that they consider putting the weights in place this year. There was 4 things: putting the weights in place, not make any major changes to the educational finance until the entire legislature gets to review the study.
The 4 short bills that.
No. We did mention there are some bills that have been turned in, but we had them in there, and it was suggested that we take them out. So, and that the relief is immediately, and that we're willing to have people who will come up and testify. But the big thing is implement the weights this year. There are 4 short bills that Laura was trying to put in. One is to do that, implement the weights, not make the changes. The other 2 is to have AOE look at how much student opportunity was lost between 2000 and 2018, and qualify the the number of dollars the excess penalty took out of districts over from 2000 to 2018. And there wasn't the excess penalty, I don't think, in 2000. I think it came in at some point after. And that there's really no justification for waiting on the weighting. So that was that. So I don't know if we want to do a similar letter for the river valleys that we can also send up, or if we want to do personalized letters, it's whatever you folks think, but that was what it was on the agenda for.
I think we should. I mean, the more organizations they hear from, better.
Anybody else?
Rob, right?
Yeah, I completely agree.
Okay, so why don't we make a motion?
Who does it? Hold on a second. Who does the letter go to? Is it just gonna be sent?
It's going to be sent to Senate Ed, Senate Finance, House Ed, House Ways and Means, all our local legislators, and the newspapers.
The newspaper, okay.
Whoever we can send it to.
Great. No, that's what I was gonna add. Absolutely. That's fantastic.
So you want to make that motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead and make it.
And I'm gonna make a motion that the board submits a letter to all those places you just mentioned for the opposition to the weighting.
No, support.
To support their weighting. Sorry.
I'll second that.
Wasn't a very good motion, but thank you for seconding it.
In support of the study?
Of the weighting study.
Yeah.
And so Barry seconds it. Is there any other discussion? Who's writing the letter?
Chairman.
So that, not that the board, but the chair on behalf of the board.
Chair on behalf of the board. Yeah. I think this letter should come from it's from the entire board.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, on behalf.
So I would write it on behalf of the entire
yes,
board.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll catch up today. I'm a little slow today.
That's fine. It's a holiday. Are you okay with that, Barry? Okay.
And I don't
So
think it needs to be much different than your WCSU letter.
yeah, it's got to be
Right.
different, I was told. It's because if not, it looks like just a form letter. So
No, I just meant it doesn't need to be, I mean, you guys have
Right.
the same points.
yeah,
Yeah, basically.
no, because it's interesting. In our district, we win and lose. If they enacted the new weights, together we win, but separately, one town loses, the other town gains more. And then that was one of the issues, and it got brought up at the WCSU meeting because there was one nay vote on it, because there was one town that could, under some scenario, increase their tax rate 60 cents. Yeah. That is, it's pretty huge.
It's a town with a lot of property.
Yeah.
A lot of high-end property.
But remember, it's only homestead. There's a lot of those high-end properties nobody lives in full-time.
Right.
So, yes, sir.
Just for clarification, there had just been discussion of the letter requested to the legislature and the subcommittees covering certain specific points.
That was
This
what the
motion is to write a
WCSU letter.
Yeah, in
Right.
support of the WCSU.
No, this is a motion that the River Valley's board have the chair on behalf of the board send a letter to all the places discussed to support the weighting study, to support enacting the weighting study.
Support acting upon.
Enacting.
Enacting.
Or acting on. Well, we don't want them to act on it, we want them to do it. We want to enact it.
So implementation.
Okay, sure. You okay with that? That's your motion?
Yep, I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Are we all ready to vote?
Sorry, I missed the second.
Barry.
Thank you.
He wants to get his name in the minutes a lot because he may not be around much longer. He may be surprised because if he doesn't show up to town meeting, he may just get put back in.
That's right, you better show up.
I figured that would be.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. WCSU alternate discussion, possible action. I think we can bail on that because we'll reorganize sometime right after town meeting, which is only a couple weeks away. And our next WCSU meeting is until April 1st or April 2nd, April Fool's Day. So I think we can deal with that at a later date. I did have a couple new things that came in kind of a little bit ago, but after our last meeting, we at our last meeting we talked about Dover had a couple faucets that were over the new parts per billion on the lead. So did Wardsboro School. I think it was just one. And it has to be taken out of service for drinking and cooking. So they're also working on a permanent plan. And it looks as though because there was some money put away from by the legislature last year that we can they'll get some help with it. So hopefully they'll be taken care of in the very near future. And we can be a lead-free school again. Let's skip over. Let's talk about the next meeting. We can meet the night before town meeting, but I think the teachers are still out. I don't know if we get any administration there. Do we want to put that meeting off till the 4th, and then we'll meet after town meeting, and then we can reorganize and set our agendas and set our meetings and move forward from there? Would that make more sense?
You mean the following Monday or?
No, the Wednesday.
Move to a couple days.
Right. We're gonna meet on the 2nd, so that must mean town meeting's the 3rd. So
Right.
we move it to the 4th. Does that make sense to you? Are you good with that?
I'm good with that. We should move it. There are 5-week Mondays in March. Can we just move it up a week to the 9th? We really want to do that.
I just figure we'll keep it, and then we'll keep the regular meeting in Dover when
On
we
the
said.
16th.
And then,
Oh, if you
but
want to
we'll,
move, then we have to move both.
and we get to decide at reorganization, excuse me, when we want to meet.
I see.
I mean, the person takes Barry's place may want to meet on Friday mornings, who knows?
You never know. Okay.
And Laura should be good because their legislature's off that week.
Oh, okay.
That makes perfect sense.
Okay, so our next meeting will be March 4th, 6:30 in Wardsboro. So unfortunately, Barry, I mean, this is your last meeting.
Lucky you.
You miss out on cake.
But you can come to the meeting on the 3rd if you want. I mean, the meeting on the 4th.
We love public, you know that.
Yeah. And you could also like, get on the board. So.
You might not want to come in case That's true.
So we've got a couple executive session items. I don't think we're gonna make any decisions, so if you guys wanna hang out, you can. Mark will send you, Peter, an email with what we decide, if you don't mind, Mark. And we're gonna let you guys hang out here if you want, but we can move over there. But I'll need to entertain a motion for executive session for personnel, contractual, and for personnel, contractual, legal, those three.
So moved.
Okay, Barry moved, do we have a second? Second. Mark seconds it, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, we'll move over there.
Thank you for coming tonight to the Wyndham Southeast School District Candidate Forum. I want to thank all of these awesome people who care about our schools for running as school directors. And I'd like to have everybody say their name and what they're running for, not do their spiel yet. And we'll go down the line from the end, and then I'm going to do a little spiel about where people can find what they're going to need before the vote. So let's start at the far end. You just say your name, what town you are from, and what position you're running for. And hold on.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tim Maciel. I'm from Brattleboro, and I'm running for the one-year position, I believe unopposed, in Brattleboro.
Hi, I'm Jackie Reynolds, and I'm running for a 2-year unopposed seat in Brattleboro. And this is Annabelle.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Price. I'm running for the 3-year position in Brattleboro.
I'm Emily Murphy-Core, and I'm also running for the 3-year position in Brattleboro.
My name is Tara Davis-Castine, and I'm from Putney, and I am in a contested race.
I'm Thomas Nolan from Dummerston, running for the 2-year term.
And we got regrets from Michelle Green, who will be running, I think, for the 3-year term from Dummerston. And we may be joined a little late by Liz Adams, who's running for the Putney 3-year term, or running from Putney for the 3-year term. So I just want to make sure everyone knows that the election is March 3rd. Folks can start voting early. It's my understanding on February 12th. So isn't that tomorrow? And that one of the ways that this information can be shared is by Thursday, the 13th of February. It should be up, I believe, on BCTV, and the link is definitely going to be shareable on BCTV, so people can capture the link and email it out and get information out, because even though we have low audience participation, we can get this information out via the web and email. So I also wanted to make sure everyone knows that candidate questionnaires are now live on the Wyndham Southeast School District website. Everyone has filled out a candidate questionnaire, and we want to thank them for answering such great questions. So the format tonight will be 3 minutes from each person about who they are and why they're running. And so that will bring us close to half an hour, and then we'll open it to questions from the public. And I think that's it. Are there any questions? Okay. Then we'll have our timekeeper. Thank you to our current board chair, Christina Naylor, for being our timekeeper. And watch for her to give you your 1 minute left and 0 minute left. Okay. So let's start.
Good start here.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I just begin now?
Yes, please start.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming. This is not as important as the November 4th election, but it's very important to our community. I'm Tim Maciel, and I've been involved in education my entire 40 years of professional life. My background, I have a doctorate in education, specializing in administration, planning, and social policy. Work experience, I've handled very large budgets, multi-million-dollar budgets. I've worked in, well, I've been a dean and provost and a professor at the college level, but I also have unique experience overseas. One of the unique experiences was being on a team that actually built a middle school in a refugee camp for Lao, Vietnamese, and Khmer in the Philippines. That was a wonderful experience. I'll say right off the bat that all of my major accomplishments in life have been in collaboration with others. That's the way it goes. Teamwork is vitally important to me. So I've handled budgets, I've handled student affairs cases at the college level, which I think would be pretty similar in their challenges to what the school board would handle. I've been a dean of a teacher training program, and so I appreciate good teaching. I really appreciate good teaching after being a substitute teacher in the Hinsdale 4th and 5th grades last year. That was one of the toughest jobs I've had. I've been an educational researcher. I have, well, let me get to my values. In addition to basic skills, I think that every school should teach the 4 C's of the 21st century, which are critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity, collaboration, communication, and critical thinking. And that's already 1 minute left. My goodness. As a board member, I would really want to work with others on preparing the schools for the climate emergency, which is inevitable, maintaining the distinct qualities that each and every school in the district has, and continue to work with those already on the school board. It's, I think, thanks to people like Christina, David Scholes, Emily Kaur, it's been a very successful school committee, and I want to continue to build the trust that we've built with teachers and the schools and parents. It's there's a lot of work to do. One of the things I think about is last year there was a 9% decrease in the student population in Vermont. Our district was fortunate to have seen pretty flat growth, but we are going to face, and sometime, maybe next year, maybe not next year, but we're going to have to handle budget decreases perhaps, and that's going to be a challenge. So my name is Tim Maciel, and I approve this message.
My name's Jackie Reynolds. I'm a rather new Brattleboro resident. I'm from the Boston area, but I've been here about 4 years. I have a son who's in kindergarten at Green Street. I have sweet little Annabelle, who goes to neighborhood schoolhouse and is 11 months old. And I guess Annabelle is the reason that I started to become interested in becoming a school board member, because Annabelle has got Down syndrome. And so we have started to meet a lot of people in the local special needs community and have made some friends and have heard some complaints about how maybe special education is going for some of these families. So we took it upon ourselves to start talking to a lot of parents and see what was really going on and coming to meetings and things of that nature. And what we learned from that, mainly, other than complaints that people have, is that people are either reluctant to come forward, or maybe they don't know the right avenue to talk about these things that they're experiencing. And Annabelle and I like to come forward and talk, so we thought maybe we could help with that. And then on top of that, a few years ago, I was a foster parent to a couple of different children. So we also feel, I feel that I have really relevant experience with regard to many children in our area, unfortunately, who've suffered trauma, have had a good amount of trauma-informed type training, and then actual dealing with these situations and things with DCF, and just a lot of things that you have to unpack in that kind of situation. And then we're also we worked with early education services, and still do, for support in our home, because we thought it would be a great tool for Annabelle, and it is. And I was on the policy council for a while doing that. And I feel like I'm rambling a little bit, but the main point is that what I've noticed in all of the dealings that I've had with different people in the school system, whether it be little kids, children involved in DCF, or just at the school level that my son is at, is that I think that there's a real lack of parent involvement. And again, I don't know if it's because people, I feel that people maybe are reluctant to get involved. For example, I'm running in an uncontested race, and I'm not sure why that is. So I'm hoping that people will want to get involved either through me, like maybe people will communicate more about what their issues are and I can help represent them, but really encourage people, because I just know so many people that have so much to say, but I don't see them coming forward to try to help. And that's really what I think my role could be. And I hope that made sense. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Price. I'm from Brattleboro. I was actually born and raised here. I left right after college, as many college students do, moved to New York and Connecticut, and then came back probably about 10 years ago to raise my kids because this was a fabulous place to live growing up. And there were lots of opportunities as a student and a child living here. I was previously on the Brattleboro Town School Board for about 4 years. I've worked with Emily the last year, and we did some really good work. Worked with David, and actually worked with lots of people in here in the audience. Did not run for the merged board after last spring. My youngest was graduating from high school, and I knew it was going to be a crazy time getting him ready and off to college. But I realized with all of the hard work that we had done that I actually missed it. I missed working with, don't laugh at me, Christina. I missed working with all of the administrators and the job that they do and the hard work that they put in, the staff and everything that they do. And I felt that I had more that I could give. I've worked, obviously, on the Brattleboro Town School Board. I've worked on the SU board. I was on that. I've worked on the finance committee. I was on the policy council with EES for a while. So I've been in all aspects of as a board member, and I feel like, again, I have more that I can give.
Thanks. So my name is Emily Murphy Core, and I'm from Brattleboro. And so originally I'm actually from Western Massachusetts, not too far south of here. But my professional experience is mostly in education. So I started my career as a teacher, actually in a Montessori school before I had my teaching license, teaching students Spanish and adapting the curriculum to, because Montessori curriculum doesn't traditionally have Spanish, so adapting it so that it could. And then I was a special ed teacher in the public setting for 7th through 9th grade students who had fairly significant disabilities. But I realized there wasn't a lot of ways for my voice to be heard in policymaking at the school level. And so what I wanted to do was look at how teacher voice could be more integrated into policymaking. So I went back to grad school and got a grad degree in education policy, and then worked at a think tank as a director, specifically around how to get teacher voice and school committee voice into more and more into district level and administration policymaking. So thinking about strategic planning and creating policies that really, when they roll out, have a better effectiveness because they have the voices of many. And I really truly believe that the more diverse voices we hear, the better the solutions we can come up with for problems that exist. So now I moved to Brattleboro and I run a retreat center with my husband, a yoga and meditation research and retreat center called Setu Vermont. And I was on the Brattleboro Town School Board, as Kim mentioned, for a short term, and now currently serve on the WSESD board. So a few of the things that are really exciting that are going on currently on the WSESD board that I'm so happy to have been a part of include, we're really looking a lot at equity. I'm the chair of the Programmatic and Performance Equity Subcommittee of the board. And right now we're really trying to think about, we've come together as a bunch of schools and now we're unified. And so how do we make sure that we're creating programming or expanding programming in an equitable fashion, but not thinking in the direction of everything must be equal, because we know there's a lot of diversity in the schools and a lot of hard work has already gone in to kind of solicit the input of communities to create those programs. So we really have to start thinking, or we are trying to start thinking, okay, what does equity mean across a district? Are all people having access to the programming that makes their educational experience full and high quality? So I would say that's one of the things that's top of my mind currently. And I hope, even if I'm not on the board next year, that it's one of the things that the board can really pursue, because I think it'll really impact how we think about budgeting and how we can improve our schools from being really great to even better.
My name is Tara Davis Castine, and I moved to Putney when I was in second grade. I graduated from Putney Central School in 1995 and from BUHS in 99. I currently I'm a working mom of 2 boys who attend Putney Central. And I am very active within the PCS community and the PTO. I'm on the leadership committee. And I am very active in collaboration with the school for my boys because of their behavior issues. So 504 planning, IEP planning has me in the school often talking to teachers and to the group there on those activities for my boys. I have worked with children and teens in outdoor education settings and the FFA, Nature's Classroom, programs at resorts for children, day camps, sort of things. I currently am a purchasing director for a local manufacturer, so my job does not come from a child background, but I love children. I've worked with them in the past. I am very passionate about making sure that when I'm on the board, I am bringing Putney values and also looking at the values of the different towns and what they expect for their schools. And along with Emily, the equity part overall, but making sure that we're evaluating the values that the community is bringing and would like to see within their school walls. I love to learn new things and research, so I'm not always going to know the right answer, but I'm very happy to take a look at what's going on in our community, talk to parents, talk to administrators, look at the laws that are happening at this moment in time and how they're interacting with our daily lives within the school, and try to make decisions that make our schools better for our students. Thank you.
Okay, my head is so clogged, so just go along with me. Everything I've written for the website and everything is just like... So this is an attempt. I'm a longtime resident of Putney. My daughters attended Putney Central School from 1984 to 1997. During that time, I helped out in the school in various ways, so it was a great way to learn about that school. My granddaughter is now a student there. I was a part of early childhood teachers that met regularly with the kindergarten teacher, a school board member, and others to support a position for an early childhood outreach staff. I advocated for this position before the school board and at town meeting. This program led to the creation of a full-day pre-K located in Putney Central School. It was the first in the state, and it was a collaboration between Head Start and Putney Central. And at that time, I was collaborating with Head Start, so I got to know lots and lots of parents. The merge board is off to a very good start. WSESD has the opportunity to not devolve into what is happening in some other parts of the state, pitting town against town. I have the ability to represent the town that I am from while simultaneously being able to think of all the kids. Being able to think creatively about how to meet the needs of all children has been honed by my career as an early childhood teacher and protective services provider. Scaling up my thinking is something I've been doing during this first year as a merged district. I've attended almost every meeting. The board has a great deal of work ahead of it. I have retired from my career as an early childhood teacher and have no other obligations, so I have plenty of time to devote to this. I also plan to continue my activity as a member of a statewide group and stay on top of what is happening in the General Assembly regarding education, as well as the State Board of Education. Social justice has been embedded in my values for decades. A long-held belief of mine is that children are our future and deserve the best education that we can give them, as well as spark a passion for lifelong learning that I possess. Other qualities that I have that could be an asset for the Merge Board are patience, curiosity, collaboration skills, love of learning, doing research, listening to diverse perspectives in order to learn and inform decisions, critical thinking skills, and reflecting on all the gathered information to make a decision.
Hello, I'm Thomas Nolan from Dummerston. I also moved up here from Boston about just over 5 years ago, and very happy. One of the best decisions of my life. I'm going to read something that's going to be in the Views of Dummerston publication to kind of cover everything, because otherwise I'd probably forget something important. So currently I'm serving as one of the 2 Dummerston residents on the Unified WSESD School District Board. That's repetitive, sorry. I would be honored to continue in this role. After the initial stresses brought about by Act 46, members of the board have acted in good faith to come together in a way and find a way of addressing the anxieties that resulted from this legislation. I believe that we have made great progress at unifying with the goal of serving every child in the district fully. We have also worked at length on the proposed resurfacing of Natowich Field. While this issue has been contentious for many, I'm confident that we'll be able to resolve it with a 21st century mindset that works with nature and recognizes the emergency of climate change, keeps students safe, is financially responsible, and provides improved facilities for students. Currently, I chair the board's Climate Crisis Task Force. In this group, board members and concerned residents from the area meet to review the district's impact on our climate and the proactive steps we can take to address this urgent problem. Our work deals with issues such as curriculum, procurement, food, transportation, and more. We report back to the board with what's currently going well and how to improve what needs work. As well, I serve on the board's diversity committee, which develops policies and practices to foster an environment of support and respect for students of all backgrounds. I'm proud of the work that these 2 groups are doing. Personally, I'm the father of a 2-year-old boy who I plan on sending to the Dummerston School when the time comes. My intent is to do everything to ensure that he and all other students and children of the district are provided with the best resources and learning environment that we can offer. To me, public education is perhaps the greatest investment that we can make in the health and happiness of our children as they grow. It lets them achieve their potential and, when done right, teaches them how to think, not merely what to think. Towns and regions that neglect their public education systems suffer greatly over the generations, and I'll work to make sure that this doesn't happen to our region. We're currently living in a climate where public education, which is a fundamental right of all children, is being threatened, told to live with less, and attacked at the federal level. Our responsibility as a society is to provide for our children's needs. If I'm allowed to continue serving, I will strongly and happily defend public education.
So let's give a round of applause for all of these candidates and everything that was great. I realized I did a thing that I always chastise others for, and I didn't introduce myself, I don't think. So I just wanted to say I'm Jamie Comtois, and I had served on the Putney Central School Board and helped during the transition process as we moved into the merged district. So that's my history and participation in this process. So I want to make sure that we have questions from the audience. I think the way the microphones will work best is if you have a question, I'll call on you, you come up, speak in the mic, and then I will allow folks to answer the question. The challenge we have with 8 candidates is that we'll need concise answers so that we can get to as many questions as possible. So let's keep it at 1 minute per answer. I forgot that piece of the timekeeping, so I can take that over if you want, Christina. So 1 minute per person for the answer, and then we can go down the line. So let's see if there are any questions from the audience. Go ahead, Jody. I'm going to start the microphone down.
If I blow you away, I'm sorry. My question is, Jody Normandeau Dummerston. Thank you, Kim. I forget that. My question is, I guess some of you would be new to the board, but you can answer in that way too, what you could bring. And the ones that are on the board is what the board is doing as far as the climate crisis is concerned.
I'll begin. What I would bring is years of experience in following the climate crisis. I'm a member of Brattleboro Common Sense, which has been focused on the climate crisis and what the town can do about it. I've been involved in select board meetings about climate crisis. But from an educational point of view, I admire what Hilltop Montessori is doing, not just infusing their curriculum with climate change issues, but really centering their curriculum all around climate change. I see it as the big issue for children in the future. So if elected, I would want to serve on the climate change subcommittee and see and talk with others about what we can do.
So I would be new to the board, and where I like to always try to get more people involved, climate change would be another area that I would want to do that, but maybe in a little bit of a different way. As I said, Annabelle attends neighborhood schoolhouse. We're a longtime neighborhood family. My son used to go there. I sub there. I try to be very involved with the school. And every Friday when they have a half day, most of the older students go down to Pliny Park and protest because of climate change, and they're really organized about it and really enthusiastic about it, but they also have a lot of ideas for things that could be done around the school and probably in other schools. And I think that's a great model for every school in our district, particularly with some of the older kids. So I would definitely want to be involved, but work toward getting kids involved because, you know, climate change wasn't a thing when I was a kid in school. It wasn't something we talked about. So I've had to learn along the way, as I'm sure most of us had, but these kids have grown up with it. And if we can help fuel the fire that they have and support their ideas in the future, then I think it will lead to a better future outcome for everybody.
It's driving me crazy. I would be new to the merge board. The Brattleboro Town School Board had actually not really addressed the issue at our level. I think that it would be something that it should be introduced in terms of curriculum at all ages, from pre-K up. And it's definitely something that the students want to learn about and want to discuss and want to participate in, as seen when we've had protests. A lot of our student body has participated with marches and similar events, but it's definitely something that it should be part of the curriculum.
So I'm currently on the school board, so I can say a little bit about what we're currently do, but some visions for the future. So this past fall, I actually made a motion to create the climate committee that's established now. I'm not on the committee, though. I have a lot of other committee work, but Thomas actually chairs that committee, and they're doing actually work to integrate students. I know at least one student is on the committee, and to think more about the curriculum. So I hope that that work continues. Additionally, I see a way for the overall board to really look at climate change as twofold. I mean, there's many options, but one is in sustainable development. So we have two ongoing projects, the Academy School expansion and the field study evaluation we're doing. So thinking about sustainability in those cases, as well as in future endeavors. Additionally, my idea is that we have now a school committee representative from the high school who is on the committee at each meeting. It would be really lovely if, to get more students involved, if those folks actually spoke a little bit, maybe at the start of each meeting, on what they're kind of seeing in the school and some ideas they may have in Time's Up. So.
Tara Davis-Castine from Putney, and regarding the climate issues facing our world, I would look for values on sustainability and longevity of education for teaching students how to care for their environment and make choices that impact their daily life. Working at Nature's Classroom, one of the things that we did with the kids was we had an ORT program, and it was how not to waste food. And this might seem like a small thing, but in our environment where food is such an important thing for everyone to have, how do we take only what we're going to eat? How do we grow? How do we compost? How do we change what we're doing so that we are involved in that process? And I hope to bring some education that I learned at Nature's Classroom and just my love of learning to the process of climate control within the board. Thank you.
Well, I support any curriculum that deals with this. Putney Central School saw a huge decrease in the amount of food being thrown out after we started our in-house program. What is thrown out is carted out back and composted now. A lot of the schools have switched to wood pellet boilers, which definitely help with climate issues. In my own home, which is a 3-generation household, we compost everything that you can possibly compost to bring to Project Cow, because bears have just shredded my compost bins. And it is amazing what you can bring there. Not just food, but used tissues, paper towels, and the list goes on and on. So our trash has been cut down to almost nothing. And as Nevaeh's friends come over, they learn about what you can compost and they take it home with them. So that's one way to help the kids out. Thanks.
So I'm Tom Nolan from Dummerston again. So I have a lot of things politically that I'm passionate about, but I would say that the climate crisis we're in is by far my number one, because it's the one thing we can't undo later. It's one thing that we have to work on right now, or the damage will be too much to get past. So I am the chair of the Climate Crisis Task Force. The biggest obstacle we came across to start off is we were looking over everything that the school board is doing, how the school district is doing, how it touches the question of climate change. And it was overwhelming because everything you can think of tends to have something that comes back. Curriculum, are we teaching it enough to the kids about how important it is? How we procure things for the school, the food that we serve, everything seems to come back in transportation. So the thing that we've tried to focus on is, okay, well, what specific policies can we propose that will have an actual effect? What can we do instead of talking about, oh, this is terrible, this is filling us with anxiety? What policies can we propose? And that's what we're currently in the process of doing. We're crafting actual policies that we can recommend to the board.
Are there other questions, or thank you all for your answers, and are there other questions from the audience? Please come ahead to the mic.
Hi, my name is Summer Birch. I'm a parent of a Brattleboro Oak Grove student. So my question is, how are we going to make after school and just school-based extracurricular activities more equitable across all the elementary schools? We have probably the smallest after school programming of any of the schools. And so I'd like to see more things, more opportunity for my children, maybe comparable to what they have in other schools. So like, what part will the board play in sort of finding ways to make after school activities and enrichment, like getting, programming during school hours a little more equitable between the schools? Thanks.
Well, in preparation for the work on the board, I've been visiting every school, and I was talking to the principal at Green Street, They have a fantastic after-school curriculum. They're doing a lot. And this is the kind of thinking that I hope people will have, collaborative thinking. Green Street is doing really well, and I would hope that other schools would meet and look at share what they're doing to share good ideas. As far as the cost goes, well, again, the board has the challenge of preserving the unique qualities of each school. Some schools have a great pre-kindergarten program. Others have great after-school program. Each school has something unique, and the last thing we want is uniformity, but we do want equity. And I can't give you a specific answer to how to improve it, but I think if we put our heads together, we can come up with some nice ideas.
I promise I'm not just copying your answer here. And I know I sound like a giant cheerleader for all the schools that I'm involved with, but I really am. My son goes to Green Street, my nephews go, and we're really impressed with the after-school program. And I did try to set up a meeting with the principal to talk more about that, because I know that other schools don't have it and we do. I have yet to do that. But along the same lines, certainly we're not all going to do the exact same thing at every school because the culture is different. But however they're making the model work for the after-school program, we should all look at that and see how we can spread that out. And I don't know the specifics yet, but since we have one school that I think a lot of people will agree is doing it well, then the answer is to talk to them and see what we're doing and see what we can all learn from that and try to spread that everywhere. Thanks.
I do want to second that, where the Principal Kaufman has worked with Principal Spino, who is at Green Street, and I know that they have a good relationship. Principal Kaufman, this is her first year, so I know she's working to, get everything organized at the school. But it's something, a lot of times too, you have to have the volunteers to do those after school programs. You have to have the teachers or the parents that will come in.
It seems like some of the schools have teachers or staff members who volunteer for those. How is it that some schools sort of have a little bit more of that than others? I don't know whether it's built into the budget or Kim, how that works. Repeat that just because they might
Sure. The question was how do those schools have all of those volunteers and are able to have those after school programs, correct? Sort of. And I apologize, I don't know the budget wise right off the top of my head in terms of what was or was not budgeted. But how you get the volunteers, that's a good question to go to Principal Spino and say, what type of incentives are you having? Are you offering, or how are you getting your staff to volunteer? And that's an easy question that we're able to have. And I know with the equity committee, that's something that, you can't have the exact programs in every school, but with the equity, we'd be able to get more where it's needed.
So Samara, I really appreciate your question. It was one that came up actually not related to Oak Grove this year, but I understand the concern actually came up related to Putney and a program that was in existence and people didn't have after school care. And so it was handed off to the committee that I chair to say, what can we do about expanding some opportunities? So we started to look into, first we thought it would be easy. We're like, okay, how about we just look at how much funding's put in? And the funding was like, my God, now we're co-curricular. We have so many different ways we fund things. So when we started to look at the funding, we realized, we have to include sometimes transportation. We have to include this. There's all these other measures that go into it. And there are school cultures like at Green Street where the teachers are very involved. And that's been kind of Mark Spino's pet project, right? Like he's developed it over, 10 years. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't innovate and really think critically about how we can bring this more broadly. At this current point, though, my hope is in the next month, or probably two more meetings, we'll be able to present out a little data on the after-school care. I know my time is up. I'll finish. And just to think a little bit more about how can we paint a little picture of how this looks equity-wise, and then we can start thinking about, okay, how can we develop cultures or create funding streams that would match to that? That sounds easy, but I think it's going to be hard.
Tara Castine from Putney. Wow, after school care is so important, and I fully agree with your statement. How can the board take a look at that? And that's something that I know Emily's group has been working on. I've sat in on a few meetings. It's something that I hope to continue the discussion, because in Putney, we lost our after school program. We've been kind of struggling with finding something that works. We have some sports activities that are happening, but in terms of the aftercare program, it's not as rigorous as some of the other programs within the district. And I do agree we need to take a look at it, and we need to think about not making them all the same, because I don't think that's a possibility, but what can we do as a board to fill the needs of the community that attend that school and fill the values. So I look forward to looking at that issue.
Okay, well, everybody's pretty much said everything. I would like to point out that the principal at Putney Central called the state, and he had an instant response, and they were able to open a program on September 30th. And they hired, I'm guessing, the first 2 bodies that came through the door, who need some guidance that I've offered if they would like it. They're very limited in the space they're allowed in the school, which really detracts tremendously from what they're able to do. So that needs to be addressed. And the other chunk that, since everybody already talked about it, nobody addressed the enrichment piece. And I think that's really important. I don't know where our schools stand with enrichment for kids who need it. I know the school system failed my older daughter miserably way back when, and her only option was to skip 2 grades. So anyway, that's something I want to look into.
All right, Thomas Nolan from Dummerston again. That's an extremely good question, because I'm on the board and I hadn't really thought of it myself that deeply. I hadn't really addressed it myself. So what I can say is I will educate myself a lot more on how the different schools compare to each other as far as extracurricular and after-school programs. We've been talking a lot about within schools as far as making sure all students get equal access to after-school programs and things like that, and especially with sports as far as gender equity. But I hadn't really investigated enough, and I will. And I'll ask questions and listen.
Thank you. Are there other questions from the audience?
Paul Normandale from Dummerston. First of all, I want to commend all of you for running. There are going to be 10 of you doing a job that 20 or 25 people used to do before. So the time commitment on your part, I really admire your willingness to do that. My question is more of a comment, but kind of a comment question. The greater Brattleboro area has quite a diversity in population, in students, and in levels of ability. And we hear a lot about the support that's given to disadvantaged students, but we don't hear much about what the gifted or the students who excel. And I would like to know more, and as a community member, I would like to know more about the broad spectrum of the approaches to education. After a while, you sort of get the thing that we're only trying to teach to the middle, but we're trying to bring the disadvantaged up to the middle. But what are we doing with people who are who excel in school. So, thank you.
All right, so I think what I understand the question to be is, do we have anything specially to focus on students who are excelling? I don't know of any, but what I can say is from my personal experience when I was in high school, something I didn't like, or it was throughout middle school as well. So I grew up around Boston, the suburbs, and one thing I didn't like is some of the gifted students who are at the higher, doing the best on Wednesdays or Thursdays, they would go study at a different school that was just for them. At the time, I thought that was a very terrible thing to do. I thought that was, it seemed to me very unfair and very, I thought it was to the detriment of the other students who were not. I thought it seemed a little elitist. I thought it seemed counterproductive.
I didn't mean that question to be an elitist type.
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying from my experience when I was growing up, and I did fairly well, but some of these kids who went there, I thought that was very strange. So what I can say is I would not want something like that. That's all.
Okay, well, the high school's changed a great deal since my oldest daughter was there, and they can now take AP classes and so on and so forth, and you can take extra classes if you want to graduate early. So that's good, but I'm not aware of what's going on in the elementary schools, and so I really need to find out how we're approaching those kids, because traditionally they have been ignored, and that's not a good thing, and it can lead to behavior problems. So, kids will start acting out because they're bored. My daughter survived much of Putney Central by reading on her desk. The whole, had her book open in a desk and was reading and answering questions, whatever question was thrown at her, and got out of that school as soon as she could. So I'm really interested in the elementary piece of that one.
This is an interesting one for me. As a Putney resident, I have 2 boys in Putney. My boys are in 2nd and 6th grade, which are the 2 biggest classes at Putney Central School. My son's 2nd grade class has readers reading 99 words per minute and others that are reading 2 words per minute. And that is a huge delta in a classroom of 29 children. And this year we were lucky enough to get 2 classrooms for that grade. And so one of the things that's really important for me is taking a look at education for every child, whether they're needing help, like my oldest with an IEP, or my youngest who's reading 99 words per minute. And making sure that we're looking at ways in which each student can learn and grow and be the best person that they can, because we're making little people who are going to grow up to be big people and have an impact and a job in this world. And so it's so important that we teach values and how to survive, but also just looking at the complete education that we're giving them, which means helping everybody.
So the thing that came to mind when you asked the question about, broad programming, especially for students who may be achieving above the average, was just a title of a book. The book doesn't actually relate. It's called Gifts Differing. And it was on the creation of personality types, which has since been outdated because it's like maybe from the 1950s. So there's new theories on that. But the reason why I bring it up is I think on the current school board, we have had some special education issues come up, which we would consider to not, although gifted education is actually a special education concern. But I think people were more focused on maybe a different population than gifted students. But when I think gifts differing, I think, okay, creating school environments that are broadly responsive to all students. And I think a lot of the topics that come up on the school board actually are broadly responsive to most students, because we're not really always dealing with just a special education issue. After school's a great one. It's all students, and giving them diverse opportunities. But I would say one way to specifically think about gifted education or ensuring those kids get what they need to feel enthusiastic about schooling is, and I know my time's up, but keeping class size down. We're lucky to have such small schools in our districts, many of them, but it is important as we get to the middle and high school to think about what are the class sizes so we can differentiate, because there's a lot of pressure placed on teachers then if the classes get too large. So that's just one opportunity.
Both of my boys, they've obviously both graduated now, but I have one that was an IEP and then also one that was more educationally gifted. But they both, when they went to academy school, they were able to participate in the Maple Leaf writing project, and that my youngest participated in that, and he wrote a book. It was something that they could use to, develop their writing skills. And they both participated in the Math Olympiad, which was, they were both morning programs that they'd go to school early and they'd work on math problems. And they were able to have harder problems that they couldn't always figure out, but it made them work and think a little differently. Obviously, the high school has more programs with the dual enrollment, in the AP classes, but it's definitely something that the board needs to look at for equity and for all of our students across the board.
I think it's a really excellent point that I hadn't considered before tonight, but in the last few minutes thinking about it, I realized that I've heard plenty in my short time in Brattleboro about students demonstrating a superior athletic performance and also some art and music. I've heard a lot of cheering about that, but I haven't heard anything about anybody performing well academically, and certainly those kids are out there, and maybe it's not as popular or whatever it is. So I don't know anything about the programs, but I know that certainly there are kids that are performing very well, that is pretty important. We should probably celebrate them equally. And what I do have from my own experience in high school, I took a bunch of AP classes and remember some of it, maybe a tiny bit of AP calculus, but I tutored all throughout my senior year, and the subjects I tutored in, I remember very well, a lot of statistics. And, and I also think there was value for the students that were struggling that I got to tutor and some of my peers tutored from, academically and also socially. So I don't know where we stand at the high school or any of the schools with that, but I know it was a great thing for me and people that I know. So that would probably be something to unpack. And again, I'm glad you brought it up because I just hadn't considered it at all.
Great question, Dan. It brings to mind assessment. How do we know which students are gifted in different areas? So assessment is part of it. Having been in teacher training colleges, I know that this is one of the things that we teach good teachers, how to work with diverse groups of students. There are different ways. Some of you may have heard of design thinking or project-based thinking, experiential learning, where small groups of students work well, diverse students. But it takes really quality teaching to pull off good pedagogy. The other thing, at the high school level, I am very supportive of programs that help students get into college. I want to ensure that our high school has sufficient number of AP classes, for example, and college track programs. But a lot of it gets back to what Emily said, which I couldn't agree more with, and that's having small classes helps tremendously to identify gifted students and to help those gifted students work well with others. And I yield my time to the moderator.
Tim, you're the second person tonight who called me Dan, and I'm getting at the age where I'm known by my son. It's not so bad.
Thank you for your answers to those questions. I want to just tell you what my assumptions on time are. I'm looking at 7 o'clock. My goal was that we would depart by 7:30, but we never made an agreement. So if you do the math, that means about 3 more questions. So I just want to make sure that we're all in agreement that that's where we're going, because we didn't have an agreement when we started. Work? And can someone not stay until 7:30? Okay. So I also want to ask a question. So I am trying to be ethical about this. So I'm wanting permission to ask a question at some point. But I'd like to ask, what is a question from the audience?
My name is Hannah. I have 2 kids. I am curious about your experience or knowledge about social emotional development and support in our schools. And some people have touched on their experience with special education, and certainly there's some overlap there. But in general, you know, I would just like to hear any thoughts or ideas you have about that. Thank you.
Sorry, can you explain a little bit more what you mean by what you're looking for? Our experience in social emotional development.
Social emotional support in schools.
Okay.
It's typically something that is done more in younger grades or even preschool, and there isn't as much of it I see in the elementary and especially not middle and high school. I think that, and there is some information or some advocacy work that's that's in Vermont and nationally too. So I'd love to hear about anybody's ideas. I have some concerns about special education because both my kids receive special education type services, and I think that it's something that we all need to look at and start talking about. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do my best. I mean, I can give you my background. Yes, I can give you my background as my experience in dealing with educating children. I don't have very little, but my part-time job is I teach Chinese children how to speak English as a second language, and I deal with children who go between, shouldn't be that young, but 3 years old and maybe teenagers. What I can gather from that, or what I can take from that, is different children have different emotional states that I'm dealing with. Some have how do I put this? It's a very open-ended question. I would say that the emotional treatment of a child is very, I'm sorry, this is a very difficult question. I'm trying to gather from my experience any way that I have anything to add to this. I'm at a loss. I'm sorry. Sure.
He's going to take some time to think.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
Yeah.
Very open-ended.
I'll say that I have learned so much as a parent, and I didn't know anything about social emotional learning until my kids were in school. So.
Okay, well, I was an early childhood teacher, and it was a home-based program, so it was small. It made it very, very easy to teach social emotional stuff because their kids are copycats at that age. So they would copy the language that I would use, and it worked like a charm, and they got it. Putney Central has PBIS, and they put quite a bit of emphasis on social emotional skills, at least in the 1st through 5th grades. I haven't heard so much about the middle school. They're kind of off by themselves. I think that bullying still occurs. I'm not sure how much. We're looking for some statistics on that. I have noticed going into the school, we also have an intensive services classroom at Putney Central, and I've seen kids applaud some of those children doing something that was like difficult for them to do. So I have no idea about anybody else.
Tara Castine Putney. This is something that speaks to me as a mom with 2 boys with ADHD, impulse control, oppositional defiance behavior. They're kind of very involved in my child's environment. And so I'm constantly learning about ways that I can help the teachers help my children in the classroom, especially with the impulse control. And you go through school and you just punch somebody because they're next to you. It's not cool. And so how do you teach someone the skills needed to be a community member within their classroom? And so it is something that our schools need to do better, and it is one of the things that is an issue item for me. I have listed special education and behavior intervention with a positive outlook on that. I think it's an important thing that we as a school board do need to look at and how to address those within the schools. And I look forward to delving a little bit more into that. Thank you.
So I know, I think actually throughout the district, but I'm very familiar with the Brattleboro Public Schools, having actually just heard a presentation too by Academy around PBIS and the multi-tiered system of support that we have going on. It sounds like also Putney has it, so I'm assuming it might be district-wide or at least being scaled. And it seems to me that that's been functioning fairly well, at least for creating less behavior incidents. But social emotional learning, to me, we kind of, not that we missed the mark, but if we're just focusing on PBIS and multi-tiered system of support, that's not all social emotional learning is. So, I mean, I understand that has a really important place in these kind of more severe circumstances. But soft skills like grit and determination, which fall under social emotional learning, my hope would be is that they're really integrated into all curriculums. I feel, I mean, for me personally, I'm really hoping that the schools are functioning in a way that ensures that all children and adult learners too have the ability to transform their lives. So I know I've seen a lot of signs up that are around these soft skills, but honestly, I don't have a lot of experience in the classroom knowing how they're teaching grit. But I do think it's a really important issue. And maybe too, we could hear more. If you want to come to a school board meeting, I'd love to hear a little bit more about certain circumstances, and maybe we could support that.
Hi. I don't have any educational experience with that. The experience that I have is just from being on the school board and listening to teachers and the administrators and the professionals speaking about it and what they're doing with the PBIS and the multi-tiered system. But then there's also, I know at Oak Grove, they've had emotional support dogs come in, and some of the schools, just as a way for students that if they are having a hard time, they know, okay, I can take a step back, I can go and regroup myself, regroup how I feel and how I can interact with my fellow students and my teachers. So I apologize, I don't have more for you on that.
It's a really good question. We know that success in the classroom depends largely on factors that are outside the classroom. Some kids come from home environments that are so difficult beyond their imagination. This is why it's not just important to have counselors in a school, but to have really good counselors and social workers. I was just reading an article a couple of months ago about how, by whatever measurement, schools that have adequate counseling do better than schools that don't. No brainer. So that's all I have to say on that. I look forward to learning more. Special ed is not my particular field of expertise, but I have such respect for special ed teachers.
So I'm taking license and asking my question, so I'm not the last question. So, yeah. Oh, did you not get a chance? Okay.
The only thing I can say is it seems like it kind of, oh, there you go. The only thing I can kind of see that kind of has anything to do with that, as we talk a lot about restorative practices on the board, which I'm very glad to hear, because when I was in school, there was none of that. And I think that's the way to deal with children, as far as having them develop emotionally in a less combative or less punitive if you do something wrong way. So that's all.
So I'm actually going to put the mic down and go speak over here. Clear change of power here. So my name is Jamie Comtois, and I'm a mom of a 6-year-old at Putney Central. And one of the reasons I ran for the school board was I was watching the videotapes during the process of the alternative governance study of the discussion about merging the districts. And I saw one of the folks from central office encourage folks on the AGS committee to not allow the towns to vote prior to a school closure. And I remember thinking how proud I was of having a small community school. And so one of the pieces that has been really important to me in the service I've done on the school board is how, as a body, do we make sure that we're committing to each other? And I've heard a lot of that. How do we commit to each other, to hear each other, to study what's going on in the unique schools and communities? And so I am looking at that history, and I'm now looking at the fact that there is potentially, I think, according to rumors, maybe $900,000 to $2 million of special ed funding that might not be coming in the next couple of years to Wyndham Southeast School District. And so I am somebody who thinks about, I don't play chess, but I know about chess, and I know you're supposed to think a couple plays out. And so I'm thinking to myself, how do you deal with the fact that we're up against our tax cap, up against whatever we call that? What is it? Excess spending threshold? Okay, we're up against our excess spending threshold. We've got potentially a $2 million downshift of costs of special education when that's such a critical issue to our communities and schools. And then you have us all looking at each other and going, what's going to give? And so I really want to hear from you all what's going to give from your perspective. But in the sense of, how do we make that commitment to each other to not do what other communities all over the state have done? And I was looking, if you saw me frantically looking, I was looking for my data, and I did some research not too long ago that there were like 10 schools that have closed since Act 46 passed, and 14 that have merged, or 14 that have like downsized and consolidated. And so the real reality of the goal of Act 46 in reducing education spending is that we will ultimately look at each other and make the decision on whose school will close, whose staff will be laid off. So I want to figure that out together. I don't want to get mad at each other. I don't want to accuse each other. I just want to figure it out together. So can you help me figure that out in your answer to my question?
It's not going to work, Jamie. A minute doesn't work on that one.
You're first, Thomas.
Yeah, great. So part of the reason why I even got involved in this in the first place is because of my concern with Act 46. I see that it's a political movement to try to get us to reduce instead of expand our public education expenditures. Absolutely the wrong thing to do. Not just because it affects the children's education, but it's poisonous for a community. If you start reducing public education expenditures, I mean, it's one thing to try to cut costs, and that's absolutely what everyone does, especially the people who want to preserve public education. You want to reduce needless cost. But it's coming from a different, I think, a wrong-headed point of view. I think the whole matter to reduce expending money on education. So as far as what do we do now that we're merged against our will, the first thing we had to do was get over mistrust that the different communities had. Like, everyone thinks that, okay, I have to fight against, if I'm from Brattleboro, I have to fight against Dummerston and Putney and vice versa. We're merged, we have to trust each other a little bit, and as someone from Dummerston, I want to preserve every school, and I want to find ways to expand what we have, not find ways to constrict it. So we just have to, we have to trust each other.
that's a primary reason I'm running for the school board. I was very involved in trying to get the legislature to change Act 49, and we had some success there. Right now, our schools are in a good position, and we know through the public pre-Ks that are in schools, they're full with waiting lists. All the community-based programs are basically full, and you can't get a child in. So for the next, 5 years or so, the outlook is pretty good. I would like to draw attention to something that the school closure amendment that we all voted in, I would like to see that renewed when the 2 years are up. But I don't think that Brattleboro understood that they might be at risk of closing a school too down the line if their school population dropped. Like Oak Grove could be a potential closed thing. And no, don't wave that card at me. This is too complicated. So I'm really committed to, our board has done a great job so far, and I'm really committed to continuing that job, as well as keep an eye on the legislature. The special ed funding is between, what I understand, $750,000 and $1 million. There is a new, it isn't in place yet, but they commissioned a study to look at how we weight per pupil spending. And as I was reading through the 196 pages, that could have really positive implications for WSCSU. So the longer we can go being together will make the longer term, I think, less vicious. And maybe, who knows, maybe we'll grow.
Tara Castine Putney. I was answering the questionnaire, and that was part of my thought process, was what comes next. And things that were really important are the values and the accountability of the schools that we're going to be representing. How do we do that to make sure every child is learning and being in an environment that's safe, healthy, giving them the best education that they can have? And I came to the realization that we're probably going to have some hard decisions or hard discussions ahead of us. And as long as we're having an open conversation and learning all the facts and looking at all the angles, I am confident that with the help of the community and the board that I potentially could serve with, that we will make decisions that help our children learn in the most safest and best environment that we can give them.
So the financial constraints that you speak about could be a pending reality, as the educational landscape is always shifting, and sometimes not to our financial favor. I guess one thing that's on the top of my mind is our bond for BUHS that we had taken out many years ago will be terminating somewhat soon. I forget if it's 2 years or 2 years? 2024. So potentially that could offset a little. That's a large payment that we're making each year, I think about $1 million. But at the same time, we're talking about taking other bonds out, right? So I think it's just really important as we move forward with decisions to expand our capacity as a school district, we not just retract, but we think really critically, because retraction isn't good for innovation. We want to be a place where, our education's expanding and opportunities are expanding. But we just need to make sure that they're expanding in a place that doesn't put us over the cap in the future. So thinking strategically, but also in a way that the taxpayers can afford. So it's that balancing act. And time.
I said there's not enough time to answer this question, unfortunately. Communication is vital. And keeping our schools the way they are, small, where our kids are able to get the small in terms of classroom size, to get the education that they need, that's going to be an incentive for people moving to this area. We want to have vibrant schools that are innovative and a drawing point, because getting people to this community is how we're going to really make sure that our community, not only our schools, but our communities thrive. And we need to work with select boards and area businesses to make that happen. And we will have to be innovative in terms of, financially as well, and looking at all possibilities and seeing how we can maneuver to make sure that we keep all of our schools open, because they're all of our schools now. It's not just this, this town's or this town's. We're responsible for every child, and we need to think that way.
So this question makes me realize that I haven't given any of my professional resume tonight. I did a stint as the food service director here at BAMS and BUHS, and then got promoted to the Conval district in Peterborough, which was a great experience and relates to this. It was 11 schools, 5,000 students, geographically massive, and my office was in the central office, so I was privy to a lot of conversation, and I asked a lot how it was that they were keeping these little tiny rural schools with a sometime enrollment of only 47 students open, and the district was really committed to it. The collective thought, somebody said, and I wish I had invented this, is that it's important to keep all these schools really vibrant and involved because they're all tributaries of the same river. And I think that if we can keep something like that in mind here and really appreciate the value of these little schools, because these kids were getting such amazing attention being small schools and in their community and not on the bus for an hour to get to school and things of that nature. I think it's something, I can't see any reason why we can't do that here, because we are all sending the kids to often, almost everybody's coming to BUHS at some point. In addition to that, I'm not saying that I'm a big fan of giant budget cuts, but I'm excited to look at the budget. I think there's a lot of places where money could potentially be saved in ways that make improvements, not in ways that take things away from kids. So I'm a big spreadsheet budget type of person, and I look forward to seeing what we might be able to do to reallocate dollars. Okay, I'm done. Okay, thanks.
I'm not so sanguine about the student population in the future. I don't see a reversal of the decline in student population in the country, in the state. Administratively speaking, I've been in institutions that have been ordered by the board to cut your budget by 10%, and the worst way of doing it is across the board cuts. It's politically safe, but it just doesn't make good sense. So you have to cut it strategically, and strategically, you look at where the least harm can be. And this is going to be a incredibly difficult decision, but it has to be done with complete transparency. I can see this happening in 2022, which is why I'm running for a one-year position. But and that was I am, and that was an excellent and very heavy question there.
So I need everybody to get a chance at one question before we do second questions. Yeah. So who's our last question of the evening while Liz says her last 3-second thing?
Okay, it's not for the school board, but it's for the select boards. We need to invest in housing that people can afford to buy. There are so many people who want to move to this area and can't afford to buy a home because they're all just way too expensive. More affordable housing is always good, but we need, for our towns to look at what their, our village center is basically full in Putney. We need to look at other areas. So
good point.
There's a project for you, Jamie.
Okay, we have time for one last question. Let's see if somebody hasn't had a first question opportunity before a second. So seeing none, I see a second question. Be merciful. It's our last question. Oh, wait, I'm not giving this to you.
Yeah. It's an easy question. That's 3. Paul Normandeau again. Now that you started talking about money, which is my favorite topic, you are the guardians of the purse. And what I've noticed happening throughout the state with mergers is that administration has a tendency to, sorry, Tim, has a tendency to proliferate. And what I would encourage you, and it's more of a statement, I guess, than a question, that you keep an eye on administration, because that's not where the money should be going. The money should be going to the kids, to the people who are on the front lines of education. And now we need a certain amount of administration, but we don't need it to keep. You know, I got a position this year. Now I need an assistant next year. You know, we don't need that kind of thing. And there's been several positions that I think that have been created in this district that, as a citizen who's not fully aware of the ramifications or why it was done, that I don't think needed to be done. And I would encourage the board to take a good hard look at those.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll tell you, there's definitely, I definitely believe in cutting waste. I believe in finding where things are being spent that don't need to be spent, not because we want to reduce what we're spending overall, but because we want to reallocate it to something that's useful. But from a position of like what my values are, I don't think we're investing and spending enough in public education. So we're having this false question that's being put on our society of like, what are we going to cut? We should be expanding. We should not be talking about what we're going to take away from developing children. And that's what was being forced on us with Act 46 and in general, like in politics right now. We should be talking about how can we increase public education and what more can we give to our children? I think we're being given the wrong decision right now.
Okay, well, yes, administration tends to grow. Everybody seems to know that. So I'm not sure. I've noticed positions added at our SU level, and I'm not sure that they're needed. And we are looking for a new superintendent, but I would encourage any new superintendent to speak with John Castle, who is the superintendent of North Country Supervisory Union, over 500 square miles of territory that he covers. And his answer to that question was, I trust my principals. So their SU costs are minimal compared to most places. So there's part of the answer right there. Oh, you're welcome.
Tara Castine Putney. I hate to say it, but I love numbers and I hate numbers. My job is numbers. I am a purchasing person for a manufacturer, so I am constantly looking at what the cost of something is and how to figure out how to get the lowest cost or the best product or longevity or all of those myriad of things that pop into your head. And so I'll be looking at the numbers, and I'll be looking at those numbers in a way and how we can meet the needs of every student, because that will be the focus of this, is the students, and how does the budget and how do the numbers add up to equaling an education that is safe, healthy, and provides an education for them. So I'll be looking at the numbers. How can we do it?
Is this still a 1 minute question? Yes. Oh, okay, just making sure. Not because anybody did more than one. I just wanted to make sure I only had a minute. Okay. So it's interesting because everything we've talked about so far and everything we almost always talk about on the school board is expansion. Expansion of programming, expansion after school, expansion of pre-K, not closing schools, which means higher cost per student. So there are positions at the district level that have come into existence, but I guess I think about it as when you want to expand programs, you need somebody to design those and do those programs. And so either we really think about, which in some cases we have, how to make small increases in the budget by hiring more teacher leaders, which I'm totally a proponent of, who can take on some of those administrative responsibilities for new programming, or we'd have to think about somebody managing at the district level. So I would really be a fan. I know in certain schools we've already done that, where there's teachers, leaders leading, different aspects of curriculum development or different professional development series. But maybe looking towards that would help us to not keep expanding at the administrative level if that was one of our values.
I like Tara. I'm a buyer, so I look at numbers every day, millions of dollars every day. It's $51,171,300. That's a big gulp to think about. However, we all have standards that we want for our kids, for our education, and we don't want to take away from their learning opportunities and their potential. So especially with a new superintendent coming in, it's going to be something the board will have to have conversations with, because we don't want to take away from programming. I love Emily's idea with the team, the teacher leaders. That's something that a lot of the schools have used. But we need to be very careful, because we do not want to take away from our children. We want to expand the programming as much as possible. And we just need to look at the numbers to see what can be trimmed in other places.
Just to add to that, a lot of times when a position is created, there's automatic thinking that it has to be full-time. We should think about, well, maybe this position can be 60% or 75%. That's just the kind of thinking we have to do to not just fall into the trap of a new position is 100%. And also it gets back to assessment. We have various positions in the school district. Well, how functional are they? Are they working? I'll be walk on political thin ice here, but we have a diversity coordinator, and the public wants a diversity coordinator, and I'm all for it too, but is that position functioning well? Again, it gets to assessment. So again, I'm all for diversity, and the person in that position may be doing a great job, but it's just a question of, well, we put a position in a new position, how well is it functioning? And is it needed at 100% or 90%? And that gets me in trouble.
Only with the moderator. So it's time for us to wrap up. I want to talk about the calendar. The calendar coming up. Today is February 11th, the same day as the New Hampshire primary, for those of you looking across the river. Then we've got, I believe the next thing on the calendar is March 10th will be our budget info session that we'll be having. Remind me all the details. Does anyone remember? 6 p.m. at the BUHS Gymnasium on March 10th. We'll have childcare. That will be a great place to ask questions about the $51,300 budget. Then the following week, March 17th, St. Patrick's Day at 6 p.m.
You know what? I think the March 10th is actually in the multi-purpose.
Okay, so go to the Wyndham Southeast School District website, because I didn't write my notes down, and look for the dates. March 10th is going to be our budget info session. It'll tell you when and where. Okay, so March 10th is going to be the budget info session at BAMS. I was inaccurate before. And then the following week is March 17th, and that will be St. Patrick's Day. That will be the annual meeting, and it will be a really critical time for all of the folks in Guilford, Brattleboro, Dummerston and Putney to show up to vote. So all voters need to be showing up to vote on the budget and participate in those critical discussions for things like diversity programming. That's so critical for our districts. So anyway, I just want to say, and then what else is there? Oh, childcare will be provided on March 10th and March 17th. So yeah, questions? Yes, we announced those at the beginning, but don't forget to vote March 3rd. And then early voting starts tomorrow for folks who can't vote for school board positions. But there will be an Australian ballot, and each of the town clerks have all the information you need on voting day on March 3rd. So any other things, questions from Jody?
Yes, I have a concern, and it involves around coming to one of these places at the high school. I'm very familiar with the area, coming to all the meetings. I've not been in this building before, wasn't sure where it was until I asked the superintendent how to get here. I'm wondering if there's something a little more visible, a little more that most people who are not involved in school, who do not have middle schoolers or high schoolers, if there's some place that's really very, like Green Street School maybe, or that was more visible than the high school for some of these meetings. And I'm wondering, I mean, I know one of our members came here late, probably was wandering around the middle school road. I wonder, I got lost.
Basketball gym first.
So what I'm hearing, if the BCTV isn't picking it up, is that there's a concern about, as we go through this process, it wasn't stated as such, but it's been my experience, as we go through this process of centralized meetings for those of us who are traveling from the villages and we don't necessarily know the meeting location, how are we going to make sure that people know where they're going, how they're getting there? And so it sounds like a signage issue, and it...
Even Brattleboro, if you don't have a kid
Yeah.
in school,
Yeah.
you're not going to know
Yeah.
the middle school.
So I'll tell you from the Communication Council perspective, because I have gotten lost in almost all the buildings, that I have made sure that we have put in our press releases some level of breakdown of information, not even saying BAMs. I mean, when people said BUHS and BAMs, I was like, what are you talking about? We were always talking about the Cusick room. I Googled Cusick. I couldn't find Cusick room anywhere. So one of the things I've done is I've broken everything down to say the Cusick room in the Wyndham Regional Career Center at this address. That problem is you get there and then sometimes the doors are locked by the time. So I think if people have some creative solutions, it's going to take volunteer time. So right now I'm volunteering on the Communications Council to write press releases, to get them out on every social media, every radio, every written newspaper that we can possibly do it, get it on our website. So if people have time and energy and want us to help solve that problem, I think it's a really good point and I appreciate your time. Yeah.
Use like the signage. I know like Booster Club we have just for sports, and you could put a piece of paper over them, and with arrows saying meeting this way, and you could put those up just not sporadically, but in certain areas just with arrows, like if it's coming to BAMs at the line. I think I can check to see if we have some in the den.
Okay, I want to wrap us up, so go ahead, Taryn.
I also wanted to maybe suggest a carpool from different towns and a point person for talking about carpooling. So if you can nominate one person to be like, hey, I'm coming from Guilford and I would like to ride, you know who to call, because they normally come to the meetings. I know in Putney, I come to the meetings all the time. Jamie, Ellen, Ruby, we're always here, and Liz. So we have plenty of people that are willing to carpool if that's if you're looking for that.
So that means if somebody wants to contact me, Jamie Comtois, you can tell me you're going to centralize your volunteering for outreach on signage and getting carpools to our annual meeting and such. That would be great. Did you have some?
I appreciate your detail. I needed that detail at the last meeting, I think with the last special education meeting, because it didn't have the address and, And I have small kids, so I've never been in these buildings before. I didn't even know where the main entrance was. And the lights, it was kind of dark, so it didn't look like there was anything here. So I don't know if there's any way.
One idea could be taking, like, I couldn't go on the website because I have no cell service, but I was looking for a picture. So maybe just even a picture of what the main entrance, it's very dark out there, but if I'm here during the day, I could take a picture, but maybe someone who works or goes here could do that.
Oh my gosh, that was multi-town problem solving. That was great. So I want to wrap us up. I think I heard some great solutions. And so Jody, let's all come over here, all you two, you, and let's make a plan, because we got like 20 days or something to make a plan for increasing visibility and outreach.
But I want to also say the majority of the people here we're from the other towns. So we need to have some meetings in the other towns.
I'm going to let our current chair of the Wyndham Southeast School District wrap us up.
Well, I just want to publicly thank all the hard work that Jamie Contois put into putting this all together, and really publicly acknowledge all her communications, and you see her spirit and her energy that she brings to the job. It's been a pleasure to have her helping out the board, and it's the volunteer spirit that keeps this district growing and continuing on. So I really just want to thank you personally and publicly. Thank you, Jamie.
That was nice. I also want to shout out to a superhero tonight. I don't know. Jackie was just an amazing mom. She's gone, I think, right? And I watched her taking care of her baby so carefully during this whole session of an hour and a half at bedtime. So just a shout out to all of us parents who have somebody taking care of somebody and are able to and are taking care of folks ourselves. So anyway, thanks to everyone for being here tonight, and please help us get the word out. Go to the Wyndham Southeast School District website and get out all the candidate questionnaire links, please, as well as go to BCTV as of Thursday, February 13th, and share that link with this candidate forum. Have a great night.
Glad that we got such a good turnout. We're going to start off tonight with some introductions. Then we're going to give a quick overview of the project in case there's anyone here who hasn't been to the previous meetings or is otherwise unfamiliar with the project. And then we're going to jump right into the survey. Alex has a presentation. We have the surveys themselves. We will review them, take any comments, and then we'll talk about some ideas for distributing the survey. I've already heard some really good ideas from lots of different people. So we hope that you'll all help and share the ideas that you're hoping to use in your towns. So to start with, my name is Susan West. I'm a senior planner with the Wyndham Regional Commission, and our colleagues, Carol Monroe from ValleyNet and Alex Kelly from Rural Innovation Strategies are here tonight as well. And we have Rob from the state of Vermont, our broadband expert, statewide. So we do have a sign-in sheet going around in a clipboard. If you could check your name off if you're here, if it's not checked or your name's not on the list, please feel free to add your information, add your email address. And with that, I'd like to quickly go around the room and see who we all have here tonight. Just say who you are and what town you're with. You want to start, Patrick?
Sure. I'm Patrick Moreland. I'm from town rep.
I'm Gretchen Haverlock. I represent the town of Wilmington, but I live in Whitingham.
Jen Burnell, live in Whitingham.
Dave Jones. I live in Brookline. Omar Smith, Reedsboro.
Gail Robertson, Newfane.
Rick Piccolo, Newfane.
Steve Naracco, Dover.
Will Bissonette, Townsend.
Greg Melmans, Jamaica.
Bob DeServo, Townsend.
Andy Snelling, Townsend.
David Cherry, Wyndham.
Bill Estes, Marlboro.
Caroline Robbins, Jamaica.
Chris Robbins, Jamaica.
Ed Martin, Marlboro.
Joe Prignano, Marlboro.
Stephen John, Marlboro.
Lynn Forrest, Newfane.
Joanne Leone, South Newfane.
David Jones, Halifax.
Toby Fitch, South London, Derry.
Peter Sebastian, Wardsboro.
Donna Sebastian, Wardsboro. Liz Fortin, Wardsboro. Donna Fernandez, Wardsboro.
Kyle Steen, Whitingham.
Wayne Forrest, Whitingham.
Ann Mangor in Wilmington. Betsy Wadsworth, Stratton. Candy Bernard, Stratton. Erin Astley, Putney. Bobby Kilburn in Westminster.
Pete Van Lower, Newfane.
Renata Cowling, Newfane.
Rusty Davis, Weston.
Emerald City, Vernon.
Charlie Goodwin, Weston.
Munson Hanks, Vernon.
Robbins Lockerborough, Vernon.
Great. Thank you. And one thing I want to mention before we move on, I do have resolutions of participation and official appointees from 19 of our 27 towns. So if you're a town that hasn't sent that information to me yet, please do as soon as possible. And with that, I'll turn it over to Carol.
Okay, so you know that we're working on this project is being funded by a broadband innovation grant. I like the fact that it's called a big grant. In many ways, I wish it were bigger, but it's a great grant from the Vermont Department of Public Service. The broadband innovation grant is going to provide participating Wyndham County towns with a strategy and a plan to deploy fiber broadband to the residents and businesses of this area. We're, of course, partnering, Wyndham Planning is partnering with Rural Innovation Strategies, I always think of it as RISI, from Heartland and ValleyNet from Royalton. So RISI works with rural towns across the country to establish foundations for the digital economy. And ValleyNet provides design engineering operations for EC Fiber and Lime Fiber. Here, EC Fiber is a communication union district here in Vermont, and Lime Fiber is an organization right across the river in Lyme, New Hampshire. And so we'll be providing strategy, policy, market analysis for fiber deployment and feasibility and a business plan. The feasibility plan has to go to the state for approval. So here's the sort of project workflow here. You see the survey and some field work, our gathering all the data that we need and mapping into a feasibility study. That study has to be reviewed by a third party as well as the state before we can proceed. At the end of that, then we move on to a business plan for the second piece of the funding. It is our intention to look at communication union districts and try and decide what makes up critical mass. Are we talking about one in this area or two? I doubt that there would be three, but that's a possibility. But making sure there are enough towns involved so that there is critical mass to make up a district to make it feasible. And so we will be making a recommendation along those lines. Doesn't mean that the town has to agree to join. It's just the recommendation that will be that we think will work best for the region. As you know, in the Northeast Kingdom, they've decided on one district. It's quite a lot of towns, but because of the sparseness of the population, it made sense to have one district in that area. And so many of them are voting at town meetings for that. So we go on to the business plan. The idea behind the business plan is that you end up with a document and enough documentation to present to do an RFP with, but also that you could possibly get VETA funding. So, you know, Vermont Economic Development has has loans, grants, I wish there were better, low interest loans, up to $4 million for communication union districts to get off the ground. And so that would be the next step down that line. Any questions for me? So tonight's really about this survey, which is an important tool.
Just repeat what VETA is.
Vermont Economic Development Authority, I believe. Yes.
So, one question about how come in the discussions we've had so far, the rural utility service funding hasn't come up? You're familiar with that, I assume.
RUS funding.
Yeah.
So RUS funding is also part of the USDA funding, and it's a little bit problematic in the state of Vermont. Not impossible, but USDA funding was used to build the Vermont VTEL wireless overlay here in Vermont, and as a result, any areas that are touched by that are not eligible for future funding for the expansion of broadband at the moment. I know.
Is there a challenge happening to that?
Yes, there is. So I know the senators and the representative from this state are challenging that in Washington, trying to allow us to at least say it's supposed to be here, but it's not. You know, that my neighbor can have a wireless connection, but the person on the other side of the mountain cannot, and to be able to, you know, judge where it is and where it isn't.
Phil, I can send you some more information on the challenge process, and it leaves a lot to be desired, but I can share that with you.
Is VTEL being held responsible in any capacity? Or going to help us fund?
The challenges with the original VTEL grant, they only had to provide service that was at 768, so really slow service. And you'd have to challenge that they're not providing that level of service. They have fulfilled their grant, is what's been decided by the powers that be. As a result, though, a large portion of the state does not have access to USDA funds at this time.
But the RUS grants are quite a challenge to even get.
Right.
You've got to spend a bundle of money before you can even apply. Is that correct?
Well, I think you have to submit a powerful grant, but it also requires some match funding, among other things. And so it's, you know, they're all a little bit different, the RUS grants versus the Reconnect grants and something else. However, we know that there are towns here in Vermont who have gotten some economic development grants for the purpose of things like broadband studies and that type of feasibility, not pre-feasibility kinds of work that's been done. Reedsboro, is that what was your grant from?
Yeah, it was from USDA.
Yeah.
From
So I know that's true in Newbury as well.
Yes.
Where do town votes fall into the mix?
Okay, so in this project, we're going to recommend what we think communication union districts look like, right? And that's where town votes would fall into the mix, to join a communication union district. Now, there are some that are going up before town meeting already in March, and so it's a question of how big those districts might be, and do you join those districts that already are going to exist, which only takes the vote of the select board, or are we trying to create another district that would have to go to a town meeting? So if we're joining a district that already exists, then that makes it much easier for all of those that aren't on the ballot this time around.
But there's nothing in the law that says one CUD and another CUD can't join together.
There's nothing in the law that says that can't happen.
And also, the towns do not need to be contiguous.
There is nothing in the law that says they have to be contiguous. Okay, all set? So let's move on to the survey.
So I'm going to try to get through all of this, and then let's try to do questions at the end, if that makes sense. Just get through the actual presentation part of it. So basically what we're going to do is I'm going to go through some background information, context about the survey, strategies for it. Then we'll do questions, and then we'll look at the survey itself and make sure all the questions on the actual survey make sense, if that works for you. Of course, if someone has a burning question, I might make allowances. Anyways, the survey is a typical first step in these kind of feasibility study processes. So we want to get it done right. It is foundational to everything else. And it's meant to provide a big picture view and add color to the other data that we are collecting. So the entire feasibility study won't be based just off this survey. It will be based off of many different types of data. It'll be based on Carol's experience with ValleyNet and what has worked in other places in Vermont. It'll be based on data we get from the state of Vermont. But the survey is an important component to that. This survey, it's required in the big grant proposal. And it's also, we've built it based on models that have been used in a lot of other broadband projects. So the questions we're asking, how we're asking them, why we're asking them is built on a foundation of research and testing that has happened in other similar projects. We want to do our best to eliminate confusion for everyone in this room, but also for everyone across the Windham region that's going to be taking the survey, right? We want to reduce the number of questions that we get. That being said, there may always be confusion, there may always be questions, so we also want to make sure that everyone in this room has as much context as possible so you can help when you're sharing the survey with people and they have questions, you can kind of be the first line of defense. We'd love to get a 20% response rate, right? If there are about 30,000 people in the Windham region, that means about 6,000 responses. That would be a great, that would be a success for us. So the goals for the survey, one of the most important things is to establish what areas are served and what areas are unserved. And we'll take a look at the questions that work to establish that. We want to get a clear picture of current and potential usage of the internet, of broadband. We want to be able to estimate the rate of adoption, which is important for when we're looking for ISPs that will ultimately want to come bid on running this network. So we want to be able to tell them, look, we're pretty sure that this amount of people will adopt this service. And again, that'll be based on the survey, but also historical data and knowledge from ValleyNet's experience. We want to help providers understand revenue opportunities, right? We don't want to shortchange what we say, is the potential revenue for operating this network. And we also want to use the survey as the first tool to build more public awareness, excitement, and momentum. Great article in the Brattleboro Reformer about it, and we want to build on that with the survey to make sure that we have as much buy-in from the community as possible. This caveat, I think I already covered. The survey is one source of data that will be used to address the above questions. We'll use it in conjunction with other data, which will create a very clear, rounded out picture.
Okay, so we are going to, first, I'm going to go over now how people can respond to the survey. So we're making an online version of the survey that is really nice, simple. It will be at wyndhamregional.org/broadband. A bunch of other resources will be housed there, but that is, the survey is not online now. Other resources are online now. So we will update everyone when that is online. But this survey can be taken at work. It can be taken at home on your DSL. That is the easiest place for us to process the data if people take it online, because then it automatically goes into a spreadsheet, which we can then analyze. So the more online submissions we get, the less data entry we have to do. To direct people to this survey, we'll go through a bunch of places we can disseminate this, but we're also going to hand out templates for kind of little business card size handouts with the URL. So for example, you can print off a sheet. A sheet has 8 of them. We've got a bunch here, and what this allows you to do is go to town meeting, pass a stack down the row where you're sitting, and it just has a little tiny bit of context and the URL, right? We want to save paper, and this is like something you can give to people to just let them know where the URL is and how they can get there. The survey can also be taken on smartphones. It is mobile compatible, and it can be taken multiple times from the same phone. So if you are talking with some friends at a cafe and one of you has a phone, you want to pass it around, somebody take it, the other person can take it. You can take it multiple times from the same phone. We will also provide paper copies. We'll provide a paper version that you can print. We may have some copies here to go over, but once we get your feedback on the survey, we will create a PDF of it, and you can use printed surveys if you want. The paper version will have instructions for sending it in by mail. Of course, you can also collect them and send them in a batch. We won't be able to go out and obviously collect them all ourselves, but if you could help facilitate the collection of those, that would be great. And I know there was a question about it at the previous discussion. We aren't going to be doing any mass mailings of the survey, so it all has to be kind of through this grassroots effort. So how are we going to work to get the survey out there? So digital distribution, there's a lot of things we can do. First of all, we'll use social media. And what I would say would be most effective is if you wait for the Wyndham Regional Commission to post it on their social media and then share that. Not only is it easy for you all to get the information right, and you don't have to type it in, you don't have to worry about it, but that's the best strategy for telling the social media algorithms that what we're sharing is important, and it will get more reach the more we work off of the same posts. So engaging with the first posts that the WRC creates will be great. And what we'll do is, we have all your email addresses. We will let you know when the posts are up, and then you can go there and share them. Listservs. Listservs are great. I love the Heartland listserv. I love seeing when people's horses are loose and all that. And the listservs are going to be great to share this as well. I would say it's even okay to send it out to the listserv multiple times. Obviously, you don't want to do it every day. But sending it to listservs is going to be really helpful. And again, we'll provide you with a little language you can use. There's language that'll be at the top of the survey for context. There's little language on the cards. So please feel free to use anything of the written content that we've created to just make it easy to send it out on listservs. Front Porch Forum, same thing. Very similar to the listserv if you have accounts on Front Porch Forum. And they've been very generous in saying if we need any help disseminating it on Front Porch Forum, they would be more than happy to help us do that. If your town has a newsletter, getting it in the town newsletter is really great. If your town has a website, finding a way to get it on the website would be really great. That means talking to whoever administers that website. You can actually, they're annoying, but you can have those things happen where if you go to the website, a pop-up comes up and says, hey, have you heard about this survey? Just an idea if you want to be ambitious about that. Any other newsletters that you know of or you're a part of are great. The library might send out a newsletter, who knows? And then, of course, personal outreach to neighbors and friends is really helpful, and it can be really easy, simple. Hey, I'm a part of this broadband group that's working to bring better infrastructure to our community. We're trying to get a survey going about, what have you. Would you mind filling this out and sharing it with your friends? All of that is really great. Hard copy surveys, again, we prefer people to take it online because it's easier for us, but not everyone can do that, so it's certainly fine to work with hard copies. We have flyers, PDFs of flyers with both pull tabs and just flyers without the pull tabs that you can post at town buildings, bulletin boards, bus stops, wherever. Again, I mentioned the handouts. If you are going to the dump, bring some with you, right? If you are going to the library, bring some with you. Wherever you're going and you think you might run into some people, it's a great excuse to have a nice conversation with your neighbors and to give them a little bit of paper to help them know where to go to take the survey. Put it on the chalkboard next to the drink specials. We can get creative with this. With non-digital ways to disseminate the survey. If you walk your dog every day, might as well knock on your neighbor's door. Letters to the editor are great. And again, we're going to go over all the ideas you have for disseminating the survey after we get through this presentation. Just some things that you don't have to do that I would recommend avoiding. No need to, if you're worrying about response rates and feel like, oh, maybe you know what your neighbor gets for internet, so you might as well fill it out for them. I would say just hold off on that. Thanks, but no thanks. We want to make sure that everyone who's responding to the survey is responding for themselves or with the explicit consent of someone else. So if you have a neighbor who has maybe trouble using a phone and you want to fill it out for them, that's great, but no need to fake responses. And please don't, in fact. If you collect paper surveys and want to enter them, again, this is why we made it so you can enter the survey multiple times. If you are sitting around, watching a show, watching the, what did we say here, watching the sap boil, and wanted to enter some surveys, that would be fantastic. And that way you don't have to send them in or bring them in, the paper copies. You're not supposed to put them under the car windshield wipers. You're not supposed to leave them in mailboxes. And if you're going door to door on your dog walk or just visiting neighbors, no soliciting signs. You're not supposed to approach those houses, even though you're not selling something. And also just be careful. No need to get bit by a dog that seems aggressive to knock on the last house on your door, on your walk. So we are here to support you in any way we can. But we're really excited, and we're excited that there are so many people here because it means that there is an energy already behind this that's going to be really useful. So all of you should feel completely deputized to drive the engagement in your own towns, and let us know how we can help. So you all know your communities best. If you think of something in a week or two and want to just run it by me or any of us, or I guess direct it to me, that's fine. Happy to help. But feel free to do what you think is right for your own community. Again, if you can answer questions first, that would be great. We also have an FAQ that'll be on the same at the same URL as are on the cards. And then, of course, if there's a question that you don't know, do reach out to us, and we'll answer it and also add it to the FAQ so that other people can find the answer. We'd also love it if you could be kind of an ear to the ground about what's going on in your communities. If, for example, there is misinformation out there and you're worried that somebody responds to your post on the listserv and says something that really isn't true or is kind of could be hurtful or harmful, do let us know. We would love to know just that everything is going smoothly, and if there's anything kind of untoward happening, do let us know. If you want to schedule a check-in with me, you are welcome to. I think what I would love is to just get an email update from you, and I'll send out an email halfway through just saying, hey, how's it going, just to make sure things are going well. If you really want to call me, you're welcome to call me, but I'll be checking in maybe once or twice through the process. Just quick note via email to make sure things are going well. Okay, so we're going to review the survey questions. I guess let's take a vote. Do you want to talk about more distribution methods now, or do you want to talk about the survey questions?
I have a distribution question.
Great. Let's do it.
Have you folks had any conversations about the best way for those of us with large numbers of second homes in our community, how to handle that? And do you have any sense across the whole regional commission how many of the properties actually are second homes?
Great questions.
You're trying to get to 20%. It's going to be hard to do that without that.
Yep. So yes. So there's a few things. Good question. Since we're not doing mailings, we know that we're not going to reach the second homeowners who are not going to be in town for the winter. That's okay. What we'll use to supplement that is with knowledge of how often second homeowners buy fiber internet service based on what has happened in ValleyNet's catchment area and in other places. And yes, if you see some people who are there half the year around, great. If you know people that you're friends with and can include them in an email or something like that, great. But it's true, we won't be able to get everyone who's a second homeowner.
So follow up to that, will you have something on the survey, and we'll see it in a second, that says, are you a
Yes.
permanent or okay?
We will.
I was actually thinking of putting up a kiosk that I would man at Bromley. To catch.
On local days.
on weekends, so that out of and holidays. Because I got some hookups there, also Magic Mountain. I got some old IMAX that I was thinking of, just walking on one way.
Yeah, I would be curious to know how that goes. It could be really great.
Because Londonderry in particular has a huge number of, just as many out-of-state as in-state residents. So I was trying to figure out ways of making it happen with the non-locals, because other than at the supermarket on the weekend or at the one stop sign in town, you don't see anybody.
Yeah, so if you do that, let me know how it goes.
I will.
Please. Yeah.
Point of information and a question. Statewide, half of our properties are second homeowners.
Yep.
And those statistics are available online. You have access to them too.
Yep.
Question: what are the dates? That our timeline is exceedingly tight here. And we want to get in front of we have an informational meeting for our town meeting on February 24th.
Yep.
We want to have the surveys in hand so we can hand them out and administer them there and at town meeting. When will we get them, and what is the due date?
So the due date is March 17th, I believe. Is that right? And depending on the feedback we get today about the survey, tomorrow I'm going to work on updating the survey if we have any feedback. And so early next week, at the latest, is when I would say it'll be posted online and ready to be disseminated, barring the catastrophe.
It'll be at that site, on
Yeah,
the broadband
we'll be right
site,
here.
And those flyers that went around today, they're all on that website. You can download them and print them out yourselves. There's also a project summary sheet that you could use for articles as well.
I'll go here and then keep working around. Yeah.
Lynn Forrest, new thing. About a year and a half, the planning commission did a survey. The way we let people, one of the ways we let people know is we spent $100 and we did every door direct mail. It wasn't a survey. it was, this is what's going on, it's one sheet of paper, that's all you're allowed to do, and it goes to everybody in that particular zip code. And so we covered Newfane, Williamsville, South Newfane, and Newfane, and then included for Brookline because they get it whenever we do that. So it's a really, if the select board doesn't mind spending a little bit of money, it's a real effective way to let people know. And then they also go to second homeowners if they come up for the snow, and it's right there in their mailbox.
Can I ask a question? How long did it take to get that together? Like, between when you decided to do it and when it landed on the doorsteps?
48 hours. Well,
Okay.
well, let me see, from the time I decided to do it, which meant I got an artist to do the layout and, but if I had the flyer and it was done already, you just take it, you grab online, you fill out what zip code it goes to, it tells you how much it costs, you put in your credit card, and then you take that form with flyers to the post office and in batches of 100.
And this is all through USPS?
USPS, they did a great job.
Cool.
So I'd also like to add that if you wanted to do postcards, printing postcards, about 250 of them is about $55 at Staples, and mailing them is 35 cents each. So 250 postcards could go out for under $150. And so I wouldn't do that to the whole town though, but that is a good way to reach those second homeowners. And you all have those addresses because that's where their tax bill goes.
Do we have on the website or in any of the literature, is there any kind of like a scannable QR code that can take people to the website?
We decided to not do a QR code because, well, yeah, we just figured the URL would be good enough. But if you think otherwise, happy to talk about it. I mean, we could set it up. I figured. Yeah.
It might be helpful for people doing it on their mobile phones and do like a bit.ly, like a shortened link, so they don't have to type in as long of a address as that, as much as that's easy to remember.
Yeah, it was a trade-off between memory.
QR code on the flyer, so as you're going into the grocery store, you're looking at the bulletin board, just scan it.
Yeah, you can do it while you're waiting in line and stuff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, here.
How are we going to, I mean, each town is, I assume, going to take some role in getting the surveys out in their town.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the return of it is going to be going directly to you guys, and some of it's going to come back to us. How are we, or are we not expected to coordinate what kind of response we're getting? Is that all going to rest with Wyndham Regional, or how does that work?
You mean coordinate the response in monitoring to make sure we're on track?
Yes.
So I'm hoping that we'll have a good understanding of how on track we are based on the online responses. That being said, Sue is going to be getting the ones that are coming in via mail. And we'll just, I would say, you could let us know how, so you can save, you don't have to send them one at a time when they come in, or you don't have to drive them in one at a time, but maybe let us know kind of via email how many you've got, if you've got a lot that you're kind of waiting to batch together to send them in.
Let me restate the question.
Yeah.
How can we get feedback from you? How many responses from our town you have, and even more detailed, how can we know which addresses you have the responses from so that we can follow up? Our goal is to achieve the response rate, and if we have that type of detailed information, we might be better able to follow up.
Yes, so that's a great question. So when I send a little brief email to check in with you, say in two or 3 weeks, right, maybe halfway through, I will include information about how many respondents there are per town. I'm not sure if I can give you all the addresses. Let me think about that. I don't know if there's anything about that would be an issue, but at the very least, we'll know kind of that we're on the right track. Yeah, unless anyone else has. We asked for the address. Yeah, yeah. It seems like, do you think there's an issue with giving out addresses and names?
Well, we just said
it would be,
we're not going to use them for anything.
It would be a lot of.
survey.
it would certainly be more work to
You have a box.
provide documents
You
to.
have a box that somebody checks and says, please share my information with my town clerk.
We have a box that we have some.
All this stuff is already in the brand list, which is out on everybody's website, so it's a public document.
Right.
To be successful, we need that data so we can follow up.
Okay.
This public document, but it is a voluntary public document as opposed to.
Last time I heard, my tax bill wasn't voluntary.
What I'm saying is this is, so it's an opt-in, so you can't necessarily share that.
Okay. So let's do this. I will say now that unless I come to a different understanding in the next few days thinking about it and thinking about if it would be an issue, I will take the online respondents, split them up by town, and then be able to share halfway through actual addresses in the spreadsheet form. Now, I can't promise that I'll have done data entry or will have done data entry for physical copies. And that, again, is something that if you get a physical copy back and you want to enter it in while you're watching TV so you don't have to send it in, that helps us immensely. And then that will then be included when I touch base halfway through.
We're running at 20%, you don't need 20%.
Right.
40 is better than 20.
Sure.
We've already spoken to the school board, and they're on board. They're having a budget review meeting on the 24th, and we're going to be there, even making a presentation. We've talked to our state rep.
Great.
Who represents Guilford and Vernon, and she'll be speaking at town meeting the first night, and she'll mention this. We're going to have tables at town meeting. Vernon is unlike a lot of places. We have meeting twice, 2 nights. So we have permission to have tables at the back. And also election day is Tuesday. We're going to have a table there during that. One of the things that we have done before this is we got it in the town plan. And that means that the town is on board with it. When we went to the school board the other night, one of the members asked us, well, how do I know what my amount of service is? And it's on our bill. It's right there on my bill. So I think that's an important thing to tell people.
Just to reiterate, what we went to the school board for was to get them to get the kids to take the surveys home to their families, or maybe we'll just use every Friday they send out a packet to the homes. The school board gives us permission to get the principal to put those in, so there's nothing better than having kids yelling at their parents.
Yeah, homework.
And the principal, if needed, she does this, and she volunteered, she does email blasts to the parents. So,
it's a good
that's really great, and I assume most of your state reps also have email lists that they send out communication to. So not only could they talk about it at town meeting, they could put a note out to their constituents from their list.
oh, and one more thing, we're going to have a sign when we do the table on election day, and it's been recommended by 2 different people that we say something like, would you like to increase the resale value of your home by 6%? I don't know about you, but that gets people in our town.
6%, where did you get that number?
Yeah.
I've seen broadband communities, it depends, it's like 2 to 3% if it goes by your house, but it's 4 to 6 if you're actually connected. Broadband Communities magazine is an online magazine, terrific, but just great information.
And it's free.
And it's
Okay, so let's go over the survey. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, one more.
That's like.
I'm curious how you plan to manage multiple conflicting responses coming from the same address.
Hopefully there won't be too many of those. I get better service in the bathroom than anywhere else, so maybe they took it in different rooms. No, I'm kidding. hadn't thought about it. I hope, and I'm pretty sure there won't be too many conflicting responses. We are only asking for one response per address. But there's a question about how many people in your home use the internet, just so that we can gauge, bandwidth needs.
Yeah,
So
perhaps that's something we should emphasize when promoting the survey, is that we're looking for one response per household.
Yep.
What about apartment buildings?
Yeah, what about that?
Different addresses.
Yeah, different addresses. They may have different subscriptions. Yeah.
Are you gauging bandwidth needs just solely on number of persons?
No. Let's go. We'll go over the. You'll know when we go over the questions. Yeah. That's just one of the ways we get. Okay. Yeah. Let's.
Maybe we could talk a little bit more about distribution if folks want.
Okay. So I can pull it up on your computer too. Is that right here?
I noticed a lot of people taking pictures of the presentation. Would you be able to send the presentation out?
It will be on our website.
There you go.
Tomorrow? Yes.
Thank you. Okay. You may need to share it, but I think. Oh. It'll be on the screen. It'll be on the screen too.
I've seen them.
The flyers are one page.
Was there any thought about putting this in a Survey Monkey form?
It is.
It is in a Survey Monkey.
It is in a SurveyMonkey form, and that will be on wyndhamregional.org/broadband. So, and that's where you can transfer the physical copies into the digital.
Do you want to start? Just jump to the questions.
So the survey is set up in sections. So the first section deals with some information to make sure we know who is answering the survey and where they are and what their address is. So we ask for their E911 street address, and again, we can compare that to data from the state. We ask for the town, and in case somebody picks it up who's not in the Wyndham region, we have the kind of other option. We want to know what their electric utility is.
Are there more surveys? We're out.
Okay, does everyone have surveys?
You might have to share if there are.
Can I point out one thing real quick?
Yep.
In the middle of that page, on the first page, it says we are collecting E911 addresses, street addresses for the purposes of better establishing areas, roads, and neighborhoods.
Yep.
But these addresses will not be used for any other purpose.
Gotcha. So I can remove that before we send it out.
You can adjust that.
Yeah.
Other than for.
How about no nefarious purposes?
There you go.
So we want to know who the utility is because we want more information about the utility poles in the neighborhood. We ask if they're a year-round resident, if they rent or own, and how many in the house, people in the house use the internet currently or would use the internet if they had better service. So do you have a question or?
Correction. Jacksonville Village Electric Company.
Great. Yeah, you want to scroll? Sue's doing triple duty here. So, do you currently have internet service? Yeah.
I'm sorry. Do you think it would be worthwhile on the E911 address to include a little line after that, like apartment number or unit number? Just to differentiate, 123 Main Street, apartment 4 from 123 Main Street, apartment 2?
Great idea. Yeah. Is that included in the E911? No, it's
I
not.
don't know, and I'm not sure if people responding to the surveys would.
Yeah.
It's not consistently included.
Okay.
Depends on how detailed towns have been about reporting their E911 data. So sometimes it's just one address, other times the units are in there too.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, we'll put unit number if applicable. Good idea. Okay. Do you have internet service currently? If no, skip to question 16. But If so, what type of service do you use? Check all that apply. So what we're doing with the next series of questions is trying to get at the quality of internet service in a few different ways, because not everyone will know the answer to all these questions. For example, someone might not know if they might know that they get service from VTEL, but they're not sure if it's VTEL fixed wireless or if they're in VTEL's fiber footprint or something like that. So this question and subsequent questions are all kind of touching on the same thing, which is what is the quality of your service, but they're asking it in different ways. So if they know what the actual infrastructure is, we'd love to know that right here. Do you want to scroll down?
For B, you should add Duncan.
Yes.
Yep.
And Duncan.
Duncan. America runs on Duncan.
Very slowly.
And within some of those, there is fiber and there is also regular cable. Do you want to know that you?
Yeah, so that would be you mean within cable?
If they're getting fiber, like Duncan has some fiber out there, not a lot.
So both, if they have cable or fiber, that counts as served. So essentially those get grouped in the same category because they can provide 25/3. So question 9, we want to know how people currently use the internet, right? Can they, do they run a company from their home? Do they have home security? Do they do email, social networking? Do they use the internet for government services? These are a range of things, and it helps us understand what the current capabilities of their internet is. You want to keep scrolling down? So then we ask, after preparing them with that question, can they do these things easily, right? Can they receive emails with attachments easily? Can they play video games? Can they do video conferencing? Can they stream on multiple videos at once with different devices? Can they use a smart speaker? And all of this is, again, to get at how robust is their service.
It's a little vague in terms of, actually gauging. Like, I can do all that, can I do it easily? Absolutely not, but I can do all that.
Right. I mean, and again, this is going to be something where people's conceptions of easily might be different. It's a little hard to control for.
Regularly between can and do.
Yeah.
Triple out that you
regularly and easily. I like that. I like.
Easily.
Yeah.
Underline easily.
Yeah. Yeah.
How many can I do at once?
Right. Right. And without a lag or without a delay, we can re-emphasize, in addition to the without waiting for anything to load, we can emphasize without a lag or delay to really make it clear what we're asking.
Can I ask a question on the last section, because it just came up in our town about commercial use? I mean, there's no question commercially, is anyone using this and not looking?
Yep, no, that's right. Residential provides the vast bulk of, what this network will cover. So that's really what entities look for in a feasibility study, in a business plan. If a business wanted to fill this out on behalf of their business and on behalf of their house, that's fine too, but it's not a critical component. Is that true, Carol? Would you agree with that?
I think the small businesses, we might want to add a small, something along those lines, government services, businesses, and let them decide.
Yeah.
Because we have companies that are trying to use credit card machines and they don't operate at the same time.
Right. Or you have to wait because somebody else is on the
right. So I think it's an important component of this survey
That
that
would
we have
have-
commercial demand in some of these small rural areas. Restaurants.
Great. Yeah.
And the other part of that same question is that one of the things we all want in our town is the second homeowner who's going to increasingly commute from their second home.
Right.
And they need a good, robust connection to do that.
Yep. definitely.
Perhaps just in that, how do you use the internet, instead of and other, could have e-commerce. And that would take care of a lot of those questions about credit cards and.
Yep, shopping.
Shopping.
Yeah.
I wouldn't actually call it e-commerce, because that suggests that you're selling online. I think what we're talking about is credit card processing. I might say something like.
You could put credit card process.
Yeah, small business. All right. Yeah, so that's a good flag. Thank you for that. We'll make sure that small business applications are included in the how do you use the internet.
Are you, when you have other, you're gonna have the box below that says, tell us what?
Yep, good flag. I'll make sure that the line shows up in the
Coming to your house.
Okay, so we went over. Yep, we went over current service. Is your internet service bundled? Yes.
What's the threshold for easily? What's the answer to the question, how easy is easily?
I would say easy is without waiting for things to load.
So in other words, instant.
Within reason, yeah. Nothing's instant.
No,
Yeah,
that's,
yeah.
that's a serious question.
Yeah.
You know, compared to what we used to have, right? What we have now is really good.
Right.
But, so it's easier.
Right.
So the real answer is instantly, without any delay at all.
Without delay. Yep, that's.
Or would quickly be better than easily, because easily is
Instantly.
Subjective and doesn't.
Sure. Yeah, I like that too. All right, I will clarify quickly and easily without delay, without waiting for anything to load.
Without buffering.
What's that?
Without buffering.
Without buffering, yes.
But nobody knows what buffering.
Well, that's why I didn't put that in there.
Nobody knows what buffering. You do, but nobody else does. Ask somebody at Cronex General Store in Jacksonville if they know what buffering is.
So we also want to know. If they have internet service that's bundled, we want to know that.
We talked about this at the last meeting.
Yes.
This isn't the right question. I want to know how many people have satellite TV. Because if they're spending $100 a month on satellite TV that could be avoided, that is really important to know. So this question needs to be changed. There is no cable TV where we live, so.
Yeah, but some towns there is.
Some towns there is.
Those towns have better internet already.
Well,
Right,
yes.
so the towns that, most of us in little towns do not have any cable TV, so we have no cable internet. So if you watch TV, unless you have an antenna on your roof, it's satellite, and that's an important financial consideration.
Because all of a sudden, that bill goes away, everybody's
Yeah,
streaming.
yeah, that's a big bill.
That's a whole.
What number are you on, Bill?
Yeah, we will ask about TV providers too. That's a good idea.
Well, and also, would you want to have internet without having to have the cable or without having to have the telephone service? I just want the internet. Can I just have the internet someplace? Because my cable bill is killing me.
Well, by definition, that's what fiber is.
Right.
Internet.
But how does it get into the house then?
So we want to.
Fiber optic cable.
Number 11, you should go to security.
Oh, the phone bundles are easy to go.
Is that something that?
I don't know how many people do. I can't remember what the triple flight, I guess it's internet, TV, telephone. Now Comcast offers security some places, I don't know if they.
I think they do like digital, like cyber security.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay. I'll look into that. So let's move on a little bit.
Another question?
Yeah.
Bundled with, is that the same thing as you get it from the same supplier or you have to get it from the supplier? In other words, I'm not even sure whether I could get my internet without getting my phone from CCI. But I do happen to get both. Are they bundled or not?
They are bundled. Yep.
And you can, but you should check your bill because they'll tell you whether you have a 2-year contract on one or the other. You can drop your
I pay separately for both. I mean, I pay separately for each.
You do.
So, but that would, if it's from the same supplier, by definition, it's bundled.
Well, I think you'll find on your bill from CCI, if you've got phone service and internet, there's a discount. It's listed as a discount on your bill. And you can have, if you have DirecTV, with all of that, believe it or not, with CCI, that it was with Fairpoint, you would have a discount even though they don't have anything to do with the thing on your bill. So it's accounted for in something called a discount on your bill.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, I don't think you can get satellite TV, regardless of whether it's bundled with CCI or mine's bundled with my AT&T cell phone. But it's at least $60 to $70 a month to have satellite TV, and all you get is crappy channel. For $100, you get a few less crappy channel. That is a big factor in making this affordable.
I think we should put,
Yeah.
the TV provider question on here. I do, but bundled is.
Well, then maybe it should be a separate question. Do you have satellite TV and what are you paying for it?
Yeah, that's
a huge number.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So we want to know how much people are currently paying for their bundled services. Just a range, right? We're not. It's going to be different for every town, but we just kind of generally want to know average pricing thresholds for.
Those who are using their hotspots to
Yep.
provide themselves service, is that bundled in here? It says telephone. You asked the question, TV, telephone, but not cell. I'm just, because we have.
So what we
$500 a month on.
what we asked was whether you got your internet through mobile.
Right, that's the beginning.
Right.
That's question
Yes.
8.
And so are you saying we should have something more than that?
I'm just wondering in this question 11, cell service.
I see. Yeah, if that counts as bundled.
It's, yeah, some businesses, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, we could add that. I mean,
There's a lot of people using their
they're
hotspots.
using their data.
Their internet.
Yeah.
in our areas.
Okay, yeah.
Can I just go back to that bundling again? I mean, AT&T gives me $10 a month off on my DirecTV service because it's bundled with my cell phone. And DirecTV satellite and my cell phone have nothing to do with each other.
Yep.
So if I drive around our town, Whitington, there's satellite TV dishes all over the place.
Yep.
And those people probably don't realize, and we want to teach them how they can stream the same thing for less money. So if people get rid of $60, $70, $80, $100 a month in satellite TV costs, bundled or unbundled, that will encourage them to do broadband. And I think it's a huge number.
But that's not a great survey. But we'll get that answer, right? Because they're going to answer this question and say, my CCI bill is $75 to $99, or whatever it happens to be. And we're going to add that question about TV.
Yeah,
to the
so
survey.
the TV, you have its own question.
Wouldn't there be a better way to phrase that question right there and just say, how much do you pay for these services, your telephone, your television, your internet, bundled or not? You know, because that's really the most important thing, is how much are people paying for all those
What are you
services?
spending a month on internet and telephone and TV?
Sure. I'm
I
happy.
really appreciate the satellite TV thing to be its own question, because in the towns with no cable and
Yeah.
no cell service, people have satellite TV.
It will be. And I like that phrasing of how much do you spend for all of these services. I mean, this is what.
Each. That was the suggestion. How much do you pay for each of these services? How much do you pay for internet? How much do you pay for phone? How much do you pay for TV? Separate
That
numbers.
varies, no, that's hard to break out.
I think that's
It
very
doesn't matter, as
difficult.
long as the size is really good. People can come off the top of their one number, it
Yeah.
makes it simple for, there's no need for this breakdown, really, because
Yeah, I mean, and again, this is a. Yeah. And the other thing.
Anyways, they got 2 CCI bills here from Marlboro, different service, and no TV, and so you can
Yeah,
see
no,
out the building if you want.
Well,
It's got all this fine print too.
yeah, that it's. Yeah. So really, what all this is working up towards is putting in the business plan and then in the feasibility study kind of general benchmarks for things like how much are people paying generally for their telecommunications bills. So with this 1 to 5 scale, this is a highly subjective, obviously, question where we just want to gauge the mood of people in the community. We also want to know what quality is most important from their internet provider, whether that be speed, reliability, consistency, which we try to differentiate clearly from reliability, whether or not you have unlimited data, and then the price. And then we'd also like to see.
Can we go back to 14 for a second?
Yep.
You're saying there from your internet provider.
Yes.
So
they have dial-up.
What?
I guess the question is whether it's their current provider or what they would value most from a future provider.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think either.
Right.
If you're choosing an internet provider, what's the important thing, right?
So switch the word
Yes.
your to and.
From an internet provider.
Well,
Yes.
it also gets construed as what's the most vulnerable aspect of your current service. Because even if you're looking for, say, reliability, that's because you don't have an.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's what question 15 is supposed to get at.
Right.
So we want to know both, which of these are people going to think about when they think about whether to switch to fiber, and what things here are they currently most concerned about with their current service. There's a slight distinction between those two, and that's why there's two different questions. Yeah.
You might switch 14 and 15 because readability, I'm thinking about current and I'm thinking future.
Mm-hmm.
So if 14 is future, then you go back to future.
Okay, good idea. Yep, I like it.
I wanted to just comment about the next question, landline service.
Yeah?
Basically, the big crucial factor there is if you have backup power. That's why we all want a landline, an analog landline. But if you have backup power, it's not really an issue. And that's why a lot of the fiber providers will provide backup power if they're giving you voice over internet protocol.
They're required to do so.
Right.
Right.
So I think it's important to make this clearer. So you have analog phone service, you have backup power, you've done the power outage.
How long
Well,
was that?
again, that question is absolutely important for when people think about whether they're going to switch to fiber or switch to voice over IP. What this is for is slightly different in that it informs the feasibility study because we want to know how many people are currently able to use their cell phone at their house, how many people use voice over IP already. So that is absolutely important when it comes to when people make decisions about whether they are going to switch their current phone service or adopt fiber. But I'm worried about, it's already pretty long, I worry about adding too many more questions. I mean, we certainly are going to add some.
That's more for us to be able to answer people's questions if that comes up.
Right. They are required to provide, I think, 12 hours of backup.
They're required to provide 8 at this time.
8 hours.
And the FCC is trying to move that up to 24.
And that's a battery that's at the house.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be 24 soon.
Well, the FCC is pushing for 24.
You know, this may not be possible to put in the survey, but I can't tell you how many times I've gone to somebody with a fairly new cell phone and I said, oh, you don't have Wi-Fi calling turned on. People are not realizing that they may not have cell service at their home, but they really do. If they turn on Wi-Fi calling, even their crappy consolidated internet connection will allow their cell phone to work.
But that's an educational thing, not a survey.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
But it's a good, I mean, certainly part of it. All right, let's do a few, you've had your hand up for a while.
We're asking about what's important to people in their selection, but nowhere in the survey have you asked what speed they currently have. So maybe not in some of the areas, but in other areas, you have many options for different speeds, but you have to pay for them. So you're asking the how to compare speed for price, but you've never asked.
That's because what we care about is what is served and what is underserved or unserved. and which gets to the kind of infrastructure you have. I mean, we can ask explicitly what speeds people are ordering, I suppose, although often what's advertised has no correlation with what you're actually getting at your house. Yeah.
We had a previous survey in Wardsboro, and only 1 out of 5 people filled that, gave us the answer to that question. And we even gave them an URL for a speed check. So
Yeah.
For some reason, they just don't seem to fill it out.
It's a tricky, I mean, a lot of these are tricky questions, but that's a tricky one.
Well, a lot of that's weeded out with what can you do at what that question with, you know, how many things can you do at once, or what, however that was. I mean, you already know if they got a good connection with that.
Yeah.
Going back to question 14, you're asking for them to select one of those 5.
Yep.
But I could expect that the questions we're going to be getting would be along the lines of, does that mean that you're going to provide just one of these, or are you going to emphasize one? Isn't it true that all of those are desired? And how would a person express that on their survey?
So
can you do a rank ordering, for example, instead of selecting one?
we talked about that. We also talked about other options for phrasing it, and what's important is really we wanted to make sure people didn't we wanted to make sure we didn't lose the opportunity to get people's number one concern, and that was why we phrased it the way it was. And I assume people care about all of these. I would care about all of these. But honestly, if someone cares first about speed and then about price, or first about price and then about speed, that's a big difference. And we want to know, rather than giving people the option to say, I care about all of these, or I care about 3 out of the 5 of these, we wanted to really make sure people thought carefully about what they most wanted.
So when we explain it, we should say what's the worst problem you're experiencing, of which of these 5, and that's the answer to the question. What thing are you having the most trouble with and that you want to fix the best? That's the answer to the question.
I think it's more about what you value most.
It was intended to be what do you value the most, and this was intended to be what do you want to see fixed with your.
There's no way that you would not want to get all of the first 4 for some price.
I agree, but we are forcing people to pick one, and that's part of it, right? There's only one.
I will take reliability and pay more money.
Yeah, that's not going to be meaningful, but go ahead.
Yeah.
3 days ago during an ice storm, where I didn't have any satellite cell service, it would have been consistency. At the beginning of the month, speed is no issue. At the end of the month, speed is an issue. So I'm going to leave that one blank.
Great. We are forcing people to pick, and we're going to get a range of answers. And what we really want to know is what we'll be able to rank. You know, most people care about this. This is the second most cared about. This is the third most prioritized or cared about. And that's, you know, it's okay if you answer it as you will, and some of you may not like the question, but we really want to drill down to what is the ranking of priorities in the community in terms of what do people care about most, what do the second most people care about, and what do third most people care about. So,
you know what I think might be important? We're all on broadband committees in our community. We actually have 9 in our Whitingham committee. And I think that we need to if we tell people to fill out the survey, we should tell them, if you don't understand the question, call me, so that we get the right answers, so we can help people. We're all studying this to try to figure it out, but our neighbors aren't. And I think if we help them answer the survey, we'll get better data.
okay, so we have a section about phone service, who your provider is, whether you have a cell phone or not, who your cell phone provider is, and what the cell strength is at your house. Yeah?
Why?
Why about the cell phone?
Why about cell phone? Why about phone in general? We're not. I find whenever I talk to people the difference between internet and cell phone service, they don't know the difference, and I think you're just.
So let me tell you the reason, and then you can respond. When the CUD puts out an RFP to say, do you want to be the internet provider for this network, companies will want to know whether or not it would make sense for them to bundle services with it, whether they should offer a special voice over IP service, whether they should offer something else. They are expecting some form of indication that will help them know whether they should offer that or not. And yes, some people do confuse the two. That's going to happen. We have to live with it. That it's not going to be perfect. We aren't going to be able to eliminate confusion for everyone.
My question really is, isn't that section 2 years down the line? In other words, if we're trying to get answers for an ISP person, as opposed to getting answers for us to create a CUD, what do we care about? Right now, what do we care about?
Well, we care about what the average revenue per customer is going to be. And it's going to be different if you think that customers are going to want internet service and a voice line as a bundle, or whether they're just going to want internet service because they're going to use their cell phone instead. And so I think some of these questions can lead us into determining what that average revenue is going to be, and that goes into the feasibility study.
Alex, can I just
Yes.
ask a clarifying question? So is it fair to say that the data you're collecting here is less important for will you be a CUD or not, as it is to inform the business plan and the RFP process, so we do this feasibility study once? And is it also fair to say that if you guys have determined that we need 20% response, that that's statistically valid, so that even if we got 50, the responses, when they're in aggregate, should change very little between 20 and 50. Are those two fair things? Because I think that's...
Yes, that's a great clarification. Those are both fair things. I would say not only does this does inform around the edges some things about formation of the CUD, because it's establishing what areas are served and what are unserved. And when we look at those on the map, we can see, okay, if we're going to bring fiber from here to here to here to here, we can knock out this unserved area, and then it makes sense to have this be one CUD, and then the fiber, looking at where served and unserved with the geography and existing fiber assets, then we start to figure out where the optimal CUDs are. So it does do both, but you're absolutely right in saying that this informs the feasibility study in ways that are beyond the CUD just alone.
Can a town that is well served or served be a part of the CUD?
Absolutely.
Inevitably, even a town like Brattleboro, particularly around its edges, have unserved areas.
No, we have in Vernon a few.
But we're next to Guilford and close to Halifax, who have real problems.
Yeah.
So
if
we aggregate that, do we end up being part of the unserved greater community?
Right.
And
And that would be the reason to join a communication union district, so that you can find a solution for those unserved areas.
And for those who want to be served by fiber.
And yes, as well.
Yeah, and in ValleyNet's region, there are places that have cable that will get built as well, just maybe with a different plan.
Or Woodstock.
Yeah.
Based upon the questions, I see that there's no way that you can really determine whether people receive LTE or not. I mean, you asked whether they use it for internet as a primary internet source, which is fine, by definition you would, but there's nowhere, you ask if what cell phone strength is your home, that would be call strength with bars, which is a totally different thing than LTE or 3G reception. So there's no way in this to determine whether people receive LTE if they're residents or not, or 3G as their residents, separate from whether they're using it as an internet source or not. Is that important for you?
I'm trying to think if that's actually important.
Because a lot of people who have LTE don't even know they have it. So it gets confusing.
Yeah.
But I think that's an important thing to know, whether a geographic space is covered by
The
cell service or not.
That's also going to be a highly confusing question if we're already trying to make the distinction between internet is different than cell service, but LTE is also different than whether you can call people. I mean, I barely understand that.
But
So
that data exists. Somebody did a study of that.
Oh,
We
they
had a
did?
chart
Okay,
at
okay.
one of our meetings. Remember that meeting we had in Dover? And so I was in that red zone where we don't have cell service, we don't have internet, we don't have anything.
yeah.
So, but can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
We have a town, Stratton, the map itself, 1,500 taxpayers. 90% of them are serviced by Comcast, 200 of us are not.
Yep.
So if we survey those 1,500 people, they're gonna come back with this survey completely different. They're gonna talk about reliability, because Comcast sucks for them, I know that,
Yeah.
for example. Are we gonna separate that out? I know I have no filter in.
This is a safe space. You can say whatever you
Well,
want.
no, it's the same issue
Right.
in Dover.
So yes,
So
that's why.
some people are serviced. So is that gonna be separated out when on the first page, when they write Comcast, you're gonna throw it in another pile? Because their answers are completely different.
So a few things. Their answers will be different, and that's exactly what we want to know. We will actually be able to put on a map dots for every address that responds and say these people have service and these people don't. So that's one way that we're going to pull them all together. Also knowing, I mean, it's important to know that consistency and or reliability is an issue for people with Comcast. Or that's what's top of mind, or that's what they care about. And it would be great to know what people who have Dunkin' care about. You know, that all helps a future provider think about how they're going to prioritize, you know, running a business if they end up being the person to win the RFP.
Question 17, are there any towns in the Windsor region or this group that have landline service for retail? I thought retail was up in your area.
No, there are some at the very top of Wyndham
Oh, there are?
County, where retail comes down into some of those towns.
So those people already have fiber?
Yes.
Yep. So again, you know, we're getting into some direct questions about potential future service, right? Definitely would to unsure. Would you subscribe to competitively priced fiber internet? And I know that competitively priced is subjective, but we can't tell anyone really any even ranges at this point because we don't know what the business cases are. But I think it's more about gauging people's general interest and mood and approachability with fiber, knowing that we're trying to make it as competitive as possible. Yes?
I think it's a little confusing just in terms of pronouns of the question. If fiber internet,
I think it's missing a Y in
to your current service came to our community. I don't know what that means.
Okay, you're right. It should probably be your community, and competitively priced does not have to be with regard to your current service, because if you're paying $100...
It's the euro and the hour.
Okay. Yep, I will change the hour to your. That's a good call. Okay, so... and for those people who want to switch, what is the primary reason you would switch? And again, this is information that goes into the feasibility study and that the people responding to the RFP will want to know, right? Do they, if D ends up being something that most people respond, that may change the idea of who should be the provider, right? So we want to know kind of why people would want to switch. What are the primary motivations? What they think is a fair price. That would be great to know. And then...
Why did you put in the 100 megabit synchronous? I mean,
it's a benchmark.
Well, I know, but people don't know what you know. If you're like me and you got 17 down and you have 1.2 up, yeah, what does 100 mean to me? Even if I could compare it,
It means longer.
stuff's working fine. You know. I mean, you could put a 50 in there; it wouldn't make any difference.
So the reason why we picked 100 is because that's definitely better than DSL, definitely better than satellite, obviously, but it's also better than cable.
Yes, I understand.
And that's the threshold that we wanted to ask about. You know, it may not, people may not understand. If people have lived with DSL their whole life, they may not. And
you could put in parentheses faster than cable.
You could put that in, so you can explain that, that's something people can relate to.
okay, yeah, I like that. Good clarification. Yeah.
The other thing that might be important here, and we've talked about it a couple of times, and this may be the place to catch up, where people said, you might have to pay for your landline, you might not have to pay for, because if in your head you're saying all of the places is DSL for $100 a month, the answer would be no. But if I would not have to pay my landline, I would have to pay something else, because it's not DSL for fiber, it's fiber and all that things for DSL. So I don't know how you get that into the survey without letting the data.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought, and that's where data that we have from other fiber installations comes in, because if you give people all those, people are resistant to change. They don't want to commit to that while they're taking out a survey. It takes a little while. They need to have someone in their community do it first to see that, oh, it works like totally easily and fine. And so those responses might not really be valuable until, again, as the gentleman over there said, that when you're doing consumer education about that, that's in a year from now or in 2 years from now. That's where that becomes most important.
Yeah, so you have data from other surveys that
exactly.
hold up against this and
exactly.
be able to extract.
Exactly.
Okay, got
Yep.
it. Perfect.
Yeah, question 23 is laid out in a sort of interesting way.
Yeah.
It might lead people to believe that they can influence what the price is going to be. Why not give them a couple of different likely scenarios, like you're going to get 100 up and down for $90 a month, 200 bucks up and down for 150. Based on what typical prices are now, and say which would you choose? Because this is typically what it costs.
Well, that seems like it would make them think that they were influencing it as well in a different way.
I think the second way, what I'm proposing, just gives us an idea of how much money they want to throw at it, assuming they understand that it might replace other things, like their landline and television service.
And is there even realistically anybody who would provide 100 for $40 a month?
Yeah, no, right, but people might say, well, yeah.
People are buying it.
Right.
I think you're going to get a lot of $40 to $50 a month back.
Well, that may be the case. That being said, the way that it's phrased, what do you think would be fair, is not saying what do you want to pay. It's what do you think would be fair. We want to know, right? We're not asking people to say, this is what I would pay. We want to know generally how people are conceiving of the value of fiber internet. And it may be the case that, that you can make it work at $40 to $50 a month, but it likely won't be able to. But that being said, it'll give us a benchmark for how people are conceiving of the value of it, and what additional consumer education needs to happen around.
I think you're giving them false hope.
Well, also, I don't think you're going to get much data as far as how much money you can bring in. What subscriber revenues are. I mean, the people who want to pay $40 or $50 a month would probably be very happy with 25 megabits.
Yeah, that they probably would, and that's why this is not. Again, this is not to act. Nobody is going to even come close to setting actual price thresholds using this data and these responses. Because we don't know how much it's going to cost yet to deploy the network. We don't know how much it's going to cost. Is the company that's providing the internet, do they already own bucket trucks, or are they going to have to spend $100,000 a truck?
This makes sense, not when you're signing people up. This makes sense when you're trying to figure out what the feasibility study is, I guess, or the business model.
That is what we're trying to do. Yeah.
Let's not, don't confuse that with what the next step may be, which is trying to get.
You're gauging a mood, not asking for a commitment.
Right.
You're figuring out, as a business, you're going, well, here are the different things I can offer, here are the speeds I can offer. I've got an awful lot of people at the bottom between 40 and 60. Well, that's going to be something that I need to focus on, yeah, there's gonna be people up here going 90 and 100. So that's a business model that they can look at. Here's your customer base.
Carol, what's the breakdown?
A value judgment. I don't understand why you're asking what would be fair. That's kind of like what do you think of, what would I like a business to charge? Why wouldn't it be, what is the maximum amount we're willing to pay? It's different than value judgment.
That sounds scary. And I think asking about fairness is different than also asking about what would you like. I think fairness, we all have our own conceptions of fairness. We're going to get a range of answers. That's why we want 6,000 respondents, give or take, so we can look at the averages and see what generally what the mood is and what the kind of interest is.
If you take your CCI bill and it says you're paying $35 for 10 meg, and we're asking you, what do you think is a fair price for 100? So it requires somebody to think through, well, if I'm paying $35 for 10, a fair price for 100.
It's not necessarily relevant that you're paying $35 for a
That's the, but that's what it's the, how do you as an individual determine what is a fair price for something that you don't have today? And so that's partly how some people deal with it, is that they're looking at, what do I pay today, and for how much?
Well, what can I afford?
Well, that's not what this question is about, though, because that's a whole different question. What can I afford is a different question.
Okay.
Well, your EC Fiber's lowest cost is $64 a month plus the.
So $72 with the equipment. Yep.
Yeah, so people are getting the consolidated 3 megabyte price, for $35 or $40. I mean, this is a huge hurdle.
And not everyone is going to subscribe to this. Some people are going to keep their consolidated. Some people are going to keep their satellite. That is okay. This is for the people, for the people that are interested in fiber, right? We're looking at the people who are interested. How much do they think it's worth? How much generally are they expecting? How much, that's good data to have. So, so then at the very end here, we want to know, if people want to get more involved, right? We can use all hands on deck, for this part of the process. Could be with data entry. It could be with, we may actually have to send people out at a certain point to verify that poles are in the right locations, or you never know what we're going to need people to do. So the last questions are if people are excited about this. If they want to volunteer some of their time, we would love to know that, and therefore know if we can contact them. But again, totally optional for them to attach their name to the survey or attach their email address. Yeah.
Sorry, I have one more.
No, it's okay.
Okay, question 22, what's the primary reason we would switch? It was going back to 14, there was a list of qualities that would be most important. Among them is unlimited data. And that is a big factor, especially if you're on a service like retail. And also consistency is listed on 14.
Yep.
Why are these reasons on 22 different? And should there be some parallel structure between those two questions?
Yeah, that's a good point. There should be probably all the responses on 14 should be on 22. And I guess if people hold in their head the difference between consistency and reliability of the first question, we should have those both here as well. So I think you're right. Everything that should be that is in that question should be here in 22 as well. Yeah.
And were you going to change 14 to an internet provider or keep it your internet provider?
If 14 is the one about the ideal internet provider, we'll change it to an. And then 15 is the one about your internet provider. Yeah.
In questions of brevity, why not eliminate one of those two and just combine them?
Well, they're getting at slightly different things. They're getting at slightly different things in terms of What's that?
I don't see how they are.
Well, one is getting at people thinking aspirationally about, in a perfect world, what do they prioritize, and one is thinking about, in their current world, what does their service struggle with. And maybe it turns out that those are going to be the same for everyone, but we don't. I guess we don't quite know until we.
Alex, you use these questions elsewhere, right? We're not the first people to see these.
No, but that being said, a lot of your feedback and all of your feedback has been really helpful, especially with wording choices and other things like that.
So these questions basically give you guys what you need. That's your thing.
Yeah.
You guys is us guys, that's why we're asking.
That's true. That's yeah. No, you're right. You're right. No, but all of, I mean, these changes are really good and helpful, and again, we want to make sure that you all are comfortable with the way it's set up, so that you feel good about answering questions, you feel good about being a part of the process.
So we're going to incorporate as many of those comments as we can. Alex will do that, and then we'll post it on our website. And before we leave, maybe we can just take a few more minutes. If any communities want to share some of the ideas that they have about distribution, if there are things like, how to get the paper survey out, it would be good, I assume, if you can have that at your local library, town hall, other gathering places, but maybe your town hall's not open every day. And so then you might want to think about putting a box of the paper surveys outside the front door if you have a porch or something. But if any of you have creative or just really logical ideas for spreading the word, please share. Jennifer.
It's winter time and it's probably hard, but lawn signs?
Lawn signs, yeah.
Would that make sense?
You could, or the sandwich boards in certain places in town, in your town centers. Yes?
Another possible suggestion is the community service organizations. I've been thinking about it. I'm a member of the Lions Club. We have 57 members in our area. A lot of
That's
people
great.
they talk with.
Yeah.
Rotary, all the service organizations. It's a volunteer thing. They like it.
If anyone drives for Meals on Wheels, that's that's a nice way. You talk to a lot of people that way. So.
Sure. Yes.
This is not my idea, it says, bring in bingo.
Oh yeah, there we go. Bingo. Exactly.
Bingo, contra dances.
Oh, there you go. I saw, Patrick, you showed a nice postcard you were making, right?
Yeah, we've got nearly 6,000 households we need to reach, and so our intention is to do a every door mailing, much the likes of which was described earlier. But while I have the floor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Given the relatively short period of time in which we're able to collect surveys, can we expect an email or a phone call from the Wyndham Regional Commission letting us know that the survey's gone live?
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, we'll definitely send a note out to all those who are on our list, which is quite expensive right now.
What's your target date for that to happen?
To get the survey online as soon as possible, if not tomorrow, at the very, early part of next week.
The reason I ask is as soon as it goes live, we can put it on our website.
Yep,
As soon as it
that would
goes
be great.
live and we know that you guys are pushing out social media, we can begin
Yep.
the process of sharing and liking and all the other things you can do.
Yep.
So knowing when it goes live, I think it's gonna be useful.
Yes, yes,
This
we'll make sure we
weekend's
get
a
that.
holiday weekend, so many of our second homeowners are actually here.
Ah,
It would behoove us to get it out by Saturday.
it'd be great if we could.
So are you making an electronic file available to us of the survey?
Yep.
Yes,
It's
it'll be
actually really, really easy. We should maybe pull it up and show. It's here. I know what I do. I can pull it up on my computer and we can just plug in the
So
Yeah.
we click on Wyndham/broadband.
Yep.
And you said there's a lot of other stuff loaded out there.
Yes.
So there's gotta be some big graphic thing that says, click here for the
Yes,
survey.
there
so that
is.
people-
It's
okay.
all ready to
Okay.
go.
What I'm getting at is, you said it's on SurveyMonkey, but is it gonna be clear.
It's not
that
an
there's
actual survey monkey, but it's a similar.
I'll show you right now. This will be
I'm just
a
wondering
good
if
thing
we
to
can
do.
take an e-file of it and put that on our website
because
as
they won't
well
have
as
the
a
data.
link to.
They won't have the data.
So just have a link to our page.
So this is basically what it looks like embedded in a website. So we have the same context as in the first one. You kind of, first you enter your address, then you hit your town, right?
Yeah,
We're gonna change this and add the electric utility that was mentioned earlier, right?
And
All
that's
this, and then you just
That's a
hit,
Google.
yep, it's a,
That's great.
So
And
that-
so it has to go through Wyndham Regional org/broadband so that you guys can collect all of the data.
Yes.
If we posted it separately without the link, you couldn't get the data, and that's the important part is for you guys to be able to get the data, right?
well, if you post the wyndhamregional.org/broadband,
Yeah, we
Yeah,
posted the
exactly.
URL, but we're not gonna get an e-file of our survey to put.
Right,
Right.
yeah, everyone should be kind of funneled to this.
Yep,
Yeah.
okay, got it.
Any other ideas, suggestions?
Just
Yeah.
a question about access to the data, which was mentioned before.
Yeah.
So is there any possibility that we would have access to the actual spreadsheets, sorted by town or something as the data's coming in? So we have more real-time access to that information?
I don't know how that would work, do you?
I think I'll monitor it if we need to, pull the fire alarm and, or, light a fire under everyone's butts or whatever, we'll do that. I'm not too worried about needing to monitor it in real time, and I'll send an email out again in a couple weeks just to give everyone an update about the responses are coming in, systems are working, that kind of.
So
Call
what about
Alex 3
what about
times a
after
day.
March 17th, after your deadline?
Yep.
Could we at least get the data at that point? Because maybe us as a town, maybe we want to pursue it further and get more data.
I don't see any reason why not, yeah, no, certainly not, yeah, yeah.
In the previous meeting, the response rate target was 30%, now it's 20%. Was the judgment that 30% was a bridge too far, or what was the reason for that?
Alec, the Rural Innovation Strategies does quite a lot of surveys. They are very comfortable with the 20% take rate on the
Yeah.
survey, being valid, statistically valid.
Yeah, because we are actually.
Mine was a little higher, but we all know we can get to 30 anyway, so I.
30 would be great, but 6,000 people is a highly statistically significant number. What we want to make sure is that when we're figuring out what areas are served and unserved, we have the spread, right? The spread across the region. That's the most important thing.
This is a question for,
Susan.
Susan. One of the cheapest forms of advertising are the $35 boxes on the bottom of the page in the Reformer and the Commons. Is that something that would be in the regional's budget?
We haven't really talked about that. The Reformer did just have a front page article last weekend about it, and I'm sure that, we're gonna get more information out in all those publications as well.
I'm just thinking it's a really inexpensive way.
Yeah, if we have trouble getting that information out otherwise, we may consider that.
And VPR.
VPR, yes.
Yes.
For the hard copy, is it going to be the online version printed out?
It'll look like the one you have today.
Yeah, it'll look.
It will look like this,
Yes.
not look
Right.
like that. Okay, just knowing that we're going to have people in our town that are going to do the hard copy way. Need to know. So in regards to my question about the link, how are we accessing that copy to get the hard copy to our people who need that? rather than an
The
online
Word
version?
document version.
Yes, so that will all be posted on.
We post it on our
The same
website,
website.
on the
Yeah,
same page.
It's all at the same.
Download it
Okay.
and share it however you want.
It's all
And
at the
just a
same link.
PDF.
Yep,
Yes.
yep.
Yep.
So you mentioned that you're trying to determine served versus unserved. What are you using for the threshold for that?
So basically, what type of provider you have. I mean, what the infrastructure is what determines it, right? So if you've got cable in your neighborhood, or then you count as served. If
Okay,
you
so
don't,
anything less than cable is unserved?
essentially, yeah.
Okay.
There's
Just
also
one- just
state data
curious,
that'll
just
be
one
merged
more.
into this too.
Yeah, yeah, and
Right.
yeah,
Thanks.
there's, yeah.
What about if there are different households in the same 911 address?
So we're gonna add the apartment or unit number question to the E911 address. And we'll phrase it as unit number maybe, and that'll catch both apartments and, you know, clusters of houses. Yeah, yeah. Good question.
All right, well, thank you all for coming, and thank you for all your help getting the survey out.
Thank you.
Hi, Rob.
Hello, how's it going? Nice to see
Welcome, everybody. This evening, we don't have a whole heck of a lot on our agenda outside of the panel cost and funding options. So we are going to get started. So I will work from my left side, starting with Chris Campney. Introduction of the panelists, please.
Chris Campney, Wyndham Regional Commission.
Laura Sibilia, representative from the House Energy and Technology Committee.
Sarah Coffey, I'm a representative for Wyndham 1, Vernon and Guilford, but I'm here as a citizen appointee by the Speaker of the House.
Emily Davis, citizen appointee by Senator Pro Tem Timash.
Bob Leach, appointed by the governor. Josh Unruh, chair, appointed by the governor.
Madeline Arms, Town of Vernon.
June Tierney, Commissioner, Department of Public Service.
Bill Irwin, representing the Agency of Human Services. I work for the Vermont Department of Health.
Corey Daniels with North Star.
David Pearson, North Star.
And we have two people on the phone.
I'll go first. Bob Gustafson, State of New Hampshire, appointed by the governor to represent the 6 communities in New Hampshire that were part of the EPZ.
Second person on the phone, let's hear from you. Who is it?
It's Commissioner Emily Boddicker.
Tony, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, excellent. Emily Bodecker, Commissioner, Department of Environmental Conservation.
Okay, let's take a review and I'll entertain the motion to approve the minutes from January 2020.
Mr. Chair, just as it was a snafu, but we do not have printouts of the meeting minutes this evening. They are available online. I don't know if anyone has had opportunity to review them.
Seeing that there's nobody jumping at the chance to review and approve January 2020, maybe we will move those to the next meeting for approval. Is the panel happy with that?
I think it's fine.
Okay, great. So we will begin our discussion on panel operating cost and potential funding options. I will open up the floor to Representative Sibilia and Coffey, as they have an option for us in this respect. And then I will turn it over to Commissioner Tierney to give her option as well.
Okay, thank you. So I think all of the members received, and I think it's posted, a letter talking about what Representative Coffey and I have done, as well as a draft discussion proposal for some potential funding. I think pretty simply, we went out to gather more information about what was possible, what opinions, informed opinions, might consider as possible. We did speak with North Star. We also spoke with members from the Institute for Nuclear Host Communities, which is an organization that started out of this region and thinks about local and regional impacts. And in doing that, we put together, gleaning from what we've heard from the handicap committee, some possible, and North Star, some possible activities that might be helpful to the panel. Those would include looking at having a dedicated communications staffer, so having the panel having the ability to communicate through press releases, etc. Some dedicated support, administrative support for the panel. as well as we have heard notion of the cost associated for citizen participants, so a slight increase in a per diem. We put that down for possible consideration, as well as some estimated costs. I think the commissioner, when she is able to review her costs, can update equipment needs costs. We did not anticipate, given the late status of where we are in this process with decommissioning, the need to bring additional experts here. I think that might have been instructive earlier on in the process, and it may in fact be something that other communities may want to consider. But at this point, it doesn't really seem that that's necessarily helpful. Folks that could help us, that have experience, probably can participate via phone, I would think, at this point. I think we have put together something that would envision it going as long as NDCAP is engaged in the process of decommissioning of the plant. And in our discussions, it seems that the current statute would already allows for the possible participation of North Star. I will tell you that the legislature has attorneys that can review different materials, and we do have a legislative attorney that is reviewing the possibilities here, but I hope folks will take our documents as a place to add some information and some knowledge from outside experts into how we might improve this process. We're happy for them to contribute to a better conversation and maybe a productive conversation this evening. And now I will let Representative Coffey very much improve what I've said.
I mean, I think everybody understands, but for the public, you might know that understands the context for this funding proposal. It came from whether we needed to change language in statute. And just to give back up a step, is that in putting forward the changes to the statute regarding the composition of this panel, which had been the primary changes that the panel had recommended, the question came up about how do we fund this activity, and it's been a question that's come up because currently the Department of Public Service bears those costs, and so that's where this is coming from, and it's by no means seen as an end run around this panel process. It's just that we happen to be in the State House, and folks, some of the folks who work with North Star suggested that there might be a way to bring in funding that did not require a change to the statute. So really, we're bringing this here as we hope as a starting point for us to have a productive conversation about how to do it. So I look forward to hearing everyone's thoughts and also from the commissioner.
Yeah. And I would add one more thing, if I may. So at the last meeting, we heard an idea about possibly just a straight up shift in financial accountability in the regulation from the department to North Star. And that, folks may recall, that felt a little like, wow, that seems like a pretty tall mountain to climb in terms of legislation. And that really was my motivation in terms of understanding what we could do in this legislative session, what was possible, readily possible. I think we certainly could change the language. I think that will be involved, and I think this panel will need to be pretty sure about what it is that they're trying to accomplish and how it is that they plan to engage in that process. Good.
So I'm going to open it up to the panel and specifically to Commissioner Tierney to make comments regarding the proposal that was brought forth by Representative Civilian Coffee, and how it varies from what you're looking at and how it would work within your department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question to the panelists first. Do folks have a copy of the document that I provided online that summarizes costs? So folks do have that for discussion purposes tonight. I thought it might be useful to provide a little walkthrough of this, much as Representative Sibilia and Representative Coffey just did, of the documents that they have put before us. I would begin first by thanking Representative Sibilia and Representative Coffey for the efforts they've made in coming up with the information that they've provided. I find the $35,000 figure that you've identified instructive, and it's precisely that kind of spade work that this panel has been needing to do for some time in order to have a frank conversation about expectations as to what can and cannot be done realistically in the framework of this panel. I note Representative Sibilia's comment about the need for experts, and I think that too is instructive. That goes to the heart of the matter that has prompted my concern. I am very eager to hear from other panelists as to what their views are in terms of anticipating future needs, because it's that prospective need that has driven my concern about amending the statute if we're going to go forward with that kind of work using experts and the like. It is certainly a topic that's come up in the past on this panel, though earlier in my tenure, which I think predates a couple of the panel members we have here today, I started this work in January of 2017, and I should also note that at that time my agency was running a deficit and had been running a deficit for a while. And this is something that I was only able to straighten out last legislative session, so that this year, for the first time, I actually have enough funding to pay for my agency's operations. That's huge, because as you can see from the document I've provided to you, the costs that the agency's been bearing over and above what I call the Section 1 costs are considerable. And I have had to think for some period of time now hard about what realistically that can come out of the department's budget in order to underwrite the activities of NDCAP. So turning to the document I provided to you, at the top on page 1 you see Section 1, and those are the nuts and bolts logistical costs of our meetings, things like the room that we're in tonight, the videography that we have, the notes that get produced afterwards, and the like. Those costs are not substantial in isolation, but I would just point out that in the year that I took over, they appear to have peaked at $11,000, and that followed several years of going upward. That cost curve was bent down a little bit thereafter, and then significantly in 2019, and this reflects the fact that the panel started meeting less frequently at that point, and so the costs came down. That will continue, I would expect, and so I think it's fair to say that the cost figure from 2019 is probably representative, just on the nuts and bolts. If you drop down to Section 2, this is the time cost of my agency devoted to NDCAP activities, and I might say that this is distinct from the other agencies in that under the existing statute for supporting NDCAP, it is the department that is assigned primary responsibility for doing all of the activities that the work of Representative Sibilia and Representative Coffey would shift to an individual who is dedicated as a communications staffer under the control of NDCAP chair. So that's I would just highlight that most of the activities that have been identified in the what I'm going to call discussion draft proposal from we'll just leave it at that, the discussion draft proposal that Representative Sibilia and Representative Coffey walked us through. Those functions, while they may be reasonable and prudent for the panel to have the benefit of, right now by statute, those are all things that my agency is required to provide for the panel. So right there, you're looking at a statutory change if we're going to have somebody else do that, in my opinion. And I do not believe this is something that can be altered by MOU. In any case, as you can see looking at my document, the costs in my agency of providing support for handicap have been substantial. Just to give you some context, in the fall of 2018, I had to conduct a reduction in force where I had to release 5 positions in my agency. That $43,000 would have come in handy, or the $61,000 of time equivalency would have come in handy that we incurred for 2019. So this is not an inconsiderable issue for the department. Turning to Section 3, this is just to give you some insight into what preparation and attendance at these meetings alone costs. It comes to something like $14,000 for a year. These are costs that the agencies do not bill back to North Star, just as I do not bill back the Section 2 costs to North Star as well. In my judgment, reading the statute, I do not have the authority to bill back such costs right now to North Star, which is one of the reasons why I'm so keen to at least recover the logistical costs from Section 1 from North Star, as well as to clarify that the company would be responsible for any other costs that are incurred under Section 1700, I think it's A6G, meaning the experts and the contracting for services and the like. So on the bottom of page 2, you see just a snapshot of what the cost of handicap was in 2019. In my judgment, the $4,000 is something that North Star definitely should have been paying. I think there's a case to be made for the $61,000 in time costs that my agency spent, but I also think that there's a case to be made that that ought not necessarily to be billed back to North Star absent a different statutory change. And the $14,000, you know, I think there's an argument to be made for that being billed back to North Star as well, but that's not driving my concern at this point. What really drives my concern, to repeat myself, is if this panel is to make use of the option that is reserved to it under 18 VSA 17G6. This is on page 3. It's the middle statutory provision where I've underscored the language. In that section 6, it says hire experts, contract for services, provide materials and other reasonable necessary expenses of the panel. To be candid, and this is why I wanted to have the conversation with the panel, in my time as commissioner, this issue has not been forced because we've been preoccupied with reorganization, adapting to a new chair, trying to figure out what our issues would be. The settlement with North Star that resulted in the decommissioning process starting sooner than anybody expected was a real game changer. So this issue of where is this panel going and what resources does it need to get there has sort of been dormant under the surface. But we're there now because we're looking at amending the statute. As I have said at prior meetings, when you open a can of worms, which is what statutory amendment is, you are well served by getting it all done at once and not doing it piecemeal. And that is the spirit in which I came to this panel and said we need to have this conversation about expenses, which I've been trying to have for quite some time now. And I thank the panel for its patience and its willingness to convene tonight's meeting. I will also say that the process we've been through and the conversations that we've had have informed my thinking. I really do go back to Montpelier and reflect on what I hear here. It is never a meeting that I get over and then just go home and forget about, because I'm the commissioner of everybody, which is also the commissioner of this panel and the public that we serve. And it's incumbent on me to reflect on the things that I hear, so that while I respectfully have to disagree with the proposition that an MOU could be prepared that would allow Entergy to pay a certain amount that is fixed, in order to pay for these costs that I'm concerned about, I can recognize that there's a limit as to what can be achieved in any one legislative session. So I have heard what our legislative colleagues are saying about what realistically can be achieved. And from my own view, I have looked at the existing statute, and I have language that would amend the statute to the satisfaction of the Commissioner of the Department of Public Service, but I don't know that that would necessarily be to the satisfaction of this panel. And I'm happy to share that language with anyone who'd like to see it. But in a nutshell, what it says is North Star will bear the costs under 6G, and North Star will have an option of seeking review of the reasonableness of those costs from the PUC. And in the first instance, it would remain the Commissioner of the Department of Public Service who determines whether those costs are reasonable in the first case. So I do not see that as a complicated statutory amendment, but I do appreciate that I don't sit under the Golden Dome day in, day out, and I especially do not sit on House Energy Technology, so I must defer to Representative Sebella's judgment as to what the likelihood of success is in seeking an amendment of that kind. I do give you this notice, if you will. If I have to accept that we will not be amending the statute on this particular issue this year, notwithstanding the panel's vote last time around that we did want to shift costs to North Star, it is very likely that the department will seek this amendment in its own right next year with the proper timing, because it is, in my judgment, a matter that needs to be addressed in this fashion. Turning to the materials that Representative Coffey and Sebilla have provided, the reasons why I don't think the MOU route would work are as follows. Looking at the existing statute, I don't see any authority for NDCAP to be entering into contracts or directing actions that would result in an MOU. NDCAP has an advisory mission. The ability to contract or to otherwise make arrangements for logistical support is vested in my office. And I take that to mean is that I would have to be the one who acceded to an MOU. As you well understand, I have a regulatory supervisory relationship with North Star. It is a relationship that seeks a constructive dynamic, and I should hasten to add that in my judgment, the company has been a good faith partner in what it's doing here as a decommissioning company. But if things go wrong or if discipline is necessary, that originates in the first instance in my office. And so to put me in the position, or to put my successors in the position of also being a counterparty to a freely entered into MOU, in my judgment, is not tenable. And even if it were something that I was inclined to do, I have serious reservations about entering into an MOU or a contract that effectively displaces statutory responsibilities as presently enumerated for my office. In other words, I question whether I could enter into a contract that hires an individual to do things that the statute says my office is supposed to do. Footnote there, I would take from the proposal the suggestion that perhaps there are things that my office needs to improve by way of the services that it's providing to NDCAP. And that's certainly a conversation I'm willing to have with anyone at any time. But I do not think the solution realistically is to contract for them elsewhere. The language about there being the ability to enter into such an MOU because the statute provides that the funds for our activities shall come from the department's funds and quote, such other sources as may be or become available. In my judgment, it is not in scope such that it would permit the MOU contemplated here. I read that language to mean that if the NRC were to approve decommissioning funding, for which you've heard me advocate, or if the legislature were to make an appropriation to support NDCAP, that those would be things that would be encompassed by that language. But an MOU for which I lack the authority to sign up, I do not feel falls within that scope. I think I've covered all my points. And I think I'll close my comments at this juncture by saying that I am prepared to accept that I am not going to be able to effect the change that I would like to see in this legislative session. But I underscore that that is not uniquely my decision. Tonight's conversation is about what this panel would like to see its future be, and for me to get guidance on that point. And now I'll yield back to you, Mr. Chair.
So go ahead, Chris.
I have a question for the commissioner. The cost increase under staff hours for 2019, can you shed some light on that? I don't doubt that happened. I didn't know like to what extent that reflected staff doing the work that the previous chairs had done, or what?
That's exactly what it is.
Wow.
I think what you're seeing there is, for folks who were not on the panel at the time, you did not have the pleasure of working with Kate O'Connor, but Kate was a real dynamo, and we learned at the end of her tenure just how much she had been doing in her capacity as chair. And I think for those of us who are still on the panel, it was a real revelation to understand not only that she had been carrying so much administrative and frankly expense for the panel, but also we understood that this was not an acceptable thing to continue to expect from a chair. And Chris, you'll recall your tenure was vastly different in nature as a result, and I think for Mr. Unruh it would be the same. But that's what that jump represents.
It was actually a condition of my chairing the.
Indeed it was.
The only other thing I'll observe, and I'm not disagreeing with the numbers at all.
Not at all.
I mean, because that's important to note how much the volunteer hours were contributing to the support of the panel. But in the earlier years, and Tony and Bill and the others who were here earlier on, when the commissioner was chair, did we not start doing reports until Kate was chair?
I'm sorry, Chris. These are things that I wouldn't know anything about.
Well, I was just looking at the numbers. Again, I'm trying to think about I'm thinking about the cost of what it actually takes to support the panel. And what I was trying to remember was in the first years, I know the statute said we had to prepare a report. I'm not remembering if we did exactly or not, or who prepared it, if it was Tony or Chris or somebody else in your all's office. But of course, Kate was very heavily involved in not only setting the agendas, but even recruiting who was coming to speak. So I'm sure that took some time away from Tony. It's just I almost feel like we should send another letter or something to Kate saying thank you. But I was just trying to think about those earlier years, because we had a lot of meetings in those earlier years, and there was a lot of work to be done. But did that still primarily fall to Kate once she was chair?
Two issues on that point. One, it's entirely possible that the answer to that is yes, Kate did a lot of that. I wouldn't want to discount that. It is also possible that the records from that time are not as robust as they are now.
Yeah.
I can only, with perfect confidence, speak to the records that date to my tenure.
Okay. Commissioner, I can shed some light on that if it would help. To answer, okay, first the specific question on the annual reports. The history on it, the first annual report, there was one done for 2014. The department subcontracted that out. If you remember, we had the Consensus Building Institute on contract for several items, and one of them was to finish the 2014 report. 2015, 2016 annual reports, Chairman O'Connor basically said, Tony, don't worry about them, I'll get them done. I didn't realize that meant that she was going to be doing them personally, but what I had expected was that there was going to be a small committee of panelists would actually work on it, but she was doing that herself. The 2017 report, actually, for those of you who remember David Andrews, I know he pulled a lot of that together. And then 2018 and 2019 was, well, okay, 2018 you provided feedback on what you wanted as panel chair, and 2019 I pretty much ran with it on my own, offering an outline to the panel. Some of the other volunteerism, listening to Commissioner Tierney, I realized that very early on there was a discussion between the previous commissioner, Commissioner Recchia, and several senior Entergy staff to provide what was called in-kind administrative support. So for a while there, Entergy provided a note taker. It was someone from Entergy staff who took notes and was the primary generator of meeting minutes. But then when that person moved on from Entergy, there was no replacement for that. So that became a cost that the Public Service Department wound up picking up because, well, we needed someone and we needed a low budget staff person for that. So a lot of it was the prior Chair O'Connor, but there were some other here and there's of, at one point Entergy covered some costs, at some point the department covered costs, and where the costs have been covered has moved around a little bit in the history of the panel.
I'll just wrap up. I think, just for the panel, I was just trying to offer some, or think through the history of how we function in our expenditures. So I would imagine that even though 2019 looks a bit like an anomaly, it's probably reflective of what it actually costs to operate the panel when you're just having quarterly meetings, and frankly, not really taking on that, not doing a very heavy lift. So we're, from a budgeting standpoint or a time standpoint, however that translates into hours and effort, that's probably reflective of what it actually takes.
So let me throw my 2 cents in because I'm really good at that. I think for us tonight, it's, you know, if we decide to, I think it's a determination of a dollar amount, not necessarily how that dollar amount is spent. Representative Sebelian and Coffey have laid out a fairly good plan of how those dollars that they propose could be spent, and you know, the ways that they can be most effectively used. But I think for us as a panel, we need to determine a dollar figure of what it takes to run this panel, because as we transition over the next, you know, several years, you know, those particular positions that are laid out in Representative Sabine and Coffey's proposal may change. The needs may change as we go through the decommissioning process. So I think a dollar figure is more important than necessarily how it's spent. That's my opinion, and I'm open to, you know, hear different opinions on that. I'm okay with the dollar figure that was, you know, set forth by Representatives Sabine and Coffey to, you know, help us to function appropriately, but I don't want to pigeonhole us into a specific way to spend those dollars. So I'm open to discussion on what we've heard thus far, and anybody's got an opinion outside of what I just said.
So I actually appreciated Chris's summary there, that the 2019 expenses as described at the bottom of page 2 of the Commissioner's prepared document is probably more likely the actual costs, as opposed to those costs that are itemized on the document from our representatives. Given the ease at which it is possible to actually review and account for those costs in state government. So I would feel that we may be underestimating what it would require to sponsor 4 meetings a year if we were to stay with the 35,000 as represented in our representative's proposal. And I think it would be better to probably work towards the higher figure, which is approaching $80,000 as represented in Commissioner Tierney's document.
I know we're all sitting here contemplating everything that's going on. Representative Sabia, you got something to say?
Well, I think I would most like to hear from other panelists if they have thoughts first. So I can wait.
Tony, this is Emily Bodecker, if I could jump in with a question.
Yes, please.
So as I was looking at this, there's 3 things that I'm primarily evaluating. One is I think we need a permanent solution, a long-term solution, rather than trying to do something for an interim. So I'm interested in understanding how we can get to a permanent solution. And one hopes that we will continue to have good relationships with all parties involved, but money can get tricky at times, so I think a permanent solution, and by that one which is, solid in law, is important. Who authorizes the costs for the panel, I think is really important, and so I too appreciated seeing what the panel actually costs, and would also be interested from some of the longer term panel members if some of the assertions about this being the right grouping of costs, that we wouldn't be looking for additional experts and things going forward. I'd just like to make sure that we have a good consensus from the panel for that. And so in terms of how we proceed from here, I would also like to revisit the question, I'm not quite where Commissioner Turney is, about ruling out a change this legislative session. I appreciate that there's a lot on the docket. There's some very big bills that the House Energy and Technology Committee has. But if there is a very simple change, the few lines that Commissioner Turney had identified, I also don't want to rule out that possibility of potentially taking this to the legislator, getting clear language in the statute, and having this resolved so we can focus back then on the core work of the panel. So if anybody has any comments and thoughts on any of the statements I've just made, I'd be very appreciate hearing them.
I just have one thought that I would like to just make sure I am absolutely perfectly clear on. So this panel can move forward with recommendations for statutory changes this year? Absolutely. Some of the, you have heard me put forward some cautions, which are intended to reflect just the reality of the situation on the ground. But if there's consensus on this panel that they want to move forward with changes in legislation this year, they should do so. I have made cautions about making sure that it is clear what the panel wants, that there is a clear plan for supporting those changes in the legislature by the panel. And so that's it. I just want to make sure that it's understood. If the panel wants to move this forward, they should. I feel like I've tried to be responsible in letting folks know, here's kind of the situation on the ground. Representative Coffey and I have been cautioning folks for the last 2 or 3 meetings about the timeframes involved in this second year of a biennium. To the greatest extent possible, just to help inform and allow this committee, this panel, to have as much flexibility as possible.
So. And so I wanted to say two things. One is also, if I agree, the committee is going to be taking this up. It does mean that it gets negotiated in that committee and in a money committee. And that the recommendations from this panel are not the only recommendations that might come to that committee. There can be other folks who might want to weigh in on that. But I think what I'd hope that we could figure out tonight is what are we really hoping for the support of this panel, and how can we get there? Because, I think I've heard a lot of different, this is really just throwing something, it doesn't need to be necessary. These recommendations that we have, this is a brainstorm really about, these are the kinds of things. So I think I'd like to start, how does this panel want to work and operate? What are we doing well? What's missing? What are other, we've done a little, like the beginning of research. We got a letter from Ray Shaddis here about what they're doing in Maine. I really think because we're one of the states that's in the early wave of decommissioning these plants, and we have an opportunity. I mean, folks are going to be looking to this process as a model. So, and is it the best use of, our nuclear engineers' time to be setting up tables for a panel? I'm not sure if I, as a taxpayer, see that that's the best use of somebody's time. So could we kind of get into this a little bit? Since this is our main piece of business tonight, it would be great to have a sense of the panel. What is it that we need? How much do we think it might cost? Build in some flexibility, and then whether the solution is whether we do it in statute or whether there's a creative way to do it. I think there's a willingness from North Star to pay for some of these costs. I don't really think that is the question. I think it's about how we get there. So I really would love to hear from other folks who have been, I've been on the panel since September of 2019. So I want to hear from other folks what they think that we're missing. I mean, because I think we've heard from the public that the meetings are not very well advertised, beyond what the Department of Public Service can do on its website, and whether it's that we need somebody like a communications staffer or a part-time person or a very part-time person to get the word out on the meetings. Because I think it's really important that people know about these meetings and that there's participation from the public.
See, I would, personally, I would challenge that particular line of thinking, because when this panel started, especially through the sale process, the meetings have been always worn the same way. And we've had several people throughout the sale process attend these meetings. Our meetings were full. We had 30 speakers, times coming up and, voicing their concerns to the panel. And we haven't changed the way we warn the meetings in the time, like as far as the time length that, they get warned out and that kind of thing. As far as I'm aware, I don't think it's necessarily an issue of how the meetings are being marketed or put out to the public. I think it's just a lack of interest from the public to attend the meetings at this point, since the sale has gone through. That's my personal opinion on it, just basically from seeing where we started to where we are now, and the lack of public participation from the beginning of the sale process till now. And it doesn't mean that anybody's any more interested or not interested in what's going on at the site. It just means that less people are participating in the actual handicap meetings themselves.
May I say something? My comment is coming based on what people have come in and said here. It's not based on my opinion. So about participation, but I think going back to it, it's like, is this what we currently have in this budget that the commissioner has put together? Is this sufficient to do what we need to do? the work that needs to be done? Or do we want to be, I've heard, I mean, there are a few people who are not here tonight who have advocated for having folks come and participate in this meeting, or for, as participating in national conferences. I mean, there's been a wide range of ideas, and we haven't been able to get to those ideas because there hasn't been the funding there. So that, I would rather have us have a conversation about that part of it for what we want to do.
So I would add, I think the vice chair has often spoke to the need to have potentially additional experts, et cetera. I know this probably is not official. I'm certain that it is not official, and certainly she cannot vote. But Representative Coffey and I and the chair did receive, and Tony, did receive an email from her at 4:30 this evening thanking us for putting together the draft discussion proposal, and noted that it seems reasonable.
Mr. Chair?
I'm going to go to Chris and then we'll come back.
So I'll just start with just what I think would be useful from as far as from a panel perspective, and this is regardless of anybody's proposals or anything. We basically have a roadmap forward about how the decommissioning and site restoration are going to occur, and we have reporting requirements in the board order that says what North Star and the state have to do at a minimum, and that all ties back to the March report, as I recall, to the state, and then I think the state is supposed to then provide like a report to the public, and what I was thinking when being involved in that docket around the sale was that a useful role for IndyCap would be looking at that schedule. And let me just tell for the panel members and the public who don't also know, if something goes wrong on the site, if North Star discovers something that wasn't expected that affects the timing of the decommissioning or the cost, they have to notify the state within 7 days. But I'm just talking about just the regular schedule. My thinking had been that a good structure would be plan a big, I don't know exactly what this means, but the big kind of annual meeting of IndyCap for like May or so, after the report's been in, after the state agencies had the chance to do some analysis, after North Star's had some time to kind of process what it all means. And so then we have like the big, I would say kind of the spring big annual IndyCap meeting. And then the meetings that would follow on after that are kind of check-ins to see how things are going with the regulatory agencies, with North Star itself, and if North Star has hear from the town of Vernon how they think things are going. But that we would kind of organize ourselves around that initial reporting of data, that kind of annual check-in. And then, of course, we would also, if something did happen and that you trigger that 7-day notification and something material has changed that's going to potentially affect the cost and schedule, then of course we would want to have another meeting. And so I was thinking that the real function of IndyCap is to take that information, present it as fully as possible to the public, allow the public to comment on the information that's presented, and then after that spring meeting that could also inform other topics that we take up during those other meetings that we have. As for cost, I just have it seems to me that the costs of regulation shouldn't be externalized, and North Star should bear those costs. And as far as who ultimately does the work, as far as like whether it's a state nuclear engineer or if it's Tony actually doing his job as a nuclear engineer, and then other consultants are hired to provide support work that maybe they're less expensive than state employees, maybe they're not. That seems like another analysis that we could do. You could have other supporting staff or supporting consultants to do the logistical work and other things that maybe Tony doesn't need to be doing. But that was the kind of structure that just for me personally I had envisioned. Now, how we get there, what we need to change in statute, I've got some ideas, I think, but that could have some effect. You know, I appreciate the proposals that the legislators brought forth to us. I appreciate also the position that the commissioner mentioned about the state budget. But as far as just like the actual function of handicap and its purpose that it serves, those were kind of my notions, and so I just wanted to throw that out there for what it's worth for people to respond to. I'm not claiming that I'm right. It's just that's an idea that I've had.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple things. I thought what Chris just outlined right now is one very measured and clearly identified path for handicap to define the scope of its work at this time. And I think one of the things that's particularly appealing about it is that it meets the concerns that, or better said, the point that Representative Sibilia has made more than once about the need to ensure that a spotlight stays trained on the events through decommissioning, the progress of the company through decommissioning, so that the public has a genuine window into this. What I would add to Chris's description is this. It's one thing for this panel to lay bare or to make clear in a public forum what the current status is of decommissioning under the board order and the reporting events. It's another thing to provide a place for the public, having digested those events, to come back and to tell us what its concerns are. That too is a part of handicap. And it may well be that through those comments from the public, the panel develops questions or concerns that we can't sit here tonight and anticipate. Some of those concerns might, for all I know, best be informed by the assessment of an expert who could help this panel decide what advice it ought to give to the governor or to state agencies about whatever the particular concern is that has arisen. What has troubled me to date in my tenure has been the prospect that a decision about whether to retain such an expert would turn on whether I have money available in my agency. That to me is a very unfortunate confluence of events, and that's exactly where we have been for the last several years. And to my mind, it's a statutory change that removes that unfortunate nexus so that this panel, should the need arise, is in a position to avail itself of its ability to get expert assistance as needed. Turning to the particulars about who sets up tables and the like, I don't especially like seeing my nuclear engineer employed in this fashion, but those are the resources available to my department, and those are the duties prescribed under the statute. And so unless a change is made, I have to make do with those resources, and it makes even less sense. Mr. Lashinsky actually lives in Connecticut and is down here. It might be less costly, I suppose, to dispatch somebody from my agency who doesn't have the same hourly rate, but I have to figure out who that person is and what work I'm going to remove from that person in order to send them down here in advance of meetings. I suppose another possibility would be to turn to North Star to say, North Star, under 1702, I hereby exercise my authority to have you assist the panel by taking over those logistical arrangements. Those are possibilities as well. But it seems to me that it's the larger picture I've been concerned about, which is how to make sure that this panel is not starved of resources because a state budget is constrained. And to that end, I think a statutory change is needed.
Actually, make sure that the panel member there gets his chance to speak.
Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
I have, well, first off, I want to thank our representatives for preparing this discussion draft proposal. Getting the conversation queued up, it's helpful. I've been quiet over here just because I'm struggling with how much that I don't really know about really what the public needs. I don't know that there's a lot of consensus and agreement on this panel. And certainly that's just a reflection of myself, of what the public, whether or not folks in our community and the public have the same emotional reaction to this. I think that's, we can discuss that, but then also just more broadly and outside of, an emotional response to Vermont Yankee and to the decommissioning is what the public cares about. And I think that while it's true, there hasn't been the same awareness and attention to this project and to this whole situation, that might also just be because there isn't a strong vector of what's happening in these conversations into the community. And so that lack of awareness is a little bit self-perpetuating. I can see both. And so the root of that question and me not knowing what the public needs and what the public cares about here affects the whole question of what this should be and what should it become. It leads into, I think that the question is a good one, which is what advice we ought to give to the governor and what experts we might need to bring in to help inform not just this panel, but the community also matters, which is what the public needs and what's the best way for this panel to be a vector and a conduit to the public. So my instinct, like what I want to do is to know that. And yeah, there's my science training, which is like already designing the survey, the public survey in my head, which, to bring to the community. And I don't know if that might be, I know that that's an extra step. And I appreciate what our representatives and legislators had done to identify, while it's true that, we could at any point make statutory changes, and that might be required in the long run, but I also appreciate the move towards expediting a change that can still be helpful and supportive of this panel and our mission ultimately. And if it can be efficient and done quickly, that would be great. And so I don't want to pump the brakes and necessarily open this up if it doesn't need to be, but I don't know, right now I'm taking a big step back and really wondering at the root of it, what are the fundamental questions that this panel should be asking? And I'm continuing to draw some question marks. I just don't know enough.
And I may be wrong on this, others can weigh in, and Emily, I really appreciate your perspective on this, especially being new to it. Just having been in this discussion for a while now, part of the context and this is why I was going back to what the board order says, the Public Utility Commission's already kind of weighed in on what North Star what they have to report on. And I would hope that North Star would be really interested in knowing what else the public would like to hear from them. And, and I think it's great, it would be a great idea for the panel, through a survey or through other means to find out what would the public like to know. But I think from a procedural standpoint, there's the Public Utility Commission has already weighed in on what has to be reported and when. And so I was trying to kind of propose from that bare bones approach, that we know that we've got an annual report that's going to be coming out, and it'd be, and an opportunity to gather that information from the public is based on what you're hearing. What else do you need to hear? What else do you want to hear? What else do you want us to bring to you? So that to me was kind of more of an expeditious approach to it, which may or may not make sense. But I think we are limited somewhat. Like even if we found out from the public everything that they wanted, what we can actually pry out may be somewhat limited. But again, North Star, hopefully they would stand up and go, yes, we would love to know more about what the public wants to know about our process and the transparency of our process and how the public would like us to communicate with them. But some of that's going to be voluntary on that part, which is fine, because they should have the opportunity to weigh in about what they, how they view this whole process too. But I just wanted to kind of weigh in with that constraint. That's why we were, the panel was involved, and maybe not as robustly as would have been desired, but and coming up with an advisory position on what to even communicate to the Public Utility Commission about what needs to be communicated to the public. But that ship in some respects is kind of sailed, but we can always build another ship.
Well, to that point, Chris, I mean, North Star has, taken the steps to reach out in those respects through Mr. Hamilton, doing some community engagement with stakeholders to find out, what the communities are interested in, the community stakeholders are interested in. So I think those steps have been taken by North Star to this point, even above and beyond what the PUC has asked of them in that respect. I think they're resounding gong, and I hate to keep coming back to this, is that the public in general is, after the sale, is not terribly interested. I think there is a good sect that is interested in what's going on, at the plant, but they don't show up to our meetings. They're the silent majority. Let's just put it that way. They look from the background and watch for our meeting minutes and that kind of thing and see what's going on, but they're not necessarily showing up to INDICAT meetings any longer. So I guess the emphasis for this panel is to be able to keep those type of people informed, because they're obviously not here. They haven't been attending for several meetings. They haven't been, expressing opinions and that kind of thing through our panel hearings. But they're there. And to be able to keep those folks informed is our job, whether they show up or not, to our panel hearings. And the question tonight is how do we effectively do that as a panel, and what resources do we need to be able to do that? Again, I'll state that, what Representative Savigny and Coffey have laid out seems to be effective in that manner, seems to fit some of the bills of some of the questions that have been asked by the public that does attend. How do we more effectively communicate our meeting dates? Further out, how do we effectively communicate what we're going to be talking about, and how do we get the community involved in that respect? Because really, in the end, that's what our INDICAP is for. We are a conduit to the public that is interested in what's going on in the decommissioning, and even those that aren't interested in what's going on in the decommissioning, because at some point they could become interested and be able to look back and see the work that the panel's done and be able to come up to speed in that respect. I don't know that we're going to have an answer to our question tonight, but I will yield the floor to Mr. Irwin to listen to his comment.
So this is my 15th year of involvement with either the nuclear decommission, or I can't even remember what it was called before, the nuclear VSNAP, Vermont State Nuclear Advisory Panel. Thank you. And I can tell you that the things that are working now are obvious to me, and they are the results of the efforts of the Public Service Department. Specifically, the record keeping for this panel is exceptional. It is all open to the public. It is, while a government site, a place that you can go and find everything that has occurred under the INDICAP since its inception. Annual reports have been put together religiously, not always on time, but well-founded minutes records of votes, records of issues, records of presentations. The actual documents are there. I can also tell you that attendance at these meetings is typically measured by the contentiousness of the issues. That when, and frankly in VSNAP, there was always contentiousness. But since the negotiated settlement, the sale, and frankly the turnover from one owner to another, the transition from operating to decommissioning, I think there are a lot of settled issues. What will likely occur is that if there becomes a problem that causes costs to go up or delays or other concerns among the public, we'll see attendance rise again. And we need to be prepared for that. So I would suggest that, one, I think we really have a great system of record keeping that I would be concerned about throwing out because it's not broken. And I would appreciate instead that we continue to do what we're doing with the public service department's maintenance of the records of this panel and the availability of it. And I think the notices to the public of our meeting attendance, that they're occurring. I know we could do more. I don't know if there's anything that's happening in the local papers for notice that might be of use as well. Whether that's already occurring, I'm not sure. I appreciate your perspective, Chris, about a May meeting. I like that idea too, because I think there will be huge answers and questions in the March report. I know I can tell you as a state agency, I only have a timeline of work at Vermont Yankee that goes through December 2019 for the most part. And I'm anxious to know what 2020 has to observe as a state agency / regulator. And so I think there will be a lot to discuss then. And I do believe that the meetings in between those May kickoffs, if you want to call it that, are helpful to have each of the agencies and other stakeholders report on the status as we go from year to year. I do think that we are on a time table that has a certain end date, and that the sooner we act, the more likely we're going to benefit from a decision that we make. That if we wait another year for the next legislative session, we will be much further down this road that is rapidly moving. I can tell you, as someone who was at the site today, seeing what's occurred in just the last month, we are seeing rapid changes. We will see even more rapid changes in the coming months of 2020. There will be dramatic changes at that site, and we need to be able to accommodate those kinds of changes that might occur and interest that's likely to be generated in the public as they hear about these things. So I would again think of any sort of monetary figure or budget that might be associated with this to have some flexibility for where there were these kinds of dynamics and we needed to accommodate those. So I would say that again, I like the estimations that were created by the Public Service Department because I know the care with which they were obtained, and I would put onto that some sort of language or a buffer or something to accommodate where there's likely going to be fluctuations over the course of time. And I would also say that I do believe that it could be much less expensive to have someone brought in to do the physical arrangements at the price much less than the state nuclear engineer, who I value immensely as someone who has toured the site with him numerous times to be able to look at highly technical issues that are occurring there. And it was a shame that we couldn't do more of that this afternoon because he had to come here and make sure that this meeting was set up. So I just wanted to make sure I covered everything in my notes here. And I think I have. Thank you very much.
So I guess I will bring it back to The question at this point in my mind, and I could be completely wet, but is what is the dollar figure that it takes to be able to effectively communicate to the public as handicap? And not necessarily how it's spent and who it's spent on and all that kind of thing, but what is the overall dollar figure of what makes our jobs viable to the public? And I don't know that we can answer that question this evening. I really don't. But that's what it boils down to, how the dollars get spent in the end, whether they're, because it has to be fluid, whether it be a specialist that we need 6 months from now, or whether it's a specialist that we need 2 weeks from now. In the end, it's a dollar figure. It's not necessarily how we spend it immediately. I don't think we can put forth a proposal that says this is how we're going to spend all these dollars every single year going forward for the next 5 years, because as certain needs arise, we need to be able to flow those dollars to those needs, in my opinion. So I think a dollar figure needs to be reached, whether it be this evening or a different time. God, I hope it's this evening, because I don't want to do this again, honestly. But I think we have a very good start with what the Public Service Department has put in front of us, what Representative Siberian Coffee has put in front of us, to be able to determine that dollar figure. And again, everything falls back on you, Commissioner Tarrant, how those dollars get spent. So I think it behooves us to determine that dollar figure this evening, and your department from there determines whether it's Mr. Lashinsky's time to set up tables or whether it's somebody else's time to set up tables. That's not in the purview of the handicap panel. That's in your purview of how those dollars are spent. What we're trying to determine tonight as a panel is what do we need as a panel to be able to effectively communicate to the outside world that wants to participate in this process.
So I'm concerned about the notion of, I'm concerned about a few things. I think, I'm not sure if the commissioner was explicit, but I think the notion of putting together an MOU outside with North Star for the support of this panel, I don't think is something that she would support. We probably should hear from her as to whether or not it is.
That is correct. I would not support that.
Right. And so that then becomes the place where we get a little sticky in statute. And so if we put in a dollar amount in statute, that's just going to be, I mean, it's fine. We can do that. We can try that. I think that there will be, we have to figure out, is that a tax? Is that a fee? Are there other businesses that would be assessed that kind of tax or fee? So if we're trying to put something like that in statute, and so if we're just putting in place, if we're just shifting who pays, that may be simpler. And although I think it still would have to go to, as Representative Coffey has said, it still would have to go to probably Ways and Means and Appropriations Committee. And I would expect, as I mentioned at the last hearing, that having that be an unlimited prospect in statute will probably get some resistance from North Star. And as we've heard the commissioner say this evening, it has been limited. It has been limited. It's not limited in statute, but right now it's limited by the state budget. So I would just offer that for consideration by the panel. Mr. Chair, I would note that we are a little over schedule. I hate to, just in case you wanted to
Could I make a
hear from
suggestion?
Mr. Leach?
If you will put this forward as a motion, I will second it for you. Or would you like me to put it forward?
I think that it might behoove us to, you can certainly do whatever you'd like to do. I think it might behoove us to hear from members of the public who are actually here and who I suspect may have some things to say that may be helpful in this regard, may not be helpful, but they will be instructive.
Okay, so to that end, we are kind of over our time allotted for discussion from the panel on operating costs, potential funding options. So at this time, I will open up to public questions and input on the panel cost and funding options. Willing to hear from anybody from the public regarding that. It looks like you're being chorused. Come on up.
Good evening. I'm Chris Williams. I'm from Hancock. I work with Citizens Awareness Network, and I'm also with the Nuclear Information and Resource Service in Washington. I have a lot more questions than I had when I walked in the door. But after reviewing the materials earlier today, my thought was that perhaps the logistical costs could be assigned to Entergy, the non-controversial logistical costs.
It's North Star.
The department to provide funding for the expert staff time as well as outside experts if they become necessary. And somebody said it earlier, a lot's been said tonight. If you run into a cost overrun scenario where North Star might be saying one thing, it might be useful to have somebody to review what North Star is saying with regard to a particular cost overrun. Additionally, of course, if there are discoveries of both radiological or non-radiological contaminants on the site that are going to raise costs and have not been included in previous site characterizations, that might require an expert. But to take the non-controversial, just nuts and bolts costs of having the meetings and keeping the records properly, and sound, notice, and assign those to North Star if possible. And then look to the department for experts. That's what I would recommend. So I look forward to listening to the conversation tonight and ongoing, and hope that in the future there's less talk about money and more talk about what's going on the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comments?
Hi, I'm Ann Darling. I live in East Hampton, Massachusetts. Before I say anything else, I want to remind you that there is no one sitting on the panel from Massachusetts, and there should be, and I hope you'll make the governor of the state that I now live in do something about that. Thank you. I want to kind of echo what Emily was saying about what I would like to see the panel be a vector and a conduit to the public. And besides putting things on the website, basically what gets out to the public is left to whether or not there's someone here from the press and if people read that story. Or if I write a letter to the editor, which I did a couple weeks ago. So, and it's true that people, what you were saying, Mr. Unruh, about people are not as concerned because people don't feel as threatened as we used to, or scared. Thank goodness. But I do think that, and things seem to be going okay right now, and I'm very grateful for that. I'm very happy. But they might not in the future. And I think somebody also said it's important for you to have a way to communicate with the public beyond what's on the website. And that could even be regular postings in some of the major ways of communicating, not just in Brattleboro, but all around New Hampshire, Massachusetts, but beyond Vernon. It's wonderful that Vernon is very, very closely involved. You should be. I'm happy about that too. I'd like to see more people on this panel who are actual citizens, not representatives of, from outside of Vernon. It's good to have a lot of Vernon people. And I'd like to see maybe, a monthly piece in some local newspapers or some forums that could be put on BCTV and other cable channels. I think people need to know, and you said it yourself, Mr. Unruh, that it's your responsibility to keep people informed whether they're here or not. So how much you do of that is partially a question of money. But I want to hear a commitment from the panel that that's what the money will be used for. I really do.
Hi, good evening. I'm Clay Turnbull. I'm with New England Coalition on Nuclear Pollution. I'm a staff person and a trustee. And I was glad to hear that a report that Ray Shadows prepared sounds like it was distributed to the panel. I just wanted to highlight a couple of lines from it. North Star will pay itself approximately 38% of the decommissioning fund to administer decommissioning activities. And there's a modest 10% overrun cushion built into the budget. In addition, North Star anticipates an end-of-the-day surplus in excess of $20 million to be divided 55-45% between North Star and Vermont Utilities. At Maine Yankee, we can get a rough idea of the kinds of monies that Maine Yankee spent on its cap by looking at a short list of the kinds of educative activities that Maine Yankee sponsored. The cap toward 2 sites deploying dry-fueled storage systems, at Calvert Cliffs Nuclear Power Plant in Maryland and Palisades in Michigan. The cap toward plants undergoing decommissioning, including Connecticut Yankee and Big Rock Point in Michigan. The CAP participated in American Nuclear Society decommissioning conferences in Michigan, Connecticut, and Nevada, which included an engineering tour of National Repository at Yucca Mountain. The CAP participated in meetings with counterpart advisory panels in Connecticut and Michigan. The CAP participated in an industry decommissioning conference in Florida and conferences in Washington, Middletown, Connecticut, where travel, lodging, and expenses and conference fees were involved. One should include in any back-of-the-envelope calculations the fact that the CAP averaged 14 to 15 members. This information provides not only a sense of scale, hundreds of thousands of dollars, not tens of thousands of dollars, but it also is hoped that a sense of purpose, that is, education without nuclear-related oversight, can only be arbitrary and vaguely effective. And lastly, Maine Yankee recognized at the onset that in order to communicate effectively, it needed to develop a commonly understood language about decommissioning, and this involved not only attentive and discerning listening to community stakeholders, but but also offering them the opportunity to familiarize themselves with nuclear processes and regulation. I don't know where this panel, the line between this panel and the group that New England Coalition fought to get established as part of the MOU, where the line between them is. But to me, the education is a missing link. You know, that the company could be making more of an effort to provide some real education, whether it's to this panel or to the group that we're trying to fund. I think that the general public, there are people that want to understand the technical issues so that they can determine, so that they can say, okay, I'm not just taking someone else's word for it. And you know, Bob Leach, you've got an entire career of education that lots of folks would love to understand. So, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I think we're at that place in the evening where we would be contemplating a break. And before we did that, I frankly am unsure of how to proceed here. I brought sufficient copies of a draft statutory amendment that I would be happy to distribute to folks so they can look at what my thoughts have been about what we might do. I've heard the conversation tonight about the $35,000 figure. I've heard Dr. Owen's comments about a higher figure. It occurs to me that this language that I've put together could be, again, modified to accommodate some sort of cap. I just don't know where and how to prompt that discussion. But I wanted you to make you aware of that as an option for tonight. I do have that material here if it would be of interest to the panel members.
I think that makes two of us that I'm not exactly sure where to go from here based on the discussion that we've had both from the public sector and from the panel itself. So I will say that we are going to go to a 5-minute break, and if you'd like to distribute those materials that you have during that 5-minute break, you are welcome to do so. We will reconvene this meeting at 7:35. So we are going to head to additional panel discussion on operating cost and funding options. So during the break, Commissioner Tierney put out a proposed amendment to 18 VSA 1700 G6, and I will allow Commissioner Tierney to speak towards that amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I alluded to earlier in the evening, I had this language has been prepared in order to effectuate the outcome that I would prefer, which was an amendment to 18 VSA 1700 G6, such that North Star bears the costs of hiring experts, contracting for services, and providing for materials and other reasonable and necessary expenses of the panel, as the commissioner, meaning me, may consider appropriate on the request of the panel from time to time. The idea is that by June 30th annually, the department would render a bill basically to North Star that details the amount of monies that have been expended on experts or the contract for services and the like. And in turn, North Star would then pay that bill within 30 days into the special fund that's been established per statute to support the Department of Public Service. It also supports the Public Utility Commission, but that's neither here nor there right now. The language clarifies that the monies so paid by North Star into the special fund would be paid solely to the department, meaning they would not be shared with the Public Utility Commission. And finally, the owners of the Vermont Yankee Station, North Star, would have the right to petition the Public Utility Commission to review and determine, after opportunity for hearing, the necessity and reasonableness of such expenses and may amend or revise such cost assessments is what I put in here, but expenses will be fine too. Based on the conversation tonight, it occurs to me that we could insert a cap in here if the panel thought that was appropriate. And if we did so, I would propose that it be in the second line that is underscored from the top, such that it would now read, the owners of the VYNPS as the Commissioner of Public Service may consider appropriate, comma, not to exceed. The number we've used tonight is 35,000 or whatever other number this panel settles on. And 35,000 would be, would reflect what Representative Sibilia and Representative Coffey came up with through their research. To be clear again, I have circulated a statement of costs for the panel to date, principally to raise awareness of what costs are invested so far in the operations of this panel, for better or for worse. The Section 1 costs are those logistical costs that I think North Star ought to bear. The Section 2 costs are the PSD staff time that supports NDCAP. I'm not proposing that that be included in this amendment to Section 6G. I just wanted the panel to be aware that these costs are being incurred. And then the costs on Section 3 having to do with the agency participation, I think it would be fair to put that in, but not necessary. Certainly any per diem increase, as suggested by Representative Sibilia and Representative Coffey, would be something that would be fair to include under that $35,000. I do agree with Mr. Omaru that there's no need to specify what the $35,000 is expended on, because with the way I've put the language into the statute, I think it's pretty clear that it is supposed to go, the $35,000 would go toward hiring experts, contracting for services, and providing materials, and other reasonable necessary expenses of the panel. So the Section 2 costs and Section 3 costs are not costs that I regard as fitting into that or being included in that language. Are there questions from the panel?
Go ahead, Laura.
So I have a couple of questions. When would this end?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and that's something that I was just discussing with counsel for North Star. It's a very logical question to be asking, but interestingly, it prompts a larger existential question for this panel. If you'll note, as we sit here tonight, NDCAP has no shelf life. So I don't think that it would be necessary for us to put an end date on here. I can certainly understand if there are folks who feel a need for that, but what you're really raising is the larger question of how long should NDCAP exist? I would say this would go on for however long NDCAP exists.
So I would suggest a termination of, at the time that partial license termination happens. Because at the time, I feel that NDCAP no longer has a value. I hate to say that, but it no longer has a substantial value, I guess, after the partial license termination.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
If I may add one point to that, there's also the site restoration part of this process that is exclusive to the Public Utility Commission jurisdiction. And it would seem to me that if there's going to be a termination date, that it should also include that. So it's not just partial license termination by the NRC, but also when site restoration has been achieved to the satisfaction of the Public Utility Commission, in my opinion.
Go ahead, Chris.
Just briefly, I would agree with that. And another thing that, and not to draw out the conversation, I think it's something that could be figured out later on, but I believe, and Clay, maybe you know, or maybe the folk with North Star know, I think both the Yankee Road cap and the main Yankee cap still meet once a year or have some kind of annual something. And so those continue to exist. Now, I'm not saying whether or not it should, but it'd be worth talking to those communities about, is there utility once it's just the ISFC left on the site, is there value? And maybe that's not the Nuclear Decommissioning Centers Advisory Panel, maybe that's something else, but just wanted to put that out there.
Commissioner, how would you envision the panel accessing funds? So you've spoken to the fact that we've had a push down because there haven't been funds available from the department. So would you see that changing with this language, with this cap in there, and how would you envision the panel doing that?
Yeah, no, those are also really good questions. And so, yes, if the funds were available and they were the responsibility of the company, I would expect them to then be available to this panel. The mechanism that presently exists is that at the end of the day, the panel makes its request to the commissioner for funds for these activities. That's the existing statute. And I use my best judgment as to whether to make those funds available. And what I have proposed here is that that would continue. That mechanism would continue.
And so experts have, again, that has not been something that's been available.
Precisely. And that's the genesis of my concern, is that they've not been available. Not only has, well, Chris will speak to this in a moment, I think, but I will loosely say, to date, on my watch, none have been requested beyond what Chris asked for in the sale docket, or it's a backstory I'm happy to go into, but the bottom line is we've not had any such requests, but I think it's fair to say that I have sent every signal possible saying there's no point in making a request because I don't have money. And that's just not good enough, in my opinion, which is why I've been so concerned about this issue.
And I'm hearing that that might remain the same.
It's entirely possible.
Because the cost, the $35,000 is...
If we wanted to take that out of my budget today, that's a non-starter.
Because $35,000 is more than what you are putting forth your agency spends on handicap right now.
That would be additional to what I already put in, that's correct.
So it would not cover what you're currently expending.
And I'm not asking to, what I'm looking for is for the company to be responsible for that $4,000 plus for the logistics, and then for whatever is left under this cap, that would be what's available to this panel for hiring experts and contracting for services. For instance, Chris mentioned not too long ago that there was a consensus-seeking process, I think, that my predecessor conducted. You and Dr. Irwin might know about this, or Corey, I don't know if you do too. Yeah. Judging by these figures, the cost of that, there doesn't appear to be a record of it at the department. But it's that kind of facilitation process, for instance, or educational initiatives or the like. Those are things that open up if there's money available to be charged to the company.
Can I mention just one brief thing that may have to provide a little context too, which is when IndyCap was first started, and actually in docket and Public Utility Commission dockets before that, there was a concern about like when IndyCap was first created, it was envisioned that decommissioning wouldn't start for 60 years or so, and so there was real concern about the company funding that because it would be coming out of the decommissioning trust, which would then decrease the amount of funds available for decommissioning. So now we have a more discrete timeline, but I would say that it would be just in case anybody has any concerns about suddenly if North Star is bearing the bill, that suddenly folk are going to go crazy and want to spend all kinds of money. Well, we all have a vested interest in being very, very thoughtful about how those funds are used, because I think it's still coming out of the decommissioning trust. I think that'd be the likely source of funds, because that's the source of funds they have to use. So I don't know that that's exactly the case, but just in case folk remember those old arguments from back in the day about concerns about where the funding for a panel would come from. Now at least we know approximately how many years we're looking at and what kind of budget we're probably looking at.
So I have additional questions. Looking at the final line here, I'm not sure that it may be a typo or maybe a punctuation issue. The owners of Vermont Yankee may petition the Public Utility Commission to review and determine, after opportunity for a hearing, the necessity and reasonableness of such expenses, and may amend or revise such cost assessments. So is that intended to be that the owners of Vermont Yankee may amend or revise such cost assessments?
No, it's for the Public Utility Commission.
So I read that as...
Yep, I can see why you read it that way. We could simply put a period after such expenses and say the Public Utility Commission may amend or revise such cost assessments.
Mr. Chair, I have two other questions, if I may continue.
Go ahead.
So, Chris, or does anybody recall, my sense is this language for handicap was likely drafted as part of the original settlement between the state and Entergy, 2013-14.
I want to say it was 12, but it has. No, but there must have been 13. Must have been winter 13.
It was not part of the settlement.
No, but no, it was not part of the settlement, no, but it was, but I think it came out of the settlement concept. I mean,
It was a logical...
I think it was not in the settlement, but it was...
It was intended to be a successor to VSNAP, which had its own issues.
So my larger question is around, I'm guessing that there's probably some negotiation between the advocates and the company and the government.
I can't speak to that.
No.
I just know Mr.
Can
Campbell
anybody
has strong
speak to that?
feelings.
No? Does anybody recall that? And then, I guess...
done quickly.
Yeah. And then my last question, and I don't know if this is appropriate or they'll be willing to do so, but does North Star want to weigh in on this at this point?
Do you have panel members here?
I'll open it up to North Star members on the panel and or North Star Council.
Sure. David Pearson.
Yep.
So, well, looks like Mr. DiCarlo's going to step up, so we're going to hand it over to council.
Greg DiCarlo, North Star Council. I think this is a potentially workable solution, but we'll have to internally confer and report back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I think my final comment would be one that I had suggested to you earlier. If there is consensus on the panel or some place on the panel, and the intention is to try and move this year, I would hope that there would be some consensus on the panel and that the panel itself would engage with the commissioner in moving this legislation forward.
Sure. So kind of let me recap everything that we've been discussing since we received this proposed amendment. From what I'm understanding, as a consensus of the panel, please correct me if I'm wrong, I will start at the, looks like the second sentence of the proposed amendment. Funds for this purpose shall come from the owners of the VYNPS, as the Commissioner of Public Service may consider appropriate not to exceed $35,000 annually and to terminate at the time of partial license terminations and site restoration is complete. That kind of seems like the general consensus of the board that $35,000 dollar number is acceptable, and that it is to terminate at the end of partial license termination and site restoration. And then at the bottom of that amendment, there add a period as of reasonableness of such expenses, period. The Public Utility Commission may amend or revise such cost assessments. Now I'm looking for a consensus on those particular terms of this amendment, please. Go ahead, sir.
Chair, I just had a question of the commissioner before getting to your amendment, if that's okay.
Sure.
Just for clarification, Commissioner, you're saying that this fund, if this funding were to become available, it would not go to pay for the costs of Department of Public Service staff?
That's correct.
So I'm wondering, so in effect, it does bring greater capacity and to this work that we're doing here, so which I think is a very good thing. And I'm wondering if we can clarify some of the language, because I also heard that there were a couple of things that the public, or if we could add a word like public engagement education in there, to the list of things that could be considered, so as to expand upon the possibilities that currently exist.
So you're talking, let's look at the 1, 2, 3, fourth line down in the underlined portion.
Right, so
service to hire experts, comma.
Contract for services, comma, and provide for materials and other reasonable and necessary expenses for the panel. If the rest of this panel were to agree, I just think it would be good to add some language around, because we've been talking about whether it's attending a conference or doing some broader public engagement in some way, right? I've heard that tonight. So I'm not always the best at wordsmithing.
Okay, so service to hire experts, public engagement and education, contract for services, and provided materials and other, would that be satisfactory?
I'd like some specificity. Contract for services, cover expenses associated with public engagement, or and education. I mean,
May I ask as a point of clarification? I understand what you're driving at, Representative Coffey. In my opinion, that would constitute a reasonable or necessary expense if the panel decides that's what it wants to do, and the commissioner decides it's appropriate. Is it your concern that you'd like to have it specified such that it's removed from the discretion of the commissioner? And it's okay to say yes, I won't be offended.
It's mostly more about the intention of adding this in here to just reflect that. So I don't want to belabor the point. And so my second point is to follow up on the chair's comment about how long this funding would last. If we look at the full statute, I think I would prefer something simpler that said that this would not to exceed $35,000 annually for as long as the handicap or the panel exists. Because I don't think it should be linked to what we think the process is going to be. The rest of the statute doesn't do that.
Yeah.
So my 2 cents.
So let's tackle that portion of it, because the public engagement and education is easy enough to add into that wording. Let's look at the termination of this actual agreement, what the panel feels is necessary. I mean, we can feel it's necessary that we exist for the rest of our lives and get, involvement in this as long as the spent fuel sits on the ISFSI pad, which, if that's what the panel wants to do, that's what the panel wants to do. But at that point, North Star is no longer, in my estimation, is no longer on the site, no longer responsible for the site, because they probably turned it over at that point to some other entity. So how do we, as a panel, charge a company that's no longer in existence in the state of Vermont to fund a panel that we decide, we're just going to continue this because we have this money, because we still have spent fuel on the pad. That would be my only concern. It seems to be fairly open-ended in that respect.
Mr. Chair, if I may. I appreciate the sentiment that you're expressing. I really do. This has been an exercise in people of good faith trying to set reasonable expectations and reasonable limits. My memory and others on the panel and in the end counsel to the agency may be able to correct me, is that North Star has acquired this site. So when decommissioning is complete, they don't simply turn it over to somebody else. It is their property. They may not have boots on the ground anymore doing decommissioning activity, but they do still own it. So I take your point, though, that we really are getting at the existential question of how long do we expect handicap to continue to exist. And the legislature, at least in prior iterations of this statute, has not specified an end date. I suppose I have sympathy for the simplicity that Representative Coffey has pointed to. But I suppose we could add some, I don't know, I would defer to my legislative colleagues. Is there sunset language that could be put in, or I really don't know.
I guess to your point, Commissioner Tierney, yes, they will still own the property after decommissioning is done, termination of the license, partial termination of the licensing, and site restoration happens. But what is it to say that, you know, they don't turn the property over to a developer, to the town of Vernon, whatever the case may be, and at that point, whomever that is, the developer, the town of Vernon, Wyndham Regional Commission, BDCC now owns the property, and we are continuing to ask North Star to fund a panel when they have no skin in the game at that point.
Well,
just because we want to continue a panel because we still have radioactive material that sits on the ISFSI, but maybe they're out of the game at that point.
I take your point, though. I would note the language points to the owners of the station.
So that could potentially, this $35,000 could potentially become the problem of
whoever acquires the site. That's correct.
Yeah, the town of Vernon as an example.
And that's a problem. I completely see your point.
Yeah.
I think Chris had a question.
Well, I was just going to.
Which I will clarify, because there was mention from the public that as of yesterday, I have no tie to the town of Vernon. I am no longer a selectman in the town of Vernon. I have no, there is no tie for the town of Vernon with me any longer, with the exception of maintaining the Office of Deputy Emergency Administrator. So I am not, I'm speaking in generalized terms at this point.
So I was just going to say, I'm looking at, I don't have the enabling statute in front of me, but I've got the our charter in front of me. And handicap, says, I think this is parents the language, handicap shall advise the Governor, General Assembly, and agencies of the state on issues related to decommissioning. That's nuclear. Now, I mean, I would like to see it go through site restoration too, but you could logically say handicap would sunset upon the completion of decommissioning, and then maybe leave an escape clause like this could be reconsidered by the legislature at that time, but that may be the language that you use because that's the actual purpose of the, I mean, it's imperfect to me, and I would defer to the rest of the panel because it seems like it'd be worthwhile for, to have the panel in existence for the completion of the non-radiological decommissioning as well. And maybe that's, and I'd have to look into in detail at the enabling statute because maybe it talks about non-radiological. Does it? But anyway, I can, but that may be an approach to take, just reflecting on what it says. What I am just forgetting, I'm not remembering from the last meeting. Are we supposed to meet again soon, or is this?
God, I hope not.
So I'm almost wondering if we agree in concept with what the commissioners put forth, and if we've heard from North Star that this seems within the realm of possibility of something they would consider, and you'll take it back to your internal counsel, what if, and what if the Public Service Department, North Star had a conversation, come up with some mutually agreeable language, we wouldn't have to meet but get it back to the panel, but then frankly, the individual panel members could always go testify.
Sure. I guess to Representative Sebelia's point is that we need to come to a general consensus as a panel tonight on the dollar figure, a termination date if we so desire, and then I think your point is well taken, that allow the powers that be go forth in making the agreement based on our suggestions. I guess I'll start with one particular item. I'll look for a consensus of the panel of $35,000. Does that seem to be a good start, or the place where we need to be to continue to grow from here as the handicap and get the things that we need to get done? So I'm going to ask for a consensus on that particular section. It is the $35,000 that was brought forth to us by Representative Sebelia and Coffey, acceptable to the panel as part of the amendment to 18 VSA 1700 G6. But
So can you ask those questions? I think the frame that Chris has, like if that's a goal, is for North Star and the department to see if there is something they can agree to with the items that you're asking for consensus. Is that what we're doing, Mr.
yes,
Chair? Okay.
That's exactly what we're doing.
Okay. So
May I ask for clarification on this, though?
Yes.
I have tried very hard to avoid being in that very position of it being North Star and department. Go work it out. That's exactly why I prepared this language tonight, so that this panel can decide whether it wants to move forward on this basis or some other basis. If we get consensus on the $35,000, that's a very clear instruction. If we can get consensus on end date being when the handicap, for as long as handicap exists, appreciating there are members on the panel who don't necessarily support that, but if we can get consensus on that, that's clear direction. If we can get consensus on the public engagement piece, that's clear direction. And then I can speak for myself and say that I'm happy to take this amendment, if need be, to the legislature, or our legislative colleagues could put this in if they're willing or not. But I don't see what my speaking with North Star is going to add to this. North Star can certainly testify in the legislature as it sees fit. And I have high hopes that, based on council's comments tonight, that testimony would be largely supportive, but I would leave that to you. I think that distance is healthy, in my opinion.
So I guess that's my goal, is to hit those three things: the dollar figure, determination, the language of public engagement, get a consensus on those things. And I think what Representative Sebelia was kind of aiming at is that we come to an agreement on how that wording happens between your department and North Star. So the clear direction from the panel for dollar figure, for termination, for how public engagement should happen, and then you guys figure out the legalese between yourselves, because that's not our expertise as panel members, is to make those.
That's the part that's making me uncomfortable.
Okay. I would love to be able to give you all the legalese to make this thing work, but I don't know. Mr. Irwin, you had a question, comment?
Just on the notion of the possibility that another property owner would be potentially saddled with the responsibility for funding the handicap. I wonder if changing the language from owners of the VYNPS to owners of the VYNPS license or licenses would help in that regard, because it's either going to be the license for the ISFAC and the plant in decommissioning, which are two different parts of the Code of Federal Regulations, or it'll be just the ISFAC because the other part of the plant would have been fully decommissioned, license termination would have been completed.
That makes a lot of sense to me. I'm not sure about anybody else. Go ahead.
I'd like to, correct me if I'm wrong, Corey, and the license won't really be terminated. What will happen is once North Star has finished the decommissioning and reduced all the contamination to appropriate levels, the property will be released for unconditional use. They would still have the license for the IFAC, but the rest of the property would be released for unconditional use. Am I out of turn there, Corey, or is that pretty close?
That's very close. The Part 50 license will sustain until the ISFAC is finally decommissioned. It's all the same license. But the general terms for which you're describing, I'm sure language could be developed that would satisfy what we're talking about.
And I think that's Mr. Irwin's intent, is that whomever the property goes to, that the onus still stays on North Star as a licensee of the ISFAC or whatever, still exists. Is that correct, Mr. Irwin?
Yes, that is correct. The license is really the key to the problem.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I've had a suggestion from my council, the wonders of technology. If we had a three-way involvement here where Ledge Council were involved as well in these discussions, that would make the department more comfortable, so that the legalese piece that you're talking about would be worked out between Ledge Council, North Star, and the department. That gives me some comfort.
And I'm completely okay with that. So let me circle back to where I started.
Sorry.
No, that's perfectly fine. We're working through it. So as a panel, I would like to get a consensus on the dollar figure of $35,000 annually is acceptable to us to be able to move our work forward. And just give me a yes or no. Please start with you, Chris.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Abstain. Abstain.
On the phone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we have a majority agreements on the dollar figure of $35,000 annually. Let's go to the easy part, the public engagement side of it. So adding the language, again, fourth line down in the underline, service to hire experts, public engagement and education, contracts for services and provide materials and other reasonable and necessary expenses of the panel. Noting that obviously this is how the money gets spent is completely up to the public service department. Adding simple language such as in public engagement and education. Is everyone happy with that, or general consensus? Chris?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Okay. So we have that. Oh yeah, sorry, on the phone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you have a majority agreement adding simple language regarding public engagement and education to the list of things that will become necessary of the panel. So to the hard thing, termination. We heard a couple of different options. regarding the owners of the VY NPS license or licenses is an option for us. That seems to make the most sense to me at this point. So let's get a general consensus of, does that make the most sense as a termination, standard?
You can say that.
So, let's see, funds for the purpose shall come from the owners of the VYNPS license holder. Is that correct, Mr. Irwin?
Yes, and I've been corrected by Corey that it is just one license,
Yeah.
so it doesn't have to consider multiple licenses.
So that would be the termination, the terminology used in that first sentence. So whomever is the license holder for the property is responsible for going forward.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
may I interrupt our process?
Yes.
So I need a moment to actually process the negotiation aspect that has been put out here. And it seems that we're going to do all of that very publicly. So I'm wondering if we could get the department's counsel to come and we could ask maybe some questions just about process.
I guess I'm confused. What are you looking
The
for a
department is
process on?
recommending that, the department council is recommending that rather than having North Star and the department go and kind of fine tune this and bring it to the legislature, that the legislature and the administration and North Star fine tune this. And so I'd just like to ask him to clarify and kind of walk us through that a little bit. Because I've had no time to think about that or ask legislative counsel or anyone. So, and I'm getting, we're kind of almost at the bottom of the slide and I'm feeling like, oh, we're going to catch this. Do we want to catch this? So, can we ask?
I'm certainly happy to ask Mr. Porter to step to the microphone, if that's all right with you, Mr. Unruh.
Absolutely. Come on up.
Thank you. Jim?
Almost made it out of here cleanly.
Yeah. Well, and I have to pick up a soccer kid.
Okay.
I have to leave in 20 minutes at the most. My question is, I want to understand the difference that you see between the department and North Star fine-tuning this, and the department and the legislature and North Star fine-tuning this, and what assurances you'd like to give me that Ledge Council will see those same.
So what was in my mind when this came up was the commissioner seemed to have some reservations about the department and North Star going off in a room and drafting the consensus of what you vote on tonight. And I guess my thought would be to have a lawyer from Ledge Council, since we are talking about a bill or a bill amendment, and we've done this in the past with other parties, just sit down with Ledge Council sort of as an intermediary, another party to be there, and we could just both talk with them, was my thought.
Okay, but I want to just make sure that we're all aware that whatever agreement we might put forward, we'll have to go through the whole legislative process. Any of the folks in the audience, in the public, anybody in the legislature that would like can engage in this process. And any legislator can access Ledge Council and work to.
Oh, right, and to be clear, I was only going as far as coming up with a draft of a bill that we would submit to the committee. And frequently Ledge Council has little fixes that help with drafting as well. Just that I think we would then come back and share with the committee, not necessarily at a meeting, but.
Okay, great. That answers my questions and I am comfortable now. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go back to the,
Mr. Chair,
Oh.
it appears North Star's counsel may have something to say.
absolutely, come on up.
Thank you, Greg DiCarlo, counsel for North Star. I just want to clarify that my earlier comments were premised on termination at partial license termination, not later. Any questions about that?
You're aware that's not, there's no such thing as a partial license termination. It's a release of property for unconditional use. It's semantics, but words are kind of important sometimes.
It's the shrinking of the license from its current size down to the ISPC only is what I'm referring to. We can work on the proper language, but that's what we're looking at as a potential workable solution.
If I could be heard on that point.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I think we've gotten to the place where the committee itself has to decide what it wants to do. And then that conversation that Mr. DiCarlo is teeing up is one worth having, and exactly why I would want the antiseptic of Ledge Council being present. Because at the end of the day, we're talking about a piece of legislation that we will put into the hopper of the committee process. And at that time, I would expect North Star to, if we can't come to closure on the point, you show up and testify to that effect. But that shouldn't foreclose this committee from deciding tonight on what it wants to put forward by way of proposal. And I expect, I could be wrong, that we're going to need to have 2 consensus votes. One's going to be on this termination that's tied to license termination and site restoration, and the other to the proposal from Representative Coffey that the obligation simply be coextensive with as long as handicap exists.
Okay, I'm gonna abstain from weighing in on this last piece because I don't feel like I have enough information.
So I guess, Chris, there's a couple different options on the table right now, and I'm just going to be looking for the board, and obviously, feel free to abstain if you feel the same as Representative Sibilia, that you don't have the proper information to make a decision. So we have essentially 2 different proposals on the table as far as timeline goes. One from Mr. Irwin about license holders, and that, this is kind of perpetual to license holders to the end of handicap, and 2, to the partial license termination and restoration would be the second option to put an end to this particular agreement. So I guess I'm looking to you to see which one you lean towards to get a general consensus from the handicap panel. So we'll start with you.
So I have to start with a question. Because what I originally thought was terminate handicap upon the, because just looking at at some level I'd like to change the statute to say site restoration. It's actually in our name because I was trying to figure out, was the intent of the statute nuclear decommissioning versus decommissioning and site restoration? But it's actually in our name, the Nuclear Decommissioning Citizens Advisory Panel. So what I was proposing was that the handicap would sunset with the completion of the nuclear decommissioning, which I think goes back to what you were saying, is basically the license is the partial release, and then all that's left is the ISPC. And then I'd also suggest that potential language would be at that point the legislature could take up whether or not to continue, handicap should continue once it's just the ISPC on the site. I know that sounds real complicated, but I think what I was, and I'm kind of looking down at Bill to see what he would suggest, because he's more of actually the expert on this question.
Well, I don't know if I'm an expert for sure, that would be debatable, but the language that is in the 2-page presentation by Representative Sibilia and Coffey, number 3, time horizon of North Star funding obligation, the language that's described here, where does that come from? Is that in NRC regulations? Because as Mr. DiCarlo just explained it, actually that is what I was describing. It does not eliminate the burden on the license holder of the ISVC. It just has narrowed it down to release of the rest of the site for the decommissioning purposes, which is everything but the ISVC. So I'm actually more comfortable with the original language as presented in the item number 3, time horizon of North Star funding obligation, than I was when this discussion started.
May I ask a clarifying point, Mr. Unruh?
Yes.
So, Dr. Irwin, if I understand you correctly, if we were to insert the phrase North Star's funding obligation to support handicap activities shall terminate upon North Star's submission to the NRC of its partial license termination application, that would make you comfortable?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'd put that out for comment to the rest of the panel. I could agree to that too. I would be comfortable with that too.
Okay. Chris, you good with that? Yes. Laura, you're abstaining, or are you good?
No, I mean, that's clear enough.
Okay. Sarah?
Yep.
Yes?
Yep.
Bob?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yes.
Yep. North Star representatives?
Abstain.
Abstain.
On the phone?
I'm good with that.
Yes.
Okay. We now have a clear directive from this panel to the Public Service Department, and from my understanding is that we are looking for the Public Service Department, the Ledge Council, and North Star Council to get together and make the legalese work. Is that my understanding, panel? Chris?
Yes, and then the idea, I think, is we wouldn't meet to discuss it again, but whatever's negotiated would come back to the panel so that we can, individually if we like, or whatever, or however we want to communicate it individually, communicate that to committee.
May I ask how exactly that is done? I'm hearing no further meeting, but come back to panel.
I just meant like Tony would send us, this is the language they agreed to.
And each individual, so there would be no hit return all.
Unless folk want to meet again, I just don't know that we're gonna, I don't know that this panel is the best way, and I'm also being mindful of the public input, so the public needs to see what it says too. I just don't know that we're gonna need to be in the business of wordsmithing legislative language. So I think what we're agreeing to is the concept that's been presented here, so we're agreeing to the concept, and then the answer frankly may come back, hey, Public Service Department, in a meeting with North Star, with Ledge Council present, we couldn't come to an agreement, but at least we know that we agreed to the concept that was presented by the commissioner.
So are you looking for, once the wording is acceptable to our parties, what are you looking for the handicap to do in your opinion from there?
Well, I'd like to be clear what handicap would like to have happen if North Star and the department don't come to an agreement.
Then we start all over again.
So, well, that's, so that.
Agreed to this concept that was handed out
So,
by the commissioner.
that's right. So that's an option. So one option is the commissioner handed out language. We made a number of different suggestions. And what I'm hearing is North Star come back with any fine tunes with the department and work with the Legislative Council to work that through. So North Star may come back and say, yeah, no, we're not agreeing to that.
So let's get a little bit of clarification right now why we can, and I understand, Mr. Carlo, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, and ask, based on what the handicap panel has put forth tonight, what is the general consensus? I know you probably can't give us a clear yes because you need to do your due diligence on your end, but based on what the panel has put forward this evening and kind of the limitations and that kind of thing, what is your general feeling of how North Star will react to a negotiation in that towards that end?
Well, you're correct that I can't make a final determination tonight because it's ultimately not up to me, but I am very encouraged by what I heard as the end result of the panel's decision, that we will be able to come to an agreement quickly. If in fact what has been discussed here is what ends up in this final draft.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, I'm not asking, I'm not asking for North Star's permission to proceed, but whether or not the panel would want to proceed or would want to meet again if there was some conflict. That's more what I'm asking.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I have great faith in the efforts of these three bodies that we've identified here to act on our behalf, given the goals as expressed here tonight. So I don't think that it would be necessary for us to go beyond our individual rights to go to the hearings about this matter and discuss them as individuals or as representatives of agencies in the legislative process. I think that we've made our position known fairly clearly, and I appreciate the language, the efforts that everyone's made here to provide us this really good basis to make these kinds of recommendations.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I? Representative Sibilia, I know we're about to lose you because you're turning into a pumpkin. And Representative Coffey, what is your best estimation as to the time remaining for what we need to accomplish? If the department is able to sit down with a representative of North Star and Ledge Council, say within the week, and if the department is then able to kick back to the members of the panel individually the revised version of the language I've passed out tonight, and if that is posted on the website of the department for public comment for an acceptable period of time, a week perhaps, do you think that is sufficient, that there is still sufficient time to have this then go through the legislative process this session?
So the bill will have to, as you know, it will have to go through crossover. So it'll have to be heard in the House. Crossover will be the week after town meeting. And then it will have to go to the Senate.
Yeah.
And then it will have to, if there are any changes made in the Senate, it will have to come back to the House. The House would have to agree or not, all of that. And then the governor would need to sign. So in terms of moving it through the House, it would have to move through the House by the week after town meeting. So the chair of the Energy and Technology Committee has been kept apprised by Representative Coffey and I of what is being discussed and the possibility for this coming through. It is true, we have some very significant pieces of legislation. So
So if the proposition is, what I am stumbling over the mechanics here more than anything else. If we are able to reach the latest greatest version of this proposed language and get that back to the individual handicap members for their review, and to do so electronically, do we run afoul of any open meeting laws or anything like that? And so if Mr. Unruh gets sign off from all the handicapped members in a manner that is lawful, then, and in the interim, the department has posted this for public comment on the website, it would seem to me we should be able to get this into the legislature in fairly short order.
Just for clarification, I don't think it's necessary for the handicap individual members to sign off on anything in particular. Okay.
That helps me. Yeah, that's what I'm asking basically.
But I think we've all expressed our opinion, and to Mr. Irwin's point, you know, if we wanted to pursue it individually, we have that option.
As long as it's clear that the representation that will be made in the legislature is that this final version, subject to the guidance you've been given, is the will of NDCAP.
And I think I feel that we've done that tonight in a public manner.
And I'm certain the minutes will be
Reflect as
will
much.
be, yeah, helpful. And in terms of public notice, Commissioner, I mean, the public can engage on this legislation. It's hanging on the wall right now.
Fair enough.
So we have the bill that is up on the wall in energy and technology now. What we'll be doing is making changes to that.
Okay. So what I'm taking away from this is that the department has a mandate to proceed from NDCAP, meeting with North Star and Ledge Council to get the final version of this and get this thing rolling. Fair enough?
That's my feeling as well.
Okay. I feel I'm moved by the spirit to comment. I feel this has been a very productive meeting tonight, and I thank my colleagues for their patience and persistence.
Absolutely. Do we have any additional input from the panel before I turn it over to the general public?
Did we agree to this in concept?
We should probably do it formally before Representative Sibilia turns into a
Because the other ones
pumpkin.
we've gone through, you've got the yes, 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 you want the yes on this, what the commissioner gave us.
Sure, with revisions, absolutely.
So I would agree that yes, well, supporting the concept presented here by the commissioner.
With the revisions that were made?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there others?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
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 Okay, great. All right, so we have a direction, we have a means to an end, and I will open it up to general public comment to the panel. Seeing none, we are adjourned.
So just a reminder to everybody what we're doing. We're attempting to reconcile the wish list, legislative wish list of the two bargaining sides in the commission that we created back in 2011. We did hear from Joe a while back, and he gave us a number of things to consider. We asked Jeff and Mr. Odell to try to put their heads together and see what could be mutually agreed upon. Are you starting with mutual agreement, Joe, or?
The way we had contemplated doing this is that Neil would go first, and he would speak to the areas of agreement and the areas of potential agreement, conceptual agreement.
Yeah.
And then I was going to speak to in part to the leftover issues, the ones where we could not reach agreement on Friday. Yeah. I was present with Jeff and his group and Neil and Sue on Friday. So we had a respectful meeting. We agreed on several points. There are others that we didn't reach agreement on.
Okay, so we'll assume that after you finish, we're coming forward with that core of potential agreement. So why don't you pick up with what you think was important that wasn't in that?
Thank you. So I'm Joe McNeil. I was the chief negotiator and counsel to the employer commissioners in the last round of healthcare negotiations, mediation, fact-finding, and arbitration. And as I indicated, Neil Odell is going to speak to some areas of the agreement that we reached with Jeff and company, and some areas of continuing disagreement, and I will speak to the rest. So thank you for having me once again. I appreciate the respectful attention, and I would like to speak to paragraphs 5, 7, 8, and 9 of the testimony that Mr. Odell introduced to you on January 24th.
That's this, everybody.
So, with regard to paragraph 5, this is the scope of bargaining. We believe that there should be a statewide grievance procedure, and we believe that is important through the commission in order to, number one, deal with interpretation issues which will inevitably arise over the results of our process, and number two, potentially enforcement issues just in case there are those that decide that contrary to the law they're not going to follow the mandate of the law. So we believe that having a system-wide, if you will, arbitration system is really important, and we believe that without it, the likelihood is that by handling grievances in the various districts, conflicting decisions will develop, overlapping or underlapping decisions will result, and the net effect will be confusion. Our hope is to avoid that. So that is point number one. Point number two, which seemed in both when I testified previously and as Mr. Odell's testimony was reported to me, it relates to number 7, and that is the constitution of the panel going forward. It seemed that this is one area where we were confusing the committee, all of us, better than helping the committee. So I'm taking a second stab at it. And The reason we're requesting a three-member panel is that we think that that gives the best opportunity for a good hearing process. And the best...
Joe, I'm sorry, before we go to what your recommendation is, can you just summarize for us what an existing statute?
Yes, happy to. The current statute indicates that if you get to last best offer, you go through mediation, one person, go to fact-finding, one person, and you get to last best offer. The statute indicates that unless the parties can agree on a single arbitrator, which in the end we did this time around, but unless the parties could agree, there will be a three-person panel, but appointed through the American Arbitration Association. All three of them.
Yeah.
And our concern is that that triples the cost potentially for no legitimate result. And so, by analogy, we would recommend that you give consideration instead to the process that's outlined for fact-finding in the current Teachers Act. And that's found at 16 VSA 2007 B and C. And what that indicates is that both parties appoint a panel member, and they attempt to agree on a chair. But if they can't agree, then the process involves selection through the AAA process. But the one person as the chair is the AAA appointee. The benefit of it, and both the Vermont NEA and school boards have used it extensively. The benefit of it is that the panelists, one representative from each party, post the hearing, get one last opportunity to speak to and hopefully convince the neutral, the chair, that their side is the more correct side. Ultimately, the chair's vote is controlling, and that's fine. But this process with one appointee by each, and then the third party working as chair, has worked, and we think it will save expense and be a better process in the end.
So these people would not be necessarily arbitrators. They could be anybody.
They could be, yes, they could be. Typically, the parties historically have appointed people that are familiar with the process, familiar with the system, familiar with the argument, so that they can be effective in the caucus or the deliberative session with the, but they would not have to be. And as we presented testimony the first time around, we indicated that we would prefer that the two reps be Vermonters. The committee reaction was not overwhelmingly in favor of that specification. We didn't perceive, so we've thought about it further, and we're not wed to that. That's not the end of the day if we can both make an appointment. So we'd recommend that as something to be considered for an alternative to the current system.
Question? I'm trying to remember what problem you're trying to solve with this. Was it, I recall a conversation about the arbitrator not, I think I referred to arbitrator as lame, so those are my words, but is that the problem you're trying to, that the arbitrator didn't provide the explanation and that?
In part, we believe that it is more likely to be the case that if you have a three-person panel with the chair, the parties will urge upon the arbitrator a more, let's call it a more robust decision-making process than what we had.
Okay, and how will it save money?
It will save money because the current statute says that if we're going to use a panel, all three of them have to be from the AAA.
Oh, okay.
So that means you're paying the AAA administrative fee and you're paying the per diem cost for all three. It also means more likely than not that all three are not from Vermont.
And you didn't do that route this time? You didn't have a panel?
We did not.
Okay.
We did not.
agreed on one arbitrator.
We agreed on one arbitrator.
Great. Thanks.
Sure. And that moves me to paragraph A, particularly B and C, which talk about the results of, or what should be included in the analysis. And very frankly, the more important of these subsections to us is subsection C, which would require that the arbitrator provide in the decision an analysis of the cost of the proposals by both parties, and in selecting one, indicate with some degree of specificity why that particular proposal is being accepted as opposed to the other. I do recognize we also asked for, in B, an actuarial valuation and the impact upon the education spending. I'd be the first to confess that may be a bit daunting for an arbitrator without fairly extensive expert testimony. And so, of the two, C is the more important to us. And just making sure that we have a developed, fully reasoned decision. And we don't think it's too much to ask that occur.
And Joe, just jog my memory if you would. I know that Mr. Odell had talked about the need for standard rationale to come back as opposed to what we got this time around. So this would be a part of that.
It would be.
In the final report. So
that's correct.
You want rationale and full cost estimate.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Question?
What do you mean by a full cost estimate on a statewide cost estimate?
Yes.
On the impact on the education fund, or an impact, or just this would cost $1 million bucks?
A fair question. Ultimately, to the commission, the way the case was tried, we would have been satisfied, frankly, if the arbitrator had said, based on the evidence, the employer commissioners say that the employee commissioner's plan is $25 million more expensive. They say it isn't. I find, in finding for X or Y, I find that the cost is likely to be. So overall cost on a statewide basis would be at least a minimum, and we could live with that, very frankly.
Do arbitrators have those skills?
They do if the evidence is presented to them. What we had in this situation, not to dwell on it, but we had 3 very long days of hearing in the last best offer proceeding. We both had experts, both healthcare experts and fiscal analysts. And information, evidence was presented as to cost. And in what we believe is the typical arbitration, typical proceeding that we've had for the state of Vermont, for example, before the BLRB, you get a detailed decision that says, here are the positions of the parties, here are the facts that we find, here are our conclusions of law with regard to those facts, and consequently, here is the decision that we're making. as we presented last time, this decision said simply, I looked at both parties' positions, theirs is closer to the statute, whatever that meant. They win, okay, they won. I get that, and some will win, some will lose. But I think what we're really hoping to gain from the committee here is language suggesting, demanding that we get more for our, more out of these processes. So the, and paragraph 9 is really a continuation of that. We would like, in the ideal world, for the legislature to indicate what this statute is all about. We know it's about greater equity among educational employees. We assume it's about providing a level of access through educational employers that didn't exist before. But is it within the realm of reasonable cost, or is it at any cost? And we think that that an articulation that it is within a reasonable cost does not tilt the scales in favor of one side or the other. It just demands a certain amount of balancing, and that's what we're looking for. And then the last one, and perhaps the toughest in terms of where we go from here. The Vermont NEA has requested in the S226 as introduced, that we move from what I would call the baseball arbitration model, last best offer, to a Solomon model, you know, pick and choose among the positions. And we'd be the first to say that the arbitrator in the proceeding we just went through indicated that if he had the power to do so, he would not have picked one in its entirety, but would have picked and chosen among the competing proposals. So we have thought, and really anguished the employer commissioners over whether to support or not support the NEA proposal that we move from last best offer to Solomon offer. There's wisdom in both approaches, and no doubt about it. But at the end of the day, we would favor the retention of the last best offer approach. And the reason for that, although it didn't work this time, the reason for that is that we believe that over time, that will serve as a better deterrent against getting to arbitration as the final step, and will serve as a catalyst towards the parties reaching settlement. Yeah. It's I can't tell you that that's a scientific conclusion based upon years of study, but I do know from experience elsewhere that the fact that the arbitrator is going to have to pick one proposal in its entirety versus another is a driver towards settlements. And I know from experience on behalf of the state in executive branch bargaining that there were 2 or 3 occasions when the Vermont Labor Relations Board, in its opinion, said, but for this one thing, we would have gone with the other party's proposal. But because of this one thing that we can't abide, we're going to, pick door number A. Our thinking is that deterrent is a better part of our jurisprudence than going issue by issue. So that's my supplemental testimony today. I'm happy to answer answer any questions, and ultimately, we're mindful of the chair's indication that it would be helpful to actually have drafted language.
Yep.
Once the committee decides where it wants to go, or...
This is actually fine. This is prescriptive enough that Jim could easily convert it.
And if there's any help we can give, we're happy to.
I'm just wondering if there's data from just collective bargaining writ large about the evidence between last best offer and the sort of menu option. Because I don't know, I mean, I can't tell which the logic would lead to in terms of which is more likely to lead to arbitration or not.
Well, I think the problem with it is that it's not just which outcome you got, but which was more valuable. So one of the things I don't like about the pick and choose model is that you could have an arbitrator fashion an agreement that neither side likes. And so that piece of data wouldn't help you to know whether or not it led to arbitration, because the important thing for me is how the parties are looking at it and responding to it. Does that make sense?
Yes, I mean, yeah, but I think that's a slightly different question, because I mean, if your argument is that you want to do the last best offer because you think it will lead to fewer cases of arbitration, notwithstanding what just happened, is that just a hunch, or do you have actual data that shows that that's more likely?
It's a great question. Let me try to handle it by the experience that I've encountered. For about 40 years or so, I represented the city of Burlington, and I did all their bargaining. Back in the 1970s, under the statutory authority, the voters in Burlington passed a referendum that said that in order to eliminate the possibility of strikes, not on the teacher side, but on the municipal side, they would adopt binding arbitration as the last step of the process. So that has been with the city of Burlington for that length of time. It is not last best offer, to be fair. It doesn't speak to whether, sometimes the parties have agreed to make it last best offer, other times it's gone issue by issue. There has been there is a deterrent effect to both methodologies. There have only been about, in 40 years, I think 4 or 5 situations where binding arbitration has been used. A couple in the electric department relating to pensions, and one in police and one in fire, as I remember. On the other hand, the state of Vermont executive branch and judiciary. The judiciary hasn't used it, but the state of Vermont executive branch has a statute that has last best offer, no picking and choosing. And in the history of the state of Vermont bargaining, it's been used only twice. So it has acted as a deterrent. I'm probably working my way around to say, I don't think it's just a hunch, but there's a hunch
still
aspect.
Anecdotal.
It is. The only other thing I would say is that I can't cite you to chapter and verse, but I am familiar. I have read several scholarly articles that suggest that if you're going to have arbitration, interest arbitration as opposed to grievance arbitration, and you want instead to have an incentive to settlement, last best offer is the better approach.
And avoiding arbitration is only one thing that we're thinking about. It's also what will the results of arbitration be? And people have different theories about which method is going to, even if we go to arbitration, which method is going to produce the best result. And, you know, I wouldn't say it's impervious to data, but it's very much driven by people's values and what they want out of the process, which is contested heavily anyway. So, Joe, I know you have to go to GovOps. You're 10 minutes past your stated time. Do they need you, or?
I was supposed to get a text from Pat Gable when,
If you
when I
can
had to be there.
stay, that's great. We can bring up Neil Odell
I
and.
have to go. I will come back.
All right, good enough.
Thank you very much for your courtesy.
Absolutely, and thanks for showing us where agreement does not exist. So hopefully now we're headed down into the happy valley of mutual agreement.
Count on me to keep the controversy going, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And Neil Odell, Vice President, School Board Association.
President, actually.
Oh, Vice President on that.
Vice President last year. I do have new. And then also attached is the testimony from the last time for reference, because the way that I go through this is. So once again, thank you very much for the opportunity to come in and speak with you again today. At your request, the VSBA and the Vermont NEA representatives from both organizations met this past Friday to determine areas of agreement and disagreement. It was a respectful discussion. On the basis of that meeting, I am happy to report that we did find agreement on a few items.
Very good.
We both support, and then here, this is where the testimony from last time might come in handy. We both support paragraph 1 of the VSBA proposal for specific additions to S226 as set forth in my testimony back on January 24th, relating to expanding the definition of employees covered by Act 11, treating supervisory and managerial employees as teachers/administrators.
Sorry, Mr. Odell, 1 second.
Okay.
You have a copy of this, Jim? No. Jeannie, can I take that copy that, I got one now. You got one? Okay. Thank you. So obviously we're very interested in these points of agreement for potential additions to the.
Sure. So that was treating supervisory and managerial employees as teachers and administrators, and treating non-supervisory confidential employees as support staff. We also agreed on paragraph 4F relating to per diems and expense reimbursement for the commissioners, and paragraph 8A relating to clarifying a requirement that last best offer positions be submitted and exchanged before the arbitration hearing, and that the parties shall not be permitted to modify their last best offers post-hearing.
Okay, those all seem very sensible.
Wait, which one? I'm sorry, what was the last one?
The last one was 8A.
8A, okay.
And that was about last best offers and not modifying them after the hearing. Okay. Additionally, Vermont NEA stated that it agreed in concept with our proposed paragraph 3 relating to the exclusion of alternates, with the possibility of limiting the number of alternates on each side. Paragraph 4D, relating to striking the provision about removal of commissioners for cause is unnecessary. And then paragraph 10, relating to providing funding for expenses such as court reporters, common research, the arbitrator.
You mean state funding?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, what was the last
So
one?
4D was agreed to.
So these are in concept. I would say that we didn't necessarily, the Vermont NEA did not say yes.
Yeah.
The response was in concept, we agreed to these things. I think there was some further thought and discussion.
And we could, wordsmith, potentially find something on both sides.
I can't speak for the Vermont NEA, but for VSBA, I would say yes.
Sounds good.
I'm sorry, so you got the last is
The last one was-
paragraph 10.
Oh, paragraph 10.
Related to the funding.
What is paragraph 5?
It's the fourth paragraph down from the top.
5.
On the first page.
Yeah.
Paragraph 10. Compensation for commissioners.
Oh, I thought you were looking on today's testimony.
I was looking at, you're referencing your old testimony, right, in terms of paragraph numbers? Okay.
Keep going.
While their position on Friday was not supportive, the NEA representatives indicated that they appreciated our explanations and were willing to give further thought to paragraph 5 relating to adding a statewide grievance procedure and paragraph 6 relating to starting our next round of bargaining earlier. The VSBA is hopeful that further thought will result in support.
That also seems kind of a no-brainer to me, that starting bargaining earlier. I mean, unless there's some, reason related to the timing of the academic calendar or something. I think everybody agreed it was a very tight timeline.
Yeah, and I have a little bit more on that a little bit later in the testimony, but yeah, the timeline was certainly not ideal for school boards. So for those paragraphs where we were unable to agree, the VSBA continues to support all of the proposed changes from our original testimony of January 24th. My remaining testimony today will focus on those items more directly impacting local boards. You heard previously from Joe on the items that I think were more specific to the actual commission. With respect to paragraph 2, we suggest that the employee commissioners include at least one administrator because they're clearly obligated by the statute to represent this category of covered employees, which had no representational voice in the first round of bargaining. We respectfully suggest that they cannot be among the employer commissioners because they would have a very apparent conflict of interest here. Moving on, striking paragraph 4H did not elicit a strong objection from Vermont NEA. Merely a thought that doing so would be premature at this juncture. The VSBA sees no likelihood that the commission will ever need to be involved in rulemaking, so we suggest that this provision would simply sit as a dead letter if it is retained. Well, Mr. McNeil did cover this provision. I would also like to point out that with respect to paragraph 8C and 16 VSA 2105B4, that requiring the arbitrator to include what he or she believes to be the cost of implementation of his or her award based upon the evidence presented at the hearing really is a critical piece of information for school boards to know in preparing their own budgets. Having that cost information would really be quite helpful to us. I am disappointed that we weren't able to come to an agreement regarding the timing of negotiations as we proposed in paragraph 6, and that the Vermont NEA's proposal number 3 for negotiations data from school districts by February 1st. The VSBA agrees that accurate and timely negotiations data from school districts is beneficial for both the employee and the employer commissioners. We also feel that school districts would be more than able to meet the request if it falls outside of the normal budget development season. Our request to change the timeline of negotiations will allow for school districts, boards, and the local Vermont NEA bargaining units to have accurate and final information regarding employee health insurance important to local bargaining and budget development, a more reliable tax rate estimate, since the settlement can be incorporated into the tax commissioner's December 1st letter, and finally a greater opportunity for local bargaining to complete in time for inclusion in the budget, or at the very least to be able to be presented at town meeting. Regarding the original language of S226, we're still opposed to section 2. One of the original premises of Act 11 was to move towards equal access at equal contribution levels for educational employees. The change requested here would alter this goal fundamentally and use a suspect methodology for doing so. Looking at salary only would not accurately reflect an employee's ability to pay. And additionally, as Jeff Francis has pointed out in his testimony, many school employees work a varying number of days each year. Using salary as a measurement of ability to pay would be further complicated by the number of contracted work days for that salary.
So if I could just check on a nuance.
Yeah.
So I think you're right that NEA would like to have that change made, but there's another step that could be taken, which is just to allow it to be bargained. which wouldn't make the change, but it would allow it to be bargained and under certain circumstances where both sides agreed, it could become a change. Am I assuming right that you oppose both of those scenarios?
You assume correctly, yeah. I mean, if it were to be bargained and then therefore, as a result, it were to be allowed, that's yet another administrative burden on our folks. We're already assuming all of the administrative fees associated with managing these plans. Now we've got to also worry about varying levels of premium share depending on the employee and their salary levels. So, I'm not in favor of it at this point. And then finally, we still have continuing concerns about the high board representation, but would love the opportunity to talk about that in a future date.
Well, honestly, so do I. It was clear just from trying to schedule basic testimony that it was not a high-functioning group. I guess my hope is that growing pains and we get to a place where the group becomes more comfortable and trusting of one another, but understood that going forward you'd be interested in taking a look at that. Questions for Mr. O'Dell? Well, thank you. I thought that was very helpful. That first page has what looks like 5 areas of potential agreement, 3 maybe right away, and then a couple that we might be able to get to. So why don't we ask Jeff to come up and hear his take.
Good afternoon. For the record, Jeff Bannon from Vermont VA. As Neil and Joe did talk about, we did meet with Sue, and Neil was on the phone, and Joe in person, and I, Don Tinney, and Colin all met Friday afternoon and tried to go through this and figure out where we had agreement and disagreement. And I think they presented largely truthfully, and I might take some liberties with how they describe it. I think it's fine, in large measure. I saw they had 9 paragraphs, and I think we agreed to 3 as my scorekeeping on Friday. Largely, I think you just echoed that as well. So I think that it's true. The alternates, I'm not sure exactly how Neil just described it. I think what we said on Friday was we think that it's about the alternates to the commission. We thought that we're looking for an unlimited number, if you will, not unlimited, but a large number. And I think the committee discussed 2, up to 2, and we were. What we were saying on Friday was that, okay, if we had to live with 2, we could live with 2. So we were generally saying.
I mean, it makes sense to me, but the committee hasn't taken a position on it yet. I do think unlimited immediately proved problematic, and you can understand why.
Right.
Senator Pershing.
Is it a question of the number, or if they're present at the negotiations?
Well, we see the alternates as being present at the negotiations, and here's why. And I think I talked about this last time. When we started asking folks to participate as we prepared for this bargaining, somebody who we thought would have been a very good support staff person almost immediately took another job and was not able to participate. And we realized then, in August of 2018, that life is what it is. People participate and then things change 6 months down the road or whatever. And I remember having a conversation with Nicole about that in September of that year, suggesting that alternates might be a good thing for both sides, because if you want the process to continue on, you need people who are knowledgeable about what happened previously. And so we thought it would be important to be able to slip people in. So we see the alternates as actually, as being necessary to be in the room to carry out the function, so much like a juror, as we described earlier. It will step in should somebody else have to step off.
Yeah, so you're current on the testimony and the data and all of that stuff.
Yes.
If somebody has to step out, you just change chairs in the room. It seemed to me that the big objection, going back to the start of the process, was the number, which was 5, and then 5 NEA commissioners who were officially supposed to be there. That's a team of 10 in the room, which can be a little intimidating. Here, each side would be theoretically allowed 7 people in the room, 2 of whom would be sitting and listening, but not present and voting. So Well, it's good to know that that's a potential area of agreement too.
Right. There are a couple other, I think Neil mentioned too, on paragraphs 4D of their document and 5. We think there's some necessary, I think you alluded to it, Chair, the need for wordsmithing. The details matter in those, and I think in concept we probably agree to them, but the words matter. And some fleshing out of those words needs to happen.
So would you be averse to me sitting down with Jim and working on a drafting request that incorporates those that you haven't fully agreed on, so that there was language for you to react to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that particularly about the grievance one, the statewide grievance, I think that's a really important concept, and I think that the details really very much do matter, and somebody's got to be knowledgeable about what those details are and how they might play out in reality. So I think that's a really delicate one for us, but I think it...
And before you left, Joe offered to draft language. You could do the same on the grievance thing, and we could look at both drafts and figure out what we want to do with it. But knowing that you want to go in the same direction is really useful.
Right. Go around. They shared with us, and they shared with you earlier. 8C was of big interest to them, and this is what the parties did. Frankly, they had a financial healthcare expert in the form of Steve May. We had a financial expert in the form of Steve Capel, who used to work at JFO. And they were the ones costing out the proposals, and the arbitrator heard from both sides. The two Steves, if you will, got together, and I think, came to some common understandings about certain things as they progressed. And so I think that their cost estimate is a significant challenge for the arbitrator. He or she, going forward, might have to pick one side or the other, in some sense of the word, and rely on that party's expert who testified at the hearing. Joe admitted that it would be a significant lift for the arbitrator. He might have to hire an actuary to go through it on him or herself, to give them their own estimate. Not to mention, the least of which is what we call a take-up rate. Nobody knows whether somebody's going to take a single-person plan this year and a family next year. They might get married, they might get divorced and go the other way. They might have a kid. All life events happen, and to estimate how that's going to play out and cost-wise is, I think, an impossibility. What the cost is really what we're dealing with here is people know they're going to pay 80/20. People know that their out-of-pockets are $400 if they have a single plan, or $800 if they have a family plan. Those are the cost estimates. Now, whether people take up a family plan or just stay with a single, that's what they really want to know here. I think that's next to impossible for an arbitrator to do. So I think that's really something that's challenged, and that's why we've said no so far. It is next to an impossibility, and both sides have done it, if you will. They bring their actuaries, make the argument, and the arbitrator makes a decision.
And finds one more.
And that's what the arbitrator did here. Hamstrung, if you will, by time, selected one and moved on.
So just trying to, again, figure areas of agreement. So you do not agree about adding cost estimate to the arbitrator's report, but am I remembering right that you agreed that a more fulsome explanation of why one package was picked over the other is something?
Certainly a more complete written decision might help everybody, but I think it was alluded to last time we testified, that could have been the party's contract with the arbitrator.
Yeah.
And in fact, we went back to the arbitrator for clarification, and he rendered the second, clarifying decision. So it's not as if the parties don't have tools available to them already.
Although it wouldn't hurt to put it in the statute that, the arbitrator shall select last best offer, assuming we stay with that, and provide a, reasonable rationale for doing so.
I've not spoken with the arbitrator in this case, Alan McCallison. I would hazard a guess that he might say that he did.
Yeah.
Right, and so, he selected and said, the school employee's position, I forget the exact wording, it was
If I
right.
remember right, he said it would take a long time, so I'm not going to do it, which is, I don't.
Gave the
consider
reason that it met the statute.
Met the statute. It was fairly short, no question about it.
So we'll just, we could look at another sentence in terms of fleshing out what the expectation is coming back from the arbitrator.
Are the cost estimates required in the last best offer, or is the process such that you would never get to that stage without a cost estimate?
Well, certainly both sides had actuary, financial experts there to attempt to assert their side of the version, why it was less costly or more costly or whatever the case may be. So that was part of the conversation, absolutely.
Was there a value in saying you have to do that, or is it just always going to be happening?
I think necessarily it will be part and parcel to the parties' conversation. Cost is significant and understandable and part of the conversation.
Well, and frankly, in the school board's proposals, there's a running theme of wanting to raise the visibility of cost to the state, to the district, in the statute. So there's another area that you didn't agree on where they wanted to add language around what it would cost the state, or could it be afforded? And those were not in your areas of agreement, so I'm assuming.
So when there's seller, for example, that's not permissible in the state employees labor relations law. Joe and I talked about that on Friday. Already in state laws, for state employees, excuse me, it's not part of the allowable discussion.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So being consistent, if you will, with seller in this regard, that's what we were thinking.
Jeff, can I ask you, in terms of striking subsection A of section, or no, I'm sorry, subsection A of section H23 of Act 11.
Legislative intent at H23.
Yeah, do you?
We feel very strongly that it stay there. It's that, and here's why. Just for a historical reference, it's there. It's how it is what guided the parties to some degree or another last year. Mm-hmm. It is not. And we had this discussion on Friday. It doesn't have any influence going forward. The language, by its own terms, expires. It's in session law. It's not codified in the Green Books. Yep. And so it is not, other than historical reference, which we think is important for it to stay there for that very reason, it has no lasting effect going forward. It's session law.
But you think it might be guidance of some sort?
I think if somebody were to look back, it's what guided last year's conversation. It doesn't, I think removing it from session law is a little bit odd to me, frankly, if you're going to look at, session law is insider baseball anyway.
Yeah.
Right? Most people look at the Green Books and look to see what's codified. If you know that there's session law out there, and then to think, oh, we can change session law after the fact, it just...
Which language specifically you're
So
talking about?
legislative intent here. So in 2018, when the law was passed, there was an understanding that emerging support staff and licensed folks, they were, support staff particularly were all over the map as to what they were paying in health insurance. And so there was an appreciation for that, and allowing the parties in the first contract only, to allow for different payment amounts for both sides. And that's why that was in there. It was a one-time only
And it's
allowance.
just in session law?
It is just in session law. Yeah, I don't know how Ledge Council would treat it, but I guess if you could, in another session law, delete session law, Act 11, paragraph H23, whatever it is. But it would be tortured in some sense of the logic of it. I don't.
Yeah, and to the extent that it does exist as a record of legislative intent, the intent is pretty broad, and I don't think it would really help the arbitrator one way or the other. So I don't think it advantages one side or the other.
And by its own terms, it's expired, if you will.
Right.
So an arbitrator, I think, would be ill-advised to look at it expired language to try to influence his or her decision down the road, whatever it may be. So I'll turn to our 4 items that we were seeking. And as for section 1, in section S226, to attend the time off, I mean, that again, it's a cost estimate that they were looking for, a cost to substitute teachers. And I'm not sure, my notes here from Friday were that VSB is really not sure how this would play out. So I don't know if we have agreement or not on that entirely, but I think in concept, I think everybody thought it made sense, to say it that way. There is the cost factor that they're concerned about, and I understand that.
Do you know how many of the employees or commissioners weren't granted time off? Like, was it
at least one that I was aware of? I know that was denied the ability, and then I think frankly, Suzanne from my office and Joe had to get involved and wrestle the person out or at the classroom to attend the parking session. And it just seems it's a challenge for both sides. People aren't able to get there. So you've agreed on something weeks or a month in advance, and all of a sudden you can't later. It seems not a good process. So I think they ought to be allowed out, and that's why we put it in. We thought it was important to be in.
Jeff, I just thought of this, maybe it's a bad idea. What would you think in that case of an accounting of the sub-cost and then split by the 2 sides?
I guess that's sort of what paragraph 10 above is talking about.
Okay.
Paragraph 10. The compensation. And we think they should be compensated. That's what we agree. And I guess you could fold it into that concept as well.
Do you mean by the state?
Well, that's what they were seeking. We do think that the commissioner should be compensated. And we did agree with them on the overall, paragraph 10.
Because honestly, I can't imagine that goes anywhere. I know both sides would agree that it would be great if the state would pick up the costs. But I'm remembering the discussions I had with Senator Kitchell when we were doing this.
I am aware of the political rounds, yes.
Did it get into the budget adjustment that they get paid for last time? She didn't mention it the other day, but maybe it was too small to mention.
I'll ask.
And we would support that. I mean, I think you had it in Act 11.
Yeah.
They relied on it. I think that's only fair.
Yeah, yeah.
We support them on that. As to Section 2, this is allowing different premium co-pays based on one's ability to pay. We feel very strongly about this. We do think that under Melra, Chittenden East, and Middlebury already do it, Melra being the municipal employees law. So it's done in schools already, at least 2. Under the state employees, Selra, it's done there at the state colleges and at UVM. And so it's a concept that's done elsewhere in a collectively bargained environment. And we just think it makes inherent practical sense given that the salaries and income of school employees varies dramatically from particularly unlicensed people. And that's what we're particularly looking for. The teachers are a little bit closer together, but also new teachers in particular have significant student loans. We think there could be some concept, if you're the newer teachers who have the student loans, they're at the lower end of it, and they got to be, able to pay their bills and student loans as well as get health care. We don't want people not taking health care because they can afford it. That's the issue.
Right.
And the last 2, VSBA just, we had fundamental disagreement on data. We think data is very important. I think they agree in concept that data is very important. We share. We hire somebody independently, VSBA, and we did. We think data is paramount. You're going to get good information, a good decision from an arbitrator. She must have good information going in. Both sides must have it. So I think data is really important. And the last best offer that maybe it was tougher the first go around, but after the first round, Joe's right in the state system. There have been decisions where the arbitrator, the decision maker would have appreciated, would have decided one way or another, but based on one or two provisions that may have been unlawful, is my understanding, they couldn't decide there. So this is a design, our process here is designed to reach a more rational decision overall and not have potentially wild swings, people swinging for the fence, if you will. And I think that's the challenge. It is not clean and cut.
Where do you stand on the changing the timeline? You are not in favor of
We're
changing
not in
the
favor of it
timeline?
right now.
Why is that?
A couple things. It would, number one, selfishly, I think for both sides, it would mean this October we start bargaining for.
Do you have a vacation planned already?
I don't. I wish I did, but I don't. I have a kid in college.
But just finished, you know.
Yeah, and so we just finished, but so I don't think it's a good, healthy. I think there's some need. And honestly, so every contract in the state is up for bargaining right now. The school boards don't know what their overall costs are going to be. You know, on December 1 any more than they do on town meeting day. Most contracts expire June 30, and they go right up to that, as well after town meeting day votes. And so the argument that they need to know well in advance is simply not. It's not today. It's been a history of not knowing what the actual costs are until well after town meeting day.
Well, having been through the budget process a bunch of times, it really sucks to have no information on which to put together a budget. And this would just be one more thing. And if we can align it so that school districts have more information to do their budget, I'm not sure. I don't hear a good argument from your side about why we shouldn't realign the timing to be, just because not everything else is. If I could realign everything to time better, it would be better.
Yeah. The timing is tight regardless.
Yeah.
And it is going to be tight regardless. And I think just starting earlier is going to extend it even longer, the torment. I think the parties need to get to a decision. They need to come to an agreement more quickly. We went to the very end, if you will.
Right, but if we started it earlier and then put an earlier end date.
It would be the same amount.
It would be same amount of time, just shifted earlier.
Shifted earlier. You know, I get it. What I'm saying is that we're just going to push something else, and the timing is what it is. We'll be bargaining then for information on plans that people haven't even taken up yet. So you're bargaining years in advance. And how long in advance do you want it? We won't know what the cost of the health insurance is at that point. We have no idea. And so these new plans that we're talking about now will start January 1 of 2021, and we'll start bargaining before we even know those plans and how they're playing out in October of this year for January 1, 2023. We just think it's way too early.
Well, what about the next year? I'm just not clear about what the timeline is. You will start bargaining this October for 2 years in advance.
No, that's their proposal. That's what they want.
That's what their proposal. I see.
We think it's
I'm
way
just
too
trying to
early.
figure out how to realign it better with the school budgeting calendar. Maybe it doesn't have to be 2 years in advance, but just sort of shift.
So we'll start under the current law. We'll start bargaining in April of 2021 for plans that will start January 1, essentially, 2023.
Okay.
So you're suggesting, what they're suggesting is starting bargaining of October of 2020 for plans to start January 1, 2023.
Yeah, that does seem too far in
I
advance.
just think it's way too far.
I'm wondering if.
Just move it up. That's a 6 month.
I mean, I understand the argument that, if we had all the information in a perfect world.
For 2023.
But we don't have salary information.
Right.
The contracts aren't even settled yet that expire this June 30 for the following year. So this is a concept that parties have lived with for many years. I mean, it's not as if.
No, but it all is just.
Yeah, no, I get it. If we had perfect information 3 years in advance, and used to, just so you know, we used to have longer-term contracts that allowed for that. So you might, year one might be a little bit of a hiccup, but in years 2 and 3 and 4, you used to have 4-year deals. They were common. Those are gone away for whatever reason. Parties aren't willing, don't want to, I don't know. But that would allow better budgeting.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We were looking for a 4-year deal under this proposal. They wanted it 2, and so we actually split the difference. We got 2.5 is really what we have. The way it works out.
That's not splitting the difference.
Well,
So I want to make sure you understood the math.
Right. I get it. I get it. I mean, we were looking for a longer-term deal that would have addressed their issue initially, and
Okay.
we think that's probably, the parties can figure this out. If they want stability and knowledge moving forward, they can come to an agreement about that. I think that's really what we feel strongly about.
So, I said before, I think the easiest next step is for us to generate a draft out of what you brought us today, have Jim put together a strike all for 226 that gets rid of the language that was not agreed upon, keeps the language that was agreed upon, and adds proposals from the school boards that were either agreed to or looked as though they were within striking distance. Then we can have the two sides back. We can be working from that. At that point, you can certainly make other arguments about what you might, without mutual agreement, still want to get in. But it becomes a harder task to get it in because it's not mutually agreed, and it would take a majority of the committee to want to put one of those items in. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Is there anything else that you want us to know before we try to codify what you're tentatively agreeing to, and maybe some things that you're close on?
The only thing that struck me was the very last point about the timing, where I thought, respectfully, Jeff used the same argument that I'm using as to why he didn't want to change the timeline, is because he was worried about not getting accurate data for the commissioners. And I'm worried about not getting accurate data for school boards for budgeting. So I believe the argument works for us both in a sense.
Perhaps it does.
But aren't you asking for 2 years in advance instead of just 1 year in advance? I'm still not clear on the timing. Maybe I just need to look at a calendar with the two of you. But.
So this agreement, yeah, we could do that, but this agreement starts, the effective date is January 1, 2021 for 2 years.
Right, so it ends in 2023. So the next time you're bargaining would start on January 1, 2023. Yes?
The next contract.
The next
yes.
contract. And you're asking for bargaining to start in October of 2020, correct?
No, not 2020.
The year before the contract would go into effect.
So that would be.
Because it takes them a year to bargain out a contract?
Right. The October 15th date was merely one to put down there so that we'd have something to talk about.
I think there's a year.
The date that I'm most interested in is the final arbitration hearing, and then when the report would come out. And to have that data in school board members' hands before budget season really kicks off. That's the important date for us.
Right, so I think you're missing a year. I think it can start in October of 2021.
Correct. It would be the October of the year before
a year to
the contract.
do it, it'd be done October 22, going into effect 3 months later.
I see, okay.
They wanted to hold.
The current statute.
All right, sorry I'm holding you all up, I'm just trying to.
Yeah.
I get it all.
We're not tied to that October date. What we are tied to is making sure that the final decision, the agreement, the award, comes in time for board members.
Well, then
to be
let's
able
start it in July, which I know you will all love because everybody's up, but that's when you need it. You need to buy September 1st.
Start what in July?
Bargaining. Do it
No, it
July.
starts earlier than July.
We start in April.
You start in April. Oh, I thought you started in October.
They want.
I'm gonna stop.
We're talking about, yeah, we might.
Currently in statute, it's April 1st of the year prior to the expiration of the agreement. contract that currently is receiving expires on December 31st, 2022. Therefore, bargaining happens in 2021. Beginning April 1st, concluding December 15th, 2021, for a full year prior. So, Colin Robinson, Ronnie, I think also one thing for the record is, you know, the first year of anything new is a bit of a level set, right? And I think we believe that and hope, A, future negotiations might not go to arbitration, right? B, that obviously the changes that could come of any agreement may not be as impactful for employees or employers that are being felt this year in the first agreement.
That's optimistic.
It is. Well, I mean, we've gone through it once. I think that's right.
Yeah, and the upshot was, to my way of thinking, it worked. Now, Joe was talking about day one and we lost. I don't really see it that way because I think the process did force a certain amount of narrowing between the last best offers. So maybe next time it'll be the school boards that win, but theoretically the process is getting us in a more efficient way to some kind of narrowing of the gaps, and then we have finality and having an arbiter just pick. So, as I said, I will work with Jim, which is actually what I did with Act 11 with Jen and Damien and Jim. We would have presentations from the two sides, and then the three of them and I would sit and we would create a draft out of the two proposals, and then have people come in and respond to it, and things that they couldn't live with, we ejected and got agreement on all that remained.
And my recollection of that is true, absolutely. It could not be more. And going back some time, so Nicole and I mean, one of the things we were really concerned about last time was the timeline.
Yeah.
So it was a significant challenge then, and it remains so.
And that was one of the last changes we made, was to stretch the timeline.
So we did stretch it, and I think that was a hard fought bargain that we reached, and I think upsetting that now.
And I can intuit each side has, I would say, one, possibly two things that you really want that the other side really doesn't want to give you. I'm happy to continue those discussions, so I'm not arbitrarily imposing the idea that you each have the veto on the other. So we might, as a committee, wind up importing something in that's not mutually agreed upon if a strong majority of the committee agrees on it. So we take 4 votes to do something like that. We did it with VHI rebalancing last time out. It's not my desire to go there, but I think the school boards have pointed out some things that are reasonably sensible that NEA doesn't want to go along with, and vice versa. So we'll see where the committee lands, but the intention again is to have 98% mutual agreement. Yeah.
One more quick, I was just looking back at 226 on the top of page 2, the language about release time. You guys agreed on the concept of making sure that there was compensation for commissioners, right? But it was not a.
Well, they want the state to.
You guys want per diem, not release time?
Release time for them.
We're looking for release time.
You're looking
our
for
folks
release
are having
time for
difficulty.
teachers. You're looking for per diems for your school board
and they're
members.
looking for substitutes to cover the release time for the NEA members.
We're not, the school boards are.
School boards.
Oh, the school board, you want to be able to, I see.
So look, this is one of those things where it's imperfect both sides. We try to figure out where we could live with each other's.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're looking for release time so our folks can get there. They're looking for per diem compensation for their commissioners. We weren't looking for that, but we agree with that. They should be compensated. It was part of their original deal. They'd like our folks to be released, but then the state to pay for the substitutes, Mike, and the state.
Yeah, I mean, part of the issue for us, right, is that one of my jobs as a school board member is to make sure that I've got the best qualified teachers sitting in front of my kids every day.
Yeah.
Maybe not necessarily in multi-day commission meetings, every time that teacher goes out, it's a cost to the district.
Yeah.
And to the taxpayers in that district. It's not a cost that's necessarily being borne by the Vermont NEA to have that teacher there for the day.
And the two sides are splitting the other costs. So, yeah, I mean, it would be a reasonable starting place to say maybe both sides should be splitting the cost of substitutes to free up a commission member. But remains to be argued.
I mean, that's the concept.
Yeah. Well, thank you, gentlemen. I just.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to be clear on what's being agreed to, because I'm not clear.
I'll talk with you about that later in the day.
Okay.
And we'll work off of these documents, and then admittedly, it will be my notes and understanding and subject to revision by committee members and the parties, but it'll give us a place to start.
Have we talked yet, though, about, at the beginning, we had testimony from Mr. McNeil?
Yes, that'll be
on behalf of the commission, but I'm not sure if they agree with that position or not. Do you want that?
I'm clear on it.
Okay.
So when we talk later, we'll lay it out. I don't know if, probably Jim and I can. Thanks, Jim. Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I was hoping for something just like this.
It was imperfect.
Well,
right,
I mean,
and we came to some agreement, and I'll say to Jim, I mean, some of the things we think we could get to, yes. The details matter, the words matter, and so that's what we're looking for. And
it's all up to you, Jeff.
Well, VSBA comes forward with one. I asked Joe 2 weeks ago.
And yeah, feel free, if you have language around, especially the things you agree on, the things you're close on, like the grievance procedures, that's a fairly delicate piece of.
I don't know that we're close on. We just think, okay,
you think it's
the details matter, Joe. What are those details? How do you get there? I can't say yes or no. Just
understood.
Significant.
Okay, thanks,
Thank
Jeff.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Red. Thank you. So committee, it's ice cream and social break. So why don't we come back at 3?
Is there any ice cream? Or you just cancel?
No.
Okay, oh good.
If there's not, it's Jeannie's fault.
I know.
Ouch!
Because
Never blame the
Jeannie
committee
let us down and saved my daughter so many times. She tends to get headaches and stomach aches, and so she's always kind of going to the nurse's office and laying down. I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you.
So let's get started. We're on the miscellaneous bill and the part of it relating to the provision of menstrual hygiene products. So Jeannie?
Yes.
This, I'm not sure if you realize, we imported this into the miscellaneous bill. So then I know that you have to change your.
Is the miscellaneous bill the one that starts with the student statement?
Yes. So Sophia Hall, please join us. If you would like to.
Does that mean move or?
The witness chair. Yeah. And you can just introduce yourself and your affiliation for the record, and then tell us what we need to hear.
Okay. My name is Sophia Hall. I am the president of the Vermont State School Nurses Association, and we are about 130 members, but we have over 350 nurses, school nurses in the state. I've been a nurse for 40 years and school nurse in Sheffield at Miller's Run School for the last 7. We truly appreciate your reaching out to us and asking the school nurses for input on this very important piece of legislation, because for those of us school nurses in the room, although nurses are of more than just female gender, over 50% of the people in our world are female who menstruate once a month for 40 plus years. And making that a normal thing is what's really important to us as nurses, using the opportunity to educate not only the girls, but the boys as well, that this is a very normal activity. And we feel that it's very important that sanitary supplies be made available at no cost for the students.
Can I just ask you, because we haven't really heard it articulated expressly, but there are some people who are of the opinion that it's enough if we have supplies available in the nurse's office. We don't need to provide them in bathrooms from dispensers. What would be your take on that?
Well, it's interesting. I have 3 additional school nurses with me. We got together over the weekend to talk about how to present this information. And every school is different, just like every child is different. Every school has its own little climate. And we feel pretty strongly that it's important that the schools be allowed to determine which bathrooms need to have the supplies available. We want them to continue to be available in the nurse's office. But again, it's a normal activity, so you shouldn't have to always go to the nurse when you need a tampon.
Right.
Yes, we want people to be responsible and independent and be prepared, but the reality is that's not always the case. Even if you've been menstruating for years, you can get caught off guard and not be prepared. So it's important to have them available, but the schools, the people in the schools that need to decide what's going to work best for our school, for our population.
Well, let me ask you this, because we're always engaged in this, trying to, read the future, because you always have some outliers, some districts that would say, well, what's right in our school is to have them only in the nurse's office, or to have them only in one bathroom, whatever is the cheapest or the least trouble. So how might we find a medium between requiring that these be provided and allowing the freedom you're talking about for the individual school to determine what's best for it?
That's a great question, and because I'm in an elementary school, elementary middle school that's relatively small, I'm going to ask one of my folks that are in a much larger school.
Okay. And if you could just identify yourself for the record.
My name's Catherine Ducraft. I'm a nurse at Harwood. I've been a high school nurse for about 4 years, and I've worked in elementaries as well. So I think there's also some embarrassment about having to go to a nurse, to a female, to ask. And it shouldn't be up to somebody else to decide whether or not you can have this product, whether or not you've had too much of this product. There's cultural sensitivity where it's embarrassing to ask another person to, in front of, sometimes there's boys in the room, to have to say that in front of your peers. So I think it gives a lot of autonomy and saves dignity, and and also with students, we do not let students have bloody noses in class and bleed in class. They come to the nurse's office and we give them supplies to take care of that. We don't question it. We don't talk about whether it's in our budget to do this, and we provide these supplies. And I think the resource kids are still going to use their own products, because probably what we're going to provide is less expensive products that are not, cardboard applicator. Not all girls are going to want to use a cardboard applicator. They're going to want the slim plastic applicator. So the resource kids are still going to use that. So I don't think you're going to find every single female student using these products. They have delayed dispensers so that you're not, taking a whole bunch at a time. It's going to take energy. So it's not going to be, there's ways around it. And then for non-identifying females who also menstruate, having them in other bathrooms and not just girls' bathrooms, keeping that language vague is important. So I know you're in a high school too. Do you have any other thoughts?
Yeah, no, I agree with everything that you said, and also, just.
And again, if you could just.
Oh, sure. I'm
yourself.
Kelly Landwehr, and I'm a school nurse at Middlebury High School.
The reason why we do that, by the way, is sometimes a year later or 2 years later, we need to go back and find out what the testimony actually was. And at that point, if you haven't said your name, we'd have a very difficult time.
Sure. Yeah, but I think looking at the way the bill currently reads, it says in all bathroom, all female and gender neutral bathrooms, and I think that where it gets back to where Soph spoke to, schools are all different, so it may not work to have it in every bathroom. There may be reasons why it's not appropriate to have it in every single one of those bathrooms. So giving schools, having the wording be a little more vague and giving schools the option to have it in bathrooms they think is appropriate. But I also agree that there needs to be not only a supply in the health office, but that supply that you can access without having to ask, without having to deal with maybe the shyness, the embarrassment around asking. So having it worded some way that there's some publicly available and some available in the health office.
Yeah, that's the tricky part.
It is tricky.
The way the bill does it now, it just draws a bright line. Every bathroom for women or gender neutral bathroom has to have it. And that way, there's never the problem you described. The person would always have access. But to go back to the point about the autonomy of the school district and the fact that the administrators of it know it best, it would be great to allow some flexibility. It's just, if you leave a loophole, sometimes people will drive a truck through it. So what we're trying to do is make sure that people don't continue to disadvantage women as they have traditionally, and it can happen so easily if we said, for instance, you can provide them in the nurse's office, but you have to provide them in a certain number of bathrooms. They might decide that number is 1, and then does that really help in the long run?
Well, thank you all for coming. I actually, when we first talked about this bill, said we should reach out to school nurses. And Kelly, it's great to see you here. I'm Ruth Hardy, and my daughter is in your school. And the first person I called actually about this bill was Mary Gill. So, and she connected me to your organization.
Great.
And I talked to the Mary Hogan nurse also. But so in talking to my daughter, who is a high school student, she was absolutely, thought that these should be available in bathrooms so that she wouldn't have to go ask you for one if she needed them. To your point, I think that girls have their own preferences on what kind of product they're going to use, and so people won't always use them, but they're there for an emergency situation where they might not have one in their purse or the backpack or whatever. So I think as a mom of teenage girls and a woman who's been through all of this, I think it's super important that we have them available in the place of use, and maybe providing some flexibility, but not enough to drive a truck through. But I wanted to ask you, since you're an elementary school nurse, one of the things we were talking about right now is that the bill was originally drafted just as high schools, and I think we're all in agreement that we should add middle schools.
Right.
But I'm curious about if you think we should just say schools in general, or if there's some grade
That's
level, or
interesting.
how should we treat
We wrote
elementary
this
schools?
up, and we specifically identified that it's not just high school.
Yeah.
Because menarche may begin as early as 8, which is elementary school essentially, and may not start until someone is 18 or 19 years old, which is much later than high school. So we don't want to limit it. We would encourage you not to limit it to just high school, because if we're going to make them available to the girls, they need to be available whatever school they're in. So that's actually a very good point. So I don't have the real answer for how to make it vague enough that it's available and there's some autonomy with the school, but some direction to make sure that it's not just in the nurse's office.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm Becca McCrae, and I am the middle school nurse at Edmonds Middle School in Burlington. And my thought on that question is, we have a lot of data about free and reduced lunch, and we know that this particular period poverty does affect that population. And so maybe having some sort of ratio, if your school has whatever percentage of free and reduced lunch, you get so many, you have to provide so many product, and making it a ratio of that nature. I'm not sure if that's plausible, but it's an idea.
And I think you know, it could be something as simple as you have to provide it in the majority of your bathrooms for women and gender neutral, which would allow for, you know, saying we don't need it here, we don't need it here, but we still have to hit most of the bathrooms available to these young women. So that's a possibility. I think it's a good thing to keep in mind that there's a socioeconomic factor to it that we should be taking into account.
I think the other thing is when you say that you have to supply all the bathrooms, my building has many bathrooms, and so the budget, when you look at the budget factor, right now the budget comes out of the nurse's budget, and it's just whatever I supply with whatever budget I can. But when you're looking at a school that has many bathrooms, they have to put more into that than a school that only has one bathroom, for example. And so I think it really depends on the school's population and the poverty level of the school, as well as how many bathrooms they have.
We also talked a little bit about, should it be the school district's responsibility, should it not be a state responsibility to provide financially?
Oh, I think it's the district's responsibility, in the same way that it is for normal, you know, any kind of supply that the district needs. So we've been trying to point out that there's very little difference between toilet tissue and this product, so the state doesn't get involved in paying for other supplies. But I think we have heard that there is concerns on the part of the school boards that the dispensers and these products do represent a cost. They want us to keep that in mind. I think the dispensers would be a one-time cost, or one time every 15 years or whatever. They tend to be pretty durable and low tech. So unless they get vandalized, I think you can assume that they're going to be useful over a long life. And I just don't think the expense overall is going to drain anybody's budget, whereas now it is draining some nurses' budgets, which is not right.
This is going to sound kind of funny, but it's not meant to be. I don't know how many women's bathrooms you've been in with the dispensers. We went into the bathroom upstairs. There's a dispenser in there that's
empty.
It's empty. So the supplies are on top of that.
I see.
Many of these dispensers are, I see all the ladies nodding, so I guess it wasn't so funny. So good. Many of these dispensers are designed by a company for their product.
Right.
So we don't want to get anybody stuck into, sure, we can give you a free dispenser, but now the only thing that's going to fit in it is our product.
Yeah.
Because
and again, those decisions would be individual school boards.
Exactly. That's we would prefer. Yeah.
I have a thought about bathrooms. Is when I think about how schools are designed, a lot of times we have a middle school in with a high school, or we have first and second grade wing, kindergarten wing, 5 and 6. So when I think about accessibility, I wouldn't want a younger student in a middle school to have to go to the high school to get product. So I don't know if there needs to be language around, that type of thinking. I don't know what it would be, but it just came to my head.
Well, I think we've generally been in agreement that we would stretch it to middle schools. I think the question that's still on the table is, should we be trying to hit the 5th and 6th graders who might conceivably be in need? And
I think if we're normalizing it, we don't want 5th and 6th grade young women who start to menstruate to feel embarrassed. We want them to know, okay, this is expected to happen. Or it might happen for you, it may not happen for you, and there could be signage with it so that if they know how to use it, they can, but if you don't know how to use it, the school nurse is available. This is where you go to ask questions, to get accurate answers, and that sort of thing. So I'm a big proponent of making sure that 5th and 6th graders have.
But I would also add that if we're normalizing it, for the rare 3rd grader who gets their period, to have those products available in an elementary setting in a normal way, they're not going to feel like they're an abnormal statistic or that this is happening to them and no one else. So I do think when we talk about normalizing, it really does need to be in all schools.
Yeah. Well, so we've heard from everybody with only one person in the witness chair.
Sorry.
Is there anybody we haven't heard from on this issue? Yes, no, we're coming to you. I mean, of the school nurses.
I'll put you on the hot spot. You can sit right up there.
I'm sorry?
Can we ask the
Oh, yeah, sure.
nurses about this as well?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You probably haven't had a chance to look at this language because I think you were just invited in to talk about menstrual products, which is fun, right? Yeah.
We're comfortable with it.
Yeah, me too. You know, we all do it. That we, in this miscellaneous bill that has the language on the menstrual products in schools is also some language about school wellness policies. Kelly, you may have been involved with Mary on doing the one in the ACSD.
Yeah,
I know.
we wrote it. Yeah, it was part of it.
Exactly, and so we have some language that was brought to us by the American Heart Association regarding AOE creating a model wellness policy and using this kind of measurement and framework that they're recommending. And since you're here, I'm wondering if one of you or all of you could take a look at the language and let us know what you think.
So we
did you look at it?
Well, we looked at it ahead of time, but we weren't quite sure about it. We weren't we wanted to ask you what your time frame was and if we could take longer to look at it. We also have other nurses that probably know that more than us four.
Okay.
That might be more of a better fit to speak to that.
That's fine. I just think you're relevant. You are a relevant group of people to hear from on a wellness policy for schools. So
Thank you.
We appreciate that.
Yeah. And is that the updated?
I don't know. It's in yellow on this. It is the updated language. Okay.
Yeah. So this this tool that they're recommending, this rubric, is I think supposed to be better than the one they first suggested. This one has a broader definition of well-being and health, so it includes a mental health piece. But understood that you didn't come prepared to testify on that.
But we do have a school nurse who is very involved and interested in that, and he specifically said, if you talk about this, I'd love to comment on it.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what your time frame is, but we could give you his contact information.
We certainly have another week or two before.
Okay.
So if he wants to, so you have the language shared with you via email. If you want to just pass it to him,
Sure.
he can either write us testimony and send it to Jeannie and it'll get to us, or he's welcome to come and speak to it in person, whichever he prefers.
Okay. And Kelly, I'd be really interested since you just went through this process.
Yeah,
If
I'd love
what
to
you
take a
think of
closer
this.
look, and I could do the same. I could send something
Yeah.
that would work.
Or you and Mary maybe. 'Cause,
Yes.
that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Appreciate it. And Stephanie, Vermont Medical Society, also wanted to speak to this bill.
Thank you, although these lovely ladies already said most of, I'm going to be very short, most of what I already wanted to say, but so Stephanie Winters with the Vermont Medical Society, also with the American Academy of Pediatrics Vermont chapter, and also representing today the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists in Vermont, who actually brought this bill to my attention. This bill was passed in New Hampshire last year, so we have a little bit of a competition in my eyes that we should have passed this first. So supporting this bill wholeheartedly. You know, the reasons that we are fully supportive of this is that this bill would provide equal access to all students regardless of their socioeconomic status. Menstrual products are necessities, not luxuries. and having products available in the restrooms. You talked about having them in the nurse's office versus the restrooms. We do feel pretty strongly that they do need to be available outside of the nurse's office. It's more of it makes menstruation more normal, judgment-free, reduces stigma. There's just a number of reasons. Having them in the nurse's office is also important as well, but having them outside would be really important. And so I would just say that we support expanding to secondary schools, certainly to elementary schools as well. I think we just want to make sure that these products are available statewide. So, and we thank Senator Lyons for introducing this bill.
Nice. Any questions for Stephanie Winters? Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate it. Is there anybody else who wants to speak to this bill?
I just had a question.
Yes.
Jeff Francis from the Superintendent's Association. I appreciate the level of interest that's exhibited here, the support. I've had occasion to work with some of these nurses, which is I found delightful because they're experts. As you try to navigate toward conclusion, and this is just a concept, it's not a recommendation, what about language that says availability in a majority of bathrooms in accordance with a plan developed in consultation with the school nurse?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was thinking similar.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Because that way...
Rip that up and hand it to Jim.
Yeah, I mean, you get
Does it say all schools? Because I think it's really important.
Well, I think so.
Elementary schools, too.
I'm a learner, right? The all schools piece, like, and forgive the detail that we pursue this with, but you have K1, K2 schools, right? So I'm not sure about if this is I don't know whether this is a student-focused bill or not. But if you're talking about student bathrooms, I think that the minority, what number of bathrooms is something that the school nurses are probably best well equipped to advise on. So I wouldn't want to see a school administration and nurse trying to figure out a workaround on majority and availability in a school where that didn't make sense. So I don't know what the line of demarcation is with regard to a majority of bathrooms, but I'd like to think that common sense would prevail, and the nurses, who I found to be extraordinarily practical in the way they approach their work, would be able to advise on that. But I also appreciate the committee's interest in not wanting to address the matter insufficiently.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to respond to that.
I mean, it's a good point. I don't think K through 2 we really need to, but in a school where you have a mix that includes 5th and 6th graders, then I think you need to.
Yeah, me too. And I don't know whether they would say that was. I would defer to them in terms of what majority or not. So.
Okay. All right. Well.
We might actually want to, although I hate to suggest this, but have like a legislative intent or something, a couple of sentences, just to make sure that, they can carry it out the way they want to, but this is what we want, this is what we're trying to achieve.
Yeah. I don't think that's a bad idea, just to state what we've said a number of times, which is the idea is to make it a normal part of school life.
We could even have findings that say if we find that women menstruate. And therefore.
That'll make the new national news. Won't be the laughing stock again.
Okay.
I have one other question.
Yeah, sure.
In terms of public, private, parochial, are we talking about all schools or just public schools? And has anybody thought about that?
It's always the $64,000 question, because in Vermont we have a segment of schools that are called approved independent schools, where you can tuition your kid to that school. So public money is following them. They tend, in some ways to be left outside of the regulations that generally govern public schools. But in a case like this, I don't see a reason why they should be left out of this bill, because we're talking about thousands of Vermont students, so
Well,
I
those
would be all
schools
for it.
also have school nurses, so
Yeah.
I would, like, if that language would make sense in
Yeah.
any type of school.
Yeah, I would be all for including approved independence under this language. That's just a step we have to make sure we cover with the witnesses. Jeannie,
Yes.
could you ask Mill Moore if he would like to testify, or can give us the names of current lobbyists for approved independent schools to speak to this bill? You have Mill's contact info, right? Okay. And then we can do that the next time we take it up, hopefully. Great question.
Can I ask if all schools have a school nurse?
Ooh, we would love to talk to you about that.
Well, I'm not sure.
That's a bigger topic.
Because the answer is no.
No, they don't.
And some have a part-time school
It would have to be
nurse.
in the school district that you would refer to, not the individual school, because
Well, how
not
many
all.
there's a wellness committee, right?
Not in every case. Jefferson Superintendent Association, that's a good question. Even though not every school has a school nurse, there's a school nurse associated with every school, even if there's not. So when you get to the notion of consultation, correct me if I'm wrong, there would be a school nurse available for consulting on the plan.
Yes.
Yeah. At the SU level or the district level?
You can put SU, but the school quality standards still have a ratio of nurse to students. One of the reasons why.
It's not always a relevant. SU's not relevant.
Not always. SU and SD are used synonymously in the law, but but the school quality standards still have a ratio requirement. But if I may,
You're fine.
what they wanted to talk to you about is that in some instances you're reduced to not part week, part day nurses in certain schools because of that ratio.
And the ratio looks at numbers, it does not look at acuity of the students and the requirements of the help that's there, so.
Just another big topic on a national level.
So my first nurse job was a half day a week at Lincoln. That's all they got is a half day. So how would I be able to educate? How did they realize they have access to a nurse? I mean, so that is, just to put that out there.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, this is the joy and the problem of Vermont schools is everybody's different. Some are so tiny and they're getting by on a shoestring. On the other hand, we graduate record numbers of kids from high school at least, partially because of that kind of craft brewed philosophy. So double-edged.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, thank you all. I really appreciate you making the trip, and hopefully you'll be pleased with the final product. We will take your advice and Jeff's advice and make some changes to the language.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if you had a chance to read what we wrote.
I have not.
I would encourage you to do that.
Okay.
There's not a whole lot different in there, but we've expounded a little bit on some of the rationale.
Yeah, good enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I tend to use things like this when I present something on the floor. When I go to talk to the other senators on the floor about it, I pull these out then the night before and steal some of your language for my presentations.
Hopefully you'll steal some of our language for Bill.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks.
I do understand. I understand painfully.
Jeannie and I have been working with this because her system is like completely,
It's not my system, please.
well,
I
the
just
system
own
she
it.
has to
Right. Oh, yeah.
interface with is very
Does
obstinate
not lend itself
and
to.
does not want to be modified.
I see. Hate that. And it's what happened in Iowa.
So maybe in another hour and a half they'll tell us.
Maybe they will.
So we're done for today then, and tomorrow we'll get back to. I want to do. Hopefully, Jim and I maybe can have a draft of that public school healthcare benefits.
Maybe. Let's talk about what has to be
Maybe.
done.
If we can, then we can talk about that. we will discuss the library bill tomorrow. I'm not sure if we'll mark it up and vote, but we'll have a discussion. And maybe I may have another item to add to that agenda tomorrow. Okay.
Wait, can I just ask you what's your timeline on the weighting study? I know you talked about it a little bit in caucus.
So I'm meeting tomorrow with Chloe from JFO, and I want to see what she's done for me in terms of creating this phase-in. And so assuming that she's created something that's usable, understandable, that looks the way I want it to look, because you know how it is, something like this, you put it out on the table, it gets into a news story, the headline picks up on one little piece of it and poisons the well. So I'm trying to be careful in terms of what actually goes out. So there are simulations in the study itself, but whatever we put on the table is going to be pretty quickly picked up, and it's a little bit of a potential flashpoint, obviously, because of the different communities and how they'll fare under the new formula. So assuming that it looks good tomorrow, then my intention would be by the end of the week, maybe Friday, we'd take a chunk of the time and talk about this phased idea of the weighting proposal, have a general discussion about the weighting study itself, what people feel like the results of it were, how accurate do they feel they are.
With Chloe here.
With Chloe here, and to what extent do people feel motivated to act on it now? Because they're you know, in the House, for instance, there are committees that are giving every signal they don't feel there's any reason to act on it now. I don't agree with that myself, but I don't want to prejudge where people on the committee fall.
Yeah. Okay. And then also, we discussed a little bit in caucus the school construction stuff.
Yeah.
And my impression about what they were doing, whatever it is, over in the House was somewhere in this building. It's unclear to me how much they're actually doing on this issue. And it's a couple committees that are looking at it. I think it's their, whatever, institution.
My intention was to let them go first.
Okay.
That, going back to my initial discussions with Kate about this year, she wanted to pick that up.
Okay.
I think that makes sense because their Ways and Means Committee in particular, but also their Appropriations Committee, are much rockier shoals than ours. They kill bills over their routine.
Yeah, I think it was their Ways and Means that was looking at it and their education. Because I had a meeting yesterday with my superintendents in my district, and they, you know, we were sort of talking about the sort of big picture things, and this came up as one of those things where I'm hearing from them that they would like more state oversight and guidance in this area because it is so completely, it's another big equity issue, that there are districts that are able to pass these large bonds, and then there are districts that struggle and struggle and struggle.
And the ones that do pass the large bonds are doing it on the backs of taxpayers.
Exactly. So it's raising everybody's costs and having some kind of, as we talked about in caucus, some kind of priority list or it. And the AOE doesn't even have a staffer who does this kind of thing. So wondering if the House doesn't go forward with anything, if there's any way we could put something at least to get a study or something on the books that we could start this conversation, because it's a multi-year kind of thing.
Well, we have our miscellaneous bill.
Yeah.
And so even if they don't put out a miscellaneous bill, our miscellaneous bill will come back to us. So we will have a chance, assuming there's nothing in it that's going to cause them to hold it up, I don't think. So we would have theoretically a chance at the end, at least one bite more at the apple to put on a piece of language. They would be in full agreement, whatever it is, that is the education committee. But I'm confident they'll do something on it, some piece of language at least, because they've been taking testimony since last year. They took a lot of testimony last year from facilities managers.
Right, because it's not only just construction, which I think
Yeah.
the moratorium was on new construction building, like a new school building, but there are all this,
Deferred maintenance.
it's deferred maintenance that's killing schools at this point.
Yeah, and you know, people are doing it anyway. Like Burlington bonded for 70 million. South Burlington's asking for 209 million. So, as I said in caucus, I think it's better for the state to have a seat at the table where the state is working with these kinds of requests and maybe, you know, has some say in spreading them out, or we'll help you this year, we'll help you that year, as opposed to now it's just people don't get any help at all, so they just do whatever they want.
Well, they do whatever their taxpayers will approve, because, I mean, I have one district in my Senate district that has, I think, 3-4 times gone out for a bond for a high school that is falling apart. I mean, it's really bad, and it's failed every time. And so they see the Chittenden County districts pass these big bonds, and they're like, why can't that be us? Can't we even get a tiny slice of that money? So, and yet their tax rates are going up. So it's causing equity issues around the state. And
I agree.
And so having, I just like to.
And I think you could write a very short form bill where you task AOE with developing, you know, not 10 pages of rules about it, but very quick, understandable criteria on which projects we're prioritizing and why. So, for instance, if a school is in danger of losing their accreditation because of the physical plant of the building, then we help, you know? Or if you were a newly merged district and you needed a new building because you're putting all the kids into one building, maybe that's a situation that triggers help with bonding. But they should be able to develop a quick rubric for something that would sift, because there'll be a lot of requests, hundreds of requests. Could you sift it down so that every year there are 5 that rise to the top, and it's not like we'd be helping the vast majority, but we would be back in the business of, under certain circumstances, helping people with their construction projects. I almost, when we were doing Act 46 and Shulman was governor, I almost had them convinced to have the state step in if you voluntarily went along with Act 46 and you needed a new high school and your high school was at a certain advanced age, then the state would step in. And the Shulman people were really serious for a while about, you know, so many millions of dollars of bonding capability that they would use to leverage this larger set of bonds, and then they pulled back at the last minute because it was, I mean, basically for the same reason Beth Pierce is not signing on to the housing bond too.
Yeah. All right, I just want to make sure we have a chance to address it a little.
Yeah.
Do we have any appetite, pun intended, to look more at the universal breakfast and lunch?
So here's my issue with that. I think if we send that, you've got Bobby on appropriations, and he will be actively pushing for it. I think maybe it might have a chance, but certainly nothing else that we send them would get funded. You know what I mean? So,
Just the tuition is all out of the ed.
no, well, we haven't decided.
Yeah, so, I mean,
As written,
it's just from the ed fund, you know, it doesn't affect the general fund. It actually takes money out of the general fund.
but I did speak with Jane about it.
Which?
About the tuition-free bill.
Yeah, I just had a conversation with
Yeah,
her also.
and she was very adamant that there had to be a funding source. In other words, not the general.
She told me she would think about it. But yeah, no, I mean, she basically said that, but she, anyway, you and I can talk it later. But the universal schools bill, as it is right now, I can't support, so.
It's too much.
it would be really hard for my districts, and they would cut teachers in order to do it. They would, I mean, I talked to them yesterday, they were really against it.
Well, the estimate went up $20 million.
Yeah, I mean, it's like $40 million. It's crazy.
We haven't actually done it.
No, I understand.
mean, that's not actually been on the record.
But Ted made clear that AOE was going to come in with a projection that was 50 million plus. And we had initially heard 20 million. So I agree with Ruth. I think it's just the sort of thing that would commit us to a massive expenditure, and I just can't see any of the stuff that we've worked on as a committee overcoming that. You know, if they did decide to do the school lunch bill after school and the free college bill, I can't see how we would wind up doing those.
We are doing the lunch, local foods incentive, school meals bill in ag. We took a lot of testimony on it this morning.
The percentage of local sourcing.
Yeah, the percentage, which is a much cheaper bill. And I think that we can get Bobby on board with that one, so he can, you know, then he'll be on board with an ag bill, not an ed bill, even though it is money for schools. And that we can take some provisions. I'm still committed to taking some provisions from your bill and trying to implement that bill, but it wouldn't be.
So one thing that we can do, my sense is that the votes are not on the committee to pass out universal free lunch bill. Do we have that? Or is that Bobby?
No,
we have it. Yeah, I was gonna say if Bobby had it, we could just remain silent on it and let ag do with it what they could. But yeah, I can't see passing it out. How do you feel about it, Jim?
I don't know, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Just I was concerned about the money.
Yeah.
Where that's coming from. I always thought it should come within the scope of the money that they get now, but it's climbing like that, it's at the expense of another 20 million or more. And it's not just how many times can you cut the pie, you know?
Okay, well, we don't have to decide right now, but it seems like that's kind of where we are on that. But the local sourcing,
better quality.
Yeah, we don't need to see that bill in here, do we?
Unless we want to, I mean, if we want to use it as a vehicle for something else, we could, you could ask Bobby to take it in here. But I think that, I mean, we're having AOE testify on it, and all the usual suspects. You should have seen our room this morning.
Maybe you could just bring it in, you know, ask Jeannie if she can make copies, and we could just do a drive-by one day, just a quick look, so we can say we ran our eye over it.
Yeah, we are getting testimony from AOE on Thursday, and then I think we'll probably make changes, and then maybe we can bring it in next week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, thanks.
I'll be in.
And Jim, you want to go up to your place?
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is listening beyond the soundbite. I'm once again alone in the studio. The boys are somewhere, who knows. But anyway, my guest today is Erica Bundy Reddick, who is an independent candidate for Burlington City Council. This is the first time we've interviewed somebody for the council, and I'm very excited about it. Welcome.
Thank you.
Long stretch here.
Thank you.
Because we said we'd give the floor to candidates, so if you're interested, come on. And Burlington plays such an important part in Vermont's economy and just being there for shopping. It has stores. I love it. But can you share a little bit with our viewers of who you are and your background and why you want to jump in?
Yeah, that's my name. Well, again, Erica Reddick. My background, I born and raised in Vermont, had the pleasure and privilege to get to move to Texas about 10 years ago, kind of see a different way of doing politics and government.
Right.
And then my husband and I moved to Los Angeles because he's a filmmaker, so seeing the polar opposite of Texas. And then moving back to Vermont and seeing that Vermont is going the way of California and how that has really decimated the economy of that state and how much it's harmed people, it really sort of spurred this desire to try to make a difference.
Right.
And so when we moved back here to buy my grandparents' house in Burlington, started to see how convoluted the regulatory environment is here, started learning more about what was going on in the government and things like that. And I just said, I can't not say something. If no one else in Burlington is willing to stand up and say what is true and what is right, then I'm going to.
Good for you.
Thanks.
Good. Well, that council is in the news a lot for a variety of different reasons, but it's a very active council. It's I guess the structure is mayor-council, right? It's a mayor-council sort of thing. So what's the role the mayor, does he report to the council, or what's the relationship there?
Actually, it's really interesting, and I'm learning more and more about what historically had to take place for Burlington to essentially become a little mini dictatorship. So the mayor, as an example, has control or a say over the fire department, who the fire chief is, the police chief, and the fire department. So most cities across the country, as an example, the police chief does not report to the mayor. He is another elected official. He's appointed by the council or some other body, police commission, something like that, so that that position is not used for political purposes, which it often is in Burlington, unfortunately. Same with the fire department, with the public safety tax we'll talk about later. And the city council, interestingly enough, should be able to, and theoretically does have the ability to override the mayor's initiatives to veto his budget and do things like that, but they don't. So the mayor may be a Democrat, but he's very much a progressive, and so is much of the council. And what happens is, not only is the council overrepresented by progressives, the mayor is a progressive. He then gets to appoint these very large and important other department heads, and additionally then the city council and the mayor get to approve who goes on the commissions. So all the commissions and committees are overrepresented and almost completely staffed or filled, I don't know what the right word is, by progressives.
Not much balance.
No balance. No balance at all. And so in a city that talks a lot about diversity and the need for diversity and inclusion, that does not include conservatives or Republicans. We don't need that kind of diversity in Burlington, apparently.
Love it. So that's a good time to my next question, because I read in several different places you're a conservative libertarian. Says so in the print, but I don't know if that's running as an independent, but you were also included in the list of ag-Republican candidates, which is something John Clark had started with the people that he's recruited to run. which I must give him credit for. There was about 11, when you were at that event at the State House, there was about 11 new people, never involved in politics, who he got to jump in.
Yeah.
Which I think is great.
It is.
So how does that all blend together to make you who you are?
That's a great question. And I was misquoted as saying I'm a conservative libertarian. What I said was I'm a liberal conservative.
Oh.
And that's not your fault.
That makes I did read it.
I know. I commented on the article and I said, hey, you misquoted me. Because I think when you say conservative in Vermont, that means a lot of things. And unfortunately, I think our national politics has sort of muddied the waters in local politics, unfortunately. Right. People have a lot of opinions about what's going on nationally. I understand. But those things don't, not that they don't affect us locally, but to me, you know, what's going on at the White House and in the legislature, if we're going to talk about local elections, we need to talk about what are the local issues and what are people's stances on the local issues, because that's what we have control over here. Right. So I joke and I say I'm a liberal conservative because, like most Vermonters, I was raised that you don't care about what goes on behind closed doors. You know, it is not my business who you choose to sleep with, who you're in love with, whatever, as long as you're not hurting other people or me or encroaching on my constitutional rights, you do you. I'ma do me, you know, as they say. And that's how it should be. You know, that's how I was raised with those values, and that's how I think it should be. So now, in order to maintain that liberalism, you have to be a conservative. You have to value freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, Second Amendment rights that protect all of the other rights. If you don't value the constitutional basis of this republic, then you don't actually value those liberal ideas, because without them, you don't get to say what you want. You don't get to say what you think. Right. You know, if you are, as an example, if you are somebody who thinks that all conservatives are racist, sexist, homophobic bigots,
you missed a few. I had to look one up when I heard the diatribe that they use. I actually had to look a word up because I didn't know it.
It's true. Yeah. And so conservatives will fight for you to insult us. We will fight for you to say horrible things about us because we believe that it is your right in the public square to say what you believe to be true. Right. But they won't do that. They won't do that. They're going to fight and try to tell you that whatever you say is hate speech if they don't like it. Right. And then you will be shunned from the public square. And now in Burlington particularly, Vermont generally, but Burlington particularly, there's no freedom of assembly. There's no freedom of speech. There's none of that. Because if you do...
Why do you say no freedom of assembly or speech? Do you have examples?
Really? I could give you 100 examples, but the most recent one that you'll find on like WCAX and stuff like that was there's a group called, I think it's called Gender Integrity. I've tried to find more information. I tried calling the mayor's office. I tried calling the library. I said, maybe I'm missing something that is going on with this group that I haven't been able to find, so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Please tell me why they're so awful. So this group, Gender Integrity, wanted to have a meeting at the Fletcher Free Library, a publicly funded place.
Open to the public,
Okay, so they wanted to have a meeting to discuss their concerns about trans rights. The woman in charge, first of all, oh my God, I can't remember her name. I think it's like Lehrer or something is her last name, is a lesbian, a feminist, a hardcore feminist lesbian. Okay, so she's like supposedly included in this progressive group. So she wanted to have a conversation about trans rights overtaking women's rights and the loss of protected spaces for women with things like the Equality Act and stuff like that. Part of the other concern that she wanted to discuss and just talk about, because these are really hard questions that we have to wrestle with as a community. She wanted to talk about the legislation that they're trying to lower the age where you can transition So start taking hormones, get gender reassignment surgery and all that. So they want to lower the age from 21.
To what?
I think 18.
Oh, okay.
Which I mean, this is a major, major life decision.
Yes.
I don't know a lot of 18-year-olds who make good decisions.
Right.
Period.
Right.
Let's be real. I did dumb stuff when I was 18. I think we all did.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that transitioning is dumb. I'm just saying that when you are going to make a life-altering decision that comes with health consequences and all kinds of things.
Yeah. It's not a decision you can easily reverse. and
Exactly.
say, just kidding. I've done this for a year or two, and
now I want to go
you gotta
back.
Make sure that is who you are.
So they got so much pushback and they were bullied so badly that they canceled the meeting.
Oh, that's terrible.
And now the woman won't respond to any inquiries from anyone
Right.
to ask questions about what happened.
I was going to say that just today, there's several women's families who, it was high school kids who ran in a race with several transgender women who are men, and of course all the men won the races, and the women were a little upset about it because they're, which I didn't think about, they were losing out on college scholarships.
Potential to go on to other higher levels, even not in college.
Right,
Exactly.
Right, and so they filed a lawsuit today, which I thought was interesting.
I think that we all, I shouldn't say we all, I want to be compassionate, and I am. If we're in a one-on-one conversation, I'm going to treat you with the same dignity and respect as I would treat anyone.
Right.
Because every human being deserves to be treated with dignity and respect. We don't have to argue that. No one, I know there are probably some really terrible people who would argue that, but we're not talking about that.
Right.
We're talking about good, kind-hearted people who are concerned, who are afraid for their own rights to be taken away, who are afraid for their own privileges to be taken away. Women and young girls get to learn how to fight, how to take care of their bodies, how to, I mean, literally, one of the reasons that boys benefit from being able to wrestle and do things like that is because they learn how to fight and control their own power. So when little girls, I've told people this forever, you want to stop sexual harassment, you want to stop girls from getting raped and sexually assaulted and all those things, put every single little girl in a Taekwondo class.
There you go.
Or a Krav Maga or something like that. Teach them how to use their weight. Teach them how to fight for themselves. Teach them the confidence and the courage to defend themselves. And we won't have nearly the problems that we do with the gender, issues. Because women will have learned how to take care of themselves, how to compete, that they're capable. Women learn those things just like boys do from competition, from sports. And if you set up a scenario where now women and girls are having to compete against biological boys, you have now eliminated their ability to have the same benefit that the boys do.
That's an interesting, I love the way you're looking at this issue. I'm going to steal it. No, that's really, I hadn't looked at it that way. That's great.
It is, and I'm a little bit nervous to talk about it even because...
But it makes sense.
This is one of those topics that if you say anything that is not outside, I mean, I will get ripped to shreds for this, for saying the thing that is obvious.
Right.
And what happened out of that? They canceled their event. The Gender Integrity canceled their event because of the backlash. And then Councilwoman Freeman brought a resolution to City Council. It wasn't pre-announced. It wasn't even read at the City Council.
Oh, it wasn't warned? Ooh.
Condemning hate speech, condemning these people for even wanting to have a conversation about their fears and their concerns about their rights and their safe spaces and our children.
Now see, my impression of Burlington is completely opposite than what you're just explaining. I think it's an open whatever, whatever you want.
Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's okay.
It was. When I was growing up, I grew up in Milton, graduated high school in St. Albans, lived in Burlington in middle school, so I went to Lyman C. Hunt, graduated Champlain College, lived there and worked there since I was 18. Burlington was the place that everyone could go and let their freak flag fly and it didn't matter.
Right.
And everybody was welcome.
It was the charm of the place. You know, you'd walk down Church Street and you were surrounded by lots of different people, and it was great.
When I moved to Austin, Texas, they have this little saying. It says, "Keep Austin weird." And I was like, I'd look around and be like, y'all have clearly never been outside of Texas, because if you think this is weird, you have no idea. Come to Burlington or San Francisco or something and see. And that was the beauty of it.
Right.
You know, growing up, we had a senator that was a Republican, a senator that was a Democrat, and a socialist independent as our representative.
Right.
That was Vermont to me.
Yeah.
And I used to brag to people, you know, I was raised that you vote for a politician based on the content of their character, not their genitalia, the color of their skin,
right,
or all of these immutable characteristics that we decided a long time ago were not appropriate ways to judge people.
Right, right.
And yet somehow in the 10 years that I was gone, we flipped back to that. And now your opinion only matters based on the color of your skin, the nature of your genitalia, who you choose to have sex with, and all of those other things.
And we don't even ask what you stand for, right? We don't ask those policy
It doesn't matter.
questions, right?
It doesn't matter.
I'm right with you.
Yep, it's shocking to me.
Yeah. So I may be able to answer this question myself. What do you think? Because there's quite a few people running, I'm understanding. And there's a write-in for Kurt. And I know you, in one article I read, you said you weren't going to run if Kurt was running. And so he said he wasn't running because he's doing this radio show or TV show.
Yeah, it's a radio show.
A radio show. And so he would have to stop the show because of federal laws. So he said, no, but now somebody's instigated a write-in campaign, which that's real. When you think about it, you can't really show the difference between you and he because you can't debate.
Nope. So
I don't know what I think about that. But anyways, my question was, what do you bring to the table that others don't? I know Matt Coda's running. Do you know Matt Coda?
In Ward 4?
I wonder. No, for the council, but maybe it's South Burlington. Never mind that comment. How do you stand out from the others?
Oh my goodness. I stand out wildly. And actually, it's really funny. We did our first candidate forum on CCTV, Channel 17, and I laughed after because Sarah Carpenter and I could not be more opposite. Almost every question was about taxes and the economy. Yeah. And, do you support the tax increase? I said no to all of them. Right. She said yes to all of them. She has spent her career, I don't know a lot about her, so I don't mean to sound like I'm disparaging because I'm sure she's a lovely woman. But her career has been spent figuring out how to spend taxpayer dollars, how to get more in taxpayer funding, how to get more out of the government in order to redistribute that wealth.
Right.
I have spent my career helping businesses grow and thrive,
you're
avoid
an accountant
bankruptcy.
by trade,
Yes.
right? And you have your own business?
I do.
Firm? Yeah.
Yep. I have an accounting consultancy called I Love Your Money.
Oh, I love it. That's great.
And, what I do is work with small to medium-sized businesses, often who spent a few years trying to save money by having their mother-in-law do their bookkeeping.
Oh, right.
And now it's 3 years later and they can't get funding because it says they have negative $500,000 in accounts receivable and they can't figure out why.
Thanks, Mom.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, yeah, you probably don't owe your clients $500,000.
Right.
I mean, this was an actual thing that happened.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. So, a lot of times it's QuickBooks bills itself as this great software that anybody can use. But if you don't have a bachelor's degree in accounting, if you don't understand debits and credits, if you don't understand the economy and taxes and business regulations, it doesn't matter how easy the buttons are to push.
Right.
So I work with a lot of folks. Like I have one client in particular, we started working together. He had 2 employees. He used no time management software. He had no idea how long his projects were taking. He was nearly bankrupt. 5 years later, he has 10 employees, a nice chunk of change in the bank that will be buying his own office space with.
Reinvesting, excellent.
Exactly.
Right.
just completely turned around. And that's what I really love to do.
That's great.
It's really fun.
Well, that would be an asset to Burlington. Yeah. Challenge thee. What are you doing?
Yes.
You're getting your money's worth out of it.
I really often ask myself, I'm like, and this is this is totally rude, and I know it is, but every time I go to city council and I see like the housing initiatives and things like that, I'm like, do you guys not do math?
Right.
This is basic addition and subtraction. I'm not sure why you think any of this stuff is a good idea.
Right.
And I think that we have a council and a mayor who are compassionate.
Yes, that is true. Right.
And they care about people.
Yep.
What seems to be missing is the ability to regulate and say no, and be realistic about what's possible and what's not.
Right.
So we want to help everyone, right? And I learned this term, it's called pathological compassion, right? So we just want to be nice to everyone, and we want to do everything that we can, and we want everybody to be okay. And that is an awesome goal. I love that goal.
But
you can't, but you have to pay for it.
Right.
You have to pay for it. And so, well, we'll get to the next. I'll let you ask the next question.
No, that's okay. I just, are people leaving Burlington as they are in the rest of the state? Have you those numbers? I'm just curious about that.
I actually don't know the numbers off of the top of my head, but Chittenden County is the only place that's growing.
Growing, well, because there's opportunity there, so people can make the money to pay the taxes.
It's the only place with jobs. Right. It's the only place, I shouldn't say the only place, I know that's hyperbole, but it's one of the, other than the Northeast Kingdom, which I think still has some good manufacturing gigs and stuff like that, it's the only place that has an industry to support people. Now that being said, we aren't growing as much as we might be if the state weren't struggling so much.
Right.
And in fact, part of the reason that we are having an exodus of people is because of Burlington. So, you know, as goes Burlington, so goes the rest of the state, or as goes Chittenden County, so goes the rest of the state. So when you have this is another way I can point out the difference between Sarah and Kurt and I.
Right.
Sarah in the candidate forum the other last week said, you know, we need to have the state redo the housing, or excuse me, the education funding, because we have special issues here in Burlington that they don't have in the rest of the state, and we need more money.
Sign them up.
Right? Sounds good.
Yeah, right.
Right, except that education funding, that increase in education funding comes from the rest of the state.
Yes, right.
So Burlington has made decisions to strangle its economy so that we don't have enough money. Burlington has made decisions to bring low-income people who have to be taken care of with social welfare services. Burlington has made these decisions that have created the problems and now expect the rest of the state to pay for it.
Right.
So poorer communities like Fletcher and Westford or whoever, we have the gall to expect them to pay our bills when it's our own fault that we're struggling financially?
Yes.
I don't know how you justify that.
I like this. Keep talking. Because the one thing I got involved in the legislature was the cleanup of Lake Champlain.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who said that's Burlington's problem, let them pay. And I'm one of in this particular instance, because I agree with what you said, that the lake has such an impact on us, the state, from an economy perspective, that I think the rest of the state should pitch in and help clean, because the lake is so important to all of us.
Agreed.
Even if it's not in my backyard and I can't see it, but it's close enough, and it attracts people, and so that you can quote me, but that's the one I would share in, because if we don't clean that lake up, I think we're doomed.
Well, and that's actually an interesting conversation too. I recently learned that part of the reason we're having such a hard time with phosphorus, there was a federal program early in the 20th century where the federal government was telling farmers to put phosphorus on their land. So now we're punishing farmers
for doing
and
what we
putting them
wanted.
out of business for something that's actually the federal government's fault.
Exactly. Yep.
And so I have a conversation with people a lot about our relationship with the federal government because, as you may know, Vermont is a state that gets more in federal funds than we give. So we get more in grants and things like that than we actually contribute to the general fund. So we are a receiver state, is what they say. And so I've spoken to a lot of legislators and people like Sarah who would say, well, we have all this money, we get all this federal grant, we need to be able to whatever. Those come with costs and consequences later down the road. I would be willing to bet you any money that phosphorus program came with some other benefit. We had to contribute something. It probably meant something. And now, decades later, we're suffering the consequences for being willing to take that handout.
Very few people remember that, the federal government and phosphorus. And when we were having the discussion around the state, you'd bring it up and they'd be like, what?
Exactly.
You know, it's the farmer's fault. We can fix it.
Exactly. And it's just, people are not willing to learn history before they make their decisions. And I would just pose, again, the fact that Vermont gets more federal funds than we give is our fault. It's our fault. So we make laws that cause businesses to leave. We raise taxes so that people leave. We raise the regulatory burdens so that building anything costs you $100,000 in Act 250 permits before you've even started. And then, so Vermonters, or our legislature, is the reason that Vermont is poor. And then we have the expectation, because we want it to be green or we want whatever, and then we have the gall to tell the rest of the country that it's their responsibility to subsidize our way of life.
That's great.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah, and they don't get it, the legislators.
No.
Wait till you see the new Act 250 bill that's it's gotten out of committee and it's going over to, I think, maybe House GovOps or Ways and Means, and then to the Senate. It's just a dandy. A couple 100 pages. It's great.
It's and that's what, so Vermonters, in addition to our legislature, City Council, Burlington residents actually believe, whether they realize it or not, that it is the rest of the country's responsibility to pay for us to have clean air and water and all of that stuff, not ours. And that is just a very immature way of thinking about money.
Well, that's sort of the same, as you're saying, it's sort of the same thing where a lot of people think the government should take care of us. You know, right here in Vermont, well, they should take care of us rather than let me work and contribute.
And take care of myself, take care of my family.
Right? Oh, not in my family. I talked to somebody the other day. I've been working since 1964. If you figure that out, that's a long time. So tell me, I've read a couple things about what is the main focus. I'm running on the platform, whether it's schools, taxes. I don't know how much you're involved in the opioid crisis, but
yeah. So schools, taxes, well, schools as it relates to taxes.
Yes, right.
Local control for sure, but property tax relief, property tax reform, stimulating the economy, and public health and safety. And public health and safety actually doesn't get a lot of attention because everything has been so focused on the economy and taxes. But also partially because without the money to pay for public safety,
you can't do much. Right.
So everything really starts with a foundation of a strong economy where we have good businesses that provide good jobs with multiple layers of pay and experience needed. You know, we want the executives that get paid a couple $100,000 or more, but then we need the blue collar workers. We need the entry level jobs for our teenagers and those right out of college, things like that. So we need a good, robust business environment so that people want to do business here. When we bring that economic activity back, we'll have the tax base we need to lower taxes and pay for things like public safety.
And one of them may save on guns because one of your council people proposed no guns, there's a savings right off the top. I was really impressed with that. I went, oh my goodness.
Well, and what's wild
What
is
that?
at the same time they want to disarm the police and disarm the populace with gun laws, they're also releasing violent criminals.
Yeah, right, exactly.
They're not locking up, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I had someone share an experience with me, a police officer, who had arrested someone for domestic violence. This is in Burlington.
Yeah.
Had arrested someone for domestic violence. They pick them up, they bring them in, call the judge, hey, we picked up so-and-so, we gotta, you know, whatever. Judge says, no custody, release them, have them show up to court tomorrow. So he's just beating his girlfriend.
Right. Oh, and he just
gets released immediately, same night. Goes back same night, beats her up again, get the cops called again, they pick him up again, bring him down. Call the same judge, hey judge, we just picked him up again, he beat her up again, what's up? Judge says, no, 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 let him go, more conditions. He goes back a third time.
Oh my God.
Nearly kills her.
Whoa.
This time, we'll remand him to custody.
What a great guy.
But this idea that like, oh, everybody, we're not going to, we're going to decarcerate violent criminals, because so you're going to release violent criminals on the street, you're going to make it so the police can't do their job, and I'm not allowed to protect myself either.
Right.
What?
Right.
How is that anything other than insanity?
Yeah. Did you go to the jail discussion over at from VT Digger?
Unfortunately, I did not get to attend.
Well, it's on. You've got to watch it. It's on.
Oh.
It's on VT Digger's the whole thing. One of them, who shall remain nameless, because I'm going to do a show on this, said that in domestic violence, if the person kills the partner, chances are he will never reoffend again. So you had to be there. So because the whole audience is clapping except for me and the two friends on either side of me, and we were just sitting there going, what? Because they and you should never lock up women because they've been abused and they've, you know, never mind what they did to their kid.
So
you should go listen to that one. That's a dandy.
So one of the reasons that public health and safety in this whole thing is so important to me is because I'm a recovering addict. I'll celebrate 11 years sober in March.
Congratulations.
Thank
seriously.
you. Thank you very much. Having actually been a drug addict and understanding what is required to get well, and having worked very closely with other addicts to help them get sober, this idea that everyone is just the victim of society, and that with a little therapy, people will stop human trafficking, people will stop harming each other, people will stop whatever, is baseless and completely unfounded. I literally do not understand and cannot comprehend where this idea comes from. Because if you ask anyone in recovery, anyone who was a criminal and got reformed, there is not a single one who will say, you know how I got better? By the society turning a blind eye to what I did, allowing me to continue to terrorize people on the street, and tell me that I'm just the victim and that nothing is my responsibility.
Because he had a bad childhood.
No one has
got beat up and blah,
no
blah,
one has ever gotten well that way. And I can tell you for a fact that no one ever will. Because the way that you, as a recovering addict or a criminal, somebody who's been in jail and all these other, the way that you earn your dignity back is by taking responsibility for what you've done. No one gets better any other way. You have to hit rock bottom. You can't have people telling you that it's okay to sleep in other people's yards and in their places of business. You can't tell people that it's okay to behave badly. You can't tell people that they get to commit human trafficking, trespassing, theft, and all of those things, and that they're just the victim of society and expect them to get well. They have to hit rock bottom, which normally includes some kind of interaction with the police or something like that, to get smacked awake.
Well, what kills me about the police these days is they are almost asking that instead of being law enforcement, that they're being social workers. I mean, here at the studio, we did an 8-part series on opioids, the treatment, prevention, and enforcement, wellness. And the law enforcement people we had on here is like, they don't want us to enforce the law. They want us to be social workers and confront the issues right there and then.
And that's not what they're trained to do.
For sure. Right.
That is not what they're trained to do. And frankly, to be perfectly honest, I don't want the police to care about my feelings. I want them to care about my safety.
There you go.
I want them to make sure that I'm okay. And if I'm a danger to myself and others, I want them to be responsible for that. If I am a danger to myself and others, please save me from myself.
There you go.
And if that means arresting me and throwing me in jail, which for me personally, that is what happened.
Right. Ah.
That was the beginning of me getting to see that the way that I was living was not working.
Right.
But I, like many Vermonters, grew up or were living in a place where we were losing our ability to make jobs. You don't see the opportunity to raise a family and afford things. You don't have a lot of hope.
Right, right.
And then, unfortunately, some of us have bad things that happen to us. So as an example, or my personal experience, I was drugged and sexually assaulted in my early 20s. And that led to a lot of not good emotional issues, as you would imagine. And that definitely contributed to me turning to drugs and alcohol to deal with the pain and the suffering that was caused by that. But I will never in a million years tell you that it was because of that that I became a drug addict and an alcoholic. It's not because of that that I committed a crime and had to suffer the consequences. It was because I didn't have, I'm going to restate that. I've had a lot of bad things happen to me in my life.
Not sure how to respond, but I'm very sorry for all this.
But it doesn't make me a victim.
Well, you can sense that just hearing you talk.
Because as a grown person, you know, maybe when I was a teenager and I got bullied so badly that I had to drop out of high school my senior year, I would have thought of myself as a victim back then. When I got drugged and sexually assaulted and then re-victimized by the judicial system, I probably would have told you I was a victim back then. Any number of bad things that have happened to me in my life, I could choose to see myself as a victim and use that as an excuse for bad behavior. And I did for a long time because I was told that I was a victim.
The victim, right?
And when you tell people that you're a victim, that they're a victim, you take away their agency to change their lives and to get better. And if at any point in that period of time I had had a guidance counselor or someone else, instead of saying, Erica, you are a victim, you should wallow in self-pity and feel awful about yourself. If somebody had at any point said to me, Erica, you are not a victim, and here's why. Here's how you can turn this around. Here's what that looks like. I needed a mentor in my life to help guide me and shape those things. I didn't need the government telling me that I was a victim and that I didn't have to take responsibility for myself. And it wasn't until I had someone who was willing to be that mentor. It wasn't until I got smacked down by my drug addiction. It wasn't until I had to fully suffer the consequences of the choices I had made that I got to make a different decision.
And now look at you, very impressive. Seriously.
Thank you.
I'm not sure, I've never had, thank you, never had any of these experiences because I think my father would have killed me, so there you go. So we just ended it, Dad. But I have lived a very I've been out in the public and worked for state government, but for some reason I've just been in this little bubble. And some of the things that people say to me, I'm like, what? I listen and I try to understand, but it's hard sometimes because you haven't, thank God, experienced it, but I give you a lot of credit.
Well, and the best we can do is be empathetic.
Yep.
And of course, I make the joke all the time that everyone in Burlington and our legislature basically has to go to Al-Anon and I'm probably not supposed to say that on like public television or whatever, but what is missed about people struggling with drug addiction and alcoholism is that you can't save them.
Unless they want to be saved, right? Right.
You cannot, it doesn't matter how much money you throw at the problem, they have to decide for themselves.
Right.
So as an example, by letting people just sleep on the street and in the foyers of buildings and really decimating what is left of the economic activity in Burlington, you lower the bottom.
Yep.
And so they have to get even worse and fall even further before they have that moment where they wake up.
Right.
And so if people could just understand that what they believe is compassion is actually more harmful, I think we could start to see something different.
Now you must see, along with all of that, we had a guy who does politics, always talking about politics, giving his insight into it. And I asked him in the show, I said, what do you see in Vermont is the worst thing that we're going to be dealing with? And he said homelessness, which really, speaking of the bubble, I was like, what are you talking about? And he said homelessness because it's also food insecurity, mental illness. It's all wrapped up into one, which is about if somebody's got a roof over their head and a place to live and feel safe, which is what you're talking about.
And they can take care of their family, have enough to do, be a part of a community, be together.
So he said that's what he sees in our future that is just going to be devastating.
Absolutely.
Well,
and the policies that are being followed and pushed just make it worse. All you have to do is look at Los Angeles, Portland, Austin. So lived in Austin, Texas, lived in Los Angeles.
I can't imagine what it really looks like. I'm appalled by the pictures. So to actually see it, and speaking of the police, they're going in and having to work with these folks.
And being a part of the recovery community for 11 years and going to these homeless encampments, praying for people, bringing them food, bringing them things. When you allow homeless encampments, you are creating a place for disease at minimum. Okay, the least bad thing, there's a typhus outbreak in Los Angeles, for God's sake.
We haven't seen in hundreds of years, right?
Like, I'm trying to, when I start talking about this, I get super excited. I'm just like, because it makes me crazy.
It's so obvious. Why don't they?
And not only that, but you set up a circumstance for people to be victimized.
Right.
Because this is, women are getting raped and sexually assaulted rampantly. So are men. So men and women are being raped and sexually assaulted. They're being sex trafficked. They're selling themselves.
And there must be kids in that mix. That would just, I'd be adopting them all.
And so again, this pathological compassion. That I'm not saying that arresting mentally ill people is awesome. I'm not saying that arresting drug addicts and putting them in jail is awesome or super effective. But what we're doing is not working. And I would love to see something like what Rhode Island has, which is essentially like work camps.
Yes, they were talking about that the other night.
Which sounds awful and are not great and have their own problems, for sure. We are human beings, and we screw stuff up. That is all there is to it.
Give them some kind of trade. Give them counseling while they're in there. Don't just put them in the cell and close the door.
There's an awesome organization it's located in South Burlington called Working Fields. So I'm going to plug, if that's okay.
Yeah, please.
Working Fields is a staffing agency. The executive director's name is Mickey Wiles. He is, if you can, I mean, I know it's not politics, but awesome.
We do a lot of shows, not politics, because I find them interesting.
Awesome guy, awesome organization. They work to help drug addicts and ex-cons get jobs. Because you know how people stay sober? When they have a purpose and they have dignity and integrity. So they are working with local employers, Vermont employers all across the state to staff to get people in recovery into jobs and to be that foundation for them to get well. Love it, love Mickey, they're awesome. And then in Burlington you have a new place, the executive director is Kevin Pounds, and it's a homelessness shelter. So they have a long-term program on North Street, and then they're also in charge of the low barrier shelter. And their whole thing is about it's not just giving them a bed.
Right.
It's having recovery coaches, helping them get jobs. They have a whole program that you can go through. It's like 6 months to a year, and they even help you get apartments at the end and the whole thing.
That's great.
So I'm actually working with a new place because I have a triplex in Burlington. I told them when I have an opening, I would like to consider renting to one of your people.
Right.
Because I had people who were willing to invest in me and give me a second chance at my life so that I got to be sitting here today.
Pay it forward.
Exactly.
Good for you.
Love those organizations.
So we have, looking at the time, and I want to focus a little bit on the council and all of the. I made a list up. I know I sent it to you of all the stuff you've got going on in Burlington. I'm sure I've just touched the surface, but. People, when you go around, when you have that, what they called it, livability forums, they had about 4 or 5 of them, right? Have you done yours yet, or?
I attended one.
Yeah.
I attended one of them.
And so what are people saying are their issues? What does, some of them didn't look too well attended, but that's always the way it is when you're campaigning.
Well, yeah.
It's hard to get people out.
Yes.
So, but what are the folks that did show? What were they saying?
Well, now, are you talking about our candidate forums, or are you talking about the housing summit?
No, the candidate forums.
Oh, okay.
Because the council supported that, and it looked like they had just a couple of candidates in this one and this one. Because you're from, I think you mentioned Ward 4.
Yes.
Which is really the North District.
Yes, so we
end.
are the west side of North Avenue, or the lake side of North Avenue is Ward 4. So we have just had the one candidate forum, and almost every single question, I think, with the exception of one silly one that I can remember, somebody asked me if I was related to Ted Bundy. I was like,
stop.
I was like, I was so excited when I married my husband to take his last name, and I was like, I'm never going to hear these stupid jokes ever again, but it's whatever. But every single question was about the economy and taxes.
Now that's where we've experienced statewide. And do you think when they get to the legislature, they've all heard the same thing from their constituents? No, we do just the opposite.
I kind of yelled at one of my city councilors, and after one of the last city council meetings, where they voted to put I think it was the Burlington Housing Trust Fund on the ballot. City Council voted to go ahead and put it on the ballot. And I went to Franklin Polino after, who's the North District City Councilor, and I said, you come to all these meetings and you say, I hear you, we hear you, I hear you. All of them say that.
Right.
All of them say it.
Don't do anything.
But then you still vote for the thing that we tell you we can't afford.
Right.
So you don't hear us.
Right.
And you don't actually care what we want
they
or
don't
we
listen.
need.
I think they don't compute.
Exactly.
One ear and out the other.
And I think that Councilman Ali Zhang, Ward 7, was the only one who voted against it.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah. And he and I disagree on tons of stuff.
Yeah.
But he listened. And I was like, that's the only one of you that actually listened to your people.
Really? So, and who are your people? What does your ward consist of? Because I think in Burlington, I've noticed, there's cultural components here and here and here, and I'm assuming every ward has got a little nuance and different than the other wards.
Yes, the new North End is very different than the rest of the city in that it's primarily owner-occupied single-family homes.
Right.
So there's obviously duplexes and triplexes, some apartment buildings and apartment complexes, but not nearly to the extent that you have in the rest of the city. So we are primarily older Vermonters, so people who are retired on fixed incomes, young families, and that's pretty much the demographic of the new North End.
Is that where the garden is or not? There used to be a garden where people could go and plant things, or is that somewhere else in the city?
I think there's multiples of them.
Oh, I see.
I know there's one at the trailer park.
Okay.
Across from the Ethan Allen Shopping
Yeah.
Center. I know there's one there.
Yeah.
But I think there's a few around
Yeah.
the city.
Yeah, because they seem to have caught on. Because, you know, it's fun to watch, plant something, and then go home and eat it. How cool is that?
Exactly. And
Yeah.
that's one of the values I tell people, like, my husband and my friends in Texas call me a food snob because growing up here,
right,
so much of our food is grown locally,
farm to
raised
plate.
locally.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I love it.
And it's so much fresher and more delicious, and you just realize how important our local farms are.
Right.
And what that means to our community.
I love to go to a restaurant where you're reading eggs came from, you know, Erica Reddick's farm in Williston or something. You're
Exactly.
like, God, this is so cool.
Like, I'm supporting, not only am I, first of all, supporting and really creating local farms is, I don't know why progressives want to do anything that hurts our local farms, because what else helps with climate change than not having to transport our food from South America?
There you go. With who knows what they put on it.
Exactly. All the chemicals.
I won't buy them. Because I think chemicals don't just stay on the outside, so they actually go into the meat of the apple or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We should really, I think rather than passing a bunch of legislation that is closing our family farms, we need to be supporting them as much as possible.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I had John Sales on here a couple of weeks ago, and he's from the food bank.
Yeah.
And they put this veggie truck together, and they go to schools with all kinds of vegetables that I think you can just take. They're free, and there's people coming out of the woodwork to enjoy the fresh fruit that he offers. It's incredible, he said.
I love
so
that.
you've got, in your little town, you have such things as sanctuary city, non-citizen voting, which, I don't know, I just struggle with that. I'm sure this is no surprise to my viewers. Where are your take on that? That's already done, so it's sort of hard to undo if you are not crazy about it.
The sanctuary city part, yes.
Yeah.
I find it very disappointing. And having just moved back from 2 states with the highest numbers of illegal immigrants,
right,
and not just illegal immigrants, but crime caused by illegal immigrants. Right. It's unfortunate that in a lot of these conversations, legal and illegal immigrants and criminal illegal immigrants, outside of having been here illegally, they all get conflated, right? So now, if you say anything about illegal immigrants and wanting to address safety, you're a racist and you're a whatever, right?
Homophobic,
blah, 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 fill in the blank.
Right.
So my nephew is a Border Patrol agent in South Texas.
Tell him thank you.
So last year, when everybody was saying that there was no crisis at the border and passing sanctuary city laws and all this stuff, I was like, Matthew just told us a story about hundreds of people getting gunned down at a border checkpoint where he's stationed, near where he's stationed. So in Texas especially, I'll speak because that's where my knowledge base is mostly. Very porous border because people go back and forth to go to school, to go to work. It's very much like we have here with
Canada.
Quebec.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hundreds of people in line, waiting to go to school, waiting to go to work, all just murdered by the cartels.
Oh, wow.
And they run the border. The entire length.
Did we hear anything about that?
Not a single word.
Right.
But we can't talk about that.
Yeah.
We can't talk about the illegal immigrants that are coming into the country who are MS-13 gang members, who are running drugs, who are human trafficking. We just had a human trafficking ring broken up in Burlington. A sex trafficking ring. Actually.
Really?
For real. Like actually. A sex trafficking ring was broken up in Burlington, Vermont.
Oh my God.
But we're not going to concern ourselves with the people who are committing human trafficking.
Right.
That just seems very irresponsible to me.
You're saying it so calmly. That's really outrageous.
It just is shocking. And I go, I think, is it 5? Was it 5 out of the 8 9/11 bombers had overstayed their visas?
Oh yeah, right.
So I guess we've forgotten about forgot about that.
Well, my husband and I, it's a long story, and I don't want to waste any time, but we came through one of the border crossings that a week later, some of the terrorists for the World Trade Center came in the same place we did. And the guy, oh, okay, go ahead. And I'm in my motorcycle with piles of stuff I bought. And I've got the black mask on. You couldn't even see whether I was red, blue, green, yellow, whatever. Just pass me through.
Yeah.
And I said to Bruce, that was the weirdest. Don't they ask questions? Don't they care?
Nope.
It's really bad.
Well, and just to point out, to be really clear, by and large, for the most part, ICE and immigration officials, when they were doing, as an example, when they would do raids in Texas, they weren't coming to find the illegal immigrant who came here to pick apples in in the fall.
Right.
They're looking for the people who have already been committed or who have already committed a crime that the police have already dealt with.
Right.
Because
that's
how they know they're here. How else would they know they're here if not the cooperation of local law enforcement?
And that's pretty scary. We were visiting my husband's son in Arizona, and we went through Nogales. We were going by way of to Florida, so we went through at nighttime. Whoa! When you look at the border and the dogs, and you can see Mexico over there, it was a little eerie feeling.
It's wild. It's wild.
Listen, we have 2 minutes, and I just would like you to talk to our audience and what you'd like to see happen to Berlin. That's where I live. Burlington. What you would bring to the table and hope to accomplish as your campaign, stump speech.
Yes.